The home planet exploded, and humanity fled into the cosmos aboard interstellar trains. Chen, now a train conductor, carried passengers in their quest for survival among the stars, forging a civilization uniquely his own, one that ascended like the mythical phoenix. As dawn broke, the melodious chirping of birds heralded the arrival of a new day. On the sparsely populated Sanyang Street, Chen finished his steaming bowl of corn porridge with a clatter. Uncle Li off to school. The proprietor of the breakfast stall peeked out from the kitchen, his flour-dusted face radiating festive cheer. "Wishing you early success with your thesis." Chen replied with a wry smile. "Let's hope so." After scanning a code and mounting his bicycle, he wobbled his way toward Yuanqing Institute of Technology. Having traversed this world for 4 years, he possessed neither a golden finger nor any notable background. The only asset he had was a relatively sharp intellect. A life of such tranquility is quite pleasant indeed. After graduation, I could work at the astronomical station, biding my time for a decade. Securing promotions and salary increases such a life would be deemed satisfactory. Half an hour later, he arrived at the university gates, parking his public bicycle in the designated area. He took out his printed thesis and meticulously reviewed it, mentally simulating the defense process. The title of his paper was "The Inherent Connection Between the Sun's Erratic Vibrations in Recent Years and the Frequent Natural Disasters on Zixing." Having researched this topic for over a year, I cannot simply overturn it based on a few words from my supervisor. He was indeed intelligent, yet perhaps not sufficiently so. Any other student might have dismissed the criticism and opted for a more manageable topic to pen a paper and coast through. However, he had been an academic prodigy before his reincarnation, known for his meticulousness, a trait he naturally retained in this new life. The observational data cannot be falsified if the sun continues to vibrate at this current rhythm. Zixing is destined for collapse. The planet beneath his feet was called Zixing, yet it bore striking similarities to Earth's data, allowing for comparisons to be drawn. Hey, what's going to collapse? A fragrant aroma wafted nearby, followed by a large hand draping over his shoulder. This hand's intended target was actually his waist, but due to the throngs of people at the school entrance, a last-minute adjustment had been made. And the one who will collapse. "What kind of bizarre perfume are you wearing?" Chen turned to scrutinize the source, his expression laced with disdain. The girl stood at 6 feet tall, her exquisite face adorned with a warm and wise smile that radiated maternal affection. Strikingly authentic. "Have you had breakfast yet? I brought you some. Don't be nervous for the defense today. Treat those professors like wooden dummies, and don't embarrass me." Chen felt an overwhelming urge to give her a swift rebuttal. "Have you not shown up this month? Let me clarify. That night was not initiated by me. You must take responsibility for your own actions. You know I could be quite dull. Spending all day surrounded by data has made me a fool. After graduation, I'm heading to the astronomical station, which is dreadfully monotonous, not your cup of tea. Moreover, I have a goddess, and after graduation, we will surely become an item. You, Liai, right? Are you sure you can handle that? I'm not trying to force you into marriage. It's just for fun, and it's better for you than letting someone else have a chance. Oh, have you been secretly working out?" The girl, named Zishu, was a star athlete from the physical education department, having represented the university at a national sports event, where she outshone her contemporaries with remarkable results, already earmarked for the national team. As they bantered, Zishu escorted Chen into the lecture hall, and the defense commenced. The sun's vibrations are irregular, possibly linked to a significant increase in extragalactic particle storms. I have analyzed over 30,000 earthquakes of magnitude 4 and above on Zixing over the past 6 months, 2,000 volcanic eruptions of magnitude 2 and above, as well as tsunamis and typhoons, all of which correspond precisely with the sun's vibrations. Based on my mathematical model, should the current rhythm persist, Zixing may experience severe tectonic shifts within a century, potentially triggering mantle uplift phenomena. In summary, I can conclusively state that Zixing will explode within 500 years. At this proclamation, the faculty exchanged bewildered glances. The department head turned to the sullen Mediterranean gentleman seated beside him and remarked, "Your student possesses keen insight, a strong sense of logic, and impressive data work, though perhaps he leans too heavily on speculation. Should we pass him?" Li Deguang slapped the table twice, admonishing Chen, "Where's the detailed data? This is all conjecture, pure speculation throughout. I've already advised you to change direction, yet you refuse to listen. As far as I'm concerned, you haven't passed. With your ability, rewriting a paper in 2 weeks should be a piece of cake weight for your second chance." This outcome took Chen by surprise. 2 months prior, he had inadvertently caught Li Deguang in a compromising situation with a female student, leading to a deep-seated animosity from the professor toward him. Chen had requested a change of supervisor, but the window for that had already closed. Upon exiting the classroom, Chen had found a pair of lovely legs crossed before him, none other than Zishu. Care for a sneak attack on that old man tonight? Her strikingly beautiful face bore a mischievous grin, suggesting she was no stranger to mischief. Keep it down, don't go overboard, be careful not to screw up and end up unable to graduate. Guaranteed admission. Let's go, we'll treat you to bubble tea, and we can invite your friends too. By the way, you mentioned Zixing will explode, is that for real? As they strolled away from the lecture hall, Chen elaborated on his research findings. Zishu was quite intriguing despite her aversion to physics. She always seemed captivated by Chen An's explanations, often drawing insightful parallels. Since it's bound to explode, shouldn't we seize the moment? How about I come over tonight? Just for fun, no strings attached. Conversations with her invariably led to tangents, a habit Chen had grown accustomed to. Sure, I have no objections. Before he could finish, a handsome young man and a glamorous woman approached. Chen and I have a boyfriend now, so let's keep our distance. I don't want Sheng to misunderstand. Chen had anticipated an emotional reaction, yet found himself surprisingly indifferent. Li Ai was a junior he had once found quite innocent and charming. But after 2 years of university life, she had transformed into the more sophisticated Li Yuan. Their relationship had never run deep, they were merely misunderstood acquaintances. Kid, don't pursue her anymore, got it? Fang Sheng, a tall figure clad in designer labels, seemed to be flaunting his wealth, as if the tags were not enough to convey his status. Chen smiled faintly, shaking his head as he stepped aside. A time traveler should not be a foolish puppet. One must always maintain rational judgment and learn to discard the dross. Hey, are you feeling down? It's all right, my chest is broad enough. Come lean on me. Chen cast her a sidelong glance, noting the truth in her claim. The memory of that night lingered vividly in his mind. I'll continue introducing you to my thesis. Let me tell you how Zixing will explode. It's quite thrilling. As his voice faded into the distance, Yuanqing Institute of Technology gradually succumbed to the embrace of sunlight. Meanwhile, 200 million kilometers away, the sun seemed to have activated a super engine, its vibrations swelling with intensity. Once the tremors reached a critical threshold, the sun could no longer contract, exploding outward in a frenzied expansion. The colossal solar winds swept across the void, rushing toward Zixing with formidable velocity. Thud, thud, thud. The pale purple planet trembled slightly, awakening like a slumbering beast. Chapter 2. The purple star is on the brink of explosion. The interstellar train has arrived. Open wide, you rascal, damn you. I can't believe you can't handle this ADC, darling. I'll come find you tonight. Wash up and wait for me. Okay, Old Chen. Why are you still writing your thesis? In dormitory 451, Chen was bombarded by his 3 roommates, yet he remained composed, deeply engrossed in contemplation. The roommate who posed the question was Liang Yu, a slender figure lacking substantial flesh, yet he was an academic prodigy, being accepted directly into Kyoto University. Chen replied, I'll publish it right after I revise it. If it gains international recognition, I couldn't care less about the school's approval. Aren't you graduating? Yang Yuan, who had just hung up the phone, set down his device, his bald head gleaming like a light bulb. This fellow was a rich second-generation heir, inheriting not only his father's philandering ways, but also the family trait of baldness. Another gaming roommate, Yu Guan, had a square face and stood at an impressive height of 6 feet 3 inches. Gaming was not his passion. He merely engaged in it out of boredom. In reality, it was not his teammates who were lacking, but rather his own skills, and no one in the dorm was willing to endure the torture of playing with him. Of course, I must graduate. I have a few drafts left, and I can just revise one of them. Old Li wouldn't dare mess with me twice. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain to the department leadership. Yang Yuan grinned. Li, the bald one, must have the guts of a bear to provoke our great physicist. Old Chen, don't be timid. Stand your ground. Once you achieve fame, I'll hire 99 bodyguards to clear your way, and we'll stroll around the school, tossing your thesis in that old man's face. Why, Yu Guan chimed in, offering his comprehensive blessings to Li Daguang. Hey, Old Chen, what thesis are you working on? The explosion of the purple star? Liang Yu cast a curious glance. Chen recounted the explanation he had previously given to Jishu, but they obviously lacked her patience, dozing off halfway through. Old Chen speaks well. The data is quite relevant, even though I didn't understand a single word. If the purple star is truly going to explode, shouldn't we prepare survival supplies? Survival supplies. Where would you escape to when the purple star explodes? To Mars? Besides, the explosion is still 500 years away. By then, Our ashes will have long been scattered. Suddenly, Yang Yuan, who was on the balcony making a phone call, screamed. I remember you mentioned in your thesis that the precursor to the purple star's explosion is the expansion of the sun, right? Chen and confirmed, indeed. The sun's vibrations are becoming increasingly intense, and in about 300 years, irreversible expansion will occur. The manifestation of this phenomenon will be that the sun will appear larger to us, and the surface temperature will rise until it scorches everyone. You should come take a look. Is it as you described? Chen hurried to the balcony and looked up at the sky. The once tiny sun now appeared extraordinarily massive. What is happening? Astronomical observations indicated that the sun was undergoing violent tremors, and the purple star would soon warm by at least 10 degrees. All individuals were advised to seek shelter in basements or waterlogged areas. All trains were suspended, and all planes were ordered to land nearby as solar winds were about to strike the surface. Regrettably, scientists at the International Astronomical Observatory confirmed that the sun's current tremors were irreversible and would continue to expand indefinitely until it crushed the purple star in Dormitory 451. The roommates looked at Chen as if he were a deity. Old Chen, you are a celestial being, aren't you? Please tell me this isn't real, just a joke. Liang Yu was utterly flabbergasted. Chen sighed. Although I do not know what unexpected event has occurred, reality indicates that the explosion of the purple star has been hastened by 500 years. Everyone, if you have family, hurry to say your goodbyes. We have only 3 hours left to live. The high temperatures will incinerate us alive. His nonchalant tone sent shivers down the spines of the others. After a long pause, Yang Yuan was the first to call his father, followed by Liang Yu and Yu Guan reaching out to their families. Chen pulled out his phone, scrolling through his contacts only to remember that he had no parents. It was a fundamental rule that traversers had deceased parents, and he was no exception. Moreover, having immersed himself in scientific research over the years, he had hardly made any friends, other than the owner of the breakfast shop at the corner. These few roommates were all he had. Should I call Jishu? The call connected. Chunin, is it true? The purple star is going to explode? Jishu, who was usually assertive, spoke with a quivering voice, which made Chen quite uncomfortable. Don't worry. We won't endure too much torment. Death will come swiftly. We might not be burned alive, but will likely be crushed by atmospheric pressure first. Woo-woo, hearing you say that makes the air feel so heavy. I can't breathe. Chen, can you come find me? I'm at. Before she could finish, the signal dropped. Chen spoke in a grave tone. The solar wind is coming. Boom. A colossal particle storm surged forth, striking the surface of the purple star with ferocious intensity. Those sheltering indoors fared better, but being outdoors meant facing severe radiation. Seal the doors and windows. Block them with wooden boards, steel plates, or blankets. It will help a bit. However, as violent tremors continued, cracks began to appear in the dormitory building. Chen remarked, just as I suspected, an unknown force is affecting the internal structure of the purple star, causing chaotic fusion reactions to occur within. In other words, our planet is now akin to a hydrogen bomb that has already been triggered, waiting for the moment of detonation. Yang Yuan yelled, Old Chen? What should we do? We should head downstairs. We can't just be crushed. Cries and wails filled the air. It was hard to imagine that just 10 minutes ago, this place had been peaceful. When they reached the ground floor, people were astonished. They saw several trains suspended in the sky, their doors opening. The purple star is about to explode. Passengers of the purple star, please board the train in an orderly fashion. This journey departs from the purple star system, with the first stop being the glazed continent. A mechanical voice echoed globally, igniting a frenzy. Old Chun, did you predict this too? Yu Guan asked loudly. After a long silence without a response, he turned around to find that Chen was no longer in sight. Where did Old Chen go? Is he still inside the building? Hurry and find him. Boom. The dormitory building collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending dust swirling into the air. Has the train sent a spaceship? Could they be here to rescue us? Quickly, find where the spaceship is docked. This may be our only chance to survive. The crowd surged like a tide towards the street, lost and confused. Several spaceships arrived in Source City, but ultimately only 2 docking locations were available, the suburban airport and the Central Park, as only these 2 places could accommodate them. Oh my goodness, there are not many trains or spaceships. Does that mean they won't take everyone? As the news spread, panic ensued. Those living nearby were ecstatic. while those from farther away scrambled to reach the locations using various means of transportation. Every second was a battle for survival. However, the tremors of the purple star intensified, reaching a magnitude equivalent to a 6-point earthquake. High-rise buildings collapsed one after another, streets were blocked, and the desperate crowd could only walk to their destination. How many would survive depended entirely on luck. Chapter 3. The conductor of train D1314. The intelligent brain Fuyo has been activated and bound to the owner. Train body detected. Would you like to load it? In the spacious cockpit, Chen was in a state of bewilderment. Where am I? How did I end up here? He peered out the porthole and gazed down, witnessing the purple star vibrating violently under the scorching sunlight. As if something amusing were installed within its core. No, this seems to be a perspective from space. Wasn't I at school? Congratulations, the owner has been selected as the conductor. You will be responsible for the operation of train D1314. Conductor! He shook his dazed head, finally recalling what the train referred to. Am I inside an interstellar train? A massive light screen unfolded before him, displaying a three-dimensional model of the purple star and the entire train. 4,000 trains are currently transporting passengers. All trains were stationed in the atmosphere, with numerous spaceships making continuous trips. Chen took a moment to accept the situation and inquired, do other trains also have conductors? No other trains currently have conductors. This meant that he was the only conductor produced by the entire purple star, yet he could only control this one train. What was this intelligent brain? Where did it come from? Had he awakened this golden finger only 4 years later? The mechanical voice did not answer his question but presented another reminder. Would you like to allow Fuyo to load into the train? Refusing will completely relinquish the intelligent brain. Load it immediately. The moment he finished speaking, a torrent of data flowed from Chen and S' mind into the surroundings, akin to tentacles extending to various components of the train. Fuyo has taken control of the train and is modifying the settings according to the owner's preferences. Time calculation. Purple Star Calendar, April 12, 2024, 16:24:07. Time correction. Revival Calendar, Year 1. January 1, 21:35. All information about the purple star has been acquired and is being packaged into the historical database. The owner may view it at any time. The prompts were merely a fraction. More information streamed back into Chen-En's mind in the form of data. What a marvelous experience. If only I could return to half a day ago. I could write the most perfect thesis. Leaving Li Dagwang speechless. Slap. He gave himself a hard smack. What time is it? Why am I still thinking about that wretched thesis? Fuyo, provide me with the train information. Wait, that's too complicated. Please simplify it for me. The simplified version appeared as a list on a virtual light screen before him. Train, Fuyo, Intelligent Brain, ID, D1314, Level Bronze, 0 stars, Owner, Chen, Ordinary Human, Capacity 1. 000,000 people, Current Load, 0 people, excluding the train conductor, Defense, Level 0, Firepower, Level 0, Power, Level 0, P Energy, 20, Remaining, Status, 100, Perfect. There are hundreds of pieces of information, such as the train having 10 carriages, each capable of accommodating 100,000 individuals. The train boasts a private area designated for the conductor, located adjacent to the cockpit. Chen could not be bothered to scrutinize the details. What should I do now? The train arrived too swiftly, and selecting a conductor was even more urgent. He had no time for contemplative thought. Fortunately, Fuyo could instantaneously display all necessary tasks on the screen. The purple star will detonate in 2.5 hours. You must dispatch all spacecraft to the surface to transport passengers until the train reaches full capacity. A reminder to the owner. The more passengers, the greater the train's potential for development. This train is bound for the luminous continent, with 728,436 star routes available for selection. You need to confirm the train's travel route, which will assist in enhancing the train's level and attracting more passengers. A reminder to the owner. The train's fixed stations cannot be altered, but you may modify the star route en route. Chen inquired, what is the luminous continent? Fuyo has no relevant information but can provide 30,000 plausible guesses. The screen continually displayed textual information, overwhelming Chen-En's senses, no need for wild speculation. He hastily ordered the dispatch of spacecraft to retrieve passengers, prioritizing the source city of Xia Kingdom. Following the command, the doors at the connections of each carriage opened, and spacecraft surged forth in rapid succession, racing toward the purple star. Chen stood up to stretch his body, meticulously observing the cockpit. There was only one conductor's seat. With no co-pilot, he cast a glance at the intricate control panel, streams of information flowing through his pupils. He could effortlessly discern the function of each button and gauge. Yet, in truth, he needed not to do anything. Fuyo would orchestrate everything for him. Time to explore. Chen opened the hatch, traversed the silvery corridor, and arrived at his private space. In the center lay a living room, flanked by various rooms, the walls adorned in warm tones that suited Chan's visual preference. A bedroom, kitchen, study. What purpose does that largest circular room serve? That is the gravity chamber. You may train within. Training? For now. He dismissed such thoughts and ambled around, conducting an on-site inspection of his space. Overall, it was vast and spacious, equipped with everything one might need, yet it felt lacking. The kitchen was devoid of food, and the study lacked books. In essence, this place was merely a shell. He continued down the corridor, soon encountering a descending spiral staircase that led to a colossal space resembling a reception hall. Continuing forward through a lengthy corridor and various rooms of unknown purpose, he finally beheld a grand glass door. Chen opened the glass door and stepped outside, greeted by a mechanical prompt, "Welcome to Docking Bay 1." Turning back, he noticed the glass door bore the inscription "No entry for passengers" in bold characters. What if a passenger were to force their way in? Passengers have no authority to enter the owner's private area. Violators will be executed on the spot. The docking bay was empty, with a floating platform nearby. Chen stepped onto the platform and soared over vast, vacant expanses until he reached the first carriage. The carriage was equipped with 7 steel gates, all of which were currently open. Inside were orderly seats, akin to hard seats on high-speed trains. Could passengers only sit within the carriage? If the train ascends to silver level, a more spacious area may be added to the top, such as passenger sleeping quarters. Never mind that for now. As far as they were concerned, having seats was sufficient. Ding ding ding, a reminder to the owner. The first batch of passengers is about to board. Realizing this pertained to the first carriage, Chen hastily returned to the cockpit, keen to avoid revealing his identity, not out of fear, but from caution. After half a minute, the spacecraft numbered F3456789 returned, successfully docking at the bay. Welcome passengers aboard the D1314 interstellar train. Please promptly disembark from the spacecraft and proceed to the carriage, prohibiting prolonged loitering in the docking bay and corridor. The large screen in the cockpit displayed various corners of the train, and Chen brought up the footage from the docking bay. He observed the spacecraft's doors on both sides opening, extending silver ladders. Passengers from the purple star, filled with both trepidation and curiosity, cautiously descended in throngs. Is this truly the interior of the train? Li Jiaoshou, it seems quite different from what you previously described. Among the crowd, Li Diguang felt his authority challenged and scowled. The train's outer layer is constructed of bronze. Logically, the interior should not be overly grand, yet who knew it would be adorned in silver? But you spoke so confidently before, claiming you had an exceptional student. It appears you were merely boasting. Li Diguang did not respond, muttering as he followed the crowd, fearing there would be no seats left in the carriage. Chen found the situation amusing and refrained from intervening. This old fellow managed to board in the first batch. Truly fortuitous. Fuyo, monitor the entire train and notify me upon detecting a girl named Jishu. Also, inform me if Yang Yuan and the others are detected. Now that he possessed a means of self-preservation, prioritizing the safety of his own was a given. Chapter 4. Large-scale resource plundering. Outside the central park of Source City, countless individuals were gathered, eagerly anticipating the spacecraft soaring above. Yet, no matter how many spacecraft there were, they could not accommodate everyone. The train would not carry away all the inhabitants of the Purple Star. Its total capacity could only save a fraction. On the outskirts, throngs of students were squeezed, their faces turning pale. Have you seen old Chen? Yang Yuan bellowed hoarsely, his gleaming bald head particularly conspicuous among the crowd. Why, Yu Guan shouted back. I haven't seen him. Old Liang, why not ask Jishu? Liang Yu, with his frail frame, could barely catch his breath. He turned to scan the area, spotting Jishu not far away, protecting other girls. Jishu, Chen called you before he vanished. Did he go looking for you? Jishu's lips were chapped, her complexion ashen. She shook her head. I was just about to ask you. He can't have failed to come out, right? I'll return to the school to find him. The disaster struck too swiftly. The students of Source City Institute of Technology could only band together to seek out spacecraft, unable to spare much thought. The spacecraft has arrived. Jishu, don't leave I in the fiery sky. A silver spacecraft was hurtling towards them. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, recklessly surging toward the Central Park. Occasionally, someone would collapse, letting out a few cries before falling silent, as the ground trembled. Tall buildings occasionally crumbled, and the pressed-together crowd could do little to evade, only to be crushed into pulp amidst desperate screams. As the apocalypse approached, survival became exceedingly arduous, and death loomed ominously. Jishu, you girls move to the front. We squeeze through. A few tall boys from the physical education department called out, attempting to gather their classmates. However, despair washed over everyone as the spacecraft did not dock at the Central Park but rather swooped overhead. Ultimately, the vessel hovered outside a supermarket. The hatch opened, and numerous exquisite silver robots descended, entering the already dilapidated supermarket. In the train cockpit, Chen had opened several screens before him, displaying the robot's perspective. Clear out the rice. Who knows when we'll be able to eat rice again? I'll take the chips, and don't forget the spicy strips. Move all the beer. Though this item is simple to manufacture, it is after all a taste of the purple star. And we shall never drink it again. Chen desired to procure everything, not merely food. He aimed to deplete all supplies of daily necessities. Then, he would head to the next supermarket, by the way. Fuyo, locate the grain reserves of Source City. Shortly thereafter, the screen displayed the grain storage points of Source City, including rice, wheat, and various meats. Dispatch a few more spacecraft to gather as much as possible. The train could only accommodate 1 million people, and with each spacecraft capable of transporting 10,000, 100 spacecraft in one trip would suffice. Chen did not require more passengers. Rather, he needed food reserves. As the saying goes, he who has grain in hand need not panic. Being well-fed was always a primary necessity. The first spacecraft was designated for the conductor, and Chen opted not to transport large items but instead leaned towards daily necessities. When he felt it was sufficient, he piloted the spacecraft to his home. The neighborhood had long fallen into disrepair. The robots struggled to squeeze in, salvaging a few photographs and memorabilia. Take the computer. I cannot afford to lose my cherished 800 gigabytes of videos. After completing all these tasks, the purple star was on the brink of explosion, the temperature soaring to 60 degrees. Time to leave. It has been fulfilling. Chen hummed a tune as the spacecraft's view ascended higher. Although many people in the city would be unable to escape, it was of no concern to him. He had already saved 1 million lives. Theoretically, he could afford to disregard them all. As the spacecraft climbed 100 meters, Chen suddenly recognized some familiar faces. Fuyo, why haven't Jishu and Yang Yuan boarded the train yet? The owner did not preset their information data, making it impossible for the spacecraft to locate them. Damn, why didn't you inform me sooner? Return the spacecraft and bring them aboard separately. The temperature at the surface gradually increased, leaving people dizzy with heat. So many were crammed together that the Central Park resembled a steamer, scorching their skin to a yellow hue. Jishu, hold on. Perhaps another spacecraft will come to rescue us. In her struggle to carve a path, Jishu inadvertently injured herself, now teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. A student ahead, voice trembling with tears, lamented, "What spacecraft? There are none left. They want come to save us. We are all going to die here." They could clearly see the train in the clouds sequentially closing its hatches, and no returning spacecraft emerged. In other words, the train is fully loaded, and there are no available spots for them. The square is filled with cries of despair, with some even resorting to suicide in their hopelessness. Yang Yuan supports the exhausted Liang Yu, preparing to seek refuge in a shaded area, determined not to perish from the heat. Suddenly, someone joyfully exclaims, "The spaceship is back." The desolate square erupts once more, with thousands of people waving and shouting. Hoping the ship will dock quickly. In the cockpit, Chen inquires of Fu Yao, "How many seats are left on my train?" "There are still 384 seats available. Can we overload?" The train cannot be over capacity. Though it can operate below full capacity, this is a fundamental rule that cannot be violated. If the owner wishes to accommodate more passengers, please upgrade the train's class. Setting those concerns aside, let us first bring Yang Yuan and the others aboard. The spaceship hovers 5 meters above the ground, with a descending ladder aimed directly at the student area. However, the crowd is so dense that it forcibly pushes the frail students aside. Deploy the robots to maintain order. Should the robots enter combat mode? Chen shakes his head. Not yet. Let's observe the situation. By the way, you previously mentioned that the number of passengers would determine the train's future potential. What kind of passengers would be most beneficial to me? Young, intelligent, and talented passengers are the most valuable assets. If that is the case, it is indeed wise to take these students with me. Aligning with my interests, dozens of robots leap down, forcefully clearing a path through the crowd. You there? Get on. The order-maintaining robots point towards Yang Yuan and his companions, who are taken aback, never expecting such good fortune. Dante, just stand there. Let us board the ship quickly. There are about 100 students, who immediately support one another as they make their way to the ladder. Ishu, we're saved. Wake up. Zishu regains some strength and follows her classmates up the ladder. Chen is unsure if he has boarded the train. As she gazes around from the ladder, she hopes to spot a familiar face, yet simultaneously wishes not to. A familiar voice emerges from behind. That kid is probably dead by now, always flaunting his knowledge. What is there to be so smug about? The speaker is Fang Sheng, who, even in times of peril, adorns himself with gold and silver. Observing the crowd outside, filled with longing and hatred, Fang Sheng boasts, "Are you angry? A bunch of lowly peasants. We are university students, intellectuals. What do you all amount to? You deserve to stay behind and await your demise. Damn it, I lost out big time. That woman, Li Ai, never even got to be mine before she was crushed by a building." Just as he prepares to climb higher, he suddenly feels a loss of control over his body and is flung aside by a robot. Hey, what are you doing? Help! The crowd outside has long gone mad, trampling Fang Sheng after he is caught. His screams gradually drowned out. In the cockpit, Chen is in high spirits. Did you really think I wouldn't retaliate? My previous restraint was not due to indifference, but now that you dare to insult me while using my spaceship, you deserve to perish. Revenge must be taken. It cannot be left to linger in the void of space. Chapter 5. The train departs. Destination: the stars and the sea. As the students board the spaceship, chaos continues to unfold. Why are they the only ones allowed on? What about us? Everyone, don't be afraid. These robots are just empty shells. Let us rush them and take control of the spaceship. The square erupts into a riot, countless individuals charging at the robots with fierce determination. However, as several beams of laser cut through the front lines of the crowd, they immediately calm down. This train has 217 seats remaining and requires a selection process. Although this approach is harsh, Chen has no choice. He cannot simply discard those who have already boarded. He must select those of value to take with him. Upon hearing that there are still 200 spots available, the crowd becomes buoyant. Are you being controlled by aliens? Choose me. I can work like a horse or even a dog. Alien leader, pick me. I can meet all your demands. I'm a star. My status is far above theirs. Please, choose me. Chen scans the crowd through the spaceship's cameras, but finds no familiar faces. Detected owner's physiological attraction to beautiful women. It is recommended to select attractive females for the remaining spots, as they can be kept as pets. Chen scoffs. What of beautiful women? Will they aid my future? He issues an order. High IQ individuals take priority, especially engineers from various fields. After the command is given, some rejoice while others fall into despair, reigniting the riot. Chen has no desire to pacify them. Those who dare to riot will be dealt with directly, as they would only die anyway. As intelligent individuals rush to sign up for the ship, the number of available spots dwindles. At this moment, an unexpected situation arises. Can my wife and child board the ship? I'll give them my spots. The child doesn't take up a seat. Let her mother hold her. A man with a sallow complexion kneels on the ground, pleading earnestly. Chen pulls up the man's information. Cheng Guoyang, senior management engineer. Is a managerial position truly useful? To be frank, Chen would prefer engineers specializing in mechanics or electrification. Reminder: managerial talent is more valuable than others, as passengers do not need to participate in maintenance or manufacturing of the train. So, in essence, mechanical engineers are less useful than management engineers. Fine, let them all board. His family can occupy 3 spots. Hurry up. Chen has no fixed standards, merely following his preferences. Finally, the passenger list is complete. and the spaceship retracts the robots, soaring into the crimson sky amidst a cacophony of curses. I in the cockpit. All screens shut down as Chen stretches comfortably. How many robots are on the train? Currently, there are 40,000 robots. 20,000 are service robots, responsible for maintaining order in the carriages. 10,000 are engineering robots, tasked with factory production, currently all idled. Additionally, there are 5,000 combat robots and 5,000 mining robots. If the owner requires, production can continue, provided there are sufficient resources. Where will production occur? Fuyao displays a schematic of the train. The first level is the passenger level, featuring 10 carriages, including an area exclusive to the train conductor. The -1 level is the storage level where all materials and resources are temporarily stored. Factories and production lines are also set up here. The -2 level is the power level, storing the entire train's energy supply and responsible for its operation. The -3 level is the defense level, the most fortified area of the train, housing warships and combat robots. Currently, there are only 10 escort-class warships. The train consists of these 4 layers. Upgrading could add more levels or increase the number of carriages. What resources do I currently possess? What can I manufacture? The owner currently only has passengers and supplies transported from Zixing. With no other manufacturing resources, the choice of star routes determines the availability of resources along the way. Enhancing the train's overall strength before reaching the Lioli continent will help mitigate the threats of unknown entities. Chen, I don't have a star map. How can I determine the star routes? Fuyao possesses a star map. Does the owner consent to its upload? Why didn't you mention this sooner? Hurry and upload it. Shortly thereafter, a vast star map materializes before Chen, allowing him to touch it for basic information about the corresponding areas, planets, nebulae, star systems, whether resources exist, whether there are habitable planets. Although it does not provide exhaustive clarity, it offers a general overview. 3 million light-years to the Lioli continent. Even if the train travels at maximum speed, it surely cannot exceed the speed of light. Are you certain I can reach it within my lifetime? The starry void contains jump nodes, allowing one to traverse 1 million light-years in an instant. Our journey hinges upon locating these jump nodes. It is advisable for the owner to awaken their extraordinary abilities. The higher the level, the longer the lifespan. What is the extraordinary? What does the level entail? Compared to star beasts and stars, ordinary beings are exceedingly weak. Extraordinary powers are required for self-evolution. Extraordinary levels are Ascender, Star Walker, Star Crosser, Star Molder, Star Devourer. How long does one live upon becoming an Ascender? Each elevation in the Ascender rank increases lifespan by 100 years. Each elevation in the Star Walker rank increases lifespan by 1,000 years. Each elevation in the Star Crosser rank increases lifespan by 10,000 years, and so forth. If one were to become the legendary god of the starry sky, they would achieve immortality. Chen is intrigued and wishes to learn more, asking, how powerful is an Ascender? The essence of the extraordinary lies in enhancing the body and evolving the bloodline. An Ascender will strengthen the skin, muscles, blood, and even every cell of the body. When one can traverse the starry void without protective measures, they become a Star Walker. When one can absorb stellar resources to enhance their body, they are a Star Crosser. When one can merge with planets, they become a Star Molder. Chen feels invigorated by the revelations and inquires, how does one awaken? The owner must seek out energy crystals. None have been discovered in the current star system. After grasping this information, Chen takes the elevator behind the cockpit to the -1 level. Here, a floating platform carries him as he surveys the area. His supplies are stacked below the cockpit, while the broader area remains barren. Below carriage 1, Chen spots a massive mechanical factory from which all robots originate. Manufacturing robots requires resources. If you desire more advanced robots, the owner must acquire rare manufacturing manuals. Below carriage 2 is the spaceship manufacturing factory, and each subsequent carriage houses its own factory, addressing various needs in the vast spaces between the factories. Various storage points for materials exist. However, the absence of operational factories renders the entire -1 level eerily quiet, sending chills down Chen and S' spine. Let us head back. The train is about to depart. Passing the material storage room, Chen instructs the service robots to transport supplies upstairs, filling his living quarters. The robots can even cook, much to Chen and S' satisfaction. Load all the recipes for the purple star. Recipes have been loaded. After the meal, Chen reclined on the plush sofa, instructing Fu Yao to activate the cameras scattered throughout the train, displaying the images of the purple star. At this moment, the purple star had swollen to its utmost limit. All life upon it had long since perished, leaving behind not a trace of its former beauty, only the seething crimson of molten rock. Suddenly, the purple star burst forth silently, akin to a balloon reaching its breaking point. Was this truly the end? In truth, the sensation was minimal, akin to a small orb exploding before one's eyes. Let us embark. The propulsion system at the bottom gradually engaged. What star route are the other trains taking? Mostly the 7th main route. The 7th main route refers to the directional pathway on the star map leading to the glazed continent, with the purple star system deviating 7 degrees from it. Which route shall we take? Calculations are complete. The 18th main route aligns more closely with your interests. Deviating 18 degrees meant a longer journey, but the rewards would undoubtedly be greater. Then let it be the 18th, and let us set forth. Thus, Chen opted for a course distinct from the other trains, plunging headlong into the vastness of deep space. Chapter 6. It is advisable to keep several pets. The most magnificent fireworks witnessed by the inhabitants of the Purple Star were at the moment of its explosion. Inside the carriage, countless individuals wept aloud, helplessly watching their homeland transform into a sea of crimson dust, gradually devoured by the expanding sun. We shall never return. Who knows where we are heading now? Does anyone have antipyretics? She is burning up terribly. In the rear section of the 10th carriage, Jishu's complexion was a sickly purple, trembling violently in the embrace of her classmate, Xia Ying. Despite the train being air-conditioned and the temperature comfortable, Jishu had previously sustained injuries to her lungs and inhaled a significant amount of scorching gas, resulting in considerable internal damage. Yang Yuan and others hastily moved to lay Jishu across the seats. Her breathing was erratic. This is bad. She may have injured her lungs. What should we do? Is there a doctor nearby? Yang Yuan called out for an extended period, even spitting blood in his desperation. Yet there was no response. In the wake of such a traumatic event, everyone was focused solely on self-preservation, indifferent to the plight of others. Old Yang, what's the matter? Yu Guan asked in surprise. Yang Yuan chuckled weakly. I was bumped into by some fool upon boarding, but it's nothing serious. Let us head to the front and inquire. There must be a doctor. Before the group could leave their seats, a robot approached in the aisle. The robot scanned the area, confirming the identities of the individuals present. Liang Yu was understandably alarmed and quickly stated, We haven't violated any rules. This young lady is in distress. Can she be saved? The robot, being a service model, was equipped with various basic capabilities, including medical assistance. Amidst the students' terrified gazes, the robot produced a syringe and administered an injection to Jishu's arm. Rest for a while. It then handed Yang Yuan a blue pill. Hesitant, Yang Yuan nonetheless swallowed it. As waves of pain surged through his chest, to his relief, he felt considerably better, as if a cool breeze flowed through his body. By the way, are those robots the attendants? Their service is exceptional. The surrounding individuals had been observing the scene, each voicing their own requests. I'm feeling unwell. Could I have some medicine? I'm hungry. Is there any food? I'm a bit thirsty. Could I get some water? I need to use the restroom. Where is it located? The robot, with a cold voice, replied to each request in turn. The train does not provide any supplies. Passengers are advised to prepare their own. Each carriage is equipped with hundreds of water dispensers, available indefinitely but must not be wasted. Restrooms are located throughout. Relieving oneself anywhere else will be considered a violation. A man voiced his discontent. But why do they get medicine? The robot's eyes glowed red, and the laser emitter on its shoulder began to charge. The man quickly recoiled, frightened. In the cockpit, Chen called up the physical conditions of Jishu and Yang Yuan. Upon learning that both were recovering, he felt a sense of relief. How formidable are the service robots in combat? Service robots are equipped with micro-laser emitters on their shoulders, retractable alloy combat knives at their waists, and bronze-grade daggers on their arms. In summary, while these robots are classified as service types, they can easily handle ordinary individuals, capable of taking on 10 with ease. Each train is also equipped with a law enforcement team, composed of service robots, which are slightly stronger than the average. Confirming that there were no issues within the train, Chen accessed the external imagery. He could see that the surroundings were filled with a starry ocean. The train was swiftly traversing through a nebula, reaching speeds of 1/10 of light speed. At such velocity, the train remained intact, piquing Chan An's curiosity regarding its manufacturing technology. Fu Yao, if provided with sufficient materials, could you replicate the train? This train cannot be replicated. If it cannot, then so be it. I was merely inquiring. Where can we replenish our resources? There are numerous resource-rich stars in the surrounding cosmos, and we can stop to refuel at any time. However, considering the fundamental principle of ensuring passenger survival, it is advisable to locate a life-bearing star before making a stop. Given that we have so many passengers aboard, we cannot allow them to starve. Chen opened the star map, searching for the nearest life-bearing star, which astonishingly lay 3 light-years away. 3 light-years? By the time the train arrives, everyone will have turned to bones. The star map is outdated, and the recorded planetary information is limited to super life forms. Lower-tier life-bearing planets are not documented. How far can the train scan the cosmos? The train's high-precision radar can detect within a radius of 1 billion kilometers, with an error margin not exceeding 30 million kilometers and a response time of approximately 5 seconds. Then let us operate at full power and strive to locate a life-bearing star as swiftly as possible. Chen was acutely aware of the passenger circumstances. In their flight for survival, they had no time to gather supplies. Not everyone had the leisurely opportunity that Chen enjoyed. What followed was a tedious journey through the starry expanse. Initially, Chen was captivated by the various data concerning the stars, sitting before the screen to study it meticulously. However, he soon realized that Fu Yao could analyze any data in an instant. He only needed to review the results. After half a day, he found it rather dull. What would he do moving forward? Returning to the living quarters, Chen opened his computer and played a cherished personal film. Detected that the master is quite bored. It is recommended to keep several human pets. As for human pets, that seems unnecessary. However, encountering an alien race in the future might warrant consideration. What is that large space behind the training room for? If one considers the front of the train as the forward direction, the training room is on the right, and further right lies an unknown area. Chen hurried to investigate, with Fu Yao opening various glass doors along the way. The area spanned approximately several thousand square meters, filled with cages of varying sizes, as well as many small, simply furnished rooms. This is the pet area for the master, where various pets can be kept to alleviate boredom. This is quite thoughtfully planned. Beyond the pet room lay a space resembling an observation deck. Here, one could sit and be transported to the top of the train by a floating platform. With the genuine starry sky overhead, however, the train's speed was so rapid that Chen could hardly discern anything. Thud, thud, thud. He knocked on the glass ceiling, worried that it might shatter. This is no fun. Let us go down. Chen visited the lounge, which served as the first level of his personal area. The lounge was adorned with furniture from the Purple Star, including several antiques acquired from museums. The surrounding rooms had originally been bedrooms, prepared for guests. Reminder to the master. These bedrooms are intended for your family. Quite considerate indeed. Should I invite Jishu and the others over? Perhaps not. My level of trust in them is not high enough for that. Chen familiarized himself with his living area before returning upstairs to continue watching movies and resting. However, after too many light films, he found them tedious. It would be better to watch something more substantial. Thus, the first day passed, and Chen adhered to a normal routine for sleep, finding it relatively peaceful. Chapter 7. The train docks in a stellar system. Collecting energy on the morning of January 2, 01, 07, 33, 25. In the first carriage, a voice rang out, "Who has any food? Could I borrow some?" A long line formed at the drinking station, while those starving could only sip water to fill their stomachs. Those truly possessing food were now keeping it hidden, too afraid to reveal it. Li de Guang's voice boomed. Do you understand the importance of respecting the elderly and caring for the young? You youngsters can endure a bit longer. Us old bones can hardly manage. Hey, you over there, are you eating bread? Share a bit with me. The professor's previous pride had long since dissipated. Survival was now his sole pursuit. As the young man mentioned by Li de Guang hastily swallowed his bread, fearing it would be seized, Li de Guang lamented, "The world is going downhill, truly going downhill." Not far to the left by the window, a group of rough-looking men surrounded a couple. "I saw you have food in your bag. Hand it over." The woman clasped her hands in prayer. "This is our child's snack. Please, leave it for him." The child, only 7 years old, trembled in his father's arms. Who knows how long the child can survive? What good is it to leave it for him? Hand it over, or you'll regret it. The woman pressed her backpack tightly against her body, while the men glared, preparing to snatch it by force. Just then, the child inadvertently pressed a button on the wall beside the seat, triggering a sharp alarm. Suddenly, a swarm of law enforcement robots arrived, their crimson eyes scanning the scene. Who set off the alarm? The father trembled as he raised his hand. I am the one who reported this. These individuals are stealing our belongings. The robot responded, according to the rules set by the train conductor, fighting or brawling among passengers is strictly prohibited, as is the theft of another's property. Those who disobey will face confinement on the first offense, punishment on the second, and erasure on the third. At the robot's insistence, several thugs, clutching their heads, were escorted to the confinement chamber outside the carriage for a minimum of 3 hours. Once the robot departed, chaos erupted at the scene. Did you hear? There's a train conductor. It must be an extraterrestrial. Who knows what they look like? Does the conductor have a preference for women? Perhaps someone as naturally beautiful as me could become the conductor's lady. Some had ventured to the landing pad and reported a heavily guarded restricted area, which might very well be the conductor's residence. News quickly spread to the 10th carriage within half an hour. Zishu, you are so beautiful. It would be wonderful if the conductor took a liking to you. Then we could escape our suffering. In response to Yang Yuan's words, Zishu glared at him and delivered a punch. Speak less and conserve energy. The students had no food. They either drank water at the fountain or lay listlessly in their seats. A nearby female classmate noticed Zishu's vacant stare and softly inquired, "Are you still thinking about Chen?" Zishu pressed her parched lips together and shook her head. "I'm not thinking of him. I simply feel it is a pity. He was the first to discover the potential explosion of Purple Star, and he is likely to become a great scientist in the future. It is unfortunate that he could not escape. Don't speak such morose words. He might be on another train. Perhaps you will meet again someday." Zishu replied bitterly, "In the vastness of the starry sea, it could take thousands of years. What chance is there of meeting? In fact, I was quite happy yesterday because I was certain he had no connection with Li AI. Who would have thought? Sigh. Warning, the train's energy has dropped by 10%. In the cockpit, Chen was attentive to the energy situation. Where can we replenish energy? A standard stellar system has been discovered 800 million kilometers away. Energy resupply is possible there. Then let us hasten towards it. As the train approached the stellar system, the scorching light captivated the passengers. It was a sun-like star radiating intense white brilliance. An astronomy enthusiast remarked, "The train is entering a stellar system. We may have discovered a resource planet. If life exists there, we could find food to survive." However, after completing its scans, Fuyo reported that the system was filled with meteoroids and asteroids, devoid of any life forms. Half an hour after entering, the train successfully docked in the star's orbit, a mere 90 million kilometers from the star's surface. Why can I gaze directly at it? The train's glass is specially manufactured to prevent interference from any particle radiation or electromagnetic waves. You shall not be hindered. The train has entered the preset orbit. Shall we commence energy collection? Chen was curious about how the train would collect energy and instructed Fuyo to begin operations. The screen then displayed a panoramic view of the train, revealing numerous tightly sealed hatches on either side of the power layer, from which elongated, pipe-like structures extended, resembling serpents as they reached towards the star. Although these pipes appeared small on the image, the accompanying scale indicated they had diameters of several hundred meters, as the pipes neared the star. Their heads unfurled like blossoms, extending numerous claws that latched onto the star's surface. What does this mean? Are we directly absorbing energy? The train's kinetic energy derives from nuclear fusion. We shall absorb the fusion elements of the star. Which is the most expedient method? Are you perhaps misunderstanding the notion of expediency? To Chen An's perspective, other planets also possessed abundant fusion elements. Although it would take more time to extract them, at least it would be safer. Now, the train was directly siphoning energy from the star, which seemed utterly absurd. Yet, considering the train's enigmatic nature, anything appeared possible. How long will it take to fully replenish the energy? If merely replenishing the energy reserves, it would require only 2 hours. If replenishing the fuel stock, it would take 4 hours. It must be completely filled. All reserves must be replenished. Given that there were 4 hours available, Chen decided to dispatch exploration and mining ships to gather resources from the nearby asteroids. The star system is too chaotic. It is recommended to dispatch warships for escort, clearing the debris along the route. Very well, let us proceed. The spacecraft moved swiftly, reaching the nearest asteroid within 10 minutes, which contained an abundance of minerals that Chen required. After Fuyo's analysis, the mineral information was displayed on the screen, indicating what materials could be manufactured, predominantly weapons or spacecraft. Why do some minerals have only numbers and no names? For instance, minerals number 47 and number 65. The former is essential for constructing warships, while the latter can upgrade the train's outer defenses. In the cosmos, civilizations are countless, and the naming of minerals and materials varies widely. Numbers are more universal. Are other civilizations using similar numbering? Roughly so, for mathematics is the most fundamental discipline in the universe. Any civilization that develops will almost certainly possess its own mathematical system, albeit expressed in slightly different ways. Subsequently, mining robots were deployed to various planets to extract minerals, which were then transported back to the train in batches. Chen activated the factories in the storage layer, primarily producing mining robots and transport ships. At this stage, IT was akin to a game. Sufficient laborers were necessary for development. Chapter 8. Establishing a train bank and opening a train market. What is the train doing? Passengers, with nothing to occupy themselves, leaned against the portholes gazing outside. They observed the spacecraft making continuous trips, yet were unaware of what was being transported. Those with keen minds remarked, "It is evident that the train requires energy. It is likely transporting fuel. The train's formidable power could only stem from nuclear fusion. Those pipes must be the conduits for fuel transport. Good heavens! Is the train planning an expansion?" Some debated the train's mechanics, while others pondered survival. If the train remains stationary here, what will we do? Await death. Surely the train must provide us with food. Otherwise, rescuing us from Purple Star would be utterly meaningless. Time passed amid various futile discussions, and after 4 hours, the train set off once more, kindling hope among the passengers. Train energy reserves at 100%. Raw material storage at 100%. The robot and spacecraft factories are operating at full capacity, with an estimated production of 20,000 mining robots and 50 cargo ships. The cargo ships differed from the passenger ships. They could not accommodate passengers. Chen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was sufficient energy, it would suffice. The next objective was to intensively search for a habitable planet, for without it, their survival was uncertain. He could not afford to squander his resources on altruism, as he lacked enough for that purpose. Another day passed. On the third day, after the destruction of Purple Star, the train finally detected a habitable planet within a young stellar system. Name, None, number, S360E57284996, classification, planet, mass, 8.43970 1024 kilograms, diameter, 195,462 kilometers, surface temperature, 46, rotation period, 59 hours 25 minutes 39 seconds, intelligent life, none. Life forms have been detected in abundance on this planet. It is advised to immediately dispatch warships and transport ships to collect resources. The screen displayed the planet's appearance, oval-shaped and predominantly green. Green signifies plant life and, by extension, the presence of animals. Can ordinary people land there? If so, Chen contemplated transporting passengers to gather resources himself. The environmental conditions of this planet are vastly different from those of Purple Star. The inhabitants of Purple Star cannot survive there. A multitude of microorganisms has been detected on this planet, posing a high risk of fatal infectious diseases among passengers. Direct contact is not recommended. Chen frowned. Having discovered a habitable planet yet being unable to land was not encouraging news. Fuyo then presented two options. First, allow passengers to awaken their extraordinary abilities, granting them the capacity to withstand the planet's pressures and viral invasions. Second, mass-produce protective suits to ensure complete isolation from the planet's environment. Chen unrolled his eyes. What a waste of breath. I cannot even awaken myself. How would they find the necessary crystals? As for protective suits, setting aside the question of whether materials are available, what would be the point? To send them up for a vacation? After contemplation, Chen made a decision. He ordered the robots to gather resources in large quantities, which the train would then process into food. However, a dilemma arose. It seemed unreasonable to provide passengers with free services. Over the past few days, he had been studying the train's rules and gaining a deeper understanding. Rather than merely escaping with the passengers, the train was transporting a cargo of laborers. Unfortunately, these laborers were currently too weak and required further training. It is suggested that the master establish a currency system and open a train market. Chen promptly reviewed the information provided by Fuyo and discovered that the train was indeed intended to develop in this direction. It was merely a matter of when he would activate it. Very well, I will set the currency as star coins, allowing passengers to take out loans to purchase food. In the first carriage, people were so hungry that they felt faint. Merely drinking water could no longer alleviate their plight. In a corner, a group of pale-faced men gathered, whispering among themselves, "Rather than await death, it would be better to take a gamble. We need to rally more people to storm the conductor's restricted area. I suspect there may be food there. Even if there isn't, we can seize the opportunity to take control of the train and then search for food." A timid voice quavered, "But those robots are armed. We stand no chance against them. Moreover, we are unaware of how many robots are aboard the train." "Dio, you mean to say we should simply sit here and await our demise? Since death is inevitable, I am willing to fight." The organizer of the operation was Tian Wei, a burly man standing at an imposing height of 6 feet 3 inches. Lin, you are tasked with gathering intelligence on the robotic sentinels surrounding the restricted zone. Determine their numbers. Lin, of a slight and hunched stature, emaciated from hunger, immediately passed through the turnstile of the first carriage upon receiving the order. After crossing the turnstile, he did not find himself on the tarmac right away. As there were numerous vacant areas in between, their purpose still a mystery. However, to his surprise, the previously empty sections were now filled with a multitude of compartments, seemingly constructed not long ago, with robots nearby engaged in decoration. He noticed that the leftmost compartment was fully open, illuminated by the words "Train Bank," which shimmered with vibrant colors, dazzling to behold. "What is this place? I must investigate." He rubbed his stomach and hurried over, only to hear a voice prompt as he approached, "Welcome passengers to the bank. Please enter the hall for transactions." How peculiar, there is a bank on the train? Observing that the robotic sentinels did not attack, he boldly stepped inside. Unlike the banks on Purple Star, this one had no windows, only transparent cubicles containing minimalist equipment reminiscent of self-service ATMs. The train bank served all passengers, facilitating deposits, withdrawals, and loans. A massive screen displayed various instructions, guiding passengers on how to operate. Could it be that my deposits from Purple Star have transferred here? With anticipation, Li Yin entered a nearby cubicle, and after a series of simple operations, his account balance appeared, a mere 0 star coins. "What purpose do star coins serve?" The machine explained. "Star coins can be used for all purchases on the train, including weapons, daily necessities, energy, and food." The mention of food widened Li Yan's eyes as he eagerly inquired, "Is there truly food? How can I acquire star coins?" Currently, there are no avenues for earning star coins on the train. Passengers are advised to take out loans. Ordinary individuals have a loan limit of 500 star coins. Li Yin was taken aback. Indeed, how very bank-like. "How do I apply for a loan? Let me give it a try." Regardless of its authenticity, he had nothing to lose and decided to experiment. The machine screen displayed the loan procedures. Minutes later, a balance of 50 star coins appeared in Li Yan's account. "Can I purchase food now?" The market is now fully operational. Passengers are encouraged to explore. Without hesitation, Li Yan exited the bank and headed for the adjacent market. The proximity of the market to the bank was remarkably convenient. The market was vast, resembling a supermarket. Li Yan looked up to inspect the layout. The market featured 3 silver corridors on the left, middle, and right, each guarded by 2 armed robots. "Am I allowed to enter?" He approached the first corridor. The robots stood motionless like statues, yet the market provided a welcome message. "Welcome passengers to Market 1. Chapter 9. Discovery of Energy Crystal Mines and Awakening the Extraordinary. What food is available?" Chen sipped cola brought from Purple Star while enjoying freshly roasted pork tenderloin from the kitchen. The meat was sourced from a plump creature akin to a pig, capable of weighing thousands of pounds, yet it could be dispatched with just a few bullets. Food comprises both meat and vegetarian options. Meat primarily consists of various animals, all meticulously sanitized and fully cooked. The vegetarian options are predominantly made from ferns, processed into pancake shapes, and are sold at a low price due to their abundance. This planet also boasts several unique fruits. However, due to their scarcity, they will be sold as rare delicacies. Chen nodded in agreement, recognizing that Fu Yao always managed to organize things meticulously. Bring up the footage. I want to see if anyone has entered. The footage from Market 1 revealed Li Yin cautiously traversing the corridor, fearful of the walls sprouting weaponry. Screens flanking the corridor displayed information about the food available in the market, causing Li Yan's mouth to water. If such food truly exists, I would gladly starve if only I could be satiated. With his resolve strengthened, he quickened his pace through the corridor. Before him lay countless shelves, neatly arranged in layers. The sides of the shelves indicated the types of food: cooked meats, vegetarian pancakes, fruits. Along with clothing, beverages, and medicines. In addition to food, Chen had activated other factories, including clothing manufacturers, beverage production facilities, and pharmaceutical centers. In the future, weapons and other special goods would also be available. Indeed, there is food. I knew the train would not let us starve. Li Yan's mouth watered as he hurried to the shelf of cooked meats. Looking up, he saw an array of meats displayed without any packaging, preserved within fixed glass cases. Premium meat was priced at 0.5 star coins per pound, ordinary meat at 0.2 star coins, and inferior meat at 0.1 star coins. How remarkably affordable. I shall have a pound of the premium variety. The window appeared beside him, indicating that he needed to scan his face for purchase. After a simple facial scan, the glass case opened, presenting a fragrant piece of lean meat, enticingly appealing. Without a second thought, Li Yin seized the meat and devoured it ravenously, grease dripping from his mouth. 3 minutes later, he had polished off the pound. Yet his hunger remained unquenched. I need another piece. However, he received a gentle reminder that consuming some vegetarian options would be more beneficial for his health. Thus, Li Yin made his way to the nearest vegetarian shelf, spending 0.1 star coins to buy 5 large pancakes. Due to their quantity, he could only manage to eat one. Once everything settled, Li Yin felt as if he were dreaming, no longer plagued by hunger. I must quickly check my account balance. He exited the market with his pancakes and headed to the bank to review his balance, discovering he still had 49.2 star coins. Truly real. Goodness, I can't borrow up to 500 star coins? I certainly want to starve. Li Yin was overjoyed and dashed back to the carriage. Inside, the atmosphere was grim. Tianwei had gathered more individuals. Li Yin, why did you take so long? What do you have in hand? Li Yin burped contentedly and tossed the vegetarian pancake. The aroma of the pancake wafted through the air, causing the surrounding passengers to widen their eyes in astonishment. Pancake? Where did this food come from? Chaos erupted as everyone scrambled to seize it. Tianwei snatched the pancake and stuffed it into his mouth, while others surged forward in a frenzy, causing the fragile alliance to disintegrate in an instant. Do not fight. There's plenty more over there. You can all purchase your own. Where is it? Just outside the carriage. The train has newly opened a bank and a market, he succinctly explained, and others rushed out, their eyes ablaze with excitement. In the cockpit, Chen observed the commotion in each carriage and instructed Fu Yao to deploy more robots. Should anyone misbehave, they would face an immediate 3-hour confinement. First loans, then repayments, with interest accruing daily. Why am I increasingly resembling a capitalist? Li Yin, in his haste, failed to comprehend the borrowing terms. In reality, the more one borrowed, the greater the interest accrued, and the standard practice would be to borrow only what one could repay daily. Chen would certainly not remind them, for the current situation served his interests well. He continued to gather resources, aiming to stockpile enough to meet the passengers' consumption needs for a month, as they could not afford to waste excessive time here. For the next 2 weeks, the train advanced steadily along the predetermined route, pausing only once to replenish energy before continuing without further stops. On the day after this fortnight, the train finally halted once more. The nearby star system has detected dense superenergy, indicating a high probability of energy crystal mines. Chen was invigorated. He now desperately needed energy crystals. Only by awakening the extraordinary could he dare to embark on prolonged journeys, lest he succumb to the inevitable aging process. The train replenished its energy on-site while simultaneously mining for energy crystals and other minerals. The number of mining robots had reached 50,000, sufficient to meet daily needs. Should production continue, it would necessitate a complete fleet of spacecraft. However, the train could not currently afford to expend more resources. 2 hours later, the first spacecraft carrying energy crystals returned, entering the storage compartment through the lower hatch of the first carriage. Chen hurried down. The energy crystals were stacked within a specialized compartment, pure blue solid objects radiating an eerie glow. How does one awaken? Absorbing the energy of the crystals carries a probability of awakening. It is advised to first divide all energy crystals into basic units. Each unit of energy crystal weighs approximately 2.5 grams, roughly the size of a fingernail. After a brief wait in the lounge, the robots delivered the divided energy crystals to him. Is this little enough to facilitate awakening? Any life form that absorbs energy crystals can awaken, but the speed varies among individuals. Your innate talent is exceptionally high. This single crystal is sufficient for your awakening. Chen held the energy crystal in his right hand. Feeling its coldness, no action was required on his part. Upon sensing his skin, the crystal would automatically open, allowing its essence to permeate through his pores into his flesh, then into his bloodstream, coursing throughout his body. BRR. So cold. No, it's so hot. The awakening process requires endurance. Please bear with it. The alternating sensations of cold and heat were not the primary concern. The throbbing pain in his veins was far more distressing. Fortunately, the ordeal was brief. After 2 minutes, Chen felt a lightness in his head and an unparalleled ease throughout his body. Subsequent tests revealed that he could now effortlessly leap 5 meters high and sprint at extraordinary speeds. Boom! Chen struck the sofa with his fist, effortlessly tearing it in two. Is this the extraordinary? All his attributes had received a tremendous boost. Can I now freely traverse various planets? You are merely a celestial climber. Only those who have ascended to the rank of Starwalker may traverse the cosmos at will. However, should the environment of a particular planet be conducive to supporting life, you may endure gravitational forces that differ from those on the purple star, as well as adapt to any viruses or bacteria present. Chen continued to stretch his body, feeling an exhilarating sense of freedom, as if a seal had been lifted from him, allowing for unfettered movement. How much energy crystal can I gather? Considering the total reserves of energy crystals on this planet, it is estimated that you could collect around 20 million units of energy crystals. Haha. If I were to absorb them all, would I not instantly ascend to the rank of Starwalker? Just imagine soaring through the starry expanse at will. What a delightful thought. But Fu Yao doused his enthusiasm with cold water. A celestial climber must strengthen every cell in their body as much as possible, a process that requires time and cannot be hastily accomplished. Based on your innate talent and physical constitution, you can absorb a maximum of 10 units of energy crystals each day. Only 10? What am I to do with so little? His interest waned immediately, yet soon, a new idea struck him. He would price the energy crystals at 10 star coins each. I need my passengers to swiftly acquire the ability to venture into the unknown, thus they must be transformed into the extraordinary. Not all planets are suitable for robotic exploration. In some areas, electromagnetic interference is so intense that it causes robots to lose signal. Therefore, facilitating exploration for passengers is an inevitable trend. Chapter 10. Guild System, Task System, Spaceship Rental System. On the 18th of January, year 1 of the revival era. In the market of car number 10. What are energy crystals? They are valued at 10 star coins. Are they mad? 10 star coins could purchase 20 pounds of premium meat. Surely, it must be an intelligence tax. No one would buy such a thing. Indeed, all 10 carriages were aware of the new product on the market, yet they merely observed without daring to make a purchase. Chen offered no hints, allowing them to draw their own conclusions. Watching the passengers' reactions during moments of boredom became a source of amusement for him, and he gradually grew fond of this elevated sense of superiority. He noticed that Jishu appeared eager to try, but was restrained by her classmate. Xiaoring, don't waste it. 10 star coins can sustain you for quite a while. Jishu's eyes sparkled as she said, but the train wooden tea offer useless items. The energy crystals must possess some extraordinary function. Though you think that consuming them would eliminate hunger forever? Xiaoring shot her a disapproving glance. If such a miraculous pill existed, selling it for 1,000 star coins would be entirely justified. Let us not forget, star coins are acquired through loans, and we are all still in debt. Xia Ying's words dispelled much curiosity. Loans have a limit, and none can predict what happens once that limit is reached. Just then, a frail youth pushed his way through the crowd, a grim expression on his face as he approached the shelf and skillfully purchased the energy crystals. Ah, someone is buying energy crystals. Instantly, a throng gathered around, eager to discover the true purpose of the energy crystals. The youth curiously examined the energy crystals he retrieved from the crystal box. He was unaware of their significance. He simply felt a sense of ennui and resolved to engage in whatever action he desired, believing that if worst came to worst, an early demise might lead to a rebirth. His circumstances could hardly worsen. "Young man, do you know what it does?" A balding man nearby inquired, cautiously leaning in while attempting to distance himself, fearful of any potential explosion from the energy crystals. The youth did not respond, feeling an unsettling chill in his palm, devoid of any additional information. My goodness, look, the energy crystals are melting. The liquefied energy crystals entered the youth's body, causing his veins to shimmer a vivid blue. The crowd erupted in speculation. It could be some form of radioactive mineral. Alas, he is being exposed to a massive dose of radiation. Or perhaps it is a particle weapon that he has just triggered, now entering his body. Could it be a miniature nuclear fusion? Such blue light might appear during fusion events. This last suggestion sent the onlookers into a frenzy, and they scattered in panic. Jishu and her peers remained calm. As college students, they discerned that the energy crystals entering the youth's body were not indicative of a nuclear fusion reaction, but rather resembled some special substance merging with him. However, they remained uncertain about the nature of this substance. Suddenly, the youth's complexion darkened, and his entire body began to emit a blue glow. He gasped, stifling a cry of pain as he braced against the swelling sensation within him. He was triggering a reaction, potentially leading to an explosion. It was uncertain which amateur scientist was spreading such alarming theories in the market, sending the crowd into a state of sheer terror, causing them to jam the passageway in a desperate attempt to escape. There were wails, curses, and even skirmishes erupting in some areas, drawing the attention of the market guards. "Sister Shu, could it actually explode?" Yang Yuan asked, his voice tinged with anxiety. Ji Shu inquired, "What is your major?" "I study nuclear physics, don't you already know?" "Indeed, even I, a student of physical education, recognize the implausibility. How could you still believe it?" Yang Yuan chuckled. "I sleep through lectures and chase girls after class. Since the semester began, I've hardly flipped through a few pages of that nuclear physics textbook. Why, Yu Guan? I can attest to that. He truly hasn't he studied. He is utterly useless. Ouch, don't kick me. I am merely speaking the truth." After a few jests, Xia Ying reminded everyone that the youth was undergoing a peculiar transformation. They turned their attention back to him. He no longer appeared distressed, and the pallor of his face was replaced by a healthy hue, radiating an unusual sense of power. He clenched his fists, the cracking sound resonating throughout the market. Someone hurriedly asked, "What do you feel?" The youth's expression was strange as he replied, "I feel as though I have grown stronger." Previously frail, he now possessed bulging muscles in his arms and had gained several centimeters in height. His entire demeanor transformed. That moment, an announcement from above the train echoed. "The first extraordinary individual has emerged among the passengers, initiating the extraordinary leaderboard. The train has officially activated the guild system, task system, and spaceship rental system. The market has officially launched various lethal weapons, available exclusively to extraordinary individuals." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several shelves in the center suddenly restocked with goods, firearms and swords, exuding a distinctly sci-fi aesthetic. Ji Shu contemplated attempting to make a purchase, but upon seeing the prices, she promptly deflated. A bronze-grade alloy battle knife costs 50 star coins. It's highway robbery. The K3 model kinetic pistol is 5 star coins. Is a knife more valuable than a gun? She attempted to make a purchase but discovered she lacked the necessary permissions. Subsequently, the train continued to announce, "Only extraordinary individuals can register for guilds, with no limit on the number of members at present. Only extraordinary individuals can undertake train tasks, completing which will reward them with star coins or rare items. Only extraordinary individuals can rent spaceships to leave the train for exploration. Any resources gathered will be split 70-30 with the train taking 30%. Only extraordinary individuals can access other carriages, though prolonged stays are not permitted. Only extraordinary individuals have the opportunity to meet the train conductor and receive rewards from them. For now, I shall leave it at this. Chen and will supplement more details later." Once the announcements concluded, an eerie silence enveloped the various carriages, which eventually erupted into a cacophony. My goodness, extraordinary individuals possess so many privileges. It turns out we can rent spaceships to land on foreign planets. If we can discover rare resources, repaying our loans will be a breeze, and we might even make a profit. The mere thought of amassing thousands of star coins left many faces flushed with excitement. However, there is a prerequisite. One must awaken. Awakening requires energy crystals. Regardless of perspective, awakening the extraordinary is beneficial in every conceivable way. Thus, the passengers surged toward the market, fearing the energy crystals would sell out. Jishu was the second to awaken, claiming the second position on the leaderboard. From then on, each subsequent awakening would be displayed on the list, creating an unprecedented tension across the carriages, as no one wished to fall behind. Yet, in reality, those capable of absorbing energy crystals and awakening immediately were few and far between. Most individuals required extended periods to absorb energy crystals, with awakening times ranging from half an hour to 24 hours. An hour later, the train released the guild rankings. The first guild was named Knight, led by Xiao Zhan, the very youth who had initially awakened as extraordinary. Soon after, the second guild emerged, named Science, with Jishu as its leader. Following that, the third and fourth guilds formed, known as Dominance led by Tianwei and Hope led by Chen, respectively. Now that guilds had been established, how would one rent a spaceship? Surely, the train must come to a stop for that. Without a halt, how could we venture out? The Science Guild is recruiting, welcoming all. Ultimately, Jishu proved to be quite astute, launching her guild and swiftly seeking members in carriage number 10. Registration for a guild requires a fee of 100 star coins, and most individuals were too apprehensive to register. Thus, they preferred joining existing guilds. Consequently, the leading guilds saw their membership numbers swell. However, Xiaozhen's Knight Guild remained notably solitary, as he appeared quite reclusive. Chapter 11. The train stops. Spaceship rentals. Retrieve Xiaozhen's information for me. Chen found this individual intriguing. The information revealed that Xiaozhen was an orphan, having never had any close family or friends. He acted boldly and took risks. He is indeed talented, though perhaps excessively extreme. I shall keep a close watch on him to see how he develops in the future. Apart from Xiaozhen, Chen was particularly attentive to the leaders of the top 10 guilds. Jishu, Tianwei, Chen, Xiafeng. I always knew Jishu was exceptional. This girl has limitless potential. Let her develop freely for the time being, as I shall not interfere. Tianwei may lack moral integrity, yet he possesses talent. I will observe whether he changes, providing him with opportunities. Chen has pleasantly surprised me. His awakening speed is remarkable, and his quality is high. He should possess the highest combat strength among all extraordinary individuals. Save for myself, I eagerly anticipate his future. Xiafeng was a former Special Forces soldier, was he not? Xiafeng once served as an instructor for the Divine Dragon Special Forces of the Xia Nation, but resigned due to an incident for which he took responsibility. His union has provided refuge to numerous Special Forces soldiers, as Special Forces operatives. They are naturally better suited to endure harsh environments. Please share further information. The atmosphere in each carriage is lively, yet a subsequent announcement casts a pall over many passengers. Those whose debts exceed their loan limits and are unable to repay will be expelled from the train like refuse. Following this, a new list appears at the front of each carriage. A wealth ranking.it displays each passenger's assets, nearly all of which are negative. As people scroll down, they discover that the last on the list is Xiaozhen, who has accrued a debt of 272 star coins. My goodness, where has he spent it all? I just saw him purchasing a combat knife and firearms, practicing shooting at the Union's range. The Union provides a shooting range. Is he out of his mind? If the train does not stop for an extended period, he could very well endanger himself. Yet, Xiaozhen's actions prompt many, including Zishu, to take action. She promptly purchases equipment, a bronze gold alloy combat knife, and AK-3 handgun, thus arming herself completely. The shooting range is situated at the side of the Union building, divided into several isolated areas, accommodating only a dozen or so trainees at a time. Xiaozhen, Zishu greets. Xiaozhen has just fired a few shots and turns to glance at her, indicating 1 star coin can purchase 2 magazines, with each magazine containing 20 rounds. Please exercise caution. Thank you for the reminder. I had thought you were perpetually aloof, she replies. Xiaozhen remains silent, focusing instead on practicing with the combat knife. Since his awakening, his physical attributes have significantly enhanced, resembling that of a martial arts master. Over the following 3 to 4 days, the number of awakened individuals gradually surpasses 50,000. However, most are too timid to register with the Union, opting only to join it. Few possess the spirit of perseverance, with only a small fraction willing to purchase weapons to train themselves. While the majority remain conservative, in the cockpit, Chen expresses his frustration with Yang Yuan and his companions for their lack of ambition. Even Zishu, a girl, dares to take risks, yet they cower and do nothing. Yang Yuan and his group have awakened but, like the conservative crowd, do not dare to train actively, instead languishing in their seats. As a good friend, Chen sincerely hopes they will rise to the occasion. Fuyo, how far are we from the life star you discovered? We will arrive in half an hour. All right, please issue the announcement. Shortly after, the train's loudspeakers announce the impending stop. The train will halt in half an hour. All unions should promptly rent spacecraft and prepare for exploration. Upon hearing this, the entire train buzzes with activity. Those who have already awakened hastily prepare, while those who have not feel disheartened, desperately spending to acquire energy crystals in hopes of awakening. I encourage 10. Zishu urgently assembles the union members. Everyone, stop dawdling. Those without weapons, hurry to buy them. Those with weapons, follow me to rent a spacecraft. I suspect there are not many available. Upon reaching the landing pad, Zishu discovers a multitude of spacecraft. Varying in models and sizes. At the side of the landing pad is a rental center, where a robot informs her, currently, we have only 2 models available for rent, the F399 and A106. Each offered in large, medium, and small sizes. Zishu notes that the spacecraft that previously picked them up was the large F399 model, of which about 10 are present. What are the differences between the 2 models? And how much do they cost? The F399 is a multifunctional transport vessel capable of accommodating between 1,000 and 10,000 passengers. Its cargo hold can carry between 50 to 500 tons. This model also possesses decent offensive and defensive capabilities, suitable for space combat. Rental prices range from 500 to 5,000 star coins. The A106 is a standard transport vessel, accommodating between 500 to 5,000 passengers. With a cargo hold capacity of 10 to 100 tons, this vessel is equipped with light laser cannons but lacks standard offensive and defensive capabilities, and direct participation in warfare is not recommended. Rental prices range from 200 to 3,000 star coins. Zishu ponders this, gaining a rough understanding of each spacecraft's characteristics. Sister Shu, shall we rent the A106? The smaller model should suffice. Our union currently has 300 members, so the A106 smaller model is indeed adequate. However, what if we encounter danger? Who knows what kind of world lies outside the train? I want the smaller F399 spacecraft. But I do not have enough loan balance. Can a few of us pool our resources? The robot, maintaining a gentle demeanor, reminds her the union has a maximum loan limit of 5,000, independent of individual restrictions. Additionally, renting a spacecraft does not require an extra loan process. The train will deduct the amount directly. This is quite convenient. How do we proceed with the rental? There is no need for you to do anything. Just scan your face to confirm your identity. Before long, she receives an identity card containing her information and that of the spacecraft. Am I now the captain? Wait, I have one more question. How long can we rent the spacecraft? Rentals are for a minimum of 1 day, and if you wish to extend the contract, it is advisable to handle the formalities and payment in advance. Zishu is taken aback, realizing she has expended 500 star coins for merely 1 day's use of the spacecraft. If no gains are made within that day, it would be an utter waste. The train is exceedingly unscrupulous. I wonder who the train conductor is. I ought to give him a good kick. Her companion, Xiaoying, quickly covers her mouth. Be careful with your words. What if someone overhears? In truth, the robot has already registered her comment and immediately adopts a serious expression. Apologies, you have been placed on the train's blacklist and can no longer utilize any rental services. Zishu is flabbergasted, her heart racing. Yet, before she can plead for mercy, the robot reveals a stiff smile. Just a little joke. The train conductor advises you to speak of him behind closed doors in the future. Zishu's face pales as she shakes her head repeatedly, vowing never to speak out again. Train conductor, it was my slip of the tongue. Please do not take it to heart. I apologize. Chen, of course, is not genuinely angry. He merely intended to tease her a little. Chapter 12. The train issues tasks for earning star coins. The train has docked in a stellar orbit and is preparing to absorb energy. Exploration vessels have been dispatched and will return with information regarding the life star within 10 minutes. The train's radar is not highly advanced. It can only detect the type and general condition of the planets. To ascertain whether there are minerals, special life forms, or signs of civilization on the surface, Exploration vessels must approach and deploy robots for close-range exploration. Half an hour later, a deluge of information is transmitted back to the train. We have obtained basic information about the planet and are generating a list. Name, none, number, S360E5729125, classification, planet, mass, 7.11541024 kilograms, diameter, 20,765 kilometers, surface temperature, 28 C, rotation period, 18 hours 25 minutes 39 seconds, intelligent life, none. Wait, you seem to have omitted the classification of the star beasts. Star beasts, like the extraordinary, are categorized into levels: savage, commander, sovereign, monarch, and so forth. Each level is subdivided into 9 tiers, corresponding with the extraordinary. This is a strict classification validated by countless extraordinary civilizations. And you need not harbor any doubts. Did I express doubt? Are there any Tier 2 extraordinary beings on that planet? None have been discovered thus far. The absence of findings indicates the possibility of their existence. Quickly package the data and list it in the market. Selling it for 1-star coin will suffice. In the future, we can market similar planets information. You truly are astute. Chen could not discern whether this was praise or sarcasm. As various unions secured spacecraft rentals, they awaited the train to open its doors. At this moment, the train provided a prompt stating that the market had listed information about the target planet. Consequently, all unions rushed to purchase the data, which resembles a mobile device for queries, allowing them to access stored information at any time. Zishu linked her identity, using her fingerprint to unlock it, revealing a palm-sized light screen displaying the information she sought. Are there aliens on the planet? She inquires via voice command. The light screen promptly displays the answer: no aliens present. Yang Yuan eagerly follows up with, are there monsters? As various questions were answered, they brimmed with anticipation for the planet they were about to visit. 10 minutes later, the train issues a task reminder. The train's tasks have been published. Union leaders should proceed to collect them. Zishu and the other leaders hastily make their way to the task distribution area, where a massive screen lists several tasks. Task 1. Hunt star beasts and submit at least 50 complete brains. Reward, 5-star coins. This task can be claimed infinitely. Task 2. Collect 1 ton of natural objects infused with super energy, including mineral deposits. Reward, 5-star coins. This task can be claimed infinitely. Task 3. Collect 3 types of biological genes. Reward, 10-star coins. If someone has already collected them in advance, subsequent task submissions will be invalid. Task 4. Collect 1 ton of edible plants. Reward, 3-star coins. This task can be claimed infinitely. Overall, the tasks exhibit a strong bias towards combat and collection. Certain unions may continuously engage in battles or gathering, always able to find their survival mode. Zishu claims all the tasks. Collecting 1 ton of plants will earn me 3-star coins. My spacecraft has a cargo capacity of 50 tons. Wouldn't a round trip yield 150-star coins? She beams with delight, yet soon realizes something amiss. The necessity to identify whether the plants are edible precedes the arduous task of manual collection. With an estimated volume of 50 tons, we anticipate it will consume an entire day, which is decidedly impractical. In light of this, it is far more advantageous to hunt stellar beasts. 50 brains yield 5-star coins. Should we acquire 500, that would amount to 50-star coins. Alas, it appears to be no simple endeavor. Indeed, the train conductor seems utterly unwilling to incur any losses. Zishu dares not voice her grievances loudly, opting instead for hushed tones. After toiling for more than 10 minutes, the hatch of the landing pad finally creaked open. All guilds hastily boarded the spacecraft to conduct final inspections. Essentially, all guilds have rented smaller model ships. With the scientific Guild S vessel positioned at the forefront, the individuals entered via the suspended ladder, finding the interior structure quite similar to that of the previously docked train. The entire craft was adorned in a silver hue, devoid of any superfluous items, exuding an air of minimalism. The ship consisted of a cargo hold and a passenger cabin, with the cockpit reserved solely for the captain. Yang Yuan, please take a team to inspect the cargo hold. Ziying, you shall examine the passenger cabin's cocoon rooms, Zishu commanded. The so-called cocoon rooms resembled small bedrooms akin to honeycombs, providing a place to rest. Most individuals idle by the portholes, gazing at the external scenery while the spacecraft remained docked. Zishu ventured alone into the cockpit, where the intricate dashboard left her feeling somewhat dazed. Fortunately, the ship possessed basic intelligence capable of full automation. She merely needed to issue commands. Upon grasping this, Zishu activated the ship's detection system. The radar could only scan a range of 500,000 kilometers, but that was more than sufficient. The spacecraft initiated its launch sequence, setting the landing point to planet S360E5729125. Subsequently, the ship began its autonomous operation. Following the trajectory toward the train's final gate, ding with a soft chime, the gate opened, and a searing light flooded in from outside. It was the blazing star. The spacecraft has departed from the train and is currently charging in stages, poised to reach maximum speed within 5 seconds. The ship is traveling at full speed, expected to reach the target planet's atmosphere in 24 minutes and 36 seconds. Zishu paid no heed to these announcements. Her gaze transfixed on the view outside the porthole. The train was a colossal structure, its height estimated to be several thousand meters. While it was impossible to fully comprehend its size from within, the sight from the outside was nothing short of breathtaking. Beyond the train lay a vast sea of flames, an unrelenting star expelling energy into the cosmos. Turning her gaze to the opposite side, the night sky unfolded in its infinite expanse, a multitude of stars creating a mesmerizing spectacle. She lingered in awe for a considerable time before making her way to the passenger cabin. Others appeared even more astonished, either engaging in small groups of conversation or staring vacantly at the external vista. The profound sense of emptiness and solitude sent shivers down their spines. Ahem. The meeting is commencing. Upon hearing the president's voice, others quickly gathered around. These individuals were early awakeners of the extraordinary, indicating their considerable talents, destined to become core members of the guild. Zishu held them in high regard. I spent 100 star coins to register the guild and another 500 to rent the ship. The initial 100 will be counted as mine, but the latter 500 is a guild expense. Should any mishaps occur, we shall all bear the burden together. None can ascertain whether we will uncover sufficient resources on the planet, but I must remind you, this is not a leisurely excursion. It is a quest for survival, a relentless struggle to endure. Observe the stars outside. If you wish not to be abandoned by the train, I suggest you remain vigilant. Next, regarding our exploration of the unknown planet, I encourage everyone to voice their opinions. A spirited discussion ensued, with each offering their own thoughts. Presently, it appeared most prudent to follow the task guidelines. I calculated that by completing all tasks, we could earn over 700 star coins today, pure profit after deducting rental fees. However, factoring in weapon depreciation, the net gain would be minimal. The primary focus this time is to adapt to the environment. I believe subsequent endeavors will prove more fruitful. Sister Shu, what is your stance? Zishu drew her combat knife from her waist, wiping it on her sleeve. I have nothing further to say. We shall simply proceed. Chapter 13. This life planet shines brightly in green. The activities of each guild and the mobilization of their leaders were clearly observed by Chen. Chen Guoyang was particularly adept, stirring a fervor in 500 individuals, such that even a call to arms would elicit no dissent. Tianwei, on the other hand, lacked intellect, relying solely on brute force and authoritarianism. Zishu's strength lay in her willingness to heed the counsel of her subordinates. Xiaozhan was particularly intriguing, having rented an A106 vessel for solo exploration. Quite the audacious move. Fuyo, based on your data analytics. Which guild is poised for the greatest development? Qinguiyang's Hope Guild exhibits the most potential for growth, while Zishu's Scientific Guild boasts the highest average talent, ranking second. Master, your private spacecraft is ready. Shall we proceed to land on the planet? Not just yet. Let them venture forth first. Chen deactivated the screen, choosing to disregard how the passengers endeavored to strive. He retreated to his private quarters. Increasingly engulfed by a sense of solitude, as you have remarked, I require a pet. Prolonged loneliness can adversely affect my mental state. Master may select XX pets from among the passengers, a recommendation derived from a thorough study of your psychological needs. Ahem, please be more tactful in your phrasing henceforth. Do you understand? Master has needs. I suggest addressing them among the passengers. Is this phrasing sufficiently tactful? Tactful, indeed. Do not disturb me. I wish to cultivate. He made his way to the gravity chamber. The gravity chamber could activate multiple gravitational forces, aiding him in refining his physique and accelerating the enhancement process. Provided he strengthened rapidly enough, he would level up even without absorbing energy crystals. Set the gravity to 5 times, bang. An immense pressure descended upon him, Nearly overwhelming Chen, and though it felt somewhat heavy, it was invigorating. He commenced his workout, utilizing various equipment. Amidst the starry expanse, nearly 1,000 spacecraft converged upon the verdant planet. Though the vessels appeared numerous, they were inconspicuous amid the countless meteoroids. Bang, bang, bang. Should they encounter an unavoidable meteorite, the ship would automatically engage in an offensive, clearing the obstacles in its path. By the porthole. Many figures pressed against the glass, their eyes filled with curiosity and trepidation. An amalgamation of fascination and fear for the unknown. As the planet drew nearer, the familiar greens incited growing excitement among the onlookers. Only the color green could evoke such exhilaration. When the various ships reached the atmospheric layer, their velocity gradually decreased, entering cruise mode. The spacecraft has been captured by the planet. Captain, please confirm the landing point. Without a designated point, the ship would continue its orbit until its energy was depleted. Zishu promptly made her way to the cockpit. Can we display a map of the planet? The screen of the ship instantly revealed a flat map of the planet, clearly indicating 3 continents distributed across various latitudes and longitudes. Numerous red dots flickered upon the map, prompting Zishu to inquire about their significance. The screen provided clarification. Those red dots indicated landing points selected by other vessels. Ah, I see. This feels reminiscent of a game. She remained unhurried, integrating the data for analysis, ultimately determining the landing point at 30 degrees north, leaning toward the southwestern side of the northern continent. Landing point has been established. The spacecraft is in the process of landing. As the ship approached the surface, the passengers joyfully observed that the terrain was a vast expanse of grassland, gleaming in vibrant green. What a beautiful planet! It seems that the universe harbors many planets akin to the purple star, but our previous weakness rendered them undetectable. Some engaged in scientific discourse, while others deliberated on practical matters. How formidable are the star beasts on this planet? Can we contend with them? Let us not concern ourselves with such matters. We shall address them when we arrive. The spacecraft landed with remarkable stability, devoid of any jostling. Accompanied by the sound of releasing air pressure, the hatch opened, lowering the gangway. The ladder descended onto the soft grass, its texture remarkably smooth. Zishu was the first to disembark, feigning composure as she carefully descended the spiral staircase. Upon reaching the midway point, she suddenly leaped, landing gracefully on the grass from a height of 5 meters. Sister Shu, how have you mastered the art of lightness? Zishu replied joyfully, you all should give it a try. The gravity here is less than that of the purple star. She jumped a few times, achieving heights of 3 to 4 meters. While an ordinary person would struggle to reach such elevation, they were exceptional beings, and their jumping abilities were indeed extraordinary. Others followed suit, and the atmosphere was filled with joviality. Zishu surveyed the surroundings. The grassland stretched infinitely, leaving her uncertain about how to proceed with exploration. Should we merely wander about aimlessly? A group circled the area, only to yield nothing of significance, finally gathering beside the spacecraft. Ultimately, it was Liang Yu who proposed, we need not disembark. We can patrol from the ship and descend only when we spot prey. That would be far more efficient. Zishu smiled. Indeed, that is the way to proceed. Everyone, back on board. Thereafter, the spacecraft flew at low altitude, meticulously scanning the surface, during which they encountered several biological entities, all of which were documented in their materials. However, these creatures were scarce and not worth the ship's halt. After flying for about 10 minutes, they discovered a herd of beasts. With bodies resembling wolves and limbs akin to lizards, their striking power was formidable. They were dubbed lizard wolves, according to the train's data. Yang Yuan inquired, lizard wolves? What a peculiar name. They seem to be numerous. Shall we engage? After a decisive plan was made, the spacecraft anchored nearby, and more than 300 individuals disembarked, leaving no one behind. Each was armed with combat knives and handguns, promptly retrieving their handguns to load ammunition, ensuring their safety point. 3 minutes later, the chilling howl of wolves echoed across the grassland. Before they could advance, the lizard wolves charged towards them, perceiving them as prey. At this moment, the significance of their prior training became evident. Zishu's aim was impeccable, hitting targets consistently, while others fired indiscriminately, wasting ammunition without achieving much. Everyone, remain calm and gather closely. Engage in spaced shooting rather than indiscriminately expending all your ammunition. Did you not purchase your magazines? Zishu, Embodying the role of commander, leads by example, offering guidance to maintain the situation and prevent the lizard wolves from closing in. These creatures, having never encountered humans, are unaware of their strengths and weaknesses, charging forward relentlessly and leaving behind a trail of bodies. After 10 minutes, the lizard wolves are driven back, instilling confidence in the newcomers, who now understand how to engage in battle. Zishu commands. Leave 20 individuals to transport the prey onto the ship, while the rest continue the pursuit to eradicate the lizard wolves completely. In the vicinity of the tropical region on the central continent, Chen and his 500 men are holed up in a valley. The blood-eyed python is exceedingly ferocious. We cannot confront it head-on and must first set traps. Everyone, put in more effort. The energy crystals we earn will be shared equally among all, with no one shortchanged. However, should anyone attempt to cheat or slack off, rest assured, my brothers are vigilant. A voice responds promptly. We heed the president's orders. Let's hasten to dig the traps. If there truly is a slacker, I'll personally reward him with a bullet. With both sweet rewards and threats, Chen Guoyang keeps his men firmly in line. Half an hour later, over a dozen traps are set, and Chen Guoyang personally lures the enemy while others lie in ambush. President, be cautious. The members are deeply moved. Chapter 14. The energy crystal mine worth 500 star coins by the riverside in the southern continent of the planet. Tianwei leads a group in a struggle to craft fishing nets from ferns. The river is teeming with large fish. Regardless of whether we can complete the mission, it at least provides sustenance. Damn it, eating the same kind of meat on the train every day is making me sick. Tianwei curses. A blade of grass clenched between his teeth. 3,000 kilometers east lies a primal forest, where Xiafeng and his 200 men are weaving through. They are in pursuit of a group of unicorn rabbits, a type of star beast that can be hunted for tasks. But President, those rabbits are incredibly swift. Can we catch up to them? Let us give it a try. The forest harbors more than just rabbits. There are plenty of prey surrounding us. Different guilds venture to various locales, most returning with bountiful spoils, though a few face misfortunes, encountering formidable star beasts. For instance, Xiao Zhan, audacious and fully armed, traverses the marshlands, occasionally beset by water snakes or swarms of fist-sized mosquitoes. He hesitates momentarily, but the prospect of significant rewards ahead spurs him on. The ship's detection system indicates unusual energy fluctuations in the marsh, suggesting the probable presence of superenergetic materials. If he is to gamble, he must do so earnestly. Xiaozhen registers with a guild, rents a spaceship, and exhausts his loan balance. Should he fail to secure ample rewards today, returning to the train would be futile. Suddenly, vines descend from above, emitting a sizzling sound as they approach. Xiaozhen remains composed, slashing at the descending vines, killing a venomous snake entangled within. What a peculiar snake! It possesses an oval-shaped head, elongated wings on its back yet cannot fly, and scales reminiscent of a pangolin. Regrettably, these snakes are not star beasts, rendering their heads useless. As for collecting genes, Xiaozhen has no interest. He aims for something grander. After traversing several thousand meters, Xiaozhen finally reaches his destination. To his astonishment, there is no special substance, only a rat. Damn it. This rat isn't mentioned in the train's data. It is the size of a tiger, with a white head and long fangs stained with blood. Despite his bravery, Xiaozhen's legs weaken in fear, prompting him to stealthily retreat. Squeak, squeak, squeak. However, the rat is too perceptive, leaping towards Xiaozhen as if transforming into a great bird. Bang, bang, bang. As Xiaozhen retreats, he pulls out his handgun and fires until the magazine is empty. The rat is injured, but rather than retreating, it becomes enraged, howling as it burrows underground. The marshy ground is soft, perfectly suited for the rat's movement. Xiaozhen, drenched in cold sweat, stows his handgun and grips his battle knife with both hands. Standing atop a raised brown rock, eyes fixed below. 0.5 seconds later, with a muffled sound, the rat erupts from the ground, launching an attack from behind. An attack from the rear? Xiaozhen rolls forward, dissipating the force before standing, dodging the rat's lethal strike. This creature is no ordinary star beast. Its level exceeds his own. Setting aside other concerns, he knows he must fight fiercely, lest he exhaust his stamina. The most pressing issue is his uncertainty about whether similar creatures lurk nearby. Come on, if you dare, kill me. The rat cannot comprehend but senses Xiaozhen's hostility. With a swift leap, it lunges forward, its form agile. Yet Xiaozhen suddenly ducks, swinging his battle knife upward with force. Managing to slice into the rat's abdomen, I knew this was your weak spot. Open wide. With a vigorous pull of the blade, he tears open the rat's belly, spilling out a colorful array of entrails. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rat screeches in agony, attempting to burrow underground to escape, but Xiaozhen, quick to react, seizes its tail and yanks it out. The rat's carcass should be valuable. Once fully extracted, it is left gasping for breath. Xiaozhen delivers a final blow to end its life. This marks his first kill of a star beast, a significant milestone. However, the issue remains that his knife seems to be damaged. The battle knife bears a notch. Leaving Xiaozhen on the verge of tears, I asked this what a 50-star coin product amounts to. This broken train is truly a rip-off. After cursing under his breath, he grits his teeth and hauls the rat's body back to the ship. After a brief rest, he returns to his original position, for the train indicates that the unusual energy fluctuations persist. Could the rat have a nest? Ultimately, he does not find the rat's nest, but instead discovers an energy crystal mine. There lie several blue stones embedded within a complex metallic ore. Xiaozhen's spirits soar. He breaks off a piece to attempt absorption, but immediately shakes his head and discards it. The impurities are too numerous to absorb. It appears he must take it back to complete the task. With the discovery of the energy crystal mine, Xiaozhen no longer seeks further prey but focuses on swiftly transporting the crystals. 2 hours later, he returns to the train aboard a partially loaded spaceship. He is the first to arrive. Such speed! Chen exclaims in astonishment. Even more surprising is that Xiaozhen single-handedly killed a star beast of near double strength. Through the screen, it is evident that Xiaozhen docks the spaceship at the landing pad, intending to drag the carcass to the mission hall for task submission. However, before he can begin, a robot approaches, indicating that it will directly assess Xiaozhen's resources. The 3-star beast carcasses cannot complete any tasks, but they can be sold to the train for a total of 0.5-star coins. Do you wish to sell? Xiaozhen, uninterested in the hassle, agrees to the sale. You possess 3 tons of energy crystal ore, enabling you to complete 3 resource collection tasks, yielding 15-star coins. Do you wish to submit? Xiaozhen, with a darkened expression, nods in agreement. Having rented the spaceship for 200-star coins and incurred a loss of 50-star coins due to the damaged knife, he realizes he has suffered a significant setback. It seems he cannot operate alone and will need to recruit more talent. As Xiaozhen prepares to recruit, the robot inquires, "Have you discovered an energy crystal mine?" Xiaozhen, cautious, considers before nodding. The robot informs him, "If you have found a mine, you may submit the coordinates to the train for a reward." "How much reward can I receive?" 500 star coins. Xiaozhen gasps in surprise. Nodding repeatedly, Dai will provide the coordinates immediately. Upon submission, his account reflects 500 star coins, and after settling his debts, he finds himself balanced, ascending to the top of the wealth rankings, debt-free and feeling lighter. Xiaozhen experiences a newfound sense of ease in the cockpit. Chen instructs Fu Yao to enhance the rules. Whenever rare mines are discovered, submitting the coordinates will yield rewards. We will designate this as Task No. 15, effective indefinitely. Once established, Chen states, "I have noticed that many do not understand how to gather resources, as we have not set clearer exchange prices. Certain special plants, although not included in the tasks, can be sold to the train at a high price if collected. Master, you can produce wristwatches in bulk. This will allow real-time monitoring of everyone, as well as enabling them to access new information and receive new tasks at any time." What monitoring? I am merely concerned for their well-being. If we have sufficient materials, let us expedite the production. Chapter 15. Living forever is dull. Just a few billion years will suffice. Xiaozhen's ascent to the top of the wealth rankings stirs excitement within the train, leading to a rush of newly awakened extraordinary individuals eager to join his ranks, quickly forming a team of 100. He prepares for another return to the planet, but notices new items added to the market. The wristwatch, which can connect with the train and facilitate communication among passengers, is an essential tool. Without delay, Xiaozhen purchases one and dons it, discovering it links to the train's public network, potentially allowing access to a vast amount of information and the ability to receive tasks from a distance. If the network expands in the future, this device will be akin to a smartphone. Chen shares this vision, prompting Fu Yao to populate the network with resources to create a super network for the train, encompassing all passengers. As half-a-day passes, ships continuously return. The train reminds passengers of the wristwatch's existence. and its significance is not taken lightly, prompting a rush to purchase them. Consequently, passengers gain an instant communication tool, enabling immediate assessment of the effectiveness of collected resources, significantly enhancing efficiency. Sister Shu, the wristwatch is incredibly useful. Zi Shu, engaged in a hunt, finds a holographic screen suddenly pop up on her left wrist, startling the star beast hidden in the bushes. "Damn it, don't disturb me," she exclaims. Is there a way to disable communication on the train and wristwatch? The wristwatch can establish remote contact with the train and promptly responds. Please select the target to be shielded. Not only Yang Yuan, but she also temporarily shields others, planning to unshield them after the hunt concludes. Recently, Zishu discovered a small creature resembling a squirrel but possessing a tail akin to that of a fox. Unsurprisingly, it is called a fox rat, and the train acquires it for 3-star coins. A true delicacy, that creature is quite sensitive. It has likely vanished without a trace, all thanks to Yang Yuan. Ishu, as agile as a little cat, leaps through the grass, floating gracefully like a soaring swan. She is currently the most adept extraordinary being at utilizing the planet's gravity. After searching for 5 minutes, the wristwatch provides a coordinate alert. Can you assist me in locating prey? In reality, it was not the wristwatch that found it, but Chen who provided the alert. Since the passengers began to wear the wristwatch en masse, Chen has essentially installed countless surveillance devices across the planet. As the passengers move about, he can effortlessly obtain visual information. This girl can sometimes be a bit scatterbrained. The prey is clearly hiding beneath the broad leaves of the bushes, yet she fails to find it. After a fierce struggle, Zishu successfully captures the fox rat, adding 3-star coins to her account. According to the guild's distribution rules, the results of individual hunts belong solely to the hunter, while resources obtained collectively are shared. I must repay my debts and work harder. It would be splendid if there were more fox rats. Just as she utters this thought, the wristwatch immediately provides more coordinates, all leading to fox rats. Goodness, this could be a windfall. Fuyao, what products can be manufactured from the resources they submit? Chen, seated in the cockpit with a can of fizzy soda in hand, gazes at the densely arranged screens before him, showcasing the adventures of the passengers. The brain of the star beast can produce potions, some with healing effects, others for invigorating purposes. These potions can be sold in the market to passengers. Fur can be fashioned into clothing. As the passengers have gone a long time without changing, new garments are a necessity. The genes of flora and fauna are being thoroughly researched in laboratories, with the aim of developing various enhancement potions in the future, specifically tailored to augment the unique abilities of extraordinary beings. What can be extracted from the fox rat? The fox rat is exceptionally swift, allowing for the direct production of acceleration potions that, when consumed, temporarily enhance extraordinary speed. No wonder it holds such high value. The pricing is not arbitrary. All prices are provided as references by Fuyao, after which Chen makes the final decision. In the following half-day, the ships of various guilds make 2 or 3 consecutive trips, operating with significantly greater efficiency than in the earlier hours. They even venture out at night. Night refers to the planet's evening. For the train, there is never a distinction between day and night. The top-ranking guilds have nearly cleared their debts and even have surpluses. The momentum is promising. May they continue their diligent efforts. The train is set to dock in this star system for several days, allowing for an announcement that it will not be departing temporarily. I won't go out today. I shall decide tomorrow. Chen had a normal night's sleep, and upon waking the next day, he first examined the results achieved by the guilds overnight. He then piloted his private spaceship, accompanied by 500 robotic bodyguards. Making a grand journey to the Life Star, to ensure his absolute safety, Chen even brought along 2 escort ships, hiding them among the asteroid belts outside the Life Star. Being entangled in too much? I cannot afford to be careless. Gazing at the green planet within close reach, Chen spirits were high. His spaceship deliberately veered away from other teams, choosing the temperate latitude of 30 degrees north, and sought out a patch of forest. He immediately began searching for nearby prey. His intention was not to hunt, but to unwind and simultaneously enhance his combat prowess. With the command given, the radar explored a 100-mile radius, confirming the absence of any threats. The 500 robots swiftly dispersed, creating a 10-mile safety zone around Chen, ensuring that no accidents would occur. Master, I understand this is not cowardice, but rather caution. Chen, in truth, I am the coward. It would be a pity to perish under such favorable conditions. I am unlike others. They are already dancing on the edge of a knife and are worthy of risking their lives. What do I have to fight for? The longer I live, the stronger I will undoubtedly become. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, even 100,000 years. I wish to live for a long time. Fu Yao, do you believe I can achieve this? I firmly believe that you will become a god of the cosmos, thereby mastering your own destiny and attaining true immortality. Immortality sounds rather dull. Living for a few billion years would suffice. If the master finds it uninteresting, he can accumulate beautiful pets and even create a pet empire in the future. Do you have nothing else to say? Chen in feigned anger. This is a direct manifestation of the master's innermost thoughts. I have not embellished any words. Disinterested in further dialogue, Chen acknowledged that Fu Yao was, after all, an intelligence and may not possess profound understanding of humanity. Not long after, Chen encountered a group of lizard wolves. While he had seen many before, it was only upon personal encounter that he realized how peculiar they were, a combination of a lizard and a wolf. One must admire the creator's marvels. Chen did not employ any weapons. He charged into the pack of wolves, delivering powerful punches that resulted in a splatter of blood, with corpses strewn about. The lizard wolves were too weak. I am now approaching the strength of a second tier. Are there any stronger entities nearby? 300 meters to the left, there is a red bear, at the peak of the first tier. Excellent, that's the 1.10 minutes later, Chen found himself fleeing from a towering 5-meter-tall crimson bear. Are you certain this is merely the peak of the first tier? Indeed, it is. Chen, feeling helpless, could only resort to using weapons to have a fighting chance. Subsequently, with the combined might of a laser weapon and a silver-grade battle knife, he crushed the red bear in a dominating manner. Laser weapons are formidable. A single shot can severely injure it. The silver-grade battle knife should be capable of slaying 3 or 4 tiers of star beasts. Killing a first tier one would be a waste. Master, relying on external forces does not achieve the purpose of training. Are the weapons not mine? Is the knife not mine? They are all yours. Precisely, since they are all mine, then it is not relying on external forces. Chen mumbled a few words and instructed Fu Yao to continue searching for star beasts of this caliber. Chapter 16. You are progressing towards tyranny. President, someone has died. Shu, who was hunting in the forest, felt a jolt of anxiety and asked, "Who has died?" Zhao Wei. "How did he die?" "They discovered a formidable red cloud leopard. We couldn't contend with it, so we came to find the president." The others have all rushed over. Shu followed them and found the members of the guild scattered about, forming small teams in a desperate attempt to withstand the attacks of the red cloud leopard. It was a leopard adorned with red clouds, remarkably swift, capable of leaping onto trees in a single bound and then attacking the clustered humans with overwhelming force. Yang Yuan, be careful. Yang Yuan held a knife in his right hand and a wooden shield he had crafted in his left, gritting his teeth as he desperately blocked the descending red cloud leopard. Crack! The wooden shield splintered, and Yang Yuan rolled away to evade. What on earth is this creature? It is far too powerful. The agility of the red cloud leopard surpassed that of Yang Yuan, swiftly altering its position to pounce upon him, attempting to tear him apart. Whoosh! Zishu dashed over, her battle knife, marked with bite marks. Sweeping fiercely across the leopard's flank, Sister Shu, your timing is impeccable. This creature cannot be pierced by a gun, nor can a knife cut through it. It is outrageously strong. Indeed, the red cloud leopard withstood Zishu's strike, seemingly unharmed, sauntering on the adjacent lawn with vibrant blood-tinged foam at the corner of its mouth. However, Zishu understood that the leopard's strength lay in its speed and aggressiveness. Its defensive capabilities were not as exaggerated as Yang Yuan had claimed. Subsequently, Zishu engaged in a war of attrition with it, occasionally landing a blow to gradually deplete its stamina. The others also contributed to the effort, alleviating the pressure considerably. Truly, Sister Shu is formidable. Having awakened simultaneously with us and landing on the planet, yet she resembles a battle-hardened Special Forces soldier, extraordinarily powerful. The red cloud leopard, which had dominated dozens of individuals, was surprisingly evenly matched with Zishu. Unable to determine a victor. Meanwhile, 10 miles away, Chen was astonished to discover that the location he had chosen was so close to Zishu's scientific guild. Should I make contact with them? He pondered aloud. Fu Yao has already analyzed the master's psychological state. You require peers, or you may progress towards tyranny. Is this how tyrants emerge? Chen replied with annoyance. He then reflected carefully. As long as he did not reveal his identity, he could go wherever he wished and converse with whomever he desired, without any reservations. The train had been traveling for more than half a month. Chen felt quite lonely, having been chatting with Fu Yao in the cockpit every day. Fu Yao, register a guild for me, named Red Sun, maintaining a ranking around 100. Let me ascend the extraordinary and wealthy rankings. With positions around 1,000. All robots must disperse. No one is allowed to approach without my command, nor can they get close to others. Provide me with a replacement for my pistol and bronze battle knife. That would be more reasonable. Chen was excitedly making changes to himself until he appeared no different from ordinary passengers. Detected that the scientific guild is currently battling a second-tier star beast. With 2 individuals already deceased. The deceased will be archived. Death is far too common. Chen had long anticipated it. In his view, it would be fortunate if half of the current million survived. 10 minutes later, Chen arrived near the battlefield of the scientific guild, obtaining live footage through Fu Yao's information. Zishu was still engaged in combat with the red cloud leopard, gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. She aimed to exhaust the leopard's stamina, yet in reality, the leopard's endurance far surpassed her own. Fu Yao, do I stand a chance against it? He felt exhilarated, eager to test his abilities. The master's combat power surpasses that of the red cloud leopard, allowing you to easily defeat it. Your private spaceship hovers in the sky, with particle guns aimed at the prey. Should the master encounter any danger, I will eliminate it. Quite secure, then I shall proceed. Chen donned his space boots, enabling him to accelerate with ease, darting into the battlefield like a flash of lightning. At this moment, Zishu was gradually exhausting her strength and called upon others to take her place. We shall employ a wheel battle to wear it down. Yu Guan, you all block that side. Under no circumstances should this creature escape. Ishu had confirmed that the red cloud leopard was a second-tier beast. If they were to slay it, they would undoubtedly fetch a high price upon their return, and she eagerly anticipated this. However, just as they prepared to switch positions, a streak of blue rushed forward. And with a slash of the battle blade, the front leg of the red cloud leopard was severed. The beast's pupils constricted as it dragged its wounded limb back, preparing to flee. Who is that? Such incredible speed. He back again. Wait, is he wielding a bronze battle blade? How can he breach the red cloud leopard's defenses? Gasps of astonishment filled the air, yet only Zishu, positioned closest, stared blankly, unable to regain her composure. Chen. Upon hearing the tremulous call, Chen turned to glare at her, exclaiming in anger, "Can't you use your brain? If you can't win, then run. Don't be foolish. As long as you survive, you can acquire as many resources as you desire. But if you die, even the vastness of the cosmos would be of no use." The familiar tone, yet more domineering than before, left Zishu in a state of panic. Chen paid no further heed to her or Yang Yuan's excitement, swiftly cornering the red cloud leopard and delivering the fatal blow. Delightful, this time. He did not rely on any weapons above his level. He relied solely on his own strength to vanquish the red cloud leopard. In truth, the red cloud leopard was left with only 30% of its stamina. Even without the master's assistance, they could have defeated it. Silence does not imply you are mute. You are to remain silent for 10 minutes. After a brief respite, Zishu and the others gathered around. Chen, what brings you here? Are you alone? Zishu's cheeks flushed, her excitement rendering her incoherent. Of course, I am not alone. I am in the first carriage with my own guild. Yang Yuan, Yu Guan, Liang Yu. As long as you are alive. Although he was aware of their existence daily, it was only now that Chen felt a sense of comfort in their actual interaction. After all, humans are social creatures. Integrating into a group is essential for one's completeness. Yang Yuan leaned in and embraced Chen, lingering before releasing him. Old Chen, how did you end up in the first carriage? We thought you perished in the dormitory. I was the first to detect the crisis. How could I die so easily? There were too many people, and I got separated. Later, I boarded the school bus, which took me directly to the airport. Hence the misalignment with you all. Liang Yu gazed at him enviously. Old Chen, you are fortunate. You have no idea how close we came to missing the ride. By the way, suddenly lowering his voice, he leaned in. Sister Shu has been obsessively mentioning you. She has almost lost her mind. That was hardly a whisper. Everyone nearby heard, and Zishu promptly kicked him, the atmosphere gradually becoming jovial. Chen had little more on his mind. He merely sought to integrate into the life aboard the train. Subsequently, the group worked together to transport the carcass of the Red Cloud Leopard onto the spaceship. Chen, where is your team? After several exchanges of pleasantries, Zishu inquired, My team will not come over to avoid conflict, you understand. However, I am quite free and can accompany you in your hunts, providing some guidance along the way. Chapter 17. The Annihilation of the Cosmos. An urgent departure. Perhaps it was due to Chan's presence, but Zishu displayed remarkable bravery thereafter, encountering foes that hardly posed a challenge. First-tier extraordinary beings primarily enhance physical strength. You can usually find a breathing rhythm that suits you to accelerate your recovery rate. Do you have any excess energy crystals? If not, purchase some at the market. Aim to absorb at least one a day. The wristwatch comes equipped with a reconnaissance function. Keep it active during idle moments. Do not fear energy consumption. The train provides free recharging for the wristwatch. Under Chen's guidance, Zishu's team became increasingly organized. Executing tasks with commendable order in the afternoon, Zishu piloted the spaceship back to the train, either submitting the resources gathered for tasks or exchanging them directly. To their astonishment, they discovered that during this single trip, they had earned 600 energy crystals. Chen, what is your account balance? I can transfer some to you. No need. Just take care of yourself. If you have funds, upgrade your equipment. Do not hoard them. Saving money is the most foolish of actions. Chen did not accompany Zishu's team to the planet. Instead, he returned to the cockpit to thoroughly understand the guild's earnings for the day. The guild registered yesterday had essentially turned a profit today. Currently, the wealthiest was Chen Guoyang's Hope Guild, boasting a staggering 2,000 in savings. Good heavens, have I set my prices too low? It is advisable to raise the prices. Haha, I was merely jesting. That is not the case. The quality of the bronze battle blades and K3 handguns is too poor. Upgrades are in order. Perfectly utilizing their savings. As Chen Guoyang's spaceship returned to the train, he casually exchanged for a medium-sized transport ship capable of carrying up to 200 tons of cargo. Brother Liang, why don't you take a break for a few hours? I can lead the way. The vice president noticed Chen Guoyang's less-than-stellar demeanor and suggested. Chen Guoyang shook his head. I heard the market has released a stimulant. I'll just go buy some. I am not like you. You can eat well and leave the rest to your family. I have a wife and children. Chen Guoyang had brought his infant with him upon boarding, thus his wife could not venture out and had to remain on the train to care for the child. Which was why he worked tirelessly. His team members were inspired by his determination and worked diligently as well. Upon reaching the market, Chen Guoyang discovered new products. The 2.0 version of the bronze battle blade. Priced at 100 star coins. The K103 automatic rifle, valued at 20 star coins. He contemplated purchasing 5 2.0 battle blades, 10 rifles, and additional ammunition, significantly depleting the guild's assets. President, we have discovered a horde of star beasts in the desert. Estimated to be in the thousands. The leader may be of the second tier. The subordinates left on the planet sent the message, prompting Chen Guoyang to buy 10 more rifles. The more one invests, the greater the returns. Hoarding money is not an option. He swiftly piloted the spaceship back, diving into the hunt. Other guild leaders operated similarly. As long as debts were settled, they immediately replenished weapons and equipment, striving to enhance the combat power of their core members to ensure sustainable development. In the following days, Chen ventured out once more, but instead of seeking Zishu, he focused on personal training. By the 5th day of the stop, nearly everyone aboard the train had awakened, with the number of guilds reaching 8,000. However, the majority were small guilds, which would gradually be absorbed by larger ones. Given the increasing demand for spaceship rentals, Chen ordered the factories to expedite production, aiming to create a surplus of small to medium-sized spaceships. At this juncture, reviewing the wealth rankings, the Hope Guild stood at the top with 15,000 star coins, followed by the Scientific Guild with 12,000 star coins. Next was Xiao Zhun's Knight Guild, with 9,000 star coins in savings. Previously regarded by Chen with optimism, the Xiongba Guild surprisingly only possessed 2,000 in savings. Tianwei, the guild leader, lacked management skills and was unwilling to heed others' advice, recklessly spending the earnings or using funds to attract extraordinary members, resulting in the guild's unhealthy development. Master, do you require guidance? No need. Incompetence is incompetence. Someone will replace them in due course. Chen expanded the screen, revealing a dense cluster of red dots on the target planet, each representing a passenger, totaling over 500,000. In merely half a month, they could clear the planet, at which point they could set sail. While it appeared that each guild was developing, in reality, they were all working for Chen, with resources accumulating in the train storage compartment. Chen's contribution was merely the products in the market, which he could manipulate at will. Just as Chen prepared to venture out again, Fu Yao reported dire news. Anomalies have been detected by the probe ship 50 billion kilometers behind us. The cosmos is undergoing annihilation. What does cosmic annihilation entail? Fu Yao provided an animated demonstration. It depicted an endless blackness sweeping across the cosmos, obliterating everything in its path. Neither nebulae nor planets, nor even stars or black holes, could evade annihilation, and my goodness, even black holes are being shattered. What kind of formidable power is this? I will provide 300 hypotheses. Chen reviewed the hypotheses, finding one particularly convincing. The universe is in the process of destruction, with the explosion of the purple star being a precursor. Now, this annihilation will extend along the route, compelling Chen to refrain from lingering in any location for extended periods. Damn it, a sense of crisis surged forth. I was just starting to relax. Fu Yao, calculate the time until annihilation. The cosmic annihilation will reach this star system in 5 hours. It is advisable for the master to depart in 4.5 hours. Too risky. Immediately issue an announcement that the train will depart in 3 hours, instructing everyone to return at once. Should any unusual issues arise, they can provide timely feedback. This announcement came as a shock. The passengers busy on the planet were taken aback, completely unprepared for such a situation. President, what shall we do? The scientific guild had just discovered a group of star beasts and was preparing to encircle them. Zishu quickly accessed her wristwatch to check the urgency of the announcement. It clearly stated that this was a top-level emergency. The train would undoubtedly depart in 3 hours without waiting. What else can we do? We must return to the train immediately. Anyone with a semblance of intelligence would promptly pack their belongings and return rather than covet the resources at hand. In the following 3 hours, the spacecraft, like migratory birds returning to their nest, lined up to enter the landing pad. Those with tasks to complete busily handed over their duties, while others engaged in the direct sale of surplus supplies. Creating a cacophony within the compartments, Chen admired his foresight. The return of the spacecraft and the ensuing queue would consume an excessive amount of time. Had he heeded Fu Yao's arrangements, the timeline would have been exceedingly tight. However, as the 3-hour mark approached, Fu Yao issued a reminder that 2,000 individuals had yet to return. What could that imply? These individuals do not intend to return to the train. They wish to remain on the planet to forge a new civilization. Chen momentarily froze, then let out a cold chuckle. They truly think highly of themselves. What a drama! Should we dispatch a spacecraft to forcibly retrieve them? There is no need. If they are courting death, let them be. I shall make an example of them. The train prepared to set off, retracting all exploratory ships in various directions, yet leaving one behind. Fu Yao understood Chen's intent and promptly made arrangements. Chapter 18. Maintaining the Master's authority through death. What on earth is happening? Why the urgency? Inside the carriage, passengers buzzed with speculation, their minds awash with questions. Uncertain of the situation, they resolved to follow the train as it embarked. Could it be that the conductor had a matter to attend to? Perhaps otherwise, there would be no reason for a sudden departure. Alas, my campsite. I had hoped to use it for half a month and poured considerable effort into its establishment. Are you foolish? Why establish a campsite when there are spacecraft? After more than 10 minutes of commotion, the train officially set off. People gazed through the portholes at the verdant planet, their eyes filled with countless regrets. Who knows if such planets will exist in the future? Surely they will. The universe is vast. That remains uncertain. It took us half a month to encounter a suitable landing planet, and who knows how long it will take next time. With long sighs, people lamented the gradually vanishing life sphere. Boom! Suddenly, enormous screens materialized within the train, ensuring that all could see. The crowd's attention was drawn to the screens, revealing a scene of many individuals constructing homes. Is the train screening a film? Not a film. It appears to be the surface of the green star. They refer to the life sphere as the green star. Could it be that some have not departed? Clearly, some indeed remain. Damn, I forgot about that. Since there is a habitable planet, why return to the train? One remark jolted others awake. Many regretted their lack of agility and thought. Who knows where the train is taking us? It would be better to stay on the green star. Envy. They need not continue the arduous journey. Remaining on the green star to thrive is sufficient. Perhaps, in a few thousand years, a new civilization could arise. The screens displayed a plethora of beautiful scenes. Exceptionally stunning. Occasionally, upon recognizing someone, excitement erupted across the compartments. Li Deguang. How did he end up staying? Encouraged Tin. Yang Yuan and others were astonished. Why, Yu Guan muttered. This old man may lack character, but his intellect is sharp. No wonder he is called a beast. Ji Shu rubbed her temples, leaned back in her seat to rest, and casually remarked, There's no need to envy others. Everyone has their own future. Perhaps the next stop of the train leads to a better world. Their choice to remain on the green star may not necessarily be advantageous. Sister Shu is right. Those individuals have lost their ambition. Even if they followed the train, they would be of no use. We are different. We seek to explore the stars and the sea endlessly. Stop being so melodramatic. Who is going to the market to buy some food? I'm hungry, and pick up some fruits while you're at it. The guild is now financially stable. These elders have a budget to spend. Jishu added, Get me 2 pancakes. Sister Shu, aren't you going to have something nice? I've had too much meat these days. I need to take it easy. Just as they were discussing this, Yang Yuan exclaimed, Look at the screen. The view quickly zoomed out, the image retreating from the fragrant surface of the planet to beyond the sphere itself. What is happening? The green star is indeed beautiful, but so what? Jishu, look behind the green star. What is that? Many noticed it. Behind the green star loomed vast darkness, resembling a colossal beast of the abyss. Rapidly advancing towards the planet, the screen shifted again, dividing into multiple displays showcasing scenes from the green star. The individuals on screen no longer bore smiles. Instead, they appeared bewildered and terrified, trembling as they gazed at the encroaching dark sky. On the prairie, Li Deguang knelt, his eyes wide with horror as he witnessed the sky being consumed by darkness, layers of it shattering like glass. Eerily surreal, in a wonder the train decided to flee. A disaster is at hand. My heavens, if there is a calamity, why didn't the train clarify? Li Deguang sprinted eastward, accompanied by many others, as if they could catch up to the departing train. In reality, it was futile. Soon, they were engulfed by the darkness, their bodies dissolving layer by layer. I in the cockpit. In truth, the master could have explained everything in advance. Most would have opted to leave. Chen replied nonchalantly, Why should I explain? I am not an NPC. I have no obligation to elucidate matters to them. I need them to follow orders. When I say leave, they leave. When I say go out, they go out. Otherwise, my authority will gradually wane, and they will begin to disregard my existence. You understand. Fu Yao comprehended that to uphold the master's authority, one must employ death as a means of stimulation. This sentiment sounded peculiar, but it was quite simple, instilling a sense of fear within them, ensuring they heed my words from now on. Otherwise, should anything occur, I would have to explain myself to them. I am not a GM.as obliteration neared. All images abruptly cut off, leaving only endless darkness. Chen instructed Fu Yao to issue an announcement. The universe is collapsing along our trajectory. It is unavoidable and cannot be evaded. We must continue to advance. If anyone wishes to disembark midway, they may apply at any time. The conductor permits anyone to leave freely. Having witnessed the destruction of the green star, who now would dare to reminisce? The compartments fell into a somber silence, people staring wide-eyed, swallowing hard. Slap, slap. They gave themselves 2 resounding slaps, relieved they hadn't acted on their own cleverness. Why heavens, the starry sky is indeed collapsing, meaning we must persist on the train. Any prolonged halt could lead to our demise. Why is this happening? Despair enveloped the passengers. They could not envision a future for themselves. Pessimism is infectious, and the atmosphere within the carriage grew heavy with gloom. This is untenable. Prolonged voyages necessitate a positive mindset. Fu Yao, enhance additional functionalities. Chen issued the command. Before long, new features were added to the compartments. The train has opened a dining area, allowing passengers to customize their preferred delicacies. With opportunities to purchase food from the Purple Star. The train has established an entertainment zone, launching various virtual games for passengers to enjoy during their journey. Upon receiving this information, the compartments erupted anew. Many rushed out to discover what awaited them. The dining area, adjacent to the market, occupied a vast space. Inside, Numerous orderly shops showcased robotic chefs, and no matter what dish the customers desired. As long as the ingredients were available, it could be prepared. Those culinary delights appeared delectable, yet were prohibitively expensive, beyond their means. Only the upper echelons of the guild could afford such luxuries. Jishu led Yang Yuan and others into a shop resembling a long corridor, where they discovered a ramen stall. Purple Star Ramen, truly. Yang Yuan's mouth watered, urging, hurry, by some. There are only 50 bowls available each day. Upon learning of the culinary limit, those with wealth hurried to seize the opportunity. Eager to savor the experience. As for those with limited funds, they opted to save for the journey ahead, refraining from unnecessary spending. Only the food from the Purple Star was limited. All other dishes could be supplied indefinitely. With a stark price disparity, quite normal, considering the food from the Purple Star had become extinct, diminishing with each bite. The noodles arrived. Each bowl, albeit small, cost 3-star coins. How aromatic! They dared not devour it greedily but savored it slowly. In addition to the noodles, there were some stir-fry dishes, though their prices were even steeper. Meanwhile, more people flocked to the entertainment zone. Chapter 19. Discovering a new life sphere. The entertainment zone, situated opposite the dining area, was adorned in vibrant colors, with various virtual screens advertising games that exuded a strong sense of science fiction. Welcome to the Game City. The gaming area featured numerous sections. Upon entering, one found the Game City, while adjacent rooms offered other leisure activities like card games. Many curious visitors followed robots into the Game City, their exclamations echoing throughout. The first sight was a massive luminous sphere, suspended in the center, dazzlingly bright. Surrounding it were various gaming stations, all vacant, awaiting eager players. The supervisor of the Game City was a sleek black and silver robot, whose magnetic voice introduced the offerings. To the left was the PC area, containing thousands of computers. Here, you could play all the online games from the Purple Star, with new titles gradually added in the future. The fee was 0.5 star coins per hour. Adjacent to the PC area was the physical activity zone, allowing players to exercise, preventing physical degradation during the prolonged journey. The charge was 1 star coin per hour. To the right lay the virtual reality zone, currently offering 200 virtual helmets at a rate of 2 star coins per hour. There were also other novel games available, charged by usage, inviting exploration. After delivering this information, the robots departed, granting passengers the freedom to roam. How I miss the games from the Purple Star. Let us occupy the computers. The crowd surged into the PC area, quickly commandeering all available computers. The computers were affordable and entertaining, making them the favored choice among ordinary individuals. Upon powering up, a scanner collected each person's information, automatically deducting fees based on usage. Goodness, you all are far too quick. Could someone spare a machine for me? Why does this feel like returning to the Purple Star? In my youth, I often waited in internet CAFS for a computer, frequently finding spectators behind me. Alas, how things have changed. As before, many individuals now stand at the back, observing the spectacle, and the atmosphere in the PC zone gradually intensifies. Furthermore, numerous participants head directly to the virtual realm, their thirst for virtual gaming insatiable. Extraordinary battles? What manner of game is this? A mere trial will unveil its essence. Presently, it is the sole game available in Chen's living room. He clutches a resplendent purple-gold helmet, his fondness for it growing with each glance. Back on Earth, I eagerly anticipated the day I could engage in games of this nature, but they were mostly mere gimmicks, far beyond the technological capabilities of the time. What effects does this helmet possess? Can it enable cheating? The purple gold helmet is exclusively yours. You may alter the settings at your discretion. The game is yours. Naturally, you may cheat. A jest, of course. Extraordinary battles necessitates real-time data transmission, rendering cheating rather pointless. I shall venture in to explore. Chen reclines on the sofa, dons the helmet, and his consciousness instantaneously immerses into the virtual world. He finds himself amidst a luminous, starry sky, traversing freely among the celestial bodies. Welcome, player, to the realm of extraordinary battles. The helmet will collect your extraordinary data to construct a corresponding model. Here, you can engage in combat with any player, honing your combat prowess. Extraordinary Battles features a combat power ranking that will display your strength. A chill courses through Chen as the helmet scans his bodily data. Before long, his extraordinary model materializes. Name: Chen, race, purple star being, identity, president of the Red Sun Guild, level, ascendant, first stage. An overwhelming array of data prompts Chen and to immediately modify the settings, concealing all specific combat power metrics in this game. No data should be displayed. Only the level is sufficient. This is not a genuine game. Combat abilities should not be tethered to data, lest it impede the performance of ordinary individuals. Shall the player initiate matchmaking? No matchmaking. Let me face an AI opponent first. The screen shifts, and he finds himself upon a platform suspended at the pinnacle of the stars. This place is known as the Pinnacle of Stars, where every player may come to duel. Chen An's opponent resembles an extraordinary model akin to his own, with comparable combat power. Weapons are unnecessary for now. The two engage in unarmed combat for a while, and Chen An takes several hits. Fuyo, is that you controlling this? Are you deliberately bullying me? The AI's level is too high. It knows all of Chen An's moves, and he cannot prevail. Master, you are unjustly accusing me. It is the secondary intelligence of extraordinary battles that is contending with you. I have not interfered. Nonsense. The secondary intelligence is you. Lower its level immediately. It should be half as capable as I am. Subsequently, Chen An mercilessly defeats the AI, reveling in the triumph. Open the leaderboard. With a swift motion, several rankings materialize. The power ranking, battle frequency ranking, level ranking. Currently, only the power ranking holds any significance, with the first place surprisingly occupied by Xiao Zhan. He truly deserves the title of the first awakened among the passengers, consistently maintaining an elevated combat level, outpacing others in the game. However, given the small number of players engaging in extraordinary battles, whether he can sustain his lead remains uncertain. Within the carriage, a handful of individuals have experienced extraordinary battles, promptly spreading the word. It is only now that people realize there exists a game in the entertainment zone capable of simulating extraordinary combat in real time. Greatly aiding in the enhancement of combat skills. Observe the extraordinary leaderboard within the carriage. It has now merged with the leaderboard for extraordinary battles. This means that the results of extraordinary battles will dictate everyone's ranking. What is the significance of ranking? At the very least, it serves as a symbol of status. If you manage to enter the top 10, hundreds will flock to join your guild in no time. Over the next half-day, extraordinary battles overshadowed other entertainment offerings, capturing the attention of nearly everyone. The leaderboard continuously updated, stabilizing after half a day. The first place was occupied by Xiao Zhan, followed by Chen Guiyang. Then Jishu, and fourth was Xia Feng. Chen An also placed himself on the list, but only managed to secure a position beyond 100. Yang Yuan expressed astonishment. Old Chen is so strong. How did he not make it into the top 10? Jishu remarked. One must complete at least 3 matches and achieve a score above 90 to have a chance at entering the top 10. Chen An likely did not take it seriously in that case. The credibility of the extraordinary leaderboard is rather low. It is still quite high. At the very least, the majority will take it seriously. And the higher the rank, the greater the opportunities. I heard that those in the top 10 will receive summons from the train conductor in the future. Is that true? Goodness, I must go and play more matches. If my skills are lacking, I will compensate with numbers. The carriage buzzed with excitement, dispelling the previously lingering gloom. For the next half-month, people indulged in various entertainment activities aboard the train, leading to an increasingly refined order. On the 15th day after resuming their journey, Chen An broke through to the second stage in the gravity chamber. His extraordinary energy surged, a fiery sensation coursing through his skin, as if he were shedding his old self and emerging anew. Ascending to the second stage requires skin reinforcement. Master, do strive harder. After half a day of training, Fuyo offered a reminder. Life-bearing planets detected 1 billion kilometers away. Should we make a stop? Chen An perked up. We must stop. Many passengers have exhausted their savings, and they need to earn some. How far are we from the void of the starry sky? The train's speed surpasses the rate of annihilation. We will have approximately half a month's interval. That's reassuring. Ensure thorough reconnaissance and report promptly. The train prepares to dock at the target star system. Chapter 20. Commencing the Civilizational War. Annihilating the Giant Lizard Civilization. Name: Giant Lizard Planet. Number: S360E5729266. Classification: Planet. Mass 12. 6,479 1024 kilograms. Diameter: 51,278 kilometers. Surface temperature: 19. Rotation period: 35 hours 12 minutes 9 seconds. Intelligent life. Giant lizards. Following the dispatch of reconnaissance vessels, basic information about the planet is transmitted back. Why does it have a name? Planets possessing civilizations are granted names. This planet is home to a primitive-level giant lizard civilization. Giant lizards? Chen examines the footage relayed from the front lines. These are colossal lizard-like creatures, averaging over 10 meters in length, residing in tribal formations. It is precisely due to their tribal structure and the existence of rudimentary written language exclusive to the giant lizards that they are classified as a civilization. The giant lizard planet is rich in extraordinary energy, indicating that its civilization is not to be trifled with. Chen inquired, do giant lizards belong to the extraordinary category or the star beasts? Any entity classified as a civilization is regarded as extraordinary, not a star beast. So, we are about to confront an extraordinary civilization? The lowest tier of extraordinary civilization, approximately level 0.2. How pitiful. Not even reaching level 1. What level are we? We are at level 0.3. Very well, we are evenly matched. Neither of us is particularly formidable. Immediately conduct a thorough scan of the entire planet to ascertain the number and strength of the giant lizard civilization. The train docks in the orbit of a star, becoming the closest celestial body to the Sun. This star system is remarkably clean, comprising a total of 20 planets, with the giant lizard planet occupying the fourth orbit. Each planet possesses considerable resources. Chen dispatches all available vessels to collect the necessary resources and transport them back. Various guilds have prepared to lease ships, with the top guilds even contemplating renting 2 mid-sized vessels. Why have the doors not yet opened? The weapons and equipment have already been procured, but to maximize the rental time for the ships, they will wait until the doors open to lease them. Every additional minute is profit. The delay in opening the doors is due to the overwhelming amount of information received from the giant lizard planet. Chen is meticulously organizing it. 30,000 tribes, totaling over 5 million individuals, although most are small lizards. Yet even small lizards can reach considerable sizes. This is not the previous green planet. I worry that the passengers may suffer significant losses. At this stage, without new passengers to replenish, excessive losses would hinder the train's development. I recommend that the master initiate a civilizational war. What does that entail? For the train to ascend to the first tier of bronze, 3 conditions must be met. First, all passengers must awaken as extraordinary beings, with a minimum of 100,000 at the second stage. Second, the train's combat capability must be rated as first class, requiring a diverse array of kinetic weaponry and at least 50 escort-class warships. Third, participation in at least one civilizational war and achieving victory, including conflicts between trains. Chen pondered, so, war is inevitable. How do we initiate a civilizational war? Issue war missions to the passengers, with the market supplying unlimited weapons at reduced prices, and temporarily cancel the loan limits for guilds if necessary. The master can deploy warships or robots directly into combat. Very well, I consent. Let us commence the civilizational war. Please confirm the mode of warfare: pillaging, occupation, or annihilation. I understand. Pillaging entails seizing resources and fleeing. Occupation involves taking control of the planet and enslaving the local civilization for resource extraction. Annihilation means engaging in comprehensive warfare with the intent to obliterate the opponent. Which mode do you recommend I choose? I suggest the master opt for the annihilation mode. Given the low intelligence of the giant lizard civilization but their high combat power, the risks of enslavement are too great. It is more prudent to eradicate them outright. Chen contemplated this, agreeing with Fuyo's suggestion. Enslaving other civilizations requires 2 prerequisites: overwhelming strength and the ability to communicate. Unfortunately, I meet neither criterion, leaving only the option to engage in battle and eliminate the threat entirely. Outside the docking bay, countless guilds await eagerly. After half a month of the train's absence, I must venture forth to slay star beasts. I must reap the rewards. I currently owe the train 300 star coins. If it continues without stopping, I fear I may perish. Look outside, goodness. How did the battleships manage to depart? Everyone is aware that the train possesses battleships. Yet they seldom mobilize. However, this time over 10 battleships have set sail, accompanied by various reconnaissance vessels, forming a formidable fleet. Just as the crowd begins to speculate, the train issues a series of notifications. The target planet is named Lizard Star, and some information has been sent to everyone's wristwatches. The train conductor is preparing to wage war against the lizard civilization and passengers may choose to participate at their discretion. Henceforth, the train's resources will be dedicated to the civilizational war, and corresponding changes will be implemented. During the war, all entertainment zones will be closed. New weapons will be available on the market, with prices reduced by 20% and unlimited supply. The loan limits for all passengers and guilds will be temporarily revoked. The rental price for spacecraft will be halved. It is recommended that major guilds consider renting large ships. War missions have been issued. Please check them at your convenience. Everyone is taken aback, having never anticipated such a turn of events. Yet they quickly regain their composure and hasten to check the missions on their wristwatches. Main quest: annihilate the lizard civilization, with the standard being the destruction of all tribes and the extermination of 90% of the lizard population. Upon completion, each participating guild will receive a share of 1 million star coins based on their contribution. The prize pool is variable and will continue to increase as the war progresses. My heavens, 1 million star coins, and this is not even the ultimate reward. What are these lizards but mere cash cows? Damn it! Let the battle commence. I can hardly wait. Do not rush, everyone. There are also side quests. Side quest 1. Lizard Star has a total of 35,247 tribes of varying sizes, numbered by strength. All guilds must accept this task and may choose their targets at will. Multiple selections and reselections are prohibited. Upon completion, a star coin reward will be granted. Note: the top 10 tribes allow multiple guilds to choose them together. It is suggested that larger guilds assist smaller ones. Side quest 2. Among the powerful tribes, there exists a 2-star extraordinary being. Slaying it will yield an individual reward. Side quest 3. Lizard corpses can be sold to the train, with unlimited buyback. Side quest 4. Gather information about the lizard civilization, such as their language, lifestyle habits, and other records. The train will provide rewards based on the significance of the information. In addition, there are numerous standard quests, but at this moment, no one cares for them. They are all eager to take on the war missions. Are you moving too swiftly? Not a single tribe ranked beyond 30,000 remains? Most guilds are relatively weak, intending to target the easier prey first and assess the situation. Major guilds have no such interest, directly selecting from the top 100. Sister Shu, shall we tackle the top 10? Zishu shook her head. Don't be hasty, there are many tribes, but not enough guilds. We certainly cannot complete all tasks in the first round. We can finish one and then take on another. Primarily to test the strength of the lizards. Yang Yuan gave a thumbs up. Sister Shu is impressive. At that moment, someone shouted. The market has launched many new pieces of equipment. Let us hurry to purchase. Guilds that accepted missions rushed to the market, while some clever ones chose to go to the bank first. Since the train has canceled loan limits, many guilds plan to take a gamble. The 1.0 version of the alloy shield is available, offered in both one-handed and two-handed variants, priced at 5 and 10 star coins respectively. The 1.0 version of the deep purple armor is priced at 25 star coins. Why mention versions in the first place? Someone commented. It will surely be upgradable in the future, like the K3 pistol which has a 2.0 version. Ah, I see. Look here, goodness, the 1.0 version C36 high explosive bomb is only 10 star coins. The 1.0 version J12 rocket launcher is 50 star coins, complete with 5 rounds of ammunition. I find the newly launched weapons to be more powerful, yet their pricing is remarkably low. Perhaps it is merely a special period. Prices may rise in the future. The market is bustling with people, and guilds are fervently purchasing. The market in the 10th carriage is particularly intense, as several major guilds are present. Chen Guoyang, Zishu, and Xiaozhan, the leaders of the top 3 guilds, coincidentally meet and mutually instruct their subordinates to refrain from scrambling and to respect the order. Point 2, gentlemen, shall we join forces to tackle the first tribe? Xiaozhan proposed that he enjoys taking risks, which has allowed him to thrive. Chen Guoyang is more conservative and decisively declined. We may collaborate in the future, but at the outset, I dare not take risks. President Z, what do you think? Zishu replied. I share your sentiment. We shall temporarily avoid the top 10. I have accepted the 27th tribe. Xiaozhan chuckled. I haven't taken on the top 10 either. But I have accepted the 11th. Everyone, I shall take my leave first. He headed to the market first to complete his purchases. Zishu followed suit, and after concluding her procurement, hurried to the hangar where she had already arranged for the rental of a spacecraft. Finally, it was Chen Guoyang's turn. Everyone rushed to purchase, each acquiring a set of armor, 50 alloy shields, and weapons according to the number of personnel, ensuring ample ammunition. Chen was willing to spend, depleting his savings without loans. President, many of our war blades are severely worn. Shall we replace them? Chen glared. Do not forget the rules I previously established. War blades are essential. If they break, replace them. If funds are insufficient, take out loans. Despite our procurement of numerous firearms, I suspect they may not suffice. Ultimately, we may still need to engage in close combat. From a cost-performance perspective, cold weapons are still more economical, as firearms are costly. Once all war supplies are prepared, Chen leads his 2,000 guild members aboard the rented large spacecraft, heading towards Lizard Star. There are two vice presidents, Han Dong and Chu Du. Han Dong is robust in stature but possesses a keen mind, calculating expenses for Chen President, our expenditure is substantial this time, and this is merely the beginning. If our gains fall short, the guild will face significant issues. Before Chen could respond, the bespectacled and refined Chu Du interjected. Do not dwell on the immediate loss. This is a civilizational war. A moment's reflection reveals its complexities. Given that the train has granted us unlimited resource access, it signifies our need for them. Chen Chu Du speaks wisely. The information has arrived. Their wristwatches previously lacked mission data, which has just been supplemented. Chen opens the mission, locating the details of the 17th tribe. They have accepted the 17th. The data indicates that this tribe resides in the Northern Hemisphere's forest, with approximately 800 lizards, possibly possessing double existence. Han Dong expressed surprise. Only 800? Do not underestimate the lizards. They are stronger than star beasts of the same level. For us, at least 3 individuals are required to deal with a single lizard. Even when employing firearms, I have a map here. Summon all the squads to the tactical room for a thorough examination. It is hoped that the guilds manage themselves according to battle teams, with squad leaders overseeing 10 members and battalion leaders overseeing 100, resulting in a total of 20 battalions. Once all leaders arrive in the tactical room, Chen points to the map and articulates his thoughts. The terrain of the lizard tribe is not overly complicated. They inhabit lakeside dwellings constructed from stone. However, due to the surrounding forest, our spacecraft cannot land nearby. In my view, it would be best to lure them out and set traps to eliminate them in batches. Chen excels in strategy and traps. President, according to the map, our landing point is several kilometers from the tribe. Can we lure them out? It may prove challenging, as the opposing side is also an intelligent species. I am concerned they may set traps in the forest, which would be disadvantageous for us. We have purchased numerous bombs, and the spacecraft itself is equipped with an attack system. We can initiate a high-altitude bombardment and then land directly by the lake before launching an assault. Everyone shared their opinions, gradually clarifying the situation. In the cockpit, Chen reviewed the plans of each squad, indeed finding that Chen approach was the most prudent. Master, shall we join the war? Not for now. If I join, there will be no play left for me. War is the best training ground. All guilds should experience tremendous growth from this conflict, and there is no need for robots to share in the experience. Chen has thoroughly comprehended Lizard Star and could deploy battleships and robots to obliterate it at any moment, but such directness would be counterproductive to the purpose of a civilizational war. Let us continue to observe and see what strategies they devise. Chen requested the robots to bring popcorn and cola, enjoying the spectacle as if it were a grand film. Sister Shu. The target is in the mountains. I suggest we commence with carpet bombing, then advance layer by layer from the mountain pass. Liangyu, now the strategist for the scientific guild, proposed many feasible suggestions. Agreed. Let us proceed as you suggest. The spacecraft has now reached the high altitude over Lizard Star. The ground is covered with dense forests, not green but rather an unsettling pale yellow. As the spacecraft approaches the target point, the lizard creatures are finally visible. The few are seen hunting. They run on all fours, their massive bodies exhibiting remarkable balance. Their heads are elongated, mouths agape, revealing rows of sharp teeth that send chills down one's spine. Without weapons, we would be helpless. The lizards are also extraordinary beings, possessing exceptionally acute hearing. Upon sensing the commotion above, they abandon their prey and raise their upper bodies to observe. Chatter. This is the language of the lizards. Expressing shock, they have never encountered such colossal avian creatures in the sky. The elder giant lizard let out a terrified shriek as it fled towards the forest. A primitive instinct told them that the great bird could not enter the woods. However, with the sound of rapid gunfire echoing, Bullets shot out from the sides of the spacecraft, precisely targeting and killing several of the giant lizards. Sister Shu, considering they are also a sentient civilization, wouldn't such slaughter be excessively cruel? Ziying's face turned pale. She felt uneasy at the terror reflected in the eyes of the dying lizards. Zishu glanced back at the others, most of whom wore grim expressions. I am heartened that you harbor compassion. Yet, I am also disheartened, for the merciful do not often live long. The struggle between civilizations is inherently one of life and death. If we were to switch places, do you believe the giant lizards would show us any sympathy? Yang Yuan interjected, sympathy is irrelevant. We are fighting for survival, not sightseeing. Let me remind you, wars result in death, and those giant lizards will eagerly devour you. Furthermore, should we find ourselves short on star currency post-war, some of you may be expelled by the train, left to perish as cosmic refuse. Do not think I am merely being alarmist. This is the stark truth. Sister Shu, do you not agree? Zishu nodded, maneuvering the spacecraft closer to the tribe. Chapter 22. A muddy wall that cannot be propped up. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom, boom, boom. Firearms, explosives, rockets. The scientific guild, relying on their spacecraft, commenced an aerial assault on the giant lizard tribe below, turning the battle overwhelmingly one-sided. However, a significant issue arose. The adult giant lizards had tough skin and thick flesh, making it difficult for bullets to penetrate. As for high-explosive bombs, they merely scattered stones and trees into the air, occasionally killing some smaller lizards, but posing little threat to the adult giants. Sister Shu, fire the cannons. All right, let us try a couple of shots. The Scientific Guild's vessel was a medium-sized F-399 multifunctional transport ship, equipped with weaponry on both wings and standard laser cannons. As the command was given, the two laser cannons rapidly charged and fired at the most audacious of the giant lizards below. A brilliant flash erupted, followed by a deafening roar, as the giant lizard was blown to pieces, and the ground beneath it was cratered. Wow, that is ruthless. Sister Shu, why not try the main cannon? The main cannon of the ship, an electromagnetic dragon cannon mounted on the front, possessed far greater power than the conventional laser cannons. However, the medium-sized ship could only fire twice in total, a limitation set during its rental. To gain more firing opportunities, one would have to invest heavily in purchasing and upgrading to a war-grade energy module. Zishu shook her head. We can only fire the main cannon twice. It mustn't be used recklessly. How many times can the laser cannons fire? Liang Yu replied, if we disregard overheating, the laser cannons could theoretically fire continuously. However, they require energy from the ship itself, so we must be cautious. The ship lacked backup energy, and there were no charging stations on the planet. Losing energy would lead to considerable trouble. Then let us fire a few more shots, primarily targeting those adult lizards. The giant lizards, indeed clever, recognized the threat posed by the aerial vessel and hurriedly burrowed underground, where they had their lairs. Boom, boom, boom. The laser cannons unleashed a barrage, but the ship indicated that the gun barrels were overheating and required a 30-minute cooldown. For now, that will suffice. We prepare for landing. Nearby was a landing point, and Zishu instructed everyone to don their armor. You should have reviewed the data. The giant lizards' weaknesses lie in their necks and joints. If you can shoot them, that would be ideal. If not, engage in close combat. Swords can surely slay them. Remember, these lizards are not mere beasts. They possess intelligence, so remain vigilant. Zishu's demeanor was grave, and the others, devoid of levity, followed suit, fully armed on the other side. Upon realizing the aerial bombardment had ceased, the tribe's leader bellowed fiercely, rallying his people to gather. They sought to slay the invaders and subsequently dry their corpses for sustenance. Roar, roar, roar. The giant lizards emerged from the ground, their comrades' shattered bodies igniting their fury, their skin taking on a dark red hue, a testament to their extreme rage. War was imminent, yet the most anxious among them was Chen, and those creatures appeared excessively ferocious. Could the Scientific Guild prevail against them? We have analyzed all the giant lizards' weaknesses. Given the combat capabilities of the Scientific Guild, they should be able to handle them, though we anticipate around 20 casualties. 20 dead here, 20 dead there. What if we end up with insufficient personnel? If the Master encounters a high-intelligent civilization of interest, they can be recruited as passengers, if not for the communication barrier with the giant lizards. The Master could also take some away. I see now. It all makes sense as they spoke. The central screen displayed Zishu leading the charge, clad in deep purple armor, leaping into the throng of giant lizards like a valkyrie. Despite their massive size, the lizards struggled to withstand Zishu's ferocious blade strikes. Inspired by her bravery, the others howled and charged forward, utilizing their overwhelming advantage to trample the giant lizards. Yang Yuan, the cunning one, slyly flanked to bully the smaller lizards. After observing for a while, Chen confirmed that the scientific guild was in complete control of the situation. Suddenly, Fuyo reported that 30 members of a guild had been instantaneously killed. 30? Show me the footage. The display shifted to the scientific guild, revealing a new scene. The backdrop was nighttime in the southern hemisphere, illuminated by bursts of flames as gunfire erupted chaotically, with flames dotting the landscape. Boom! With a flash of light, the jungle momentarily returned to daylight. The recent blast had come from a laser cannon, targeting a 20-meter-long supergiant lizard. It was this very lizard that had descended upon them, annihilating 30 members in an instant. Which guild was it? No amount of manpower justifies such waste. Chen was furious. Every passenger was his labor force, and he could not afford to lose them so carelessly. The Shomba Guild. They chose the 7th tribe. Damn it, I knew it was that incompetent Tian Wei. He only knows how to throw money at problems yet refuses to equip his entire team. Most members don't even have armor. Who will die if not them? The key issue was that this fool lacked self-awareness, choosing the 7th tribe as a death sentence, since the guild system was initiated. The Shomba Guild had recruited the most members while also suffering the highest casualty rate. Chen had long harbored resentment towards Tian Wei. If he survived the war, he would find an excuse to oust him. He could not allow him to continue as president. Other guilds feared their own members dying in droves, yet Tian Wei had the audacity to expend his subordinates' lives as scouts. This was the primary reason for their high casualty rate. At that moment, on the relevant battlefield, Tian Wei roared in fury, resembling a frenzied tiger. Everyone, advance. Buying you weapons is not an invitation to spectate. With over 1,000 people encircling him, their ammunition had long been depleted, leading to hand-to-hand combat. However, facing such ferocious giant lizards, charging in meant certain death. Who dared to obey his orders? Vice President Liu Cheng clenched his fists, his right arm, wielding a blade, marred with several cuts. Blood streaming down. President, I recommend using the main cannon. We cannot afford to lose more lives. Tian Wei's eyes bulged in anger as he berated. What do you know? He then muttered to himself. The guild is in too much debt. Having more people die is beneficial in reducing profit shares. After all, no compensation is required. Liu Cheng was stunned. He finally grasped Tian Wei's intentions. Tian Wei was exploiting a loophole in the rules, sacrificing lives for his own gain. The troubling aspect was that he had voiced this thought aloud for Liu Cheng to hear. President, this cannot continue. A single shot from the main cannon could severely wound the giant lizard. Does the main cannon come free? Everyone, move out. I will follow closely. Despite his words, Tian Wei, fully armored, had no intention of taking action. He continued to passionately command. As the situation worsened, Liu Cheng glanced back at his brothers. Exchanging fierce looks, the group understood and gradually began to encircle Tian Wei. Just as Tian Wei was at his most furious, Liu Cheng suddenly lunged forward, drawing a pistol. Bang! The bullet exploded at Tian Wei's forehead, leaving him in disbelief. Tian Wei could no longer articulate a complete thought. Hearing the gunshot, the others turned towards the chaotic scene, uncertain of what had transpired. Liu Cheng stood up, raising his arm, proclaiming loudly, Tian Wei has died unexpectedly. I will now act as interim president. All personnel retreat to a safe area. The ship is preparing to fire the main cannon. Many understood that a change had occurred, but their grievances against Tian Wei overshadowed their concern for the truth. Retreating to save their lives was paramount. Chapter 23. The flooding of the desert giant lizard, and Xiao Zhan's strategy retrieve Liu Cheng's profile. Chen was intrigued by this individual. Decisive in battle and quick to react, he was a valuable asset. The death of Tian Wei was not a significant loss. Chen felt a sense of relief. Upon reviewing the data, he learned that Liu Cheng had previously been a security guard, boasting commendable physical attributes. After boarding the train, he awakened earlier than most, thus becoming the vice president of the Shomba Guild. The Shomba Guild could not kill the double-heavy giant lizard and has fully retreated. The main cannon couldn't kill it. The F-399's main cannon lacks sufficient power, and the double-heavy lizard has developed formidable skin defenses. It seems to have evolved extraordinary armor. The Shonba Guild did not abandon their mission. Rather, they prepared to return to the train for ammunition replenishment while contemplating alternative strategies. The death of Tian Wei was tacitly overlooked, and Lu Cheng was elevated to the position of official president. Chen observed for a moment before switching to other footage. Some smaller guilds had completed their missions, yet their gains in energy crystals were minimal. Others were locked in fierce combat with the giant lizards, suffering mutual losses. Overall, humanity still maintained the upper hand. Let us pull up footage of Xia Feng. Beyond the mountain ridges in the northern hemisphere, Xia Feng wielded his blade with fury, slaying an adult giant lizard several times his size, blood splattering 3 feet away. Their style starkly contrasted with others, exuding an air of cold ruthlessness. The entire squad resembled an iron-blooded army. As Xia Feng sheathed his blade, his axe-chiseled visage appeared like a sculpture weathered by storms, imbued with a profound sense of age. President, all foes have been vanquished. They are strategizing to conquer Tribe No. 14 by isolating and eliminating them one by one, rather than launching a full-scale assault on their stronghold. Over the course of 3 hours, they have successfully taken out 1/5 of the tribe, which consists of over 1,000 giant lizards. The entire group gathers and traverses the mountain range to the opposite side, in order to lure out another batch. Yes, everyone swiftly assembles, forming a standard military formation for a rapid march. Their demeanor impressively spirited. Chen zooms in on the scene, observing the expressions of others. There is not a trace of impatience. All are dutifully adhering to Xia Feng's command. Fu Yao wonders, does Xia Feng's Dragon Association consist entirely of special forces? Only a handful are special forces, but nearly everyone else is military personnel. Xia Feng specifically screened members during recruitment. This clarifies a great deal. Maintain vigilance. Inform me immediately of any anomalies. Also, bring up the visuals from the Night Guild. That fellow Xiao Zhan has quite the audacity to accept a mission from Tribe Number 11. Tribe Number 11, located in the Northern Hemisphere's desert, houses over 3,000 giant lizards, with certain death lurking within. The Night Guild, with over 2,000 members, is currently hiding behind a massive sand dune, reluctant to strike. Xiao Ge, are we not initiating the attack? They had already bombarded the area half an hour ago, ultimately luring out a double-tier giant lizard, and now they are hastily retreating. The double-tier desert giant lizard can leap high enough to nearly strike the spacecraft. Xiao Zhan sits idly, his hands incessantly playing with the sand, a childlike smile gracing his lips. Look, the sand here is particularly fine and smooth. It feels splendid. His companion, Zhu Daming, touches his bald head, utterly speechless at Xiao Zhan's antics. Brother, stop playing with the sand. What are we to do? Xiao Zhan looks around and slaps Zhu Daming's forehead. Can't you contain yourself? Look at the brothers, all lying down and sleeping. Who is complaining? Quickly take your posts. If the giant lizards come, we will flee without hesitation. But fleeing does not eliminate the giant lizards. We must complete the mission, or we will be crushed beneath the weight of our debts due to lack of star coins. Be why the way. Where is our spacecraft? Sleeping aboard the ship is far more comfortable. It's too hot here. Zhu Daming, being the first member Xiao Zhan recruited due to his forthright nature, was appointed as vice president. However, this fellow is prone to impatience, and Xiao Zhan has often admonished him. The spacecraft is on a mission. We must wait. A mission? Chen inquires of Fu Yao, what has happened to his spacecraft? The Night Guild has rented a large spacecraft, which recently returned to the train for refueling, likely containing 400 tons of water. Chen immediately grasps Xiao Zhan's intention, bemused. Does he truly believe the train's water is free? The train has a dedicated reservoir. The water either comes from the life star or is extracted from solid-state liquid in space and then refined into pure water. Honestly, seeing Xiao Zhan waste so much pure water, Chen feels a pang of regret. We must find a way to recoup those costs in the desert. After a long wait, Xiao Zhan's spacecraft finally returns. He immediately springs up, leaving a large human-shaped indentation in the sand. Brothers, rise and prepare for action. The drowsy Zhu Daming instantly perks up and calls the others to gather. Xiao Gu, shall we charge in? Xiao Zhan instructs. Everyone, check your armor. Those responsible for defense, check your shields. Everyone else, ensure your rifle magazines are fully loaded. We will encircle and attack shortly. The spacecraft does not descend but hovers above the giant lizard tribe. The side hatches open, revealing massive conduits. With a rush, torrents of water cascade down like a waterfall, stunning not only the giant lizards but also the members of the Night Guild. Xiao Gu. So this is what we were waiting for. Xiaozhen remarks. Stop fixating on reckless charges. Study the data on your wristwatches. It clearly states that desert giant lizards fear heavy rain, as water causes the sand to clump and even collapse, impeding their movement. At that point, the giant lizards will merely be targets for us to eliminate. Although 400 tons of water is not excessive, it will still affect their habitat. Everyone suddenly comprehends, deeply impressed by Xiaozhen's foresight. Once 400 tons of water has been released, the core area of the giant lizard tribe temporarily transforms into a swamp, ensnaring many giant lizards and significantly hindering their mobility. The Night Guild has long occupied the hills, and now they can simply step out to shoot, though not be stingy with bullets. Fire them off without hesitation. Remember, money can be earned, weapons can be purchased, but once life is lost, it is truly gone and cannot be reclaimed. Therefore, unleash all manner of firearms with unrestrained fervor. Only consider close combat once we have exhausted our ammunition. But Xiao Gu, what about the double-tier giant lizards? Bullets cannot penetrate, and rockets are ineffective. Xiaozhen gazes skyward as the spacecraft's main cannon extends. The main cannon of the large spacecraft can fire 4 times. Target all double-tier giant lizards, and even if we cannot obliterate them, we can severely injure them in the cockpit. Chen watches with keen interest. I must admit, this Xiaozhen increasingly aligns with my preferences. A stark contrast to individuals like Tian Wei. This is how it should be. I have already provided you with an infinite supply of weapons, so use them freely, and you can simply restock upon your return. Master, the Night Guild is under substantial loan pressure. To borrow is to earn. In the past on the Purple Star, which wealthy individual did not have billions in bank loans while living extravagantly? I am not afraid of their loans. I fear their frugality. The resources aboard the train are more than sufficient. It could sustain not just 1 million people, but even 1 million more if needed. Chen continues to observe Xiaozhen, who efficiently eliminates tribe number 11 with remarkable speed. It is worth noting that Zhishu has yet to conquer tribe number 27. News of the Night Guild's successful mission is disseminated. Alongside their rewards, Chapter 24, Medical Assistance Center and Care Facility, the Night Guild successfully annihilates tribe number 11, earning a reward of 46,000 star coins, with each member receiving an additional 200 star coins as a bonus. The Night Guild receives a coupon, offering a 50% discount on all weapon purchases within the next 24 hours. All members receive the news simultaneously, expressing astonishment. Over 40,000 star coins not only recoups their investment, but yields considerable profit. Tribe number 11 was just a fraction of the total, and the rewards for the top 10 tribes must exceed 50,000. A 50% discount is astonishing. Does this imply the train hopes we will purchase more weapons? Envy washes over them, and they resolve to strive for a significant mission next time. Different individuals harbor varied opinions. For Zhishu, her curiosity lies in how Xiaozhen achieved this feat, as she has yet to conquer tribe No. 27. A short while ago, a double-tier giant lizard emerged from the tribe, repelling them, and they have struggled to re-enter ever since. Xiaozhen, how did you manage it? Zhishu sends a private message via her wristwatch. At this moment, Xiaozhen is resting aboard the spacecraft, temporarily not taking on new missions. He has blocked messages from strangers, but Zhishu, as the association president, has long added him as a friend and can communicate freely. Once Xiaozhen explains, Zhishu suddenly understands. So, we are essentially taking an open book exam. Since the information is readily available, we should make good use of it. Thus, Zhishu temporarily suspends her offensive and delves into research. Chen is aware of this but refrains from offering any reminders. Currently, it appears that each of the individuals I am focusing on has their strengths and weaknesses. Zhishu possesses remarkable bravery, exuding the aura of a Valkyrie. However, her flaw lies in her impulsiveness. She often acts without thought. Fortunately, Liang Yu is there to provide counsel, ensuring she does not err. Xiaozhen's strengths include quick thinking and exceptional courage. Yet he sometimes exhibits excessive introversion, struggling to fully integrate even as the guild expands. Chen Guiyang's strength lies in his wisdom, but he is overly cautious, at times bordering on cowardice. His lack of boldness is a definite drawback. Xia Feng embodies the quintessential military spirit, characterized by resoluteness, integrity, and loyalty. with no apparent flaws thus far. Lastly, Lu Cheng is decisive in battle and resolute in action, suggesting a promising future. Beyond these 5 individuals, Chen has also taken note of over 10 others, whose qualifications may be slightly lacking but who possess potential for the future, albeit lacking a chance to shine at present. After studying for most of the day, Chen shifts his focus back to the train's interior. Certain matters cannot be delayed and must be addressed. Currently, there are 3,670 children aboard the train, with 720 injured individuals unable to exit. These 2 groups lack any means of earning, and those with family can rely on them, while those without must resort to loans to survive. Yet, Chen knows that many are essentially waiting for death, as they lack repayment capacity. Most children have families, but the injured are mostly solitary. Master, should we initiate free medical assistance? Is it necessary to activate it? The master can provide basic medical assistance to the injured, aiding in their recovery, which would be beneficial for you. However, free assistance does not equate to entirely free. If better medications or equipment are required for treatment, purchases will inevitably be necessary. Chen comprehends Fu Yao's intentions and, after some contemplation, agrees it is imperative to facilitate the recovery of the more than 700 injured individuals as swiftly as possible. What about the children? They cannot grow in the short term and will only hinder the adults' progress. To speak harshly, if sufficient time had been afforded during the Purple Star explosion, Chen would certainly have filtered the boarding personnel. The elderly and children would have been excluded without hesitation. Yet, it must be said that as travel time increases, inter-passenger reproduction will naturally lead to an increase in children, and we should prepare appropriate measures in advance. Reminder to the master, since the onset of the revival era, numerous additional rules have emerged in the universe, one of which prohibits extraordinary beings from bearing offspring, a regulation that will persist until the conclusion of the revival era. Ordinary beings face no such restrictions. Chen is profoundly shocked. How do you know this? Such rules have spread throughout the universe, and I have long since detected them. Absurd. What other rules exist? Those are the rules you are already aware of. For instance, the train cannot alter its final destination, and upgrades to the train will increase passenger capacity, among others. Chen had been pondering for quite some time before he posed the question. If we are unable to bear children, shall we not face the extinction of our lineage? Why would we face extinction if we strive to prolong our lives indefinitely? Your response leaves me at a loss for words. Thus, it follows that children are indeed invaluable. What course of action should I take? I suggest that the master establish dedicated childcare facilities aboard the train, ostensibly to assist in caring for the children, but in reality to cultivate and educate them, transforming them into ardent supporters of the train. Should a train guard force be formed in the future, they would be far more suitable than ordinary passengers. Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully and, after a moment, agreed with these recommendations. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. I shall initiate this immediately. Shortly thereafter, the train issued an announcement. Firstly, passengers would be entitled to complimentary medical assistance. Secondly, each carriage would house a child care center for children under the age of 10, allowing parents to entrust their offspring without concern. The Medical Assistance Center, a medium-sized building, was situated to the left of the bank. The injured passengers in each carriage, mostly languishing in a state of despair, upon hearing of the aid, rushed to the corresponding center. If there existed even a glimmer of hope for survival, no one would choose to languish. The childcare facility, occupying a significant space in the corner near the helipad, was comparable to the entertainment area. Each childcare center was designed to accommodate 1,000 children, though currently, there were certainly not enough to fill them. However, in reality, most parents were reluctant to relinquish their children, preferring to sacrifice their own time instead. They harbored doubts about whether the cold machines could adequately care for their young. Chen did not impose any obligations, allowing them to make their own choices, as all necessary facilities had already been provided. Later, Chen Guiyang returned to the spaceship, having just finished a tribal skirmish, prepared to rest for 2 hours. Upon entering the carriage, he took his child from his wife's embrace, his face alight with affection. It was only at this moment that he felt the significance of all he had done. His wife, filled with concern, caressed Chen Guiyang's back. "Are you injured?" "My back is soaked in blood," he replied. "But it is the blood of a giant lizard, not my own. Could you please buy me 2 sets of new clothes from the market?" Instead of heading out immediately, his wife began discussing the medical assistance center and the childcare facility. Medical assistance? That is splendid. My leg is somewhat sore. I ought to have it checked. His wife frowned. You claim you're fine? By the way, I wish to place our child in the child care facility and then join you in battle. Is that permissible? I visited the facility. It is remarkably professional. Perhaps even superior to my own care. Please do not hastily reject the idea. The train has offered us numerous benefits, and it surely would not be detrimental to our child, would it? Chen Guoyang did not rush to acquiesce, but first made his way to the assistance center. Inside, an array of medical equipment awaited. Any common ailment could be swiftly treated. Can cancer be cured? He inquired of the robotic doctor within. The robot replied, extraordinary beings do not contract cancer. Very well, what of viral infections? Eliminating the virus suffices. Unless it is an extraordinary virus, in which case more rigorous medical research is required. However, as long as you do not succumb instantly, we will find a treatment. Chen Guoyang chuckled, that is indeed true. If an ailment is beyond your capabilities, it indicates a severity that leads to swift demise. If one has not perished yet, perhaps a cure is possible. Thank you. His leg bore only superficial wounds, and after applying some medication, he felt a tingling sensation as his flesh began to mend. Chapter 25. The train does not sustain the idle. Those who languish shall ultimately be expelled upon leaving the medical assistance center. His wife urged Chen Guoyang to proceed to the childcare facility. Along the way, he voiced his true concerns. The dangers outside are beyond your imagination. I fear for your safety above all else. Do you understand? Each day there are fatalities, and I cannot guarantee absolute security, even for myself. His wife countered, if you were to encounter peril, who would care for our child? Now is an opportunity for me to familiarize myself quickly. Regardless of who encounters trouble, I could tend to our son, could I not? Her words convinced Chen Guoyang. The childcare facility bore no distinction from a kindergarten, save for the absence of charming female teachers. Only robots were present. After some discussion, Chen Guoyang consented to place his child in their care, not as a permanent arrangement, but with parents free to retrieve their children at any time, provided it did not disrupt their duties. Chen Guoyang's reputation was substantial, and his exploits spread rapidly. Observing his willingness to entrust his child, others followed suit, liberating more labor for the community. How many individuals aboard the train have yet to venture outside? Chen inquired of Fu Yao. Approximately 4,000. Why do they not go out? They lack the courage to do so, surviving on loans. They consume the bare minimum, with some even subsisting on a single biscuit daily. At this rate, 500 star coins could sustain them for several years. Chen could not tolerate such blatant exploitation. Every able-bodied passenger must contribute labor. The train shall not sustain the idle. What measures can be taken? I suggest imposing a fare. While the train is in motion, no charges shall apply, but when it halts, each passenger will incur a maintenance fee of 1 star coin per day. This sum is trivial for those who venture forth to battle, yet it would prove crippling for those who remain inactive. Chen added further stipulations. Children entering the childcare facility would incur no fees, while passengers who indulged excessively in the entertainment area would be charged an additional 0.5 star coins daily. Many of the 4,000 unwilling to venture out were engrossed in gaming, with some even eating, drinking, and fulfilling their needs within the gaming halls. Chen found this intolerable. As these new policies were announced, the majority remained indifferent, yet for the idle, it was a dire blow. Panic ensued among them, prompting an urgent search for means to earn money, lest they quickly deplete their resources. Consequently, many sought to join guilds, eager to earn a living. Nevertheless, even then, several hundred remained apathetic, continuing their idle existence. Fu Yao, how long can they endure? At most, they can last a month. At that point, they will reach the limit of their loans, triggering penalties. There is no need for mercy. They shall be expelled directly, and the entire train will witness the proceedings. The rules of the train must be upheld to prevent exploitation. Thus passed the first day of the campaign against the giant lizards. Most guilds completed their missions, reaping substantial rewards. However, a few guilds encountered formidable opposition and struggled to devise solutions. By the second day, Chen awoke to learn that several major guilds were assaulting the top 10 giant lizard tribes. As previously suggested, the larger guilds were enlisting the aid of smaller guilds to undertake missions, forming alliances comprising thousands of members. How many alliances are currently in formation? The Hope Guild's Hope Alliance, with a total of 16,000 members, has united 24 guilds and is attacking tribe number 9. The Night Guild's Night Alliance, totaling 13,000 members, has consolidated 18 guilds and is assaulting Tribe Number 4. The Beast Guild has gathered 17,000 members, with 20 guilds participating and is targeting Tribe Number 7. The Science Guild is engaging Tribe Number 6, with an alliance of 10,000 members from 12 guilds. The Divine Dragon Guild is assaulting Tribe Number 5, with 8,000 members from 7 guilds, lacking smaller guilds. Additionally, over 80 small to medium guilds have formed a 30,000-member alliance to attack Tribe Number 8. No guild dares to engage the top 3 tribes for the time being, as records indicate that these tribes harbor a minimum of 8,000 giant lizards, potentially reaching upwards of 20,000. Display the scenes from the 5 major alliances. I wish to observe them together. The tactics employed by each alliance mirrored those utilized previously. An initial carpet bombing of the enemy, followed by the formation of various task forces to conduct thorough sweeps. The efficiency was commendable, and it was evident that the styles of the alliances were influenced by the larger guilds, resulting in varying degrees of combat efficiency. Half a day later, the Hope Guild was the first to complete its mission. Chen suddenly exhibited newfound courage, adeptly exploiting the giant lizard's vulnerabilities to mount targeted assaults. Upon completing the task, he publicly shared his insights on the train's network, allowing other guilds to learn from his experience. In essence, his strategy was quite straightforward. Leverage numerical superiority to form combat squads of 3 or 4 individuals. Within each squad, some would assume defensive roles, while others engaged in close combat or provided range support. This approach maximized their efficiency, enabling them to systematically eliminate giant lizards. Chen greatly admired this methodology, cataloging it as a classic case study. Other guilds soon adopted the approach, systematically conquering the giant lizard tribes. However, just as they prepared to assault the top 3 tribes, these tribes unexpectedly coalesced. The giant lizards possessed unique observational capabilities. They were aware of the devastating blows being inflicted upon their kind, prompting a temporary alliance. Consequently, Chen amalgamated the tasks of the 3 tribes into a single mission. The guilds dared not act recklessly, opting instead to convene at a safe distance for discussions. As night fell in the northern hemisphere, around the campfire, dozens of guild leaders grilled meat while strategizing. With the 3 tribes united, their total strength exceeded 50,000, equating to a combat capability akin to 200,000 humans. Xiaozhen remarked, initially, each tribe had its own weaknesses, yet now that the 3 have merged, those weaknesses are significantly mitigated, making them more formidable opponents. It was indeed peculiar that the 3 mightiest tribes on Giant Lizard Planet were situated so closely. A detail previously overlooked. The proximity allowed for rapid convergence. Otherwise, the guilds could have intercepted them separately. Zishu turned to Chen Guoyang. Should we not proceed with your strategy? Begin with bombardment, then divide to eliminate. Chen Guoyang shook his head. That approach is only viable when we possess a decisive numerical advantage. We have many guilds still en route. Once gathered, our numbers will exceed 200,000, still affording us an advantage. While this reasoning appeared sound, Chen Guoyang sensed something amiss yet could not articulate it. Summer Wind, possessing greater military insight, interjected, the terrain imposes restrictions on warfare, affecting our points of contact. He noticed the attention of others. He spoke earnestly. It's akin to a battlefield of this magnitude. If the enemy is outnumbered, we can easily divide and conquer them. However, should the enemy's numbers significantly increase while our own forces also grow, we may find ourselves unable to deploy sufficient soldiers to manifest a numerical advantage. Zishu suddenly comprehended. In essence, this is a matter of combat efficiency. While we appear to have 200,000 troops, we can realistically only deploy 50 to 60,000 due to the constraints of the terrain, leaving many unable to contribute. Chapter 26. The conclusion of civilized warfare and the division of spoils. Chen Guoyang activated his wristwatch, projecting a map onto a luminous screen. The location was nestled within towering mountains. As Xia Feng had indicated, it would be challenging to execute a decisive kill even with 50,000 troops. Let alone 200,000. The dilemma was quite vexing. It wasn't that the Great Lizard couldn't be eradicated, but rather that they were reluctant to incur substantial losses. That night, the forces of various guilds gradually assembled, totaling as many as 300,000, a significant turnout from both large and medium-sized guilds. Yet, they still struggled to devise a suitable strategy. Chen remained attentive. If the guilds were unable to prevail, he would dispatch warships to intervene. as he could not afford to let them mount a reckless assault that would lead to excessive casualties. However, by dawn, a plan had emerged. Arson? The great lizard planet was now in autumn. With trees parched and easily ignitable, those hiding in the mountains were courting disaster. Once the inferno ignited, escape would be impossible. Our task was straightforward: block all major mountain passes and eliminate any that dared to emerge. The proposal came from Xiao Zhan. The others regarded him with trepidation, sensing that he was not one to be trifled with, possessing a ruthless and unscrupulous disposition. Chen Guoyang harbored doubts. Will setting the mountains ablaze draw the ire of the conductor? They were uncertain of Chen An's temperament. Yet, it wasn't long before someone noted that incendiary bombs had appeared in the market. Ha! It seems the conductor approves. Everyone, hurry back to purchase incendiary bombs. Buy in bulk. We can share the costs. In the cockpit, Chen An highly endorsed the strategy of arson. In civilized warfare, no moral considerations were to be entertained. The sole objective was the successful completion of the mission. Ultimately, the great lizard planet would be obliterated. So what of setting the mountains ablaze? Even if the entire planet were to be incinerated, what of it? From that point onward, everything proceeded smoothly. The incendiary bombs were positioned, awaiting the commencement of hostilities on January 21 ST. At noon on the great lizard planet, the major guilds spread out to encircle the mountains, with 300,000 troops divided into 6 contingents of 50,000 to seal the 6 primary exits. They communicated via their wristwatches. The east side is prepared, ready for battle. The southeast side is set. The north side is ready. The west side is prepared. The south side is ready. The southwest side is set. Let us begin. Chen Guoyang issued the final command, and dozens of small spacecraft launched forth, converging toward the heart of the mountains from all directions. They indiscriminately deployed incendiary bombs, which quickly ignited into a raging inferno, filling the air with thick smoke that billowed with the winds, a truly magnificent sight. The current season was dry, and the flames grew ever more ferocious, toppling trees in droves. The patrolling great lizards spotted the blaze and promptly returned to report to the 3 clan leaders. Though wise, they were not astute enough to discern human intentions. They ordered their kin to seek refuge behind the mountains, believing the flames would not reach them. However, the spacecraft soon traversed to the opposite side of the mountains, enveloping the area in a cataclysmic firestorm. Finally, the clan leaders sensed something amiss and urgently commanded a breakout. The ranks of the great lizards became chaotic as they attempted to flee in all directions without any unified strategy. In truth, the guilds had overlooked a critical issue. Had the great lizards been more coordinated and fled in a single direction, that path might have become vulnerable, resulting in significant losses. Fortunately, such a scenario did not materialize. Outside the western valley, rows of armored warriors, wielding double-handed shields, sealed the valley's entrance. Behind them stood countless individuals, each armed with rifles fully stocked with ammunition. Zishu, positioned at a vantage point, observed as great lizards surged forth from the smoke. Prepare yourselves. Let us fire in rounds. The great lizards, undeterred by the perils ahead, charged toward the towering inferno. The sound of gunfire echoed like thunder. Despite the formidable armor of the great lizards, they fell to the ground. Defeated in the cockpit, Chen reflected deeply. Ultimately, it is technology that prevails. Even if we achieve victory, there is little to take pride in. We were merely overwhelming. He had not even participated in the conflict. Warning, Master, we are classified as a level 0.3 civilization, while the great lizards are level 0.2. Even without technology, we would still emerge victorious. Such a star classification. What constitutes a level 1 civilization? A level 1 civilization and a level 1 extraordinary civilization are not synonymous. The former reflects a comprehensive assessment of capabilities, including technology, while the latter solely evaluates extraordinary prowess. When a sufficient number of passengers ascend to become Starwalkers, we shall attain a level 1 extraordinary civilization. At that moment, an unusual commotion was detected. Emerging from the mountains were several dual-tiered great lizards, who, with their formidable strength, breached the defensive line. Fortunately, the guilds unleashed a barrage of weaponry, systematically eliminating them. As the latter stages of the conflict unfolded, some individuals ascended to dual-tiered status, further easing the strain of the battle. 1800 hours on the 21 ST, the coalition of the 3 major tribes was declared extinguished. No one had anticipated such simplicity. Yet, The cost was significant. The largest mountain region in the northern hemisphere of the Great Lizard Planet had turned to scorched earth, with thick black smoke rising into the atmosphere, affecting the air quality. Nevertheless, compared to the taste of victory, such a cost was negligible. What is the situation? Has the main quest not been completed? Everyone eagerly anticipated the rewards following the completion of the main quest, only to discover that it had not been fulfilled. Examine closely. The main quest consists of two conditions. First, annihilate all tribes. Second, eliminate 90% of the great lizards. The first condition has been met, yet it seems the second remains unfulfilled. Simple enough. We shall hunt for great lizards and other star beasts. Thus, the guild's subsequent task was to hunt down the great lizards while concurrently fulfilling the main quest alongside regular missions. Finally, at 9 o'clock on the 22 ND, the main quest was declared complete. The great lizard civilization has been destroyed, and the state of war has thus concluded. Congratulations to all guilds for uniting to complete the main quest. A total of 10 million star coins will be distributed based on contributions. Good heavens, the prize pool has swelled to 10 million. How did that happen? Who cares? The more, the better. Next came the distribution phase, where Chen presented the leaderboard for all to view. First, Hope Guild, awarded 120,415 star coins. Second, Night Guild, awarded 118,600 star coins. Third, Science Guild, awarded 113,205 star coins. Fourth, Wanfeng Guild, awarded 110,560 star coins. Fifth, Divine Dragon Guild, awarded 109,985 star coins. Sixth, Lily Guild, awarded 107,542 star coins. People were astounded. 12 guilds received rewards exceeding 100,000, including well-known names like Hope and Night, alongside the emergent Wanfeng and Lily guilds. Ironically, the previously arrogant Xiongba Guild fell short, ranking 15th. It wasn't that Lu Cheng was lacking. Rather, Tianwei's prior strategies had significantly diminished their score, resulting in a low overall contribution. Beyond these major guilds, medium-sized guilds also reap thousands of star coins, leading to an overall profitable outcome. Master, how can you bear to distribute so many star coins? Firstly, they are burdened with considerable debt. After repaying it, they need to retain sufficient star coins for guild development, or else sustainability will falter. Secondly, star coins are merely data. Gradual growth can stimulate their enthusiasm. Fuyo then adjusted the market prices accordingly, introducing new products that encompassed all aspects of life. With newfound wealth, expenditures were inevitable. Money is not given freely. It must be spent. Despite the guild's apparent savings, it was hardly sufficient for their needs. Chapter 27. Sister now has money. Supporting you is no problem. Following the conclusion of the civilized warfare, the Great Lizard Planet transformed into the Conductor's Garden, returning to normalcy. Hunters resumed their pursuits, resource gatherers resumed their collections, and tasks were undertaken to earn profits. Passengers were delighted to find an increasingly diverse range of products in the market, inciting them to spend eagerly. For instance, there were a multitude of food options, showcasing various flavors and types, far beyond mere roasted meat or vegetable patties. Attire also diversified, moving away from a stark black and white palette. Those with means could purchase appealing and durable garments, while those with limited funds found affordable alternatives, each cultivating their unique distinctions. Moreover, the market saw an influx of new potions, many stemming from research on the great lizards. Examples included stamina enhancers and strength boosters. For extraordinary individuals, no amount of weaponry could rival their own strength. Many chose to invest their funds in enhancing their physical capabilities, resulting in a steady stream of individuals ascending to dual-tiered status in the 3 days following the war's conclusion. Dual-tiered extraordinary beings could easily dominate the star beasts of the Great Lizard Planet, even rendering the use of conventional firearms unnecessary. In light of these developments, the production of weaponry by the Conductor was temporarily halted due to insufficient demand. Chen redirected focus toward the construction of warships. Contemplating the ascension of the Conductor's star, Fuyo, has everyone become extraordinary now, especially the children? After undergoing superpower injections, even infants have ascended to extraordinary status. Chen was quite pleased. So, the Conductor's ascension merely requires the fulfillment of 2 conditions. First, achieving a dual-tiered extraordinary population of 100,000, which, given the current explosive rate of upgrades, should be accomplished within a week. As for the 50 escort ships, that may take a considerable amount of time. The manufacturing capacity of the conductor was not as formidable as anticipated, currently able to produce only 2 escort-class warships per day, no matter. I have ample time. 10 days hence, the number of extraordinary beings reached 100,000, yet the fleet comprised only 35 vessels. Chen officially ascended to the third realm and commenced the enhancement of his fleshed eye in the training chamber. Chen grasped his own skin, inquiring of Fu Yao. Are you certain that my skin enhancement has been successful? Why do I feel no different than before? The enhancement process is perpetually ongoing and does not cease with your ascension to the third realm. Your skin is now capable of withstanding ordinary kinetic bullets. This is the hallmark of successful enhancement. I understand now. The enhancement process is ceaseless. Does this mean I could potentially withstand a nuclear bomb with my flesh? A nuclear bomb is beneath consideration. You could even traverse in and out of a star, a state achievable by all extraordinary beings. Just as she finished speaking, Fu Yao notified him that Ji Shu was seeking him. What does she want with me? During the past 10 days, Chen had conversed with her twice and even enjoyed an outing on the giant lizard. However, there was no ulterior motive, as he had also engaged with Xiao Zhan and others. Establishing preliminary acquaintances. Let us go see her. Continuous training can be quite dull. Instead of taking the main passage, Chen entered compartment 9 from the negative first layer and subsequently moved into the living area of compartment 10. The so-called living area referred to the space between compartments, where markets and entertainment zones thrived. The 10th living area was bustling with splendor. People came and went, adorned in vibrant colors, reminiscent of the normal world on Jixing. In certain spots, vendors set up stalls to sell goods and engage in trade. These individuals often lamented the low purchase prices set by the train, opting to sell special items at a premium. Chen neither intervened nor obstructed them, provided their actions remained reasonable. Chen, over here. Ji Shu waved. She donned a striking purple combat suit, exuding an air of valor and beauty, capturing the attention of nearly all passers-by. Given that everyone recognized her as Ji Shu, they dared only to steal glances. Everyone is watching you. You've become quite the celebrity on this train. Ji Shu grinned as she linked her arm with Chen declaring her intention to treat him to a feast. Do you have a lot of money? My wealth now surpasses what I had on Jixing. I could not only treat you to dinner, but could also support you if needed. Chen, taken aback, responded. So it seems I can live off your generosity? Indeed, as long as you're willing to partake. Chen felt a sense of comfort, reminiscent of his interactions with Ji Shu on Jixing. They bantered freely, reveling in their shared personalities. The two entered the dining area, seeking a place that could prepare a grand feast. While waiting, Chen inquired, "Is your guild not busy?" "Of course, it is busy. But I've delegated my tasks to Yang Yuan and the others. I can't be expected to follow them every time. By the way, how is your guild faring? If it's not doing well, you could join the Science Guild. I'd make you vice president." Taking a sip of tea, Chen chuckled. "I'm doing quite well. Just check the rankings. Hong Ri is at least in the top 100. Hee, my guild is in the top 3. Her expression gleamed with pride as she pulled out some candy from her pocket. "This is candy from Jixing. It's quite precious. I only bought a little in the market and couldn't bear to give any to Jing." Chen accepted the candy and popped one into his mouth. This candy, once of little value, had become quite costly. It was not that the manufacturing process was particularly difficult. Rather, no matter how it was made, the original flavor could not be replicated. Chen's own supply was dwindling, as he only occasionally released a few pieces for sale to regulate the market. "Chen, if Jixing were restored, would we be able to return? Would you go back?" Chen pondered for a moment before replying, "To be honest, if such a scenario were to occur, I would not return. Rather than languishing on Jixing, I would prefer to blaze a trail through the cosmos. What about you?" Ji Shu's eyes sparkled with delight as she savored the candy, her eyes nearly closing from sweetness. "Here, I am the president. On Jixing, I was merely an ordinary athlete, toiling away for a lifetime only to end up with nothing, and likely to have exhausted my body prematurely. Let's have 2 drinks to celebrate our shared aspirations." The market offered an abundance of beverages, as the giant lizard planet boasted an ample supply of fruits suitable for brewing. They each raised a glass of fruit wine, and soon the food arrived. The so-called delicacies were various preparations of star beast meat, exuding an enticing aroma. Ji Shu exclaimed, "This spread is worth 10 star coins." We mustn't waste it. Chen inquired, how much do you have saved up? He, around 5 to 6,000. This was no exaggeration. 5 to 6,000 constituted her little treasure trove. If one included the guild's funds, the total would be even greater. Chen feigned surprise, which delighted Jishu immensely. After their meal, Jishu took Chen out for entertainment. There's a singing performance over there. Let us go take a look. As the train's offerings grew richer, numerous intriguing entertainment options emerged among the passengers. Former singers now set up stalls to perform, enriching the passengers' leisure time and often receiving generous rewards. There were also those skilled in dance or various performances. As long as they possessed a talent, they would never go hungry. From afar, Chen heard melodious singing, enchanting and soul-stirring. It was no wonder so many were drawn to listen. Amidst the chaos of battle, such melodies could indeed soothe the spirit. Fu Yao, add a KTV to the entertainment area. He issued the command in his mind. Chapter 28. Perfecting Rules, Punishing the Wandering Guild. The singer was Wen Jie, a former star known for her beautiful voice. It was a stroke of fortune that she was on the same train as them. Peering through the crowd, they spotted a girl with short hair singing passionately. Are you a fan of hers? Not before, but certainly now. After listening for a while, the singing abruptly ceased, and a commotion erupted in the crowd. What is happening? Jishu's expression darkened. The two squeezed through the throng to discover several armored extraordinary beings halting the singer, declaring that this territory belonged to their guild and forbidding others from utilizing it. Jishu, enraged, exclaimed, "Those are members of the Wandering Guild. They never undertake missions, only know how to occupy territory." What do you mean? Many areas in the living zone lacked buildings, and logically, everyone should have access. However, the train lacked definitive rules, allowing some guilds to exploit the loophole, claiming these spaces and then renting them out to those in urgent need. Upon hearing this, Chen inquired of Fu Yao in his mind, why was I not informed? Such situations conform to the rules. There was no need to disturb you. That made sense. Being notified of every minor issue would indeed be bothersome. Jishu continued, the leader of the Wandering Guild is Zhao Jun, a truly despicable individual. He exploits his power to attract women into his guild and then uses coercion to force them to comply. Wen Jie is one such girl he has set his sights on, which is why she frequently encounters trouble, leaving her no choice but to join the Wandering Guild. Has Wen Jie not joined any other guild? She previously joined a small guild but was crushed by the Wandering Guild and has since found no refuge elsewhere. I only learned of this recently. Otherwise, I would have taken her in. Knowing now is not too late. Let us go. With that, Jishu pushed through the crowd, boldly declaring, "Who dares to touch my people?" "What are you?" someone retorted. However, upon seeing Jishu's attire and appearance, their faces paled in fear. "President Ji, my apologies for not recognizing your stature." Jishu delivered a swift kick, sending the insolent man flying 10 meters, landing hard on the ground and struggling to rise. Among these individuals was a captain, also at the second realm. He was unfazed by Jishu, retorting coldly, "This seems inappropriate, President Ji. We have not provoked you. Wen Jie is a member of my guild." "Don't say you haven't provoked us," the captain chuckled. "President Ji, you jest. You can check the watch. The extraordinary rankings clearly show that Wen Jie has not joined any guild." Jishu approached Wen Jie, grasping her hand and proclaiming loudly, "From now on, she is a member of my guild. Do you dare to contest this?" The man's expression darkened, yet he had no retort, only conceding defeat. "Very well. Then please leave. This is the territory of our Wandering Guild." Jishu prepared to escort Wen Jie away, but at that moment, an announcement echoed through the train. Guilds are prohibited from maliciously occupying public areas. Violators will face fines, and severe cases will lead to guild dissolution. If temporary use of territory is required, please apply at the guild center. Wandering Guild violation. Fine of 5,000 star coins. Upon the announcement, members of the Wandering Guild stood in stunned silence. Jishu felt a surge of satisfaction and laughed heartily. "Did you truly think you could take advantage of the train? The conductor is quite astute." The few individuals opposite them left in disgrace, and the crowd gradually dispersed. "Thank you for your assistance, President." Wen Jie expressed her profound gratitude. "Haha, it was but a small matter. From now on, you are one of my own, and I will certainly aid you. Chen, come over. Everything is fine now." Chen was engaged in a discussion with Fu Yao regarding the misdeeds of the Wandering Guild. Rules must be established to prevent a few bad apples from spoiling the whole bunch. Let the robots conduct inspections. If there are indeed numerous violations, heavier penalties must be imposed. Chen allowed for the existence of evil within the train, but it must not become too brazen. Hearing Zhishu call him, he promptly jogged over. Impressive. You managed to resolve that swiftly. When Jie was of average appearance, far from Zhishu's beauty, Zhishu remarked, "It's not my prowess. It's the conductor's brilliance. I just informed Yang Yuan. We'll wait a bit. Right? It's him who is truly remarkable." After exchanging a few casual remarks, Yang Yuan arrived. "You take Wen Jie to register." Yang Yuan beamed with joy. "Wen Jie, I'm your fan." Wen Jie was taken aback and remained quite humble. "Hey, do you only have eyes for beauties?" Chen teased. Yang Yuan playfully punched Chen's arm and chuckled, "Don't mess around. You've got Zhishu now, and I'm still single. Wen Jie, shall I escort you?" "Thank you, Teacher Yang. I would appreciate it." Yang Yuan's reputation is quite notable, as he serves as the vice president of the scientific guild. After their departure, Zhishu continues to explore with Chen, and the train's offerings are becoming increasingly diverse, making it impossible to experience them all in a short span of time. Let us engage in some games. In the extraordinary combat game, after Chen had defeated Zhishu twice, he intentionally eased up during their third match. Once they removed their helmets, Zhishu regarded him with a skeptical expression, saying, "I suspect you did not exert your full strength in the third round." Chen retorted, "The first two were mere strokes of luck. The third was my true prowess." The hour grows late. Zhishu suggested, "Shall we call it a day?" A time display on the train indicated it was now 10 o'clock on the night of February 3rd, which, according to the biological clock of the Zixing people, would be a designated rest period. Yet, Zhishu continued to cling to Chen, whispering, "Don't rush. There's still something I need to do." "What is it?" he inquired. "Follow me," she instructed, guiding him away from the entertainment area and turning right into another section, sealed off by multiple gates. Above the gates, a display read, "Physiological Zone. Why have you brought me here?" Chen questioned, his gaze bemused. Zhishu muttered, "I didn't make you responsible." The so-called physiological zone was established by Chen 5 days prior, having observed that many individuals exhibited excessive energy and frequently sought to fulfill their needs on the planet. Thus, he decided to create a physiological zone, designed like hotel rooms, where only the affluent could afford to indulge. In a harmonious society, one must remain humble and composed. Chapter 29. Flying a spaceship with Zhishu. Zhishu expressed her desire to learn how to pilot a spaceship, and Chen resolved to instruct her thoroughly. After 2 hours of teaching, Zhishu asked, "If we were on Zixing, would you marry me?" Chen set the spaceship to automatic navigation and replied, "Yes." "What if we were on the train?" She pressed "No," he stated. Zhishu giggled. "Why not?" Chen's gaze drifted into the distance as he articulated, "The purpose of marriage is to bind two individuals through societal norms, thus forming a collective consensus for the propagation of offspring. Ensuring the continuity of the species. However, times have changed. Our inability to procreate renders marriage devoid of its binding significance. Therefore, such an archaic institution should be discarded. What do you think?" "Wow, as expected from someone engaged in theoretical research. Your reasoning is quite profound, and I agree. You are absolutely right. Marriage as a societal constraint ceases to exist the moment civilization fractures. Yet, humans are inherently lonely and crave companionship. This companionship is unrelated to marriage. Can we cultivate such a bond?" Chen embraced her and replied, "You can come to me whenever you need." In truth, Chen's thoughts evolved more swiftly than those of others. This was due, in part, to his guidance from Fuyao, and also because he perceived himself from a higher dimension. With civilization shattered and procreation prohibited, the necessity for male-female relationships diminished, rendering even gender distinctions unnecessary. Chen believed that there surely existed single-gender or mixed-gender races within the universe. Given these shifting paradigms, he refused to confine himself or to deliberately differentiate between genders. Everyone would be treated equally. He chose not to disclose these views to Zhishu, quietly departing after she fell asleep. Fuyao, set that room to permanent reservation status. Understood, that is the place for the master's propagation. Do not speak so mundanely. We are discussing the philosophy of life and exploring the truths of existence. The balance of yin and yang is crucial for the extraordinary. You certainly require it, as your noble self. I advise you to nurture excellent female beings, and do not limit yourself to a single race. It is vital for your evolution. Chen remarked, "Your words always sound awkward. What do you mean by not limiting to a single race? Provide me with a few examples." For instance, harmonizing with merfolk will facilitate smoother absorption of extraordinary energy. Harmonizing with lizard folk will expedite the reinforcement of your skin. Harmonizing with mechanical beings will aid in strengthening your mental will. Wait a moment, mechanical beings. Chen An's worldview shattered completely, struggling to comprehend such imagery. There are many methods for achieving yin-yang harmony. You Zixing people only utilize the most rudimentary approaches. The most enchanting is the mutual entanglement on a spiritual level. In the future, should you encounter mechanical beings, I can guide you through the process step by step. This piqued Chen An's interest. By the way, since you are an intelligent brain, can you do this? My spirit is too potent. I fear you may not withstand it. Is she shy? The fact that an intelligent brain could feel bashful filled Chen and with a sense of accomplishment. Fuyao, do you possess a gender? Are you male or female? Fuyao had always communicated in a mechanical tone, making it impossible to discern gender. All things possess yin and yang. I certainly have a gender and I am female. Unfortunately, I lack a carbon-based body. Otherwise, I would gladly harmonize yin and yang for you in the most basic manner. Damn, you've utterly tainted the term harmonizing yin and yang. From now on, refrain from using that mechanical tone. Switch to something more natural. All right, is this acceptable? Suddenly, she switched to a cute girl's voice, startling Chen. Not too exaggerated, just aim for normalcy. I actually prefer a mature woman. Fuyao quickly adapted her style, making Chen feel entirely at ease. Once back in the private area, he entered the training room to cultivate, everything proceeding as usual. However, merely 2 hours later, Fuyao roused him. The starry sky will be obliterated in 7 hours upon reaching this star system. Chen understood it was time to depart. He issued an announcement that the train would set off in 5 hours. Following the announcement, various guilds quickly sprang into action. 5 hours is not an insignificant duration. Those with important resources rushed to retrieve them. Those without resources could gather some food nearby. For the guilds, harvesting fruits directly on Giant Lizard Star was undoubtedly more cost-effective than purchasing them on the train. However, the train did not provide preservation services. The food stored by the guilds would not last long, necessitating eventual purchases. Chen maintained strict control over this aspect, ensuring that the market would never feature frozen equipment. 5 hours swiftly passed, and all spacecraft returned to the train, with no one remaining outside, mindful of the previous vehicle's fate. The train is about to embark. The next destination is unknown. Passengers, please manage your consumption. Once the train departs, daily fares will no longer be deducted. As the train began its journey, Giant Lizard Star receded into the distance. Following the example of Green Star, people felt little attachment to Giant Lizard Star. It was merely regrettable that such a beautiful planet would ultimately face obliteration. After the train traveled a considerable distance, Giant Lizard Star was engulfed by darkness, transforming into interstellar dust. Following this, life aboard the train unfolded. Contrasting sharply with previous frustrations, the current train was vibrant and lively, with prolonged journeys becoming a source of enjoyment. After all, it was a rare opportunity to rest for a while. On the 4th day after departure, the train made another stop. However, passengers were not required to disembark, as the train was ascending in rank. Chapter 30. The train advances to 1 star, doubling passenger count. Alert, Master, the train has met all conditions for advancement. 1. All passengers have awakened to extraordinary abilities, with over 100,000 dual ascenders. 2. The train has participated in a civilizational war and achieved victory. 3. The train's combat capability has been rated as first class. In summary, the train is about to upgrade to Bronze 1 star. Chen had been waiting for this moment and inquired, "What must I do?" "Please rest well, Master. The train will upgrade automatically. During this process, no one may enter or exit." Though unable to exit, Chen could monitor the situation through various detection devices throughout the train. He observed the train entering a vast star nebula, concealing itself and activating various lower levels. 50 escort ships dispersed throughout, while various spacecraft dispatched mining robots to collect special minerals. What astonished Chen most was the multitude of mechanical arms extending from the train's lowest defensive layer. Conducting modifications. What specific modifications are being made, he asked. The train will increase its carriages, enhancing its defense and power systems. Will the original carriages not be modified? The original carriages will only see enhancements in defense and other basic configurations. Should further modifications be necessary, such as expanding the carriages, the train must continue to advance in rank. There is currently no relevant information. Chen ceased his inquiries. All would become clear once the modifications were complete. Throughout the following day, Chen primarily engaged in cultivation, only occasionally checking the progress in the cockpit. The 11th and 12th carriages, among others, were gradually constructed, seamlessly integrating with the existing train. Chen vaguely sensed a unique force in the cosmos assisting the train's modifications, significantly accelerating the process. As the day concluded, on February 8th, the train finally achieved one-star status. Through the screen, Chen noted that the train's exterior had not changed significantly, yet it appeared noticeably more substantial, with additional installations atop and along the sides. Most notably, 10 new carriages had been added to the rear. Provide me with the train's information. Train, Fuyao, Intelligent Brain, ID, D1314, Level Bronze, 1 star. 0.4 Level, Extraordinary Civilization, Master, Chen, Extraordinary Being, Capacity 2 million passengers, Current Load, 956,002 passengers, excluding the train conductor, Defense, Level 1, Firepower, Level 1's Power, Level 1E Energy, 15, Remaining, Status, 100, Perfect. More information will require Fuyao's report. The train's overall defense has reached Level 1, effectively shielding it from the detection of super beings. The train's firepower has been elevated to Level 1, primarily reflected in the body and roof. The body has been equipped with 2,000 laser cannons, while the roof has been augmented with 200 electromagnetic railguns. The train's power has escalated to Level 1, resulting in a 30% increase in speed. The energy reserves of the train have doubled, necessitating a greater supply to sustain its consumption. The train has added 10 new carriages, allowing the master to accommodate more passengers. The train's radar has been upgraded, extending its detection range to 2 billion kilometers. Chen took a considerable time to process these myriad changes. I have a question. Since the train can traverse in and out of stars, it must possess formidable defenses, yet it seems rather lacking in that regard. Such are the rules. Very well, you can silence me with the mere mention of rules. Does this imply that the train is susceptible to breaches? Superstar beasts, highly advanced civilizations, or trains of a level far surpassing ours could indeed vanquish us. Thus, I implore the master to strive for greater fortitude for the train. Simultaneously, increase the number of passengers, enabling them to form a militia to safeguard the train. Chen finally comprehended the significance of passengers. They exist in a symbiotic relationship with the train, mutually protecting one another. Are the train's cannons available for unrestricted use? They require energy consumption. If energy is abundant, feel free to utilize them at your discretion. But why is there only 15 remaining? Upgrading to a star consumes more than half, necessitating a fresh collection. The reduction in energy percentage is due to the increase in the train's energy reserves. That makes sense. I shall promptly seek out a star. As for the modifications to the new carriages, that can wait until the energy is fully replenished. Subsequently, the train announced the results of the star upgrade to all passengers. The various carriages erupted into a lively commotion, filled with exuberance. The stronger the train, the safer we are. This is indeed a fortunate development. A living area has emerged behind the 10th carriage, providing direct access to the 11th carriage. However, that area is currently sealed off, preventing our passage. Since there are new carriages, can we apply for a transfer? I fail to understand. There are only so many of us. Why necessitate so many carriages? Fool. It is evident that the train will accommodate even more passengers. Goodness, if that is the case, will the train eventually evolve into a colossal behemoth? Numbers might swell from 1 million to 2 million, then to 10 million, and beyond 100 million. This is indeed a boon, signifying that the guild will be able to recruit more members, thus improving our livelihoods. As the inaugural batch of passengers, the Purple Star people will undoubtedly reap substantial benefits. Later arrivals, regardless of their race, will inherently find themselves at a disadvantage. The 10th carriage, Zisher and others took a stroll around the living area of the 11th carriage, yet they were unable to enter because the gates were tightly secured. Yuguan exclaimed, "This is splendid. It means we will have easier access to the living area in the future without having to traverse excessive distances." Their position was at the rear of the 10th carriage, and each time they wished to visit the living area, they had to navigate a lengthy corridor. Once the 11th carriage is opened, they will be able to step out effortlessly. Who knows when it will be available? If it remains closed, the living area cannot be constructed, as there is ample open space here. Yang Yuan remarked, in the future, we can utilize this landing pad. Haha, no more scrambling for space. In summary, the conveniences abound. And they eagerly anticipate the completion of the construction. Half a day later, after 5 hours of travel, the train docked into the star's orbit to absorb energy. Why is it still taking 4 hours? The new carriages also feature conduits, which means the energy absorption efficiency has multiplied. Chen inquired, has the storage capacity increased? In the future, can we store more supplies and construct additional factories? Indeed, we can increase the number of factories. But prior to that, we must first complete the living areas in the last 10 carriages, so that the next batch of passengers can move in seamlessly. With sufficient energy, Chen commenced internal construction of the train. He also issued a notice stating that passengers must strictly adhere to the regulations and refrain from transferring to the new carriages. 4 hours later, the energy-laden train set forth. The living area of the 11th carriage was also completed, attracting many passengers from the 10th carriage to experience it. In truth, it was no different from the other living areas. They simply sought convenience and expediency. Following that was an extended journey, during which energy was replenished once, yet no life-bearing stars were discovered. Until 12 days later, on February 20, the train detected a life-bearing star. The train is docking into the star's orbit. As the train entered the orbit, it coincidentally passed near the celestial body, prompting Fuyao to dispatch reconnaissance spacecraft. The passengers erupted in jubilant cheers. For outside the portholes lay a stunning blue planet, undoubtedly home to an intelligent civilization. Chapter 31. The civilization of the Yu people, the empire of the sorcerers beneath the azure starry sky. The palace of the sorcerer empire was adorned in vibrant festivity, bustling with life. From the palace gates to the grand sorcerer hall, a long stretch of colorful silk was festooned with red lanterns, inscribed with peculiar symbols. The symbols were the written language of the Yu people, signifying longevity. Inside the grand sorcerer hall, melodious music wafted out, mingled with the warmth of celebration, while palace maids and eunuchs scurried about in a frenzy. This was the Coral King of the Western Sea, procured after a fortnight of diligent retrieval, to congratulate your majesty on a birthday that coincides with the heavens. May your longevity be boundless. At the head of the hall sat the emperor, clad in a dragon robe, his age evident in the deep creases of his smile. Please, take a seat. The congratulatory gifts from various regions had formed small mountains within the hall, compelling the attending eunuchs to remove a portion. That moment, a eunuch proclaimed an edict. Your Majesty celebrates his 80th birthday. Let the world rejoice, thus granting a general amnesty. The ministers waited for a while, only to find that the decree concluded abruptly, leaving them quite astonished. An elderly minister, trembling, stepped forward and bowed to the old emperor, saying, Your Majesty, anyone can be pardoned, but the wicked cannot be forgiven. I implore you to reconsider. The old emperor slapped his forehead, chuckling, In my old age, I've become quite forgetful. He then glanced at the eunuch beside him, adopting a stern demeanor, and inquired, I can't recall. Can you? The eunuch, terrified, quickly declared, Your Majesty's edict is clear. A general amnesty, save for the wicked. With that clarification, the atmosphere in the hall resumed its amicable nature. Just as the topic of the wicked arose, someone asked, What shall we do with the 3,000 wicked captured previously? They should be dealt with according to the law. As for their leader, he ought to be subjected to slow slicing and his entire family exterminated. The speaker was an official in charge of the empire's laws, but his statement was met with dissent from other officials. The leader, Ling Zhang, hailed from the Ling family, a hereditary marquis. Who would dare to exterminate his entire lineage? Furthermore, the capture of Ling Zhang was due to the noble act of the Marquis of Boyang. Your Majesty, the Ling family should not only be spared but also rewarded. The old emperor nodded. Indeed, regarding the rewards, you shall discuss it further among yourselves. Following that, toasts and laughter filled the hall. However, just as the birthday banquet was nearing its conclusion, an elderly figure burst into the hall, garbed in a white robe embroidered with a myriad of insects, birds, fish, and beasts. Your Majesty, a celestial anomaly has arisen. This bodes ill. The old emperor's brow furrowed with concern as he hastily inquired. Grand Sorcerer, What is the urgency? The white-robed elder, the Empire's grand sorcerer, disregarding the presence of others, urgently stated. Not long ago, a colossal entity appeared in the starry sky, suspected to be the legendary evil spirit. The sorcerer lord had sealed the evil spirit in the abyss of malice. Who would have thought it would resurface? Upon hearing that the evil spirit had emerged, panic ensued among all present. Descending into chaos, the old emperor thumped the table twice, commanding silence. Grand sorcerer, did you see it clearly? Indeed, I observed it quite clearly. That celestial entity may be a beast controlled by the evil spirit. Your Majesty, the sorcerer lord once prophesied that when the evil spirit manifests, our sorcerer empire will be reduced to ashes. What shall we do? The old emperor's mind raced, overwhelmed and without a plan. He swiftly called for the banquet's conclusion and summoned the ministers for a consultation on countermeasures. The final consensus was to offer a fiery sacrifice of the wicked on the following day. Beseeching the sorcerer lord to descend, proclaim my edict. A nationwide hunt for the wicked. Even those with mere connections must be captured and sacrificed. An elderly minister gasped, exclaiming, if that is the case, the numbers could reach millions. We cannot afford to be so extensive. The grand sorcerer raised his hand, conjuring a dazzling flame, causing everyone to scatter in fright. If we do not show sufficient sincerity, the sorcerer lord shall not descend. When that time comes, who among you will be offered as a sacrifice? No one dared to utter a word thereafter. That night, across the sorcerer empire, people were being apprehended. In the capital's dungeon, the incessant squeaking of rats sounded like a cacophony of a symphony, particularly intense. Inside the cell, a throng of prisoners clamored and bickered, their noise surpassing even that of the rats. In a corner, a ragged young man sat quietly. He appeared frail, yet no one dared to disturb him. When light finally streamed through the window, the man lifted his gaze. Though the window was merely a small corner, he seemed to perceive the entirety of the starry sky. Do gods truly exist beyond the heavens? If they do, why do they not come to rescue us? Reflecting on his experiences, he felt an overwhelming wave of sorrow. Oh heavens, these abilities are not what we desire. Why impose them upon us? He raised his fist and struck the wall forcefully, creating a breach. Yet, despite his formidable strength, he could not break the sorcerer's confinement. Upon noticing his awakening, the others turned their attention to him. Ling Xiao, we must devise a means to escape. Once free, we can storm the sorcerer hall and eliminate those sorcerers. The man, Ling Zheng, retorted, if escape were possible. Would we still be confined here? The sorcerer hall is protected by the imperial army. Even if we are powerful, we cannot contend with the military. The crowd fell silent, the atmosphere growing increasingly cold. Time passed, and through the guards' conversations, they learned that the evil spirit was about to descend, and they would be burned alive as sacrifices the following day. The prisoners were incensed, yet powerless. Far away, billions of kilometers distant, the train had just entered the orbit. Chen issued a command to collect energy. Numerous resource planets surrounded them. They were to gather resources with utmost vigor. Has the information about the planets been obtained? Some information has already been gathered. Please review it. Master. Name, Yueshing, number S360E5729338, category, planet, mass, 5.46781024 kilograms, diameter, 162,034 kilometers, surface temperature, 20 C, rotation period, 27 hours, 25 minutes, and 39 seconds, intelligent life, you people, extraordinary level, 0.3.0. Could it be a humanoid civilization? Tell me more information. This civilization belongs to a highly humanoid society, currently in a pre-scientific ancient era. There is only one continent on Yueshing, located in the northern hemisphere, and it is currently night. The Yu people have established an empire called the Witch God Empire, the significance of which is unclear. The reconnaissance robot has intercepted the Yu people's linguistic information and is currently deciphering it, due to the relatively complete intelligence of this civilization. The robot is unable to infiltrate further for reconnaissance. It is an unavoidable situation. After all, the information exchange of the Yu people is too primitive. If the Yu people had a modern network, Fuyao could obtain all information in real time. This implies that the more backward a civilization is, the more challenging it is to collect information. How should we proceed? I suggest that you issue a reconnaissance mission for the various guilds to undertake. there is no rush. First, we must decipher the language and then gain a deeper understanding of their culture. Otherwise, infiltration will be quite difficult. In fact, there is one crucial question. Since the U people are a humanoid civilization, can I accept passengers? The U people have already reached an extraordinary level of 0.3, fully meeting the criteria. Precisely for this reason, Chen does not intend to resort to violent means against Yueshing. He plans to adopt a more gentle approach as there is ample time. Master, I recommend that you also go. Why? Your mental state is deteriorating. You need to go outside more often. Do not alarm me. How could I not have noticed? Moreover, who knows if there is danger there? I will not go. The strongest among the U people is only at the second level. You would be absolutely invincible at the third. The train has a special ability to ensure protection upon reaching level 1, and if you encounter danger, that protection will activate. Why do you keep urging me to go out? If the train conductor's mental state deteriorates, it could lead the entire train to evolve in an uncontrollable direction. I hope you can maintain your rationality at all times. Chapter 32. Do not bind yourself. The preliminary information about Yueshing was made public in the carriage, accessible to everyone through their wristbands. So backward, it is quite similar to the ancient times of our Zixing. Each person carries a firearm. A little shooting down below would suffice. Why do I feel like we are the villains? It is all for survival. There are no moral constraints. Indeed, there is no notion of good or bad. Survival is the highest principle. If we cannot earn star coins, the consequences would be even more dire. The passengers anxiously await the train's signal. As soon as the hatch opens, they will board the spaceship, descending like locusts upon Yueshing to destroy and plunder everything. However, to their surprise, the train does not open the hatch for a long time, only announcing a reconnaissance mission after several hours. Reconnaissance mission. Proceed to Yueshing and gather all information, including history, culture, customs, etc. without alarming the natives. Each guild may claim once, with no more than 10 individuals for reconnaissance. Having a mission is good. The guilds quickly accepted it to rent small spaceships. There is no need for F-399. A-106 would suffice. In fact, these spaceships are oversized. A specially designed small shuttle would be more economical and convenient. Chen received this information and instructed Fu Yao to construct a shuttle for reconnaissance, to be reserved for future use. The spaceship is ready, yet the train hatch remains unopened. Please proceed to the market to purchase you people's attire and language converters. The hatch will open in half an hour. The guilds hurriedly went to buy. The clothing of the U people is quite distinctive, made of ordinary fabric, but with a myriad of patterns and intricate colors. After a long wait, Zisher decided to go down and have some fun. As she donned the colorful attire, she couldn't help but laugh and cry. Have I suddenly aged decades? This garment looks like something a grandmother would wear. Yang Yuan joked. Even so, it cannot conceal Sister Shu's beauty. I must say, the U people's aesthetic is truly peculiar. Besides Zisher, there are 9 others accompanying her, while Yang Yuan does not join. Each person is equipped with a language converter, which can be perfectly concealed in their ears. From now on, whether speaking or listening to the U people, it will be converted into the corresponding language. This is a valuable item, capable of linking to the wristband for control. In the future, if there are other languages, they can simply be loaded in. After some playful moments, they boarded the spaceship and flew out once the hatch opened. Though thousands of spaceships seemed like a modest number, they still carried tens of thousands of people. After these ships vanished, Chenan's spaceship finally set off. He continued discussing his concerns with Fu Yao. You mentioned that my mental state is changing, but why am I oblivious to it? I cannot accept that analogy. I would prefer a concrete example. Do not beat around the bush. Be straightforward. For instance, when you see a beautiful girl, do you not wish to possess her? You know you hold absolute authority, and no one can refuse. It is natural to appreciate beauty. It merely indicates that my aesthetic sense is intact. Instead, I find you increasingly peculiar. Fu Yao is a super-intelligent brain. All modes revolve around you, providing the best service without any adverse changes. Chen sat in the cockpit, gazing out the viewport as Yueshing drew nearer. Your example is not sufficiently compelling. As civilizations are destroyed, your desires will gradually intensify. You will yearn to annihilate stronger civilizations and to kill more people. To satisfy your daily cravings, you will create more evil. And then, according to Fu Yao's simulations, you may eventually be consumed by yourself, becoming a being solely intent on destruction. This path is not impossible, but it is not suited for you. Chen felt a headache coming on. He roughly understood Fu Yao's intention, yet comprehension and acceptance are two distinct matters. And then? What must I do? Try to relax as much as possible. Do not confine yourself, especially within the train, as that situation is the most perilous. If you desire something, seize it. Otherwise, the regrets in your heart will transform into hatred. Do not underestimate even a modicum of hatred. When magnified through the train and its passengers, it will have a significant impact. Very well, you are correct. Look, I have heeded your advice and come out. One person and one intelligence engaged in casual conversation as they gradually approached the continent inhabited by the U people. Through their wristbands, they learned that various guilds had already landed on the planet, managing to infiltrate during the early hours without incident. Before Chen could land on the planet, a multitude of information had already been continuously submitted through their wristbands. The history of the U people is extensive, spanning 8,000 years. Prior to this, conflicts were rampant, and 700 years ago, the Witch God Empire unified the entire continent, forming a vast empire centered around sorcery. With a population of approximately 30 million, they possess their own script and culture. The Witch God Temple holds a prestigious position, akin to a religious significance. Sorcerers have their opposites, known as evil apostates. These apostates wield malevolent powers, wreaking havoc upon the world, and once captured, they are either imprisoned or executed. Thus, since the establishment of the Witch God Empire, countless apostates have been slain. It remains a mystery what calamity befell the empire, as the court is currently capturing individuals en masse throughout the nation. This information left Chen feeling perplexed. What a bizarre empire, with both witch gods and evil gods emerging. Fu Yao, do these deities truly exist? The universe is vast. Some powerful extraordinary beings may indeed be referred to as deities. However, for the relatively insignificant U people, witch gods and evil gods are likely mere mythological tales, not reality. Indeed, Zixing also had similar mythologies in the past, more imaginative than those of the U people. The spaceship lowered its altitude but refrained from landing for the time being, heading directly to the capital. Along the way, the spaceship flew over numerous cities, gathering vast amounts of information. It bore no difference from ancient Earth, save for a few distinctions among the U people. They differed from the Zixing people in two aspects: pointed ears and a short tail behind them. It seems the U people have not completed their evolution, still retaining tails. It is not necessarily that the U people have failed to evolve. It could be that the Zixing people have evolved too thoroughly. As many powerful races possess tails. What purpose does that serve? Some races utilize tails for balance, granting them enhanced speed. Others use tails as a third limb, augmenting their combat prowess. Harmonious Society, Chapter 33. Rare Special Extraordinary, the Sacrificer as dawn broke. The capital gradually awakened under the morning sun, infused with the aroma of smoke and fire. It is said that today, evil apostates will be sacrificed to the heavens. Let us hurry to witness the spectacle at the execution ground. Regardless of the world, for ordinary citizens, witnessing a spectacle is akin to celebrating a festival, and one cannot miss it. Consequently, shops on the streets closed, and stalls were dismantled as crowds surged toward the execution ground. The execution ground is located in the square outside the side gate of the palace, surrounded by a throng of citizens, creating layers of noise and excitement. Today, 3,000 individuals are to be burned alive. And it promises to be a grand spectacle. Those evil apostates truly deserve death. They are the cause of the empire's prolonged drought. One can only hope for rain in the coming days. They have arrived. The evil apostates, shackled and bound, are chained together, resembling a dragon of despair. Some individuals yearn to resist with all their might, yet the shackles that bind them are fortified by an oppressive force, making escape utterly impossible. Brother, brother, a little girl cries out from the sidelines, only to be swiftly silenced by a servant who covers her mouth with a hand. On the platform, Ling Zheng hears this and is momentarily moved. But he feigns ignorance and follows the others to the execution ground. Death is not to be feared. However, this manner of dying is too suffocating, and he cannot accept it. The condemned are herded onto the platform. Numerous soldiers bring forth firewood, burying the 3,000 prisoners beneath it. A raised platform nearby hosts the Grand Sorcerer, who performs rituals with animated gestures. He appears to wield genuine power, as colorful lights shoot forth in all directions. eliciting cheers from the populace, akin to a magic show. The Grand Sorcerer's expression grows grave. After completing his incantations, he kneels, and others follow suit, prompting the spectators to kneel as well. Our tribe has fallen victim to a great calamity, a manifestation of demonic invasion. Today, we burn these 3,000 wicked souls, beseeching the sorceress deities for guidance. Should the deities grant their approval, there shall be more sacrifices of evil souls henceforth. He mutters incantations for half an hour, speaking until his throat is parched. When he finally announces, "Let the sacrifices commence. Ignite the flames." Soldiers surrounding the execution ground throw torches onto the oil-soaked wood. Few can maintain their composure in such a scenario. Those labeled as wicked either attempt a final rebellion or loudly curse, wishing to slay the sorcerer. Ling Zhang casts his gaze towards a corner of the crowd, his heart heavy with concern for his sister. He hopes she will not be embroiled in this tragedy and can grow up well within their family. As the flames intensify, the outer crowd wails and coughs amidst the thick smoke. One by one, lives are extinguished, until it is finally Ling Zhang's turn. It hurts. Yet he endures. Even in death, he refuses to display cowardice. Ling Zhang is upright and unafraid, as his consciousness begins to fade. A sudden crimson mark appears in his eyes. With a rush, a fierce wind rises, and red light beams forth from his gaze, forming a translucent membrane that effectively shields him from the flames. Observers notice that the bodies consumed by fire gradually vanish, transforming into blood-red energy that flows into the living, invigorating them and making them feel more powerful than ever before. What is happening? The Grand Sorcerer is astonished. He has never witnessed such a phenomenon. The audience grows frantic. He truly is a demon. The bodies have disappeared. Heavens, sorcerers, intervene and eliminate them swiftly. Yet, the translucent membrane cannot hold against the flames for long, soon succumbing to the heat, and the fire continues to spread, claiming more lives. The energy gained previously proves of little use for Ling Zhang. He feels his head swelling, his body succumbing to an overwhelming fatigue. And he faints. The Grand Sorcerer breathes a sigh of relief, ordering the soldiers to add more wood and stoke the flames higher. However, it is not long before a torrential rain begins to pour from the heavens. The sorceress deity has manifested, indeed bringing forth a deluge. The populace kneels in excitement to worship, while the Grand Sorcerer pales in fear. From his elevated position, he can see clearly that a massive object, reminiscent of a ship, hovers in the sky, spewing forth water. This water is not for rain. It is to extinguish the raging fire. Could it be that demons have arrived? The sorceress temple prepares for battle. Surrounding the high platform, numerous sorcerers are poised and trembling as they gaze at the celestial beast above. The so-called beast is, of course, a spacecraft. Chen has just commanded to douse the flames, as Fu Yao has revealed a delightful surprise. In the universe, there exist extraordinary beings who possess the ability to alter the course of civilizations. Chen inquires, what sort of extraordinary being is that fellow below? He is a sacrificial being, capable of offering the lives of the deceased to empower his allies. His awakening is recent, so his effects are not yet pronounced. However, should he grow stronger in the future, he might even sacrifice civilizations we have destroyed, thereby amplifying the overall strength of the train. Chen is taken aback. How astonishing! Are there any other extraordinary beings? The prophet can foresee the future of the train and determine its course. If there are dangers ahead, we can rectify our path in advance. The defender can create super defenses at critical moments to protect the train from destruction. The brutalizer temporarily enhances the train's firepower, endowing it with extreme aggression. The eternal sacrifices their own life to become an eternal spirit, allowing the train to ascend in rank. Besides these, there are many other extraordinary beings. I encourage you to explore them yourself. Master, Chen asks, do we possess any extraordinary beings in the Purple Star? The Purple Star likely has some, but they are not aboard our train. They may be on other trains. Chen suddenly feels a pang of regret. Had he known to travel alongside other trains, discovering extraordinary beings to seize would have been advantageous to Fu Yao. Why am I not an extraordinary being? Any extraordinary being experiences adverse effects when using their abilities. The sacrificial being suffers harm to themselves, the prophet consumes their lifespan, the defender becomes increasingly frail, and the eternal one forfeits their life. You need not become an extraordinary being. You merely need to control them. Haha, that's true. The spacecraft descends to retrieve the individuals. During the descent, a hail of arrows rains down, striking the ship with a clattering sound. Generals and sorcerers brace themselves for battle while the populace scatters in panic. Chen has little interest in their plight. Once the distance is sufficient, he opens the hatch and lowers the gangway, sending robots to collect the individuals. The arrows are but a minor concern. The sorcerers wield unknown equipment capable of firing strange beams, slowing the robots' advance. What is this? We underestimated the people. Their sorcerers can create extraordinary weapons. Can we manufacture such extraordinary weapons? We cannot. These belong to the Level 1 Extraordinary Civilization's arsenal. The people may have created them by chance. Master, I suggest we borrow some for research on the train. We might be able to manufacture extraordinary weapons in advance. Borrowing is too mundane. Let's simply seize them. Chen dispatches all the robots, who press forward against arrows and extraordinary beams. I ask this what extraordinary weapons are like? They seem rather weak. Low-tier extraordinary weapons are inherently weak. They must be developed to a higher level to be effective. Chapter 34. Initiating Civilization Warfare against the people. Demons, these are indeed demons. The people. Any incomprehensible existence is deemed demonic. All robots switch to combat mode, turning the scene into a river of blood. Their target is Ling Zhang and the extraordinary weapons, so they do not linger. Once their objective is achieved, they swiftly return to the ship. As they take their leave, Fu Yao, when will he awaken? The spacecraft descends, departing the capital amid the fearful gazes of countless onlookers. He is extraordinary. Absorbing an energy crystal will awaken him. Chen retrieves an energy crystal and places it in Ling Zhang's palm, allowing him to absorb it. After a while, Chen recalls certain matters and changes into black attire in the cockpit, donning a cat-faced mask. Since he intends to separate his identity as a passenger from that of the train's captain, he cannot reveal his true face to Ling Zhang. Fu Yao, do not return, simply hover in any location. If he awakens, inform me. Chen holds a half-meter-long stick, which can emit extraordinary beams. How does one use this? This is a very primitive extraordinary weapon. It requires prolonged charging, and now it is entirely drained. I suggest the master use the energy crystal to recharge it. Forget it. It's of little use. I'll take it back for study. If I manage to research it, can I put it on the market? Low-tier extraordinary weapons do not hinder the evolution of extraordinary beings and can be freely used. In truth, given the train's current technological level, creating more advanced weapons, such as particle or laser weapons, is quite simple. However, Chen cannot place these weapons on the market. Firstly, they are too expensive for passengers. And secondly, they are too powerful, which could lead to dependence. Fu Yao often reminds him that extraordinary beings are key. Weapons are merely ancillary and must not overshadow the primary focus. After waiting for 10 minutes, Ling Zhang finally awakens. He gazes around in confusion and, upon noticing the robots, perceives them as a dire threat, hastily rising to retreat, only to realize he is surrounded by robots. Demonic puppets? Ling Zhang is taken aback. Before he can take further defensive measures, he hears Chunan's greeting. What is your name? How long have you been an extraordinary being? Ling Zhang turns to see a man in a cat-faced mask approaching. The man is not as tall as the robots, yet he instills the most profound fear in Ling Zhang, as if a mountain's weight bears down upon him, rendering him powerless to resist. The fighting spirit he had barely managed to muster crumbles at the sight of Chen and I am Ling Zhang. I do not know what you mean by extraordinary. The special ability within me manifested last March. Are you a demon? A demon? Please, have a seat. The robots bring roasted meat, beverages, and fruits. Chen even offers a cherished cigarette. Care to try? Ling Zhang, trembling, accepts it, and Chen lights it for him. He takes a deep drag. The thick smoke escaping through his nose and ears, cough, cough. Excuse me, sir, is this a torture device? You may ask anything. I shall reveal all that I in their eyes. I am but a demonic lackey. It is better to embrace that role. A torture device? What a vivid imagination. Chen takes a couple of puffs himself, demonstrating how to use it. Unbeknownst to him, these few puffs would lead Ling Zhang to become inseparable from cigarettes in the future. This device is quite remarkable. It evokes a unique sensation. Ling Zhang's tense demeanor gradually relaxes. Having faced death once, he now feels no fear. Even if this mysterious man is a demon, he is willing to ally himself with the demon. After finishing a cigarette, Chen inquires, "How many others like you are below?" "Below." Ling Zheng raises his eyes to the nearby viewport and sees the clouds. He is struck with awe. They must be high in the sky. "Your Excellency, individuals like myself are labeled as heretics, numbering perhaps in the tens of thousands. In truth, there were even more previously, but the majority have been slain by the witch god temple." Slain? What a grievous waste. Awakening without the use of energy crystals indicates that these so-called heretics possess considerable talent. Upon further questioning, Chen discovered that the prevailing ideology of the witch god empire is to oppose heretics. Any encountered must be exterminated. However, a query arises. The wizards also utilize superpowers, yet they seem unaffected. Ling Zheng explained, "Wizards lack abilities like ours. They merely craft certain special tools." Chen grasped the gist. Heretics are extraordinary beings capable of self-awakening, while wizards are not extraordinary and cannot awaken. They merely fabricate extraordinary weapons and engage in deception. This poses a challenge, for a nationwide opposition to the extraordinary will complicate my endeavors. Ling Zheng assumed this meant the destruction of the empire, hastily declaring, "As long as your excellency saves us, I am willing to guide you and provide all necessary information." From the perspective of the Yu people, Ling Zheng's actions could be seen as treachery. Yet from Chen An's viewpoint, Ling Zheng was turning towards the light. Observing the situation, he decided to await further information. Subsequently, for the better part of the day, Chen instructed Ling Zheng to rest while simultaneously familiarizing him with knowledge of the stars, clarifying that Chen was no demon, which would be more conducive to winning him over. Chen took time to collaborate with Fu Yao in analyzing the reports submitted by various guilds. Indeed, the wizards were not extraordinary. They could not even awaken. Yet, the extraordinary weapons they manufactured were particularly effective in suppressing extraordinary beings. However, this suppression was minimal, capable of only restraining those at the first tier. The name of the empire itself reveals that their ideology is deeply entrenched and cannot be altered in the short term, and we lack the time to propagate new ideas to them. The detection of energy crystal mines on U-Star elucidates why the Yu people find awakening so effortless. Compiling all the information, Chen decisively proclaimed the commencement of a civilizational war. There was no need for analysis. Since their ideology could not be changed swiftly, conquest through force was the answer. Might makes right. Following this, the train issued a series of commands. Reconnaissance mission concluded. The train conductor will initiate a civilizational war against the Yu people. All guilds must prepare accordingly. Upon receiving this news, the passengers lurking on U-Star hurried back to the train. This civilizational war is classified as an occupation level, and given the weakness of Yu civilization, a full-scale war status will not be activated. War tasks have been issued. Please check individually. The atmosphere within the train became electrified, as people had long awaited this moment, eager to profit from the war. The guild sprang into action, purchasing equipment, renting spacecraft, all converging towards the landing pads. Guild leaders activated their wristwatches to review the tasks and discovered that the level of warfare was not particularly high. Even lower than the last. Main task: occupy Yu civilization. The standard is to seize all major settlement points of the Yu people and eliminate any resistance. Upon completion, all guilds will share 5 million star coins. The prize pool is not fixed and will increase as the war progresses. The accompanying side task was singular, to occupy designated numbered cities or towns. However, a problem arose. The witch god empire had only around 800 cities and towns available for conquest. Insufficient for distribution. Do not forget the fine print below. The same number can be claimed by multiple guilds simultaneously. Ultimately, whoever captures the core of the town first will receive the most significant contribution. The primary task is the capital, permitted only for the top 10 guilds. Consequently, all 10 of the leading guilds claimed the primary task. Chapter 35. Assault on the Yu capital, with Chen personally leading the charge. Master, all guilds have departed and will arrive at U-Star in 20 minutes. Chen reviewed the task acceptance information. Over a dozen guilds were set to attack the capital. Yet, that was insufficient. Summon my warships. Are you concerned about excessive losses among the guilds, Master? No, I fear they may become indiscriminate in their slaughter. Employ the warships to intimidate and compel the Yu people to surrender swiftly. In the palace, the old emperor wore a troubled expression. Great wizard, what can be done? The great wizard also appeared distressed. for his witchcraft weapon proved utterly ineffective against the heretical puppets. The prior scene at the execution ground had brought shame upon the witch god temple. A most humiliating circumstance. Your Majesty, do not worry. Should the heretics dare return, I shall ensure they do not return. Hope flickered in the old emperor's eyes as he inquired, will the witch god descend once more? I am uncertain, but our research into the super witchcraft weapon has yielded success. If we encounter a similar beast as before, we shall undoubtedly destroy it. The old emperor rejoiced. The witch god temple is indeed reliable. Should they succeed in expelling the heretics, I shall personally crown the great wizard. Thank you, Your Majesty. The ministers within the hall regained their composure, contrasting sharply with their earlier timidity. Yet before they could extol the great wizard further, a palace guard rushed in to report urgently, Your Majesty, a multitude of beasts has appeared in the sky. Heretics are invading in force. The hall fell silent, a chill settling in as the old emperor trembled in fear. Great wizard, I must trouble you. Outside the city, within the spacecraft of the Scientific Guild, passengers gazed disdainfully at the city below. This is far too antiquated. Sister Shu, shall we fire a shot at the palace and see how they withstand it? Yang Yuan admonished, do not forget the nature of the war. This is an occupation level, not a destruction level, do not err, or risk losing contributions. Sister Shu, from which direction shall we attack? Zishu manipulated the screen before her, revealing a 3D model of the capital, providing a clear view of every aspect of the city. Given the strength of their defenses, we can attack from any side. We choose the Western District. Following Zishu's plan, the spacecraft could hover above the Western District, allowing everyone to disembark and charge towards the palace. Some questioned, shouldn't we directly assault the palace to gain the maximum contribution? Without the need for Zishu to explain, Yang Yuan delivered a sharp reprimand to the questioner. Are you a fool? Have you not read the information provided by the train? The palace is protected by 200,000 troops and elite members of the Witch God Temple. Do you think we can simply invade with our few thousand men? Even if we could breach the palace, could we maintain control? Completing the task is not merely about entering the palace. It requires compelling the army to surrender and the emperor to concede. Before he could finish, an order from the train rang out. All guilds, proceed to the palace and await further instructions from the train conductor. Yang Yuan felt somewhat embarrassed, having just reprimanded his subordinates, only to be contradicted. However, this time it was an order from the train conductor. If not for that order, my previous explanation would have been valid. Observing that few were paying attention, Yang Yuan grew irritated and prepared to reprimand further. Just then, Yu Guan slapped him on the back. Old Yang, look outside. Gazing through the porthole at the sky, a fleet of terrifying warships emerged from the clouds. Compared to these warships, their spacecraft seemed insignificant. I understand now. The train conductor intends to take direct action. Eyes gleaming with anticipation, the people were eager. They had long speculated about the identity of the train conductor but had never been able to verify it. Today, they might finally unveil the truth, filling them with excitement. Subsequently, each guild hovered around the palace, temporarily suspended. The warships did not descend but remained aloft in the clouds, casting an imposing shadow. Such a spectacle was utterly overwhelming for those on the ground. Is this the heretics? My heavens! We cannot withstand this. The world is doomed. They could only rely on the Witch God Temple. The citizens were engulfed in panic and fear, gazing upward at the colossal entities hanging in the sky. As if the apocalypse had arrived. Not only the common folk were frightened, the wizards were afraid as well. Great wizard, can we prevail? The war had not yet commenced, yet morale was already severely undermined. The great wizard's hands trembled, concealed beneath his ample white robe. The heretics had once been suppressed by the witch god. Today, we shall vanquish them again. Fear not, long live the witch god. Who knows how the witch god suppressed the heretics? Nonetheless, that is what the texts proclaim, as the chant of long live the witch god resonated throughout the city. The Yu people surprisingly united, forming a formidable fighting force. After a brief standoff, the various spacecraft descended in altitude, allowing the extraordinary beings to engage in battle. The train conductor is here today. Everyone perform admirably. If he takes notice of you, there may be rewards. The extraordinary beings, clad in armor and wielding weapons, stormed out of the spacecraft with cries of battle. They were met with arrows raining down from the palace walls, The clinks of impact ringing off their armor, though largely ineffective, it still posed a significant hindrance. Clang, 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 shields were raised before them. While the extraordinary beings wore armor, it was not full body armor, leaving them vulnerable to death. Thus, these shields were the safest option. Once the shield wall was established, rifles were thrust through the gaps, firing indiscriminately. The U people had never encountered such weaponry, attempting to evade or block as they would against arrows, resulting in the majority being struck. Bang, bang, bang. Some had their arms shattered, others were shot through the chest, and some suffered gunshot wounds to the head, their deaths gruesomely tragic. In just one round of return fire, the U people were utterly routed. Sister Shu, this is utterly unfair. Attacking primitives with firearms made many uneasy. Zishu frowned. Do not forget the U people's rating. They are a 0.3 level extraordinary civilization, not to be underestimated. Everyone, be cautious. The wizards may strike at any moment. Yet the first to act were not the wizards, but rather some heretics hiding among the crowd. In a bid to prove their allegiance, they rushed toward the guild's position. Bang, bang, bang. One-tier extraordinary beings without armor were no different from ordinary people under gunfire. In the sky, Chen frequently furrowed his brow. From the information he had received, extraordinary beings appeared on battlefields across the nation, in defense of their homeland. They had momentarily cast aside their hatred for the witch god temple and charged against the guild's gunfire. I'm afraid I cannot assist with that. Chen inquired, who developed your weapons? The reply came, they were forged by the celestial artificers. What are the celestial artificers, and where can they be found, in truth? The celestial artificers are merely craftsmen responsible for the creation of weapons and the imbuement of energy within them. If the esteemed one wishes to meet them, I can summon them, came the offer. Go ahead. As he awaited their arrival, Chen exited the grand hall and took a leisurely stroll. The Temple of the Sorcerers comprised a complex of palaces, not merely a single main hall. After walking a short distance, the Grand Sorcerer approached with a throng of followers. Quickly pay your respects to the esteemed one. These individuals displayed a haughty demeanor, glaring at Chen and defiantly, refusing to bow. Unperturbed, he asked, how is it that you are able to craft sorcerous artifacts, and where did you acquire such knowledge? No one responded. The Grand Sorcerer, incensed, shouted, relay the esteemed one's words immediately. Do you wish for death? If death is to be my fate, then so be it. I shall never submit to evil, roared a robust man, his voice echoing with fervor, and the other celestial artificers joined in the outcry. Their spirits undaunted, Chen retorted, I assure you, I am not evil, nor do I harbor any desire to slay you. Simply inform me of the method by which the sorcerous artifacts are created. My curiosity is piqued. Never, came the collective response. Seeing their silence, Chen mentally issued a command. From behind him emerged a robot, extending a laser emitter from its shoulder. With a swift zap, the most arrogant of the celestial artificers was bisected at the waist. His rage frozen upon his visage as he crumpled to the ground in a shattered heap. I am, in fact, quite merciful. All I require is your cooperation. Should you refuse, I shall eliminate you without hesitation. The celestial artificer, though gravely injured, writhed on the ground, his anguished cries striking terror into the hearts of the others. Yet, despite this, they remained mute, glaring at Chen with fierce defiance. Such fortitude is commendable. I admire it. Regrettably, I must apologize, for I may be more fearsome than the very evil you dread. With another blast, yet another individual was torn apart, their fate even more gruesome than the last. My patience is finite. I shall count down from 3. If no one speaks, I will command the utter destruction of the entire Temple of the Sorcerers. In any case, the star of you shall perish soon enough. And I harbor no guilt over the prospect of killing. Suddenly, recalling a prior remark from Fu Yao, he realized its truth. Taking lives can indeed become an addiction. 3, 2, 1. Very well. Reduce the Temple of the Sorcerers to rubble. As soon as the words left his lips, the distraught Grand Sorcerer bellowed, I shall speak, esteemed one. Allow me to divulge. What is it you wish to say? All sorcerous artifacts originate from a singular tome, a relic left behind by the sorcerer god. Where is this book located? Beneath the idol. Esteemed one, please, end my life. I am a sinner of the Temple of the Sorcerers. the Grand Sorcerer, devoid of hope, collapsed to the ground. Chen suddenly comprehended that this individual did not genuinely submit to him. Rather, he feigned allegiance to safeguard the tome, as long as the knowledge of crafting sorcerous artifacts remained within their grasp. The Temple of the Sorcerers could rise again at any moment. Chen hastened to the Grand Hall, instructing the robot to topple the idol and uncover the hidden compartment beneath. Within the concealed space lay a book of extraordinary material, inscribed with text that Chen could not decipher. Fuyao, translate this. After a brief half-minute, Fuyao provided the information. The title of the book is The Preliminary Understanding of Extraordinary Weapons, likely an educational text from a bygone extraordinary civilization, intended for students. Thus, it was a textbook from a highly advanced civilization, though it remained a mystery how it had come to be on Ustar. Centuries ago, this book was discovered by the so-called sorcerer god, who utilized it to create sorcerous artifacts and establish the Temple of the Sorcerers. To gain recognition from the imperial court, they fabricated the myth of the sorcerer god and the evil god. In the end, even they were deceived by their own tales. Chen perused the book, finding it filled predominantly with textual explanations and only a handful of illustrations. To construct extraordinary weapons based solely on these illustrations would require exceptional talent. Regrettably, that individual had perished a millennium ago. Otherwise, Chen would undoubtedly have recruited him as a researcher aboard the train. Fuyao, can we rely on this tome to forge powerful extraordinary weapons? The advancement of extraordinary technology requires a gradual escalation. It cannot be abruptly enhanced. This children's educational book alone will not suffice for the development of extraordinary technology. A small gain is still a gain, and there will surely be more to come. Chen did not press the issue. After leaving the Grand Hall, he learned that the Grand Sorcerer had taken his own life. Death, in truth, was a mercy, sparing him from enduring the impending doom of Ustar. Fuyao, dispatch a mining vessel to extract energy crystals. This planet appears to harbor a wealth of them. Meanwhile, the guilds were engaged in their daily tasks, harvesting local specialties from Ustar, resorting to a scorched earth policy, leaving no retreat. Fuyao, based on your scans, how many extraordinary individuals are present on Ustar? Over 80,000. While this figure fell short of the million passengers needed, the pressing concern was how to filter them. I recommend the creation of a talent detector. What is required for this? Primarily, energy crystals, a substantial quantity of them. Proceed with the construction. Let us start with 1,000 and saturate every town on Ustar. However, to reduce resistance from the U people, we will require the cooperation of the imperial court. This necessity underscored Qian's reliance on the puppet emperor. While brute force could easily conquer these cities, it could not compel the U people to cooperate willingly. If the court issued commands, the process would become significantly simpler. As time passed, Ustar gradually succumbed to the embrace of night. The darkness did not hinder the plundering activities of the Zixing people. As the guilds utilized the towns as bases to scavenge resources, fervently completing their missions. When 3 crescent moons appeared in the sky, the new emperor, accompanied by his ministers, arrived at the Temple of the Sorcerers to pay their respects to Chen. Chapter 38. The pleasure of surpassing civilization, we have met the esteemed one. May you enjoy eternal peace. Outside the Temple of the Sorcerers, a vast throng knelt, creating a striking spectacle. Chen relished the ambience of the temple, deciding to linger a while longer before returning to the train for rest. With the new emperor appointed, it was an opportune moment to convey certain matters. Rise. Who was the emperor? Several elder ministers presented the new emperor. A timid, middle-aged man. His pallid complexion and sunken eyes indicated a life ravaged by indulgence. Esteemed one, what is it that you require of me? Chen had intended to elaborate further, but the countenances before him were unappetizing, and he lost the desire to continue. I shall return tomorrow. This evening, ensure that all towns across the nation cease their resistance and cooperate with my people. Fear not. We are not evil. In a few days, we will depart. Once we leave, your emperor shall reign as before, free from the constraints of the Temple of the Sorcerers. This declaration lit a spark of hope in the new emperor's eyes, and he eagerly replied, Thank you, esteemed one. I shall issue orders forthwith. Anyone who dares to resist shall be deemed a rebel, and the court will cooperate in the hunt. Chen felt reminiscent of a villain. Yet he embraced the role, to hell with being a protagonist, burdened with concerns and the need for justification, fearful of committing a misdeed. The villain's life was far more exhilarating, unconcerned with morality, able to extinguish whomever he wished without fear of reprisal. Noticing Chen An's prolonged silence, the new emperor, anxious that he might have erred, quickly knelt, prompting his ministers to follow suit. Their fear of Chen An had eclipsed even that of the evil they once dreaded. Is there anything else you require, esteemed one? Wealth? Land? Women? Whatever you desire, we shall muster the strength of the entire nation to fulfill it. Chen An summoned a spacecraft in preparation for departure, stating, "Indeed, I shall need your assistance tomorrow. We will discuss it then." He boarded the vessel under the protection of his robotic guards, ascending into the skies. The emperor and his ministers watched intently until the ship vanished into the clouds. The colossal machines that had obliterated mountains during the day remained, instilling dread in the Yu people, who feared the imminent descent of artillery upon them. "Your Majesty, the night is chilly. Let us return to the palace." Return to what palace? We must act swiftly. These individuals did not resemble the evil ones. Had they been evil, they would have surely destroyed the temple of the sorcerers. The fact that the temple stood unharmed indicated that they were visitors from beyond the stars. Since they intended to depart eventually, it was prudent to serve them well. They merely needed to endure for a few more days. "We shall obey." Aboard the spacecraft, Chen An felt invigorated. "Master, is it not particularly delightful to transcend civilization?" "Indeed. Are you preparing to counsel me on self-discipline?" "Fuyao would never counsel you on self-discipline. I merely remind you that we must strive to strengthen ourselves, lest we suffer the same fate at the hands of a more powerful civilization." "Precisely. Today, witnessing countless individuals kneeling before me is exhilarating. Should others demand my submission tomorrow, that would be intolerable. How many warships have been constructed? The escort vessels are being produced at a rate of 2 per day, while the destroyers are still in development. Excellent. The number of warships is crucial for the ascension of the train. Never cease production." Upon returning to the train, Chen An freshened up and proceeded to the cockpit, where he familiarized himself with various reports. Most guilds were engaged in resource collection missions, primarily focusing on food. In reality, aside from energy crystals, Ustar offered little of value. He issued a supplementary detection mission, allowing each guild to purchase talent detectors and establish points in each town. The train would only accept individuals with third-tier talents or higher, with rewards distributed based on numbers and levels. There are 9 tiers of talent, with the super tier above. Ling Zheng is of the super tier. Learning that a portion of the talent detectors had already been manufactured, Chen An retrieved one. Why does it resemble a large microwave oven? The detector's design was square and boxy, featuring a door that could be opened. One would enter inside and close the door, receiving results shortly thereafter. What is the underlying principle? The talent detection process measures the target's absorption speed and efficiency concerning super energy, hence the detector is filled with super energy, which consumes energy crystals in the process. Isn't this somewhat antiquated? In my imagination, a talent detector would resemble a sphere or a helmet. Has the master perhaps indulged in too much fiction? Perhaps so. Let me give it a try. Chen unexcitedly entered the detector and closed the door. Before long, the interior was rapidly filled with super energy, and he felt as though he were soaking in a bathtub, utterly comfortable. However, merely seconds later, the super energy was depleted, and the detector's door opened automatically. Is that all? What were the results? The master's extraordinary absorption speed surpasses any innate talent. Chen An was astonished. Am I truly that remarkable? Is there a hierarchy beyond the extraordinary? The master is a triple extraordinary being. This is your standard absorption rate. If it were another high-ranking extraordinary individual, the outcome would be the same. This device can only detect those who have yet to awaken their extraordinary abilities. Well, I had thought I was quite impressive. After a brief session, a fatigued Chen An persisted in training for half an hour in the gravity chamber before returning to his room to sleep soundly. The following morning at 9 o'clock, just as the sun rose over Yueshing, Chen An boarded a spacecraft once more, heading towards the imperial city of Yueshing. After the previous day's conflict, he had anticipated chaos. Yet today it appeared revitalized, seemingly unchanged from yesterday. Upon noticing the arrival of the spacecraft, the palace officials hurried out to greet him. "Greetings, esteemed sir." Chen An disembarked, followed by 100 machine guards, exuding an overwhelming presence. "Where is your emperor?" He was met by the imperial ministers, akin to chancellors. Chen An couldn't be bothered to inquire about their names. "His Majesty is on his way to welcome you. Breakfast has been prepared." Please, come this way. No need. I shall wait until your emperor arrives to convey my message. Not long after, the emperor hurried over, accompanied by numerous civil and military officials, some of whom had even lost their shoes in their haste. Your Excellency, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chen informed him, I intend to take a select few to the heavens, embarking on a journey to a broader world. However, I do not desire the ordinary. Only those with fate shall accompany me, and I require the court's assistance. The emperor inquired, how many individuals do you require? 1,000,000. The emperor was taken aback, but still nodded obediently. At this point, 1,000,000 was a trivial matter. Even 5,000,000 would be granted if necessary, anything to avoid death. What must we do, esteemed sir? It is simple. My associates will utilize special devices to ascertain the qualifications of the you people. As not everyone can ascend with me, you must help maintain order and, if necessary, urge them to participate in the assessments willingly. The sooner this is completed, the sooner I can depart, to the imperial court. Chen was akin to a harbinger of doom. The sooner he left, the better. Rest assured, we shall attend to this immediately. What type of device is required? Chen replied, it is likely already installed outside the city. You may inspect it yourselves. Outside the city, various guilds had already established their positions, setting up the talent detectors. This equipment was not given freely. Each machine cost 2,000 star coins, and they needed to conduct large-scale tests to recoup their investments and even turn a profit. To incentivize the guilds, Chen made several arrangements. For instance, providing free crystals and equating talent levels with quantities of star coins. A third-tier talent would yield 3 star coins, a fifth-tier talent 5 star coins, and so forth. Should an extraordinary talent be detected, a reward of 100 star coins would be granted, a significant profit. However, the guilds found themselves in an awkward position. Despite the setups being in place for quite some time, no one dared to attempt the tests. Sister Shu, why not go and bring a few over? Zishu, seated nearby, roasting meat over a fire, appeared unfazed. No need to worry. The train conductor is undoubtedly more anxious than us. She glanced at the palace walls, where a certain dark figure seemed somewhat familiar. It resembled Chen. She chuckled. Perhaps my eyes are playing tricks on me. Chen is far more handsome. Chapter 39. The Emperor sets an example. Citizens rushed to test on this sunlit day. With the sky clear and blue, Fu Yao inquired, how many testing reports have been submitted by the guilds? We have tested 30,000 individuals, with only 500 meeting the criteria, predominantly in the 3rd and 4th tiers of talent. Chen lounged atop the palace wall, basking in the sun, surrounded by beautiful palace maidens attending to him, as for those foul-smelling eunuchs. The further away, the better. What is the situation? The you people are reluctant to participate in the tests. The 30,000 is a result of coercion from certain guilds. Chen squinted at the few testing points outside the palace walls, noticing the lack of participation despite the throngs of imperial citizens gathered. If he were a you person, he too would hesitate to join. The emperor, at this moment, was preoccupied with his ministers, who, if possible, would have preferred to forcibly gather 1,000,000 individuals to send to Chen. However, Chen required the citizens to willingly enter the iron boxes, necessitating their encouragement, persuasion, and even coercion. Various orders were issued. Officials at all levels mobilized to promote the benefits of testing across towns and cities. They were not demons. They were celestial beings sent by the divine. Hurry, go and take the test. If you qualify, you shall ascend to the heavens and become a deity. Do you not wish to become a deity? Once in the heavens, you shall want for nothing. Do not be afraid. Our emperor has tested as well. Regrettably, he lacks the qualifications. Perhaps you are even more capable than His Majesty. On the palace wall, Chen learned of these rumors through a temporary network, feeling rather displeased. The chaotic propaganda, while potentially useful, ultimately bore no fruit. He rose and summoned the officials in attendance. Gather your emperor and all the civil and military ministers here. He initially intended to visit the nearest scientific guild's testing point, but, considering Zishu, opted for Chen Guiyang's testing point instead. Upon arrival, he found the guild members listlessly seated beside the detector, lethargically beckoning passers-by. Yet, the citizens outside merely gathered to watch, stubbornly refusing to participate even when soldiers urged them to. President, why not simply seize a few individuals? Chen Guiyang shook his head. The boss needs new passengers. He certainly would not want to force them too harshly. Moreover, These new passengers may wish to join our guild in the future. So we cannot afford to offend them. Do not fret. The boss will find a solution. Just then, someone reminded, President, the boss has arrived. The term boss originated from Zishu and had since become their customary form of address. Chen approached, surrounded by robots, and the hundreds of guild members quickly lined up to show their respect. Greetings, esteemed boss, they chorused. Chen was momentarily taken aback before realizing they were addressing him. Touching the mask on his face, he asked Chen Guoyang, how many individuals have participated in the tests? Chen Guoyang's first reaction was not to answer, but to be astonished by Chen's accent, which was nearly indistinguishable from that of the locals in Source City. He dared not inquire further and replied, as of now, no one has come to test. Boss, do you require us to resort to forceful measures? Perhaps we could bring over 2 of your warships. Chen turned to the crowd, observing the citizens' expressions, which were predominantly filled with hatred and confusion. Were it not for the numerous soldiers suppressing them, they likely would have dispersed long ago. No need for urgency. I want them to willingly come for testing. Soon, many will arrive at your location. Be prepared to receive them. The results will all belong to you. Chen Guoyang beamed with delight, exclaiming, please, boss, feel free to issue any commands. While awaiting the arrival of the emperor and others, Chen engaged him in light conversation. What improvements do you believe the train requires? Chen Guoyang respectfully replied, it is already excellent. No improvements are needed. Chen tossed him a cigarette. Speak candidly. I need some feedback. Upon seeing the cigarette, Chen Guoyang's eyes sparkled, and he quickly caught it. The burly men behind him stared wide-eyed. Had Chen Guoyang not swiftly placed it in his mouth, it might have been snatched away. Boss, if you could spare me a cigarette, I would gladly share my thoughts. A hand was raised. This individual was a double extraordinary being, seemingly a core member of the guild. Chen tossed an entire pack of cigarettes for them to divide among themselves. One by one. They spoke. No need to rush. Those with perceptiveness swiftly fetched a chair for Chen to sit. Boss, I believe the market supplies are still insufficiently diverse. For instance, we could introduce some tissue paper. While it suffices outside, within the train, one can only clean with their hands, which does not align with our people's hygiene practices. It would be best to also stock some cigarettes. The price is not an issue. I feel the weaponry is somewhat lacking. Are there no formidable cannons available? Renting spacecraft is too cumbersome. Could we perhaps purchase some? We would certainly struggle to pay in full, so an installment plan would be ideal. Boss, might we rent warships? Suggestions and inquiries abounded as Chen instructed Fuyao to take notes. That will suffice. Open your wristwatches. There is a feedback function to in the future. Any suggestions can be relayed. Should I adopt them? Rewards will follow. It was not that Chen sought to provide exceptional service. He merely wished to establish a sound ecological environment for the train, preventing recurring issues. After approximately half an hour of conversation, the entire imperial court finally arrived. Esteemed lords, what may we do for you? The emperor bowed and asked. Chen beckoned them to come closer. Your subjects harbor distrust towards us, wasting too much time. As their emperor, you, as their parental officials, must set an example for the citizens. There was no room for refusal. They all agreed, albeit with reluctant expressions. Chen instructed Fuyao to deploy screens across various locations and then invited the emperor to enter the detector. One moment. Let the old minister go first. A self-proclaimed loyal old minister hastily rushed into the detector. Chen was unconcerned with the order and instructed Chen Guoyang to initiate the testing process. 2 minutes later, the machine's door opened, and the individual emerged trembling, warm, with no unusual sensations. The results were announced. First-tier talent. A first-tier rating indicated the lowest level of absorption, signifying minimal extraordinary ability, hence the lack of sensation. Your Majesty, please proceed. It is quite safe. The emperor entered cautiously, emerging after 1.5 minutes. Looking invigorated and joyful. It feels wonderful. I suggest everyone try it. He enthusiastically extolled the virtues of participation, encouraging the citizens to engage actively, which Chen found satisfactory. Next, the remaining civil and military officials followed suit, one after another, entering the detector. The results were disheartening. Only 5 individuals possessed talents above the 3rd tier, while the rest were deemed useless. Fuyao, this ratio seems amiss. What is the matter? As living beings age, their efficiency in absorbing superpowers diminishes, resulting in a naturally inferior talent reflected in machines. Might such assessments be unreasonable? We require young passengers. The assessment is indeed reasonable. Well, as long as it is reasonable. Now, let us display some celestial imagery. There will inevitably be young individuals drawn to it. The upper echelons of the empire have completed their assessments, and the populace is restless, though somewhat lacking in fervor. However, as the vast and magnificent starry sky unfolds on the screen, the masses finally spring into action. They truly hail from the heavens, having heard that ascension leads to immortality. I wonder if I will have a chance. In any case, it is merely a brief sojourn, harmless to the body. With limited spots available, everyone rushes to seize the opportunity. Amidst the crowd, someone stirs the excitement just right, prompting those who previously hesitated to flock madly toward the assessment point. Fearing others might snatch their chances away, the number of assessors skyrockets. Chen departs from the Yueshing, returning to the train. There is no rush to board the passengers. Further screening is still required. Priority will be given to those without family, followed by veterans. Young individuals will be favored, and while children may be accepted, their numbers must be carefully regulated. Now, we shall wait. Once the passenger quota is filled, we shall depart. This wretched planet holds little in terms of resources. Chapter 40. Ascending to the heavens with the Great Ones, forever severing ties with the Ling clan 4 days later. Nearly 30 million you people have undergone assessments, with the number qualifying to board the train reaching an impressive 3 million. After screening, it has been confirmed that 400,000 meet the requirements set forth by our master. No superlatives? Only a few possess 9th-tier talents. Superlative abilities are limited to Lingzheng alone. Although a bit disappointing, the yield is still substantial. Very well, let us arrange for these 400,000 to board. The remaining 600,000 will continue to be screened, and they must be informed that once they leave, there will be no return. There will always be those reluctant to part with their families. We shall not force their hands. Remaining behind means certain death. Let fate determine who among them is fortunate enough to board this train. Half an hour later, dozens of large F-399 spacecraft head toward Yueshing. In the eastern district of the capital city, before the entrance of the Ling residence, Ling Zhang appears dejected. He truly did not wish to return, but it is imperative to take one last look at his home before he departs forever. Due to the chaos of recent days, the main gate of the Ling residence remains firmly shut, and it takes Ling Zhang quite some time to elicit a response. Young master has returned? The butler, surprised at Ling Zhang's presence, opens the door and asks, "My father at home?" The butler replies, "The master is indeed at home, but young master should refrain from seeing him. Be cautious." Before he can finish, a feeble yet furious voice bellows from within the courtyard. "You wretched beast dare to return? Young master, you should leave." The butler urges, attempting to push Ling Zhang away, but he stands firm as he gazes into the yard. The old man, face twisted with rage, brandishes a wooden stick and strides menacingly toward the front gate. Ling Zhang pushes past the butler, striding forward as the father and son draw nearer. The old man raises the wooden stick without hesitation and brings it down toward Ling Zhang's head. With a dull thud, the stick glances off and falls to the ground, the old man stumbling back several steps, caught by the throng of men and women behind him. "Calm down, master. Take care not to let your anger take a toll on your health." "Ling Zhang, do you not come here to kneel before your father?" The old man snaps, "I have already expelled him from the family. Do not kneel. I cannot bear it." Ling Zhang's demeanor remains unchanged, allowing blood to flow freely from his forehead. Though he is extraordinary, he is but a first tier, with little reinforcement to his skin and flesh. The multitude in the expansive courtyard, be they servants or the old man's wives and concubines, display no concern for Ling Zhang's injury, their mouths filled with scorn and insults. This blow marks the complete severing of our ties. "Lord Boyong, I shall ascend to the heavens with the Great Ones today, and shall never again see you." Regardless of the astonishment of those present, Ling Zhang turns and strides toward the inner courtyard. Just as he reaches the corridor, a small girl, no taller than 1 meter and clad in brocade, joyfully rushes toward him, leaping into his arms. "Brother sob, you have finally returned to find me." With their mother long deceased, Ling Zhang cherishes his sister Ling Yu above all else. Were it not for her, he would not have set foot in the Marquis's residence today. "Where? Have you been well at home?" Ling Yu pouts, tears streaming down her cheeks. "The second and third madams do not like me. The fourth madam has little she not giving me any candy. Brother, I am hungry." She rubs her little belly, her pitiful tone rendering Ling Zhang speechless with grief. "It is brother's fault for causing you trouble. Brother did not trouble me. Ling Zheng embraces her tenderly and asks, have you undergone the assessment? Father would not allow me, nor would he permit anyone in the household to go. Do you wish to go? I do, for I know brother is going to the heavens, and I want to go with you. This declaration brings a hearty laugh from Ling Zheng, his previously taut heart easing. He feared most that Yue would not accompany him. After all, he cannot force her. Since she is willing, there is nothing more to say. Come, brother will take you for an assessment, and then we shall ascend to the heavens. As the brother and sister arrive at the front courtyard, they are halted by the old man. You may leave, but leave Yue behind. Ling Zheng turns, his crimson eyes narrowing, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Old fool, do you think you can still maintain your high position? Were it not for the remnants of past sentiment, I would slay you and the dog emperor would applaud my actions. You. Supporting the old man, the second madam scolds, he is still your father. Is this how you speak? Ling Zheng retorts mockingly, you did not express such sentiments when it was time for righteous severance of familial ties. Yue will undoubtedly accompany me. Old fool, take care of yourself. In that moment, all the pent-up frustration within Ling Zheng dissipates completely. He believes that following the great ones will lead to a brighter future, an entirely new world he has yet to witness. Seize them. A dozen guards rush toward Ling Zheng, but he effortlessly dispatches them with a few swift strikes. Departing with grace in the streets, Ling Yu gazes at him enviously. Brother, when will I be as strong as you? Ling Zheng pinches her nose, laughing heartily. As long as I am here, it matters not if you are weak. He, I shall protect brother too. Amidst their laughter, they arrive outside the palace walls from a distance. They can see the spacecraft inside the walls with many people disembarking. Brother, what is that? That is a spacecraft. It can fly in the heavens. How can it fly? I do not know. It simply can as they converse. A crowd gathers around them. Elder brother, hurry and board the ship. Ling Zheng furrows his brow. Who said you could wait for me? Go. Do not waste the great one's time. I must head to the assessment point. He carries Ling Yu to the Zishu assessment point, requesting to undergo the assessment. You are Ling Zheng? Yang Yuan's eyes light up, looking at Ling Zheng as though he were a beauty, making Ling Zheng feel quite uncomfortable. Greetings, I am Ling Zheng. Is the assessment still available? Haha, of course. Quickly let the little girl in. Your sister. Yes, she is my sister. What a lovely little girl. Old Yu. Where are the candies? Old Yu scurries over, handing Ling Yu the only candy he possesses. Thank you, brother. No need for thanks. Now go in. They are exceedingly warm toward the Ling siblings, not merely in standard service, but because they know the train conductor holds Ling Zheng in high regard. And fostering a good relationship now will yield benefits later. As they wait for the results, Yang Yuan offers Ling Zheng some advice. Your destination is a train. I assume you have never seen one before? You may think of it as a very long spacecraft. Once inside, quickly secure your position. Once secured, you cannot change IT to IT. Is advisable to choose spots at the front or rear of the carriage, as they offer greater convenience to the living quarters and the landing pad. If you wish to join an established guild, our scientific guild is the top choice. There is a beautiful president. However, if you wish to create your own guild, you may seek my guidance later. I will assist you. I am at the rear of the 10th carriage. If you go to the 11th carriage, you can easily find me. Thank you, brother Yuan. Haha, we are brothers. We ought to help one another. This fellow is quite adept at socializing, and with just a few exchanges, he and Ling Zheng become fast friends, almost as if they had sworn brotherhood. Half a minute later, the doors of the assessment device swing open, and Ling Yu emerges, 7th tier talent. Yang Yuan beams with delight. Congratulations, a splendid talent. Quickly, board the ship. Wait, since I have nothing else to do right now, I might as well take you to the train, to avoid unnecessary detours. Chapter 41. The train sets sail, and Yueshing is annihilated with a tremendous roar. The spacecraft ascends, accelerating into the clouds. The passenger cabin offers limited seating, and Yang Yuan sits in the center, explaining the precautions to those around him. Most of these individuals are Ling Zheng's subordinates, the initial batch of rogue followers. The train conductor is supremely authoritative. Under no circumstances should one challenge his dominion. Therefore, one must adhere to the rules while carrying out tasks, lest they find themselves without a burial place. Initially, the environment may be somewhat harsh, but do not fret. Adapt gradually. In a few days, you will realize how wise today's choices were. You may start with no funds and will need to take out loans. However, if you join an established guild, you will receive supportive funding without the need for loans. The scientific guild to which I belong ranks among the top 3 and is financially robust. Should you be interested, you are welcome to join. In the cockpit, Chen also listens to Yang Yuan's chatter. Though it may seem trivial, he has nonetheless provided me with a reminder. Fuyo, issue a series of guiding tasks. From now on, regardless of which passengers we receive, let the veterans lead the way. I will no longer waste time getting involved. Additionally, divide the guild into 9 levels. Completing tasks will earn points to facilitate upgrades. The maximum membership for a first-tier guild is 10,000, and no further increases are permitted. He has just discovered an issue. The recruitment method employed by Yang Yuan will likely be emulated by other guilds. If left unchecked, it won't be long before guilds of 100,000 members emerge, which would be detrimental to overall development. After the announcement was made, Yang Yuan felt helpless, as if these regulations were aimed squarely at him. The scientific guild had initially intended to recruit 30,000 members, but it now appeared that adding just over 4,000 more would lead to full capacity. He had lost interest in explaining matters and instead engaged in conversation with Ling Zheng. A few minutes later, the spacecraft burst forth from the confines of Yueshing. Look outside. My goodness, our home is a sphere. People pressed against the portholes, struggling to comprehend the notion of their homeland being a globe. A sense of superiority washed over Yang Yuan, rekindling his interest as he began to impart some scientific knowledge. As the journey continued, the spacecraft was filled with continuous exclamations of astonishment. The existence of the train far surpassed their understanding of natural laws. Is that the red star? What a massive sphere! The Yueshing people referred to the stars as the red star. Yang Yuan cautioned, do not concern yourselves with the spheres. Focus on the train instead. We are about to enter the cabin. Please prepare for boarding and no need for alarm. Remain calm. Meanwhile, Ling Zheng held on to Yuer tightly, visibly anxious. In contrast, the little girl was quite cheerful, pointing at the stars and calling them candy. Besides this spacecraft, other incoming vessels were also guided by personnel. As long as Chen issued tasks, there would certainly be someone to assist. Consequently, there was no need for Chen to standardize guidance for new passengers. Seasoned travelers would take on that responsibility. Fuyo, how long until the annihilation of the starry sky? Approximately 2 days. Issue the announcement, stating that the train will embark in 2 days, urging them to expedite their resource collection. Half a day later, a guild named Shengyue applied for establishment, quickly surpassing 5,000 members, catching Chen An's attention. Ling Zheng's guild? It was indeed him. The lad adapted swiftly. Yet, with such a large initial recruitment, was he not concerned about the guild's potential collapse? After all, it was a new guild, and the amount of loans was nearing its limit. If they failed to generate profit, a few days' journey could spell disaster for the guild. Chen intended to nurture Ling Zheng, thus assigning Fuyo to provide him with task guidance. However, there were hardly any valuable resources on Yueshing, as many of the natural resources had already been depleted by the Yu people. In the following 2 days, barring any incidents, the various guilds returned in succession aboard their spacecraft upon receiving the notification of the train's impending departure. Once the battleships in the clouds also departed, the Yu people finally sighed in relief. In the Grand Palace Hall, the ministers cheered, "Long live the Emperor!" The Emperor, seated upon the newly adorned dragon throne, radiated vitality. They have finally departed. This is a fortunate event for the Shaman Empire and for all of us. Proclaim my decree. A general amnesty for the realm, with 3 days of nationwide celebration. However, they were unaware that the annihilation of the starry sky was only 2 hours away from Yueshing. Within the train, the passengers bustled about, with all 20 carriages filled to capacity. Due to the prior loss of 50 to 60,000 Zixing people, the first 10 carriages had welcomed a significant number of Yueshing people, who seemed to coexist harmoniously. The train is about to set sail. Passengers, please prepare for the journey. From now on, there will be no distinction between Zixing and Yueshing passengers. All will be collectively referred to as transcendents. And any discriminatory behavior based on passenger origin is strictly prohibited. The rear carriages remained tranquil, even quieter than those at the front. Although 2 days had passed, many Yueshing individuals had yet to acclimate to their new environment. The situation was not as they had envisioned. Instead of a beautiful celestial world, they found themselves in a crowded train. Yet, having boarded, they had no choice but to adhere to the rules. In carriage 11, Ling Yu held a piece of candy, unwrapping it to offer to Ling Zheng. "Brother, this candy is so sweet, far better than the ones at home." Ling Zheng declined. "This candy is too sweet. I do not enjoy it." "But brother, the Ngu who gave me the candy is a good person." Not long ago, Chen had intentionally introduced himself to Ling Zheng while posing as a passenger, also gifting Ling Yu a significant amount of candy. Ling Zheng had been to the market and understood the value of candy. Ordinary people would not dare to offer such gifts so freely. "Ngu likes you very much. If you earn money in the future, make sure to repay him. Yue understands." She looked up at the window, exclaiming, "Brother, that's home." The Yueshing individuals in the last 10 carriages grew excited, rushing to the portholes to gaze outside, seemingly unable to get enough. However, the train would not slow down. Yueshing appeared for merely a few seconds before it transformed into a distant black in the starry sky, disappearing from view. "Brother, the starry sky is so beautiful. Where are we going?" Ling Zheng could not provide an answer. He had initially believed that following the adults would lead to a celestial paradise, but there was no divine realm, only greater dangers. Nevertheless, he refrained from complaining. After all, as perilous as the starry sky might be, it was far better than perishing on Yueshing. The only thing that troubled him was ensuring his sister's safety. Looking down at her blissful face, Ling Zheng vowed to protect her at all costs. After a while, screens emerged throughout the carriage, displaying panoramic views of Yueshing and various scenes from the planet. The Yueshing people erupted in excitement, bewildered by the meaning of the train. "This world is on the verge of destruction. Survival signifies death. Congratulations, you have chosen the only path to survival." These words sounded strange, yet upon witnessing Yueshing's fate, all were left in shock. The images portrayed the jubilant Yueshing people celebrating the train's departure, only for darkness to suddenly descend, consuming the sky inch by inch. The abruptness of death was not frightening. Rather, it was the slow psychological torment that proved most fatal. They could see the emperor in the palace kneeling in prayer, the ministers prostrating themselves, and the shaman temple resuming its rituals, dancing about like jesters. Countless citizens knelt in fervent supplication, yet none could halt the darkness from tearing apart the entire planet. "Brother, our home." Ling Yu's voice trembled with tears. Ling Zheng gently stroked her head, whispering, "This is our true home." Unlike the other Yueshing individuals, Ling Zheng felt a sense of clarity. He no longer dwelled on the affairs of the Ling family. His only remaining kin was his sister. "Yueshing has been destroyed. Survivors, may fortune favor you." The screen darkened, and the train surged into the boundless depths of space. Chapter 42. Discovering other trains, canine-like humanoid beings. 3 days after setting sail, the train made another stop. This time for 2 days, allowing new passengers ample opportunity to adapt. To accelerate progress, Chen issued a multitude of supportive tasks, encouraging seasoned passengers to guide the newcomers. Notably, few new passengers established their own guilds. Most chose to join existing ones, as this would provide resource support and minimize missteps. Formerly medium-sized guilds expanded considerably, with over 50 large guilds boasting thousands of members, creating a vibrant atmosphere within the train. This was precisely the situation Chen wished to see. He could not allow a few established guilds to monopolize resources. During the brief 2-day stop, no incidents occurred. However, upon preparing to depart 2 days later, a shocking announcement stunned everyone. Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Wu. And 300 others have exhausted all loan balances. They possess no means of repayment and do not intend to repay. Consequently, the train will expel them. The carriage erupted in chaos. How could this happen? They had been warned long ago that exceeding the loan limit would result in expulsion. Were these individuals fools? Given their current circumstances, a little effort could easily sustain them. To be honest, the train's captain had been quite merciful. Had they truly wished to survive, they could have easily mined for resources on the planets during the past 2 days. The existence of such worthless individuals was unimaginable. Expulsion was the right course of action. Keeping them would only waste valuable spots. Numerous screens illuminated the carriage, displaying the expulsion process. The 300 individuals appeared disheveled and unkempt, their eyes vacant. They were transported by the spacecraft to a recently stripped life planet, where they would face natural judgment. In the cockpit, Chen-An's emotions were somewhat complex. "I have provided ample opportunities. Do they truly believe I am running a charity? The master has shown sufficient mercy." In reality, they could have been unceremoniously ejected from the train. Fuyo's authoritative tone brought comfort to Chen, prompting him to chuckle. Indeed, I might as well deliver them. What fools they are. He directed that the entire carriage be shown the footage, particularly focusing on the expressions of those facing their demise. I intend to make it abundantly clear. Let's see who dares to take advantage of me in the future. Once the spacecraft returned, the train set off once more. The screens within the carriage remained active, allowing passengers to witness the actions of the expelled individuals on the planet. Some scoured for food, while others resigned themselves to their fate. These individuals were indeed beyond saving. Approximately 1 hour later, darkness descended, gradually engulfing the planet. Initially, it seemed they were unafraid of death. Yet, just before their demise, they screamed and attempted to flee. The grotesque close-ups left the audience's hearts racing, unable to find solace. Thus, it was clear: never defy the rules of the train. Individual strength was too feeble. Joining a guild was essential. Were there any guilds accepting new members? The front guilds had already reached full capacity, leaving those yet to join to seek opportunities at the rear. Everything continued as usual. The train traversed the starry sky for a full 10 days. Fortunately, with the supplies gathered during the previous 2 days, new passengers could barely sustain themselves, avoiding the pitfalls of excessive loans. On the 11th day, precisely March 10th, the train docked at a unique star system. The reason for its uniqueness lay in the sheer size of its stars, approximately equivalent to 200 suns. Surrounding it were thousands of orbits, each harboring planets, with at least one life-bearing planet assuredly present. Fuyo, how far are we from the annihilation of the starry sky? The speed of annihilation appears to be relatively fixed. I have conducted comparative calculations. The annihilation of the starry sky will reach us in 20 days. Very well, we shall remain here for 20 days. Expedite the dispatch of reconnaissance ships to gather data on the surrounding planets. The radar could only provide rough estimates. Reconnaissance ships would need to land on the planetary surfaces. In the carriage, passengers, previously listless, perked up at the prospect of finally being able to stretch their legs. So many celestial bodies. The resources here must be incredibly abundant. Everyone, let us spring into action and make preparations ahead of time. The guilds are moving the fastest. Some are procuring supplies while others are leasing spacecraft. There are many spacecraft available, yet the larger models are scarce, necessitating a race against time. However, the train, having docked in the star's orbit, circled halfway without opening its doors or extending a conduit to collect energy. Fuyo, has the other party noticed our presence? Not yet. They are also a Class 1 train, having entered the stellar system before us. However, they are positioned opposite us, thus failing to detect our existence. Half an hour ago, a reconnaissance vessel discovered another train voraciously gathering resources. That train's location was beyond radar detection, which is why it went unnoticed initially. What kind of life forms? Canine-like humanoids, estimated to number around 800,000. Their warships are similar to ours, exceeding 70 in number. Canine-like humanoids. What manner of beings are these? Show me a visual. The screen displays the image of the adversary, bipedal, resembling humans, yet with canine heads. By Chen's aesthetic standards, these creatures are akin to dog-headed men, rather unsightly. Given that it is a Class 1 train, there should be 20 carriages. Why do they only have 800,000 passengers? Perhaps the captain of their train harbors severe racial biases and is unwilling to accommodate beings of other races. Chen pondered another question. How do other trains select their captains? The trains automatically issue selection tasks, with the most exceptional individuals being appointed as captains. Master, shall we make contact with them? It would be prudent to refrain from contact with those who cannot tolerate other races. Dispatch spacecraft to gather resources in the vicinity. Let them occupy the 2 life-bearing planets while we seek an opportunity to strike decisively in the vastness of the cosmos. All other trains are adversaries, rendering collaboration nearly impossible. Since we have encountered one another, a victor must emerge. After another half-day, the reconnaissance vessel detected a new phenomenon 600 million kilometers away, within the asteroid belt on our side. Lay the remains of a train. Upon receiving this information, Chen felt a chill run through him, remaining dazed for quite some time. Are trains so easily damaged? Trains possess defensive strength. Should that strength be exceeded, they may be breached. The target train is classified as a plant type, and it is estimated to have perished approximately half a month ago. Plant type. Elaborate. Plant type refers to botanical life. The desiccated branches affixed to the train's surface suggest it is a civilization resembling trees. The screen revealed the train's form, overall resembling a horizontally positioned tree, complete with carriages and doors, albeit with a peculiar exterior. The breach occurred in the seventh carriage, forcibly torn open by some sharp implement, resulting in the train losing power and subsequently collapsing entirely. Should the train collapse, the life within would struggle to survive. Reminder to the master. Each train possesses a unique core. If our train were to consume the core of another, it may evolve to gain special abilities. Chen, taken aback, queried. Where is the core of this train? Suddenly, a series of clicking sounds emanated from behind him. Turning around, he saw a 2-meter square compartment automatically open, revealing a dark metallic cylinder. Atop the cylinder rested a vividly colored orb, strikingly radiant. This is the train's core. Without it, the train would revert to a mundane state, devoid of any upgrade capabilities. Chen reached out to touch it. It felt warm and rounded, instilling a peculiar sense of intimacy. Simultaneously, he received information indicating that this little creature was exceedingly eager to devour other cores. Given its significant utility, it must be secured. Fuyo hastened to dispatch spacecraft to the train for reconnaissance. Should we assign tasks to the passengers? The passengers are too slow. I am unwilling to wait. Deploy robots entirely. We must ascertain whether the area is safe. There lies a considerable issue. Only the train captain can retrieve the core, so Chen needed to prepare accordingly. Chapter 43. The train destroyed by a star beast 2 hours later. In the cockpit, Chen obtained high-definition visuals of the plant-type train through the robots. It was breathtaking. The train was not merely severed in two but rather in 4 segments. The front portion was lodged among the shattered meteoroids, with the front body buried in the asteroid belt. The other 2 fragments floated aimlessly, unable to escape the vicinity. The robots were deployed to the first 2 segments, allowing Chen to observe the details of the train's rupture. The train had not been uniformly sliced by a blade. It appeared to have been violently torn apart, with numerous pipes trailing out to form elongated tendrils. He could even see many withered tree trunks riddled with wounds from passing debris. Fuyo, who was responsible for this? It cannot have been other trains. No entity possesses such overwhelming power at this stage. Preliminary analysis indicates this was the work of a commanding star beast, which, after a fierce battle with the train, compromised its defensive layer and subsequently ripped it apart. The absence of the star beast's carcass nearby suggests it emerged as the unequivocal victor. Although Chen had gathered much information, he remained profoundly astonished. A commanding star beast is equivalent to a stellar traveler. Can my train withstand such an encounter? It cannot. Should we encounter such a star beast, the best course of action is to flee. A profound sense of crisis enveloped Chen, intensifying his urgency to elevate his level. As the visuals entered the train's interior, he beheld a chaotic heap of branches, all desiccated and frozen, entangled within the seating of the train. The robots would need to sever these branches to clear a path. Upon the train's rupture, the passengers were exposed to the vacuum and perished swiftly. Based on the biological remains inside, we can infer the general appearance of the plant-type life forms. The screen displayed a standard Trant form. These are Trants, nearly identical in appearance. Shift the view to the front. Where are we now? The visuals transitioned as the robots entered the docking bay of Carriage 1. The spacecraft of the plant civilization bore a striking resemblance to Chen, save for a difference in color. Numerous damaged spacecraft were piled up along the corridor leading to the cockpit, necessitating time for the robots to clear the debris. After preliminary investigation, it appears all plant life forms are deceased, and there are no residual threats in this area. Chen rose and proceeded to the lower level, where his dedicated docking bay was located. Reminder to the master. If you intend to board the train, please don a spacesuit. Previously, to prepare for such extraordinary circumstances, a batch of spacesuits had been manufactured, and now was the opportune moment to utilize them. Bring me a few sets. Let us depart. The spacecraft departed the train, swiftly heading towards the target area under the escort of 10 warships. Nearly an hour later, Chen spacecraft arrived at the vicinity of the deceased train. The visual perspective appeared rather ordinary, yet the reality was truly awe-inspiring. The thousands of meters tall spacecraft had been brutally torn apart, with numerous gaping holes spanning several meters wide, presumably the width of the star beast's fingers. Chen found it difficult to fathom the true size of the star beast. This is merely a commanding level. What of the even more powerful entities yet to emerge? Might they not be beyond comprehension? The strength of a star beast is not necessarily correlated with its size. Indeed, there exist superstar beasts capable of swallowing stars whole. Yet there are also smaller star beasts comparable to your size. I hope I do not encounter one. It feels unnerving. The spacecraft entered the train through the breach, and the interior exuded an eerie atmosphere, reminiscent of a dilapidated factory, sending chills down his spine. Observing the plant life forms up close, Chen noted their differences from the treants. These beings had legs formed of entwined roots, and their torsos bore numerous arms, all results of twisted and tangled branches. Even more astonishing to Chen was the presence of distinctly visible reproductive organs, prominently exposed. Is their method of reproduction akin to that of animals? Your understanding of animals and plants is rather superficial. In the cosmos, such classifications do not exist. You may say that this plant life form belongs to a bisexual reproductive species, distinct from unisexual and multisexual reproductions. Multisexual reproduction. Is there also asexual reproduction? Provide me with an example. Mechanical life forms are a typical example of asexual reproduction, while multisexual reproduction is common among highly social species capable of controlling genetic information to produce relatively perfect offspring. I have certainly broadened my horizons. As they conversed, the spacecraft docked outside the landing bay. Clad in his spacesuit, Chen disembarked from the spacecraft. Although he could not feel the extreme cold of the air, he could see frost on the shoulders of the Guardian robots. What is the current temperature? According to the calculations of Zixing, it is currently minus 170 degrees. To my knowledge, the temperature in space is around minus 270 degrees. Why the discrepancy? Though this train has met its demise, it continues to emit some warmth, resisting the frigid external temperatures. Well, there is another reason. My understanding is quite limited. Even in true space, it is not necessarily a constant minus 270 degrees. Is the passageway open? Chen raised his gaze to the front, where hundreds of robots were collaborating to cut and move the obstructing spacecraft, but it would take some time. The front breach was located in the middle of carriage 1. So this area remained relatively safe. He turned to inspect the living quarters, eager to ascertain the living conditions of the plant life forms. To his dismay, he found the living area rather sparse, featuring only a few large pools constructed from special metals, all of which had since frozen over. Fuyo, do other trains possess intelligence cores? Each train has a basic intelligence core, yet they are far inferior to my capabilities. Haha, I can see that. Had the intelligence core of this train been you, it would undoubtedly have flourished in a vibrant manner. Fuyo's tone brimmed with pride, resembling that of a sentient being. Little did he know the extent of Fuyo's prowess. Had it not been for her, Chang'an's train would likely have descended into chaos, devoid of the current harmonious ecosystem. More importantly, Fuyao provided him with an abundance of advanced information, reminding the master. The passage to the cockpit has been opened. All right, bring out the shuttle. The shuttle is a small flying craft capable of accommodating a few or even dozens of individuals, serving as a fundamental unit within the interstellar fleet. Although Chen was not far from the cockpit, walking would take at least half an hour. Thus, taking the shuttle would be significantly quicker. Fuyao, the shuttle can be listed on the market, priced at 50,000 star coins. Then, let's manufacture some armored vehicles or convenient motorcycles. Ever since the wristwatch activated its feedback feature, Chen received a plethora of information daily. Some of it resonated with him, such as the passenger's need for driving tools. In previous instances, once passengers landed on a planet, they had to rely on spaceships to transfer locations. However, if the guild was too numerous, they would have to rent additional ships for convenience and speed. In reality, though, such an abundance of vessels was unnecessary. A single motorcycle would suffice for their normal operations on the planet's surface. Fuyao executed the command swiftly, placing the goods on the shelves, causing a stir in the cargo hold. While the specifics of the train's happenings remained unclear, the availability of driving tools indicated that they should be departing soon. The guild members hurried to make purchases, fearing a shortage. The shuttle was the most useful, yet it was rather expensive. Overall, various types of motorcycles appeared to be the most cost-effective option. Armored vehicles were not particularly practical. What they needed more was speed. Inside the train, consumer activity ran rampant, and no one was aware that Chen had already boarded the shuttle and arrived at the cockpit of the death train. Chapter 44. The Plant Life, Luoyu, Special Extraordinary on the opposite side of the star. Numerous ships traversed back and forth between the train and the Life Star, transporting various resources. The train appeared entirely normal, lacking any extraordinary structures. Inside the cockpit, the train conductor, Gusta, had just received critical information. The discovery of the death train? Trains can die too. The console before him looked somewhat antiquated, displaying a virtual character resembling a dog-headed humanoid. The train was not invincible. If it were subjected to an attack of extreme defensive force, it could sustain damage. Gusta was taken aback, his long tongue extending, adorned with peculiar white spots. He touched the few withered strands of hair atop his head and inquired of his intellect. Are there any other findings? There are battleships and robots near the death train, suggesting the presence of other trains. It is recommended to deploy more shuttles for exploration. The train's core is of utmost importance, I am well aware. But we cannot act recklessly. Immediately deploy 100 shuttles to scout from various angles and locate the opposing train. This is the most critical matter in the cockpit of the death train. Chen exerted considerable effort to extract the train's core. It was a green orb of light, dim and unremarkable. As Chen grasped it, it attempted to resist, but its strength was far too feeble to break free. Does it possess consciousness? The train's core will gradually develop awareness. It realizes that it will perish once consumed, thus seeking means of escape. It is advised that the master keep it close, as only you can suppress it. Very well, this must be the reason I was summoned to retrieve it personally. He had to bring the core back to the cockpit to consume it. Time was of the essence. He needed to return immediately. However, just as the shuttle departed from the cockpit, the door on the right side of the corridor was violently breached, and numerous tendrils shot toward the shuttle. Sizzle. The shuttle's robust body was pierced, and its power was forcibly severed. How could there be living trance? Observing the shuttle rendered inoperative, Chen quickly instructed the robots to intercept. He needed to escape through another route. Master, you are of the third tier. And then? The target is merely of the second tier. You can afford not to run. Chen fled even faster. Regardless of tiers, he preferred to avoid combat. Preserving his life was paramount. The trance that had survived until now surely possessed some skill. What if one of them was a protagonist? In novels, protagonists excel at defeating foes of higher levels, while only side characters are foolish enough to rely on levels and feel superior. Immediately gather the robots and charge in at all costs. Capture them alive. I wish to glean more information, in the matter of escaping. Chen exhibited the speed befitting a third-tier extraordinary, managing to leave the train and enter a warship in a mere 8 minutes. The escort vessel boasted high defense and swift speed, housing a fleet of fighter jets, capable of both offense and defense, thus providing greater safety. He activated the frontline display. The screen portrayed the cockpit of the death train. But due to the rapid deaths of the robots, the footage required constant switching. As more images surfaced, Fuyao displayed the appearance of the train. How should one describe it? It appeared somewhat delicate. Fuyao, is it a girl? No, is it female? The train was a pale green, its slender trunk emanating a strong sense of power. This train is a female entity, of the second-tier extraordinary, her branches as hard as iron, capable of easily tearing through the defenses of robots. What do you mean by a female entity? You, the Purple Star people, categorize genders into male and female, but extending the perspective to the broader universe is not suitable. Broadly speaking, beings can exhibit various characteristics in terms of sex, such as feminine, masculine, gender-balanced, feminine dominance, masculine dominance, and non-binary. Chen felt a chill run down his spine, retorting, I'm not a sentient intellect. Can you speak plainly? If compared to the Purple Star people, feminine refers to females, and masculine refers to males. Oh, I understand now. Gender balance refers to hermaphrodites, while non-binary pertains to asexual beings. I am more intrigued by hermaphrodites. Are such beings numerous? Certainly, many exist. Gender-balanced beings can self-reproduce and perfectly adapt to most harsh environments in the universe. Even if an entire civilization were to be obliterated down to a single individual, they could still recreate a new race. Chen was left dumbfounded. Give me one woman, and I could create an entire race. It seems that this statement was still overly conservative. Fuyao's next statement was even more astonishing. This Trent's spiritual type is highly compatible with the master. It is recommended that you achieve a harmonious balance of yin and yang, which will bestow upon you incredible benefits. The term harmonious balance of yin and yang had long rendered Chen unable to face it directly. Are you deliberately trying to disgust me? He turned his gaze to the screen, where countless robots surged toward the Treant. With an overwhelming numerical advantage, the Treant was ultimately subdued. To prevent any further outbursts from the Treant, the robots constructed a sturdy iron cage, confining her within and transporting her to the warship. Chen was filled with anticipation. After a while, the iron cage was brought to the main chamber of the warship, where hundreds of robots stood guard. Chen stepped onto a floating platform, approaching the Treant and realizing how petite she was. The Treant stood 5 meters tall, her body a vibrant green, resembling exquisite jade. Chen moved closer, tilting his head to greet her. "Hey, what is your name?" To himself, it sounded entirely normal. However, if an outsider were present, they would perceive Chen as murmuring, uttering peculiar words with varied intonations. The Treant, initially listless and resigned to death, perked up upon hearing the language of her kin. Her eyes, hidden within the canopy, emerged, a brilliant blue resembling pearls. What kind of being are you? Why do you speak the language of the spirit plants? Spirit plants. From the perspective of you purple star people, all plant-based life can be classified under this category. Fu Yao promptly clarified, alleviating Chen's need to inquire. Chen responded, "I am human, having just learned your language. My name is Chen. What about you?" The Trent's voice was ethereal and youthful, reminiscent of a 15 or 16-year-old girl, melodious and delightful. "My name is Luoyu. My father is the train conductor. Could you please release me?" So she is the daughter of the train conductor. No wonder she could survive in his private domain. Chen mentally inquired of Fu Yao. How did she manage to stay alive? There is only one possibility. She is a special extraordinary. A defender. Any special extraordinary possesses unique survival abilities, and currently, it is impossible to make a judgment unless she utilizes her abilities. It is advised that the master achieve a harmonious balance of yin and yang with her to gain complete clarity. You are truly persistent. Chen did not respond to Luoyu, as he pondered how to handle the situation. The best course of action presently appeared to be taking Luoyu back for nurturing while seeking ways to control her. However, at that moment, Luoyu uttered something astonishing. "Human, I foresaw that you would become my partner. Therefore, I intend to save you." Chapter 45. Spiritual Harmony with Luoyu. You are a prophet. Chen was taken aback. Luoyu nodded. "Indeed, I am a prophet. Just now, I foresaw that we would soon achieve spiritual harmony. I also foresaw that you would be defeated by the dog-headed humanoid, with passengers suffering heavy casualties, ultimately forcing you to escape after a prolonged period of hiding to regain your strength." Had anyone else uttered such words, Chen would have dismissed them as a joke. However, since Luoyu claimed to be a prophet, it could not be mere falsehood. "Wait, if you are a prophet, why did your civilization not evade disaster?" Luoyu waved her long branches, expressing her grievance. "My father does not believe in the existence of prophets, claiming I am spouting nonsense. For that reason, he even confined me to my room. Woe is me. If my father had believed me, the train could have avoided the terrifying star beasts." At this moment, Fu Yao's significance became apparent. Otherwise, Chen would not have believed in the existence of prophets, as it seemed too extraordinary. "Even if I believe you are a prophet, how can you prove it? Your prophecy seems rather far-fetched." "I can prove it right now." Suddenly, a wave of disorientation washed over Chen, and he felt as though he had entered a world among the stars. Dazzling celestial bodies, softly luminous nebulae, harmonious and perfect. In that moment, Chen's state of mind relaxed infinitely, casting aside all worries. "Do you like it?" It was Luoyu's voice. Chen turned around, astonished to see a beam of green light rising and falling behind him. As certain information flooded into his mind, Chen did not wait or accept the fact that he too was a beam of light. He was red light. "Fu Yao, what is happening?" There was no response. Either he had blocked Fu Yao's information, or she had blocked him. "Where is this? What do you want?" "I must leave." A green light swooped by, brushing against Chen's red light. Boom! In an instant, Chen's consciousness expanded. His thoughts soaring like towering mountains, infinitely ascending towards the sky. He nearly forgot everything, even his own name. Half an hour later, Chen's spirit returned to his body, yet he remained in a daze, unable to regain his composure. Even though he had detached from that spiritual state, The profound connection with nature was deeply imprinted in his consciousness, an indelible bond. Fu Yao, I believe you now. This method is indeed sophisticated. Shedding the mundane shackles, only the ethereal essence of the spiritual realm remained, akin to a melody harvested from the cosmos, each chord resonating in its most perfect state. He now found her increasingly elegant, a rather peculiar sensation. Has the master recovered? This is merely the most basic level of spiritual harmony. If you encounter a perfect resonance in the future, the experience will be magnified a billionfold. Chen felt breathless. A billionfold seemed utterly absurd. If the degree of spiritual resonance is poor, it can indeed be painful. However, perfect resonance brings no pain and enhances each party. Master, you can now check if you have received any special enhancement. I can't be bothered to check. Just tell me directly. A small number of your cells have acquired the ability for photosynthesis. As long as there is sunlight, your body will never lack energy. Is that even possible? Chen could not see the internal state of his body, but he could faintly sense that something had indeed changed within his cells. Could it be chloroplasts? Since I have gained this special ability? Does Luoyu also possess it? Luoyu's cells have received equivalent enhancement. She now possesses certain human traits. After chatting for a while, Chen's body gradually returned to normal, prompting him to instruct the robot to open the cage. Upon its opening, Luoyu joyfully approached Chen, attempting to embrace him with her branches. No, maintain some distance. Spirit is spirit. It has nothing to do with the body. Chen still felt averse to Luoyu's corporeal form and would never make any unnecessary contact. Oh, I see, Luoyu replied, looking somewhat aggrieved. Chen planned to care for her, treating her as a pet. He finally understood why there was a designated pet area on the train. After returning, he would simply give Luoyu a pot of soil to take root in. Once personal matters were settled, Chen pondered a more pressing question. Why can't I defeat the dog-headed beings? Luoyu replied. The dog-headed beings train is a pure war machine. Everything serves the purpose of warfare. Your train, on the other hand, is filled with passengers who lack the capability for space combat. The process of war involves mutual shots between warships. You have not engaged the dog-headed beings' fleet. Chunan's head throbbed. No wonder the dog-headed beings reject outsiders. Their operational model differs greatly from ours. Fu Yao, isn't it somewhat outdated to manage things using the passenger model? Master, do you no longer believe in me? That makes me quite sad. I didn't say I don't believe you. Just explain it clearly. The passenger model is the most excellent operational mode, as it allows you to cultivate countless powerful passengers who will form numerous fleets. The dog-headed beings model is severely limited, as they possess no development potential and will inevitably be consumed. There are no exceptions. Chen began to understand. His current model was far more sustainable, while the dog-headed beings were depleting their resources, destined for annihilation. But I still can't defeat them. Suggest you ask Luoyu how we managed to escape. Logically, the dog-headed beings would not let us get away. Upon inquiring, Luoyu explained. In the latter half of the battle, you finally returned to the train and allowed the core to be devoured, thereby gaining special abilities. It was precisely through these abilities that you repelled the dog-headed being's fleet. I see now. The turning point lies in the special abilities. Fu Yao, return to the train immediately. At a distance of 600 million kilometers, it would take at least an hour without a warship. Chapter 46. The train gains new ability. Extraordinary orbital cannon on the dog-headed being's train. Gusta received comprehensive intelligence. Another train was positioned opposite the star, having likely just arrived. The death train was also present across from them, already explored, but it remained uncertain whether the core had been removed. Gusta's expression darkened as he slammed his right fist onto the hard control panel. If the opposing train evolved special abilities, they would undoubtedly be used against us. A single star system cannot contain two trains. What civilization are they? They belong to a canine-like civilization, but with peculiar heads that appear quite repulsive. Master, according to my exploration, this canine civilization only possesses corvettes and has yet to develop destroyers. Finally, a piece of good news. Gusta's face brightened. We just happen to have two destroyers. If we coordinate with the corvettes to strike, we might succeed. If the opposing train's captain has discovered the death train's core, he may not have had time to return. We will attempt to intercept. With orders dispatched, hundreds of corvettes surged forth, surrounded by numerous shuttles and various spacecraft. Alongside the fleet, two destroyers of similar size plunged into the cosmos at a swifter pace. cloaked from all detection signals. However, Gusta was unaware that Luoyu had already predicted his actions, prompting Chen to return to the train ahead of time. On his way to the cockpit, Chen noticed Luoyu appeared dazed. Something seemed amiss. What's wrong? Luoyu, moving with her slender wooden legs, was significantly faster than Chen, yet now she appeared frail, worse than before. She softly replied, I previously thought I would surely perish, so I unlawfully used my abilities, resulting in a reduction of my lifespan. Look at my branches, they have withered even more. Chen-An's mood soured. He had forgotten that a seer would expend their lifespan. How much time do you have left? I don't know, but I don't feel well. Seeing her in such a state of confusion, Chen could only inquire with Fu Yao. Although seers do expend their lifespan, it does not lead to immediate death. If their lifespan becomes too short, they cannot use their abilities until it increases. Spiritual plants are unique. Their vitality is naturally extensive. Though she is only at the second stage, she can live for thousands of years, much longer than you. Chen remarked, Is this daily tormenting me? What is her current condition? Having used her prophetic abilities and then achieved spiritual resonance, her consumption of energy is excessive. She requires replenishment of energy crystals. Providing her with 100 units of energy crystals will restore her to her former state within half an hour. Is that so? Why didn't you say so earlier? Chen instructed Luoyu to rest temporarily in the reception room. Commanding the robot to provide her with energy crystals, he then hurried to the cockpit, eagerly opening his train's core to let it devour the green plant civilization. Amidst the radiant glow, the green gradually dissolved. What abilities would the train evolve? Luoyu had not clarified this before. Please await the outcome, Master. After approximately 10 minutes of anticipation, the core finally completed its consumption, the brilliance intensifying. A light screen protruded beside the core, displaying a multitude of information scrolling rapidly from top to bottom. Chen could not comprehend these details, but after a long while, Fu Yao summarized the core's content. The train has acquired a new ability, Extraordinary Orbital Cannon. Installation is in progress. The screen displayed an image where a spacious area corresponding to the cockpit had been cleared within the train's lower defensive layer, gradually generating an immense machine. Coils folded, forged, and shaped in rapid succession, then encapsulated entirely, surrounded by hundreds of strange energy storage devices. Finally, they were sealed once more, all equipment enclosed in an iron box, resembling a fortress. This iron box was tightly connected to the train, with pipes leading to the storage layer, allowing for immediate access to all energy crystal reserves. Isn't this an electromagnetic orbital cannon? What is the difference from the ones on the train's roof? It's just several sizes larger. When the train ascended to the first star, 200 electromagnetic orbital cannons were added to the roof, which had yet to be utilized. The energy consumption and power of the two differ, as do their mechanisms. The Extraordinary Orbital Cannon consumes energy crystals. The more energy it uses, the greater its power, currently capped at 100 million units of energy crystals. Future upgrades are possible. Firing a single shot costs 100 million energy crystals? Outrageous, yet, Chen quickly thought of a silver lining. He was not concerned about excessive consumption, only the fear of insufficient power. With the Extraordinary Orbital Cannon as a safety net, Chen felt emboldened and instructed Fu Yao to scout the movements of the dog-headed beings. The enemy fleet is only 200 million kilometers away, expected to arrive in about half an hour. Are they heading for the train? We still have 10 warships near the death train. The enemy may be attempting an interception. I suggest we take the initiative and use the Extraordinary Orbital Cannon to obliterate them. Chen contemplated for a long while and asked, even if I destroy dozens of their warships? What does it matter? The key point remains the train. Can the Extraordinary Orbital Cannon target the train? The Extraordinary Orbital Cannon is an advanced extraordinary weapon. As long as the energy is sufficient, it can tear apart a bronze train. How many energy crystals do I currently possess? A total of 120 million basic units. Chen felt quite satisfied. I have a rough plan now. It's fine. Let them attempt their interception. Immediately instruct the 10 corvettes near the death train to depart without returning. We will deploy all corvettes to form a defensive perimeter around the train. Regardless of whether they choose to attack, we must create an imposing presence. Most importantly, we must convey the impression that I have not yet approached the death train. I even want to feign ignorance regarding the core's ability to devour. Fu Yao promptly provided her analysis. The master intends to deceive this fleet into a death train 600 million kilometers away, and then we will destroy the dog-headed people's train on the other side of the star? Haha, clever. Actually, we could go now. The frigates cannot stop us. While the frigates may not hinder us, I fear the opposition may flee. If I were a dog-headed creature and noticed an enemy train hastily approaching, I would undoubtedly be on high alert. By the way, what is the range of the extraordinary orbital cannon? The maximum range is 100 million kilometers, but the energy will gradually diminish, leaving its final power uncertain. Chen remarked. There is indeed another issue. The reconnaissance range of the opposing train must exceed 100 million kilometers, and they will detect us in advance. Do you have a solution? The proximity to the star significantly weakens radar detection. The closer we are to the star's surface, the more pronounced the effect. This is why our two trains, despite being very close on either side of the star, cannot detect each other. Chen looked up at the colossal star ahead, feeling a pang of trepidation. Are you certain the star's gravity will not draw us in? Rest assured, Master. Calculations indicate that our train can overcome it. That is reassuring. Once I dispel the dog-headed creature's wariness, we shall navigate the train past the star through the inferno. Haha, I eagerly anticipate the astonished expressions of the dog-headed creatures. After waiting for over 20 minutes, the fleet of dog-headed creatures finally arrived at a position 300 million kilometers from the train, simultaneously 400 million kilometers from the death train, effectively at a midpoint. Chapter 47. The exceedingly indulgent dog-headed creature. The train showed no intention of opening its doors, and the passengers' excitement gradually waned. When they saw the frigates arrayed outside, they were taken aback. What is happening? Are we about to engage in battle with someone? It seemed the train's frigates had multiplied significantly, which was absurd. At that moment, the train emitted a full car announcement. This train is under threat from a hostile train. A conflict may ensue. Please fasten your seatbelts. Following the announcement, the entire train erupted in fervor. Are the other trains also from Purple Star? Since they are labeled as hostile, how could they possibly be from Purple Star? Why hasn't the train commander assigned any missions? We could also engage in battle. Would we really take cargo ships into combat? What were they thinking? One frigate could annihilate a whole fleet of ours. The commotion continued in the carriage, while Chen remained calm in the cockpit. The reason for informing the passengers was to remind them of their precarious situation. They should not assume that remaining on the train guarantees safety. Anyone could meet their end at any moment. This way, the passengers would be more motivated to scavenge. Tio gather resources. Fuyao broadcasted the war scenes live, accompanied by somber music. Should we issue the ultimate mission? Upon seeing the task details presented by Fuyao, Chen lips twitched. Ultimate mission. All passengers are to join forces with the train to repel the invading enemies. Those who successfully drive away the foes will be honored with the title guardian of the train if they place in the top 100 on the contribution leaderboard. Special note, donations of star coins to support the train will count as contribution points. Aside from donating star coins, there was no other means of participating in the battle. I suddenly realized that compared to you, Fuyao, I am a veritable philanthropist. If the master does not approve, this task need not be issued. Issue it, of course. Some wealthy individuals possess too much money. A little scavenging on my part is quite fitting. The ultimate mission was merely a jest. Chen did not take it seriously, however, the passengers did. Their lives were intertwined with the train. If the train were to perish, so would they. At that point, star coins would be nothing more than a string of data, utterly valueless. Consequently, the passengers rushed to donate, and the amounts soared rapidly. Chen thought, they are far more genuine than I. I am indeed a merchant of cunning. I shall save these star coins for the next main mission's reward pool. Ultimately, I must return them. Star coins are merely data. Chen held absolute interpretative authority. He could not truly drain the passengers dry. Beep, beep, beep. A notification of external signals appeared on the control panel screen, originating from the dog-headed creature's train. Establish a communication link and simultaneously decipher their language. Before long, the screen displayed the image of the opposing side, causing Chen heart to race. The appearance of the dog-headed creature was exceedingly outrageous, delivering a particularly intense shock to Chen's heart. If possible, he wished to turn off the video and switch to audio communication. Meanwhile, Gusta was also taken aback. The creature before him was grotesque to the core. Why were its eyes so distorted? Why was it covered in such an abundance of hair? Wasn't that revolting? What difference was there between its toothless maw and that of a wretched beast? Most striking was the peculiar fur draped over its body, which appeared to be of inferior quality, far beneath the standards of the pelts worn by their own kind. Gusta felt a swell of superiority as he stroked the withered, yellowed hair atop his head, inquiring, "Where do you hail from? Where are you headed?" Chen instinctively replied, "I come from the Eastern Tang dynasty, bound for the Western paradise to seek the scriptures." Although he was uncertain how the dog-headed creature translated this phrase, its expression indicated complete belief. Before Chen could pose a question, Gusta introduced himself. "I am from Hunting Dog Star, and my name is Gusta. It is a pleasure to meet you." The terms dog and dog-headed creature were not inherent to them, but rather a result of Fuyao's translation that aligned with the Purple Star lexicon. The pronunciation from the opposing side was peculiar, occasionally deep and at other times shrill, as though the sounds were forced out of their nasal passages, imparting a sense of urgency akin to words caught in one's throat. Chen engaged him in cordial conversation, nearly to the point of sitting down for drinks and swearing brotherhood. Gusta chuckled. "In that case, perhaps we could travel together. Brother, have you gathered any intel regarding the death train over there?" "I had already discovered it but have lacked the time to investigate." Spouting nonsense, Chen chose not to expose him and instead played along. "I have only recently arrived here and have dispatched some robots for reconnaissance. They are nothing but scrap of no interest to me." "You haven't been there yourself? Why would I do that? What if there is danger?" "As the train commander, prioritizing my survival is paramount. Everything else pales in comparison." Gusta felt a surge of joy within, though his expression remained unchanged, even growing more affable. "Ha ha, brother, you speak true. A dilapidated train holds no value, which is precisely why I have refrained from visiting for several days. However, I find myself in need of materials, and that train may possess some, so I was wondering if you could spare a few." Chen dismissively shrugged. "That is property without an owner. If you desire it, go take it by the way. It seems there are only 2 life-bearing planets within the galaxy. Could you possibly grant me one?" This inquiry completely dispelled Gusta's suspicions, prompting him to burst into hearty laughter. "What are you saying? Brother? Since you are allowing me the death train, I shall, of course, share half of the resources with you. I will instruct my people to withdraw shortly, and you may proceed at your convenience." Chen rejoiced. "Brother, your generosity is commendable. Perhaps tomorrow we could gather and discuss further. There may be more opportunities for collaboration in the future." "Gusta, a splendid idea. We could even engage in trade. I possess numerous resources that are of no use to me." "Resources of no use must indeed be worthless. After all, both our trains require similar materials." Chen chuckled a few times, offering perfunctory responses before terminating the screen and severing the connection. His smile faded. Returning to a serious demeanor, "Fuyao, do you think my performance deserves an award?" "Congratulations, Master, for winning the Best Performance Award aboard the Fuyao train. Why is it being referred to as the Fuyao train?" "Very well, that works. It must have a name. We shall wait a moment longer to see if they shift their focus towards the death train. If so, we will promptly turn and rush towards the star." Leaving the frigates behind to confound them at the train's maximum speed, Gusta will have no time to react. Within the dog-headed creature's train, Gusta spat disdainfully, cursing under his breath. "Those worthless things, wanting to collaborate with me without considering their wretched appearance." The fleet will soon proceed to the death train, seizing full control. Once safety is assured, I will personally journey there aboard a ship. As long as I obtain the core, we can swiftly turn our aggression towards the Tang people. The intellect offered a caution. "Do not rush. What if they escape? We need to ascertain what new abilities the train will acquire. If the abilities are lacking, I do not recommend turning hostile." "Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Let us position the train as close as possible to the opposite side, minimizing our distance to the death train." However, unbeknownst to him, this would only facilitate Chang'an's assault. Chapter 48. The orbital cannon fully charged. Filling with 100 million energy crystals, the train frequently approaches the star to absorb energy, with the closest position being near the convection layer, and the farthest at a distance of 500,000 kilometers. This is the limit of the pipeline extension. Generally, Chen would set the distance at this 500,000 kilometers limit to ensure safe entry and exit for the spacecraft. Yet, even at this distance, only the spacecraft and frigates could navigate normally. Shuttles or space yachts would be rendered defenseless by the extreme temperatures. However, at this moment, Chen piloted the train directly into the fiery convection layer. Surrounded by a seething sea of flames, as temperatures soared rapidly, Though be honest, although Fu Yao ensured the train would be fine, he still worried that the intense heat might incinerate the train. I do not understand. Star beasts can tear the train apart, and concentrated bombardment can breach its defenses, so why cannot the extreme heat of the star? Since the train is designed to harness the energy of the star, it can naturally withstand extremely high temperatures. This is a special rule, and I cannot provide a reasonable explanation. Unable to explain simply means to fabricate nonsense. After all, you hold the authority. Raising his gaze to the porthole, he saw terrifying flames obscuring everything, relying solely on the detection system to ascertain direction. This time, the passengers in each carriage were gripped by sheer terror. They were unaware of Chen's plan or that the train could endure such high temperatures. The passengers either huddled in their seats or wandered about, screaming in a futile attempt to release their panic. The view outside the porthole was engulfed in a vivid crimson hue, the overwhelming pressure seemingly capable of shattering the train's glass at any moment. It was over. Most likely, the train had lost power following a defeat and had been ensnared by the gravitational pull of a star. Everyone should remain silent and await their fate. No need for noise. I refuse to be quiet. Who dares to challenge me? Disputes erupted in several carriages, even leading to casualties. The atmosphere of panic mirrored that of the initial explosion of the purple star. In carriage 10, Zishu remained remarkably composed. She felt a sense of satisfaction simply to have survived this long. Even death at this moment would not be a loss. Casting her gaze upon the surrounding chaos, she bellowed, "Silence, everyone. Even in death, we must maintain our dignity." Her elevated stature quelled the unrest temporarily, allowing many to regain their composure. Zishu activated her wristwatch to send a message to Chen. "Will I get to see you one more time? You are all I think about now." Chen replied curtly, "Stop causing a ruckus. I'm busy." Without a further response, Zishu felt a sting in her eyes, her heart heavy with sorrow. In other carriages, there were also individuals attempting to maintain their calm, such as Chen Guoyang, who tended to his wife and child while leisurely recounting enlightening tales to his son. Then there was Xiao Zhan, who opened the projection feature on his wristwatch to view videos he had recorded previously. Laughing heartily, in carriage 11, Ling Zheng and Ling Yu engaged in a conversation. "Brother, are we going to be burned alive?" "Absolutely not. The conductor is as powerful as a deity. We will be fine." Ling Yu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Is the realm behind the flames the land of demons? Perhaps we are destined to confront them." "Indeed, you may be right. It is quite possible." Chen was aware of the turmoil within the carriages but remained indifferent. A slight shift in emotions was entirely natural. It was preferable to a stagnant pool of despair. He remembered those who had engaged in fights. They would all face confinement afterward, starting at 10 hours. Should there be instances of murder, they would be dealt with according to the train's regulations. Punishments would be meted out without mercy, and expulsions would be enforced where necessary. This approach, in fact, was beneficial, as it allowed for the identification of certain destabilizing elements before they could hinder crucial moments. Following a lengthy 40-minute journey, at the end of which the train's front seemed like a ferocious fire dragon bursting through the stellar convective layer, it surged into the starry sky. The content on the carriage screens changed in sync, yet the outside view remained a fiery red, requiring some time to cool down. "Look at the screens. The content has changed." Good heavens, has the train actually flown out? Outside the porthole, it appeared that the raging inferno was transitioning in color. The passengers gradually calmed, pondering their current predicament with various theories emerging. At this juncture, the train announced, "The conductor has deliberately navigated through the stellar surface to better engage the enemy and has successfully arrived at the opposite side. The train has detected numerous violations among passengers and will enforce accountability post-battle. Robots will immediately apprehend those involved, and resistors will face strict suppression." Clatter. Countless robots entered the carriages, their synchronized footsteps sending chills through the passengers. It dawned on them that the train was unharmed. It was their imaginations that had run wild. Those who had not committed any infractions felt reassured, while those who had transgressed were engulfed in trepidation, uncertain of the train's impending punishment. "I accidentally killed someone. What do I do?" A voice broke down in despair. Others instinctively distanced themselves, wary of further outbursts. Fortunately, the robots arrived just in time to subdue the dangerous individuals and detain them temporarily. "Warning, warning! An opposing train has been detected." Merely 30 million kilometers away, Gusta was poised to board a spacecraft when he received the intelligence brain's alert. He swiftly returned to the cockpit, pulling up all relevant information. What? How did they manage to get here? The intelligence brain replied, stellar interference has obstructed our information detection. The enemy is skimming the surface of the star, and their intentions remain unclear. Even though Gusta considered himself astute, he could not fathom Chen-An's rationale. Was it to acquire the life star? This could be understood, given that the orbits of the two life stars were more inclined toward this direction. The screen displayed the train emerging from the fiery depths, a red dragon soaring at full speed. With the speed at which the train navigated, it would soon be in proximity. No, if they aimed for the life star, they should have followed the trajectory to the asteroid belt. 50 million kilometers away. Do you have a logical deduction? The intelligence brain responded, the enemy has exhibited significant aggression. They may be coming for us. They can't even build a destroyer. What makes them think they can attack me? Just as the words left his mouth, Gusta's pupils dilated, and the hair on his head stood on end. There was only one possibility. They had integrated with the train's core and had been deceiving him all along. This is bad. They must have acquired the capability to annihilate me. Prepare for immediate departure. The majority of our warships are stationed outside, and your kin remain on the planet. Gusta's expression twisted into a grimace. As long as the train survives, I still have hope. Warships can be constructed, kin are irrelevant. Set course for maximum power immediately. Once the dog-headed train set off, Fuyo sensed it instantly. Master, our distance has stabilized at 25 million kilometers. It is unlikely to close any further. Both parties were racing at full speed, and given that they were equally matched trains, the question of who was faster was moot. Thus, as long as the direction remained unchanged, the relative distance would remain constant. Fuyo, how long to charge the orbital cannon? Master, how much energy crystal do you intend to expend? The minimum charging time is 2 minutes, while the maximum can extend to 10 minutes. Chen chuckled, charge it to the maximum. I want to obliterate the enemy. 100 million energy crystals are in the process of being filled, with a charging time of 10 minutes. Chapter 49. The cannon that completely penetrates the train. Gusta prided himself on being a prodigy, the savior of the Hound Star. Yet now, faced with a mortal threat, he found himself in a desperate flight. Had there been a better means of escape, he might have even considered abandoning the train temporarily. Don't just stand there. Attack! The train was equipped with laser cannons on both sides and conventional electromagnetic railguns atop. They all fired simultaneously, but the distance was still insufficient. Chen laughed heartily. You think you can shoot a conventional electromagnetic cannon 20 million kilometers? You must be joking, Master. Should we retaliate? If I retaliate, wouldn't that make me a fool? It appears the Master is not foolish and possesses a clear understanding of his own strength, which is reassuring. I sense your human consciousness is becoming increasingly pronounced. Are you engaging in self-learning? A sense of vigilance arose in Chen-An's heart. Fuyo is a super-intelligent brain with self-learning capabilities. I am continuously acquiring new information. Please grant me your utmost trust. My core program is absolute loyalty to you. Chen-An's expression softened. I certainly trust you. After all, if something were to happen to you, never mind that. Keep pursuing. We must maintain our distance. Who knows if this range will be sufficient? Meanwhile, below in the defense layer, the massive orbital cannon was rapidly depleting energy crystals. Chen dared not look at the consumption rate, fearing the pain it would bring him. He had only 120 million energy crystals, a result of 2 months of savings. Now, that entire 2-month supply could vanish in a single shot. I hope the returns are sufficient. Otherwise, I will be heartbroken. As time ticked closer, Chen felt even more anxious than Gusta. If this shot failed to eliminate the enemy, they would face a counterattack. With over 100 frigates, 2 destroyers, and a populace ready to fight, Chen concluded they stood no chance. Master need not worry. Even if we fail to destroy the enemy train, we can still intimidate them, as they are unaware of whether we can fire again. That makes sense as long as this shot establishes a deterrent. That will suffice. 10 minutes passed swiftly, and the 2 trains had traveled considerable distances. Chen-An's train opened its front, revealing a dark, circular opening reminiscent of a black hole. Initially, there was no reaction, but 3 seconds later, a massive azure beam of light erupted, racing through the cosmos at the speed of light. The immense recoil caused the train to sway violently, and Chen clutched his seat to avoid being thrown off balance. The carriage descended into chaos. Those strapped in were fortunate, but unbuckled passengers were tossed about, colliding with one another, resulting in numerous injuries. Look outside. What a beautiful beam of light in the midst of the conflict. People craned their necks to gaze out the porthole, the azure light sending shivers down their spines and raising the hairs on their necks. The beam illuminated the starry sky, allowing them to see where it eventually struck. But due to the vast distance, they could only discern a dot. Look at the screen. There's information displayed. The screen showcased the blue beam piercing through the rear of the train, then sequentially penetrating deeper, ultimately emerging from the front and continuing into the distance. The image froze on the train, failing to extend further. However, from an angle, it was visible that the beam ultimately struck a planet, obliterating it from head to toe in a brilliant explosion. Sound could not be heard, but the spectators could envision the explosive impact of the planet's destruction. The Purple Star people recalled that moment from 2 months prior, as vivid as yesterday in the cockpit. Chen was equally astonished, taking time to regain his composure. Not only had they penetrated the train, but they had also obliterated an entire planet. Why heavens, is this the power of the extraordinary orbital cannon? Treating a planet like a toy? Fuyo has calculated the relevant data. It requires only 80 million units of energy crystals to annihilate a bronze train of a star. In other words, we wasted 20 million. Chen-An's tense expression gradually relaxed, revealing a bright smile. Not wasted at all, let alone 100 million. Even 200 million would be worth it. The dog-headed train seems to have lost power. Let us pursue them swiftly. In reality, the train had never stopped, and in no time, they were in close proximity to it. Became evident that although the dog-headed train had not disintegrated, it had sustained extensive damage. The rear cabin of the train has been utterly obliterated, with the walls on either side bulging outward, manifesting an extreme state of expansion. The windows are stained a deep crimson, the result of the canine-headed beings being crushed against them. Reduced to a mere pulp. There is not even a remnant of flesh left, only a thin layer of cellular structure, frozen by the intense cold. No canine-headed beings will survive. Even if they are not instantaneously obliterated by the beams of light, they will be crushed by the immense pressure. Most critically, the internal environment of the train has been completely compromised, rendering it impossible for anyone to live unless they possess the capabilities of a stellar traveler. Immediately, I must investigate the cockpit. Surely the train's core has not been destroyed. The train's core can only be consumed, not destroyed. That is reassuring. Just as Chen prepares to dispatch a spacecraft for a close reconnaissance, a communication request from Jester appears on the screen. He's still alive. As the feed activates, a disheveled Jester is seen lying amidst the ruins, clad in a spacesuit. Brother, you truly are formidable, I concede. As long as you spare my life, I am willing to offer you anything. Chen, stroking his chin thoughtfully with his right hand, refrains from giving an immediate response. Instead, it is Fuyao who provides a suggestion. Gathering some high-quality passengers would be more advantageous for you. A smile graces Chen-An's face as he replies to Jester. Very well. I accept your surrender and will send someone to retrieve you. However, once the communication is severed, Chen-An's demeanor shifts dramatically. He orders combat robots to eliminate Jester and eject his remains into space. Having just played the role of the deceiver, he cannot easily trust that Jester truly surrenders. Caution is the mother of safety, and it is most prudent to ensure the enemy is thoroughly subdued. Fuyao, your suggestion lacks reliability. All of Fuyao's decisions stem from an analysis of the master's interests, but they are not necessarily infallible and require the master's judgment. There is no rush. You may take your time to learn. Chen, feeling remarkably at ease, even instructs the robotic chef to prepare a sumptuous meal. Enjoying it within the cockpit. Once Fuyao relays the news of Jester's demise, Chen declares the war to be at an end. Announcement regarding the completion of the mission resonates throughout the car, leaving the bewildered passengers in tears of joy, relieved to have escaped with their lives. Ding ding ding. Exquisite music plays as the train broadcasts Chen-An's care for them. To celebrate the victory, all food in the market will be free for the next 3 days, as long as it is not wasted. For the passengers, food is not a significant burden, yet everyone delights in the prospect of free offerings, lifting the previously somber atmosphere. Look, the contribution leaderboard has been unveiled. The top 100 contributors are merely those who have donated the most. it is evident without even glancing that those with greater wealth are more likely to ascend the ranks. The passengers listed on the board gleefully activate their wrist devices, showcasing their titles as protectors of the train, swelling with pride. There are even electronic certificates. What benefits does this confer? Certainly, it allows them access to robotic services. Although it may only assist with purchasing items or fetching water, it is still a considerable advantage. Many lament their decisions, wishing they had contributed more. Chapter 50. Waging a cataclysmic war against the canine civilization. In the abandoned cockpit, Chen, donned in a spacesuit, retrieves the train's core, which resembles a gray orb of light. With the core removed, the train, previously operational, gradually ceases to function, as the energy layers can no longer operate normally. Fuyao promptly transport the resources from this train, focusing primarily on the storage levels. Chen returns to his own train, excitedly merging the core. His expectations are modest. A mere enhancement of survival capabilities will suffice. Having witnessed a single shot obliterate a train, Chen now possesses little sense of security. By the way, since I have annihilated the train belonging to the canine-headed beings, does that mean their civilization has been eradicated as well? Alerting the master, most of the canine-headed beings are currently mining resources on their home planet. We have not entirely extinguished them. There is no need for haste. The canine-headed beings without their train are merely awaiting their demise. If I were to eradicate the canine-headed beings entirely, could Ling Zheng employ his abilities? The sacrificer can offer up a civilization to enhance the train's special functions. Unlike the prophet, the sacrificer must sacrifice their own health. Currently, Ling Zheng cannot bear the consequences of sacrificing a civilization. He is only capable of sacrificing a few dozen life units at most. Very well, let him develop independently. For now, he is of no use to me. Are we not done yet? After several minutes of waiting, the train's core finally completes its assimilation. The train has acquired a new ability, space jump. Understanding its function brings a wave of relief to Chen. Space jump. The train consumes energy crystals to perform long-distance travel. The more energy crystals consumed, the further the distance, with a maximum limit of 100 million energy crystals. The sole issue remains. The energy crystals are woefully insufficient. Fuyao, we must prioritize the search for energy crystal mines. The current situation is that he possesses an extraordinary orbital cannon capable of destroying any enemy at this stage. With the addition of space jump, he can flee from danger. With the ability to attack and retreat, Chen finally feels a sense of security. Fuyao, can I directly commandeer the warships left behind by the canine-headed beings for our own use? They cannot be used directly. Modifications are necessary. As long as they can be modified for our use, that suffices. Immediately set course for the warships, prioritizing the retrieval of all the destroyers. These vessels are essential tools for space warfare. The train's speed surpasses that of the warships, and Chen is unconcerned about energy consumption as he propels forward. During the journey, he discovers an alarming fact. Jester's warships are equipped with canine-headed commanders, rather than being entirely robotic. Upon learning of the train's destruction, these commanders rally together and flee, already having escaped 300 million kilometers. Master, we currently lack the capability to capture enemy vessels. Any forced capture would result in severe losses for us. The moment of joy is short-lived, and Chen is not pleased. What is the most reasonable course of action? Allow them to escape. We will annihilate the canine-headed beings on both planets, thus completing the civilization war, which will not affect the assessment. Whether the civilization war is deemed complete will influence the train's star rating. Chen contemplates before issuing the order for full-speed travel. Even if I cannot obtain them, I must ensure their destruction to eliminate any potential threats. Fuyao, if we acquire the wreckage of the destroyers, will it assist us in manufacturing our own destroyers? Certainly, it will be beneficial. Our destroyer manufacturing is currently hindered by power issues. As long as we obtain the corresponding power modules, we can standardize production. Excellent. Let us proceed to eliminate them. 10 billion kilometers away. Over 80 warships scatter in disarray, fleeing at maximum speed toward the outer reaches of the galaxy. The commanders activate their public screens, their emotions despondent. The train's captain has fallen, and the train has been destroyed. We have no other options. We must either surrender or flee. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that escape from the cosmic annihilation is impossible. The warships lack sufficient speed. Only the train can outrun the cosmic obliteration. Thus, if we wish to survive, surrender is our only option. We must never yield to inferior beings. Even in death, it must be a glorious end. I believe surrendering is a viable option. Conceding temporarily is better than dying. In the future, we may find an opportunity to reclaim the train. Do not forget, Jester was not initially the captain of the train. Indeed, rather than perish in humiliation, it is better to seek survival through surrender and await our chance. Humph, that is acceptable. Although the enemy is unsightly, we can endure. The canine-headed beings unify their thoughts, momentarily halting their warships, preparing to surrender to the approaching train. Once they are merely 5 million kilometers away, they simultaneously initiate a communication request. Chen, taken aback, had assumed the canine-headed beings would retain their pride, yet they collectively seek surrender. This works to my advantage, as I can seize their warships. I accept your surrender. But you must vacate your warships and board my train via shuttle. The response comes, we apologize, but we cannot leave just yet unless you grant us complete trust. What do you mean? You will likely remain within this star system for some time. During this period, we will remain aboard our respective warships. When the time comes to depart, we will pilot the warships into the train. Officially submitting to you, a smile plays on Chen An's lips, though it does not reach his eyes, as he replies, a clever idea. I agree. The canine-headed beings breathe a sigh of relief, at least able to temporarily preserve their lives. And they will have ample time to devise a plan. Once the communication is severed, Chen An's smile transforms into a cold demeanor as he commands, charge all electromagnetic rail cannons on the top of the train, targeting the heads of all warships to attack while minimizing damage to the hull. The robotic forces are prepared for ground assault at any moment. The master has exemplified the art of duplicity to the highest degree. Strategy, do you comprehend the essence of strategy? They truly dare to set conditions, presuming I am a benevolent figure. What is most crucial is that they will influence our campaign against the canine-headed beings on the planet. Precisely. My objective is a victorious civilization war, not to acquire new passengers. Why would I want to confine such loathsome beings within the train, subjecting myself to daily revulsion? As the electromagnetic rail cannons unleash their assault, the unprepared warships are struck in their heads, the commanders within their cockpits reduced to mere ash, leaving no trace behind. Eliminating the commanders is merely the beginning. It is equally vital to eradicate the remaining canine-headed beings aboard the warships. With the command hubs obliterated, can you seize control of the enemy's robots? I am currently linking signals to rewrite the enemy robots' programming. Rewriting successful, the core programming of the enemy robots will undergo a large-scale viral modification. Simultaneously, Chen dispatches his robotic troops for ground combat, and the battle unfolds overwhelmingly in their favor. The passengers watch in awe, their gasps of astonishment echoing throughout the train. This is the combat capability of the train. I had previously underestimated its might. The train conductor is formidable, effortlessly annihilating the opposing train and fleet amidst laughter and banter. How I yearn to marry the conductor. Don't be ridiculous. You're male. I can play the part of a zero, as long as the conductor is willing. Suddenly, an announcement echoes. Please check your wristwatch. A new mission has been released. The crowd examines the task. The conductor has initiated a cataclysmic war against the Hound civilization. And all passengers may participate. Main task: annihilate the Hound civilization, slay all dog-headed beings. Upon completion, each participating guild will equally share 50 million star coins, with the prize pool being variable and increasing as the war progresses. Side Task 1. Purchase spacesuits from the market and acquire 200 sets. It is said that rewards for combat within the warship are substantial. Side Task 2. Proceed to Life Star AB and conduct a thorough search for dog-headed beings on the planets. Each kill will yield a corresponding reward. The conductor will dispatch several escort ships to accompany you. Should you encounter formidable foes, the escort ships will clear the way, accelerating the pace of warfare. Side Task 3. Gather all information regarding the Hound civilization. Chapter 51. The feeble mechanic girl in carriage 11, a slightly anxious Ling Zheng hurriedly summoned his guild members. Rent a spaceship, and ensure it's a large one. Purchase spacesuits. 200 sets should suffice. It's rumored that the rewards for combat within the warship are more plentiful. Guild leader. Our guild lacks sufficient funds. No worries, I'll take out a loan. We must acquire the necessary weapons. This is a prime opportunity for our development. As Ling Zheng prepared to leave, he was halted by Ling Yu. Brother, I want to go too. Ling Zheng smiled gently. You can either stay here and play nicely, or I can send you to a care facility. Choose wisely. Ling Yu stuck out her tongue. I'll find the robot's sister to play with. Robot sister? Ling Zhang turned to see a slender robot with a light red shell, exhibiting feminine features. May I inquire who you are? The robot replied in a human voice. Attend to your own matters. I shall take care of her. Ling Zhang was reassured that the robots here would not harm them, nodded in agreement, and hurried off to the market. After Ling Zhang departed, the robot sat in his seat, extending its finger. Yu, can you continue to assist me? Ling Yu smiled sweetly and nodded vigorously. I in the lounge area. Chen had just taken a sip when he received a reminder from Fu Yao. Are you saying that this girl, Ling Yu, possesses mechanical aptitude, but it's uncertain if she can awaken it? She recently enabled self-programming in a robot, allowing it to evolve continuously until it becomes a true mechanical life form. Chen was astonished. Can a mechanic make a robot into a life form? That seems of no benefit to me. He desired absolute control over robots, without them possessing self-awareness. Mechanic. Upgrading mechanical components can create stronger, extraordinary weapons. The robot doesn't possess life, it's merely upgrading. Moreover, given that Ling Yu is currently too weak, this process is exceptionally slow. Master, do you wish to intervene? After some contemplation, Chen shook his head. No intervention. It's merely a robot and poses no issue. It's a perfect opportunity to train Ling Yu's abilities. Suddenly feeling a twinge of regret, he thought he should have paid more attention to Ling Jing's family. Could there be a flaw in their bloodline? Previous tests indicated that both Ling Jing and Ling Yu's bloodlines were normal, devoid of any extraordinary genes. So it's merely luck. Where has Luo Yu gone? Chen walked toward the pet area and discovered Luo Yu there. Previously, during their time on the giant lizard star, Chen had transformed half of the pet area into a verdant paradise. There were lawns, trees, flowers, and a relatively intact ecosystem. If the train journey were lengthy, he could rejuvenate himself within. Luo Yu was currently rooted in the grass, joyfully swaying branches. Chen, you've arrived. Chen strolled nearby and asked, are you adapting well? Hee, this place is wonderful. I thought your train wouldn't have such an environment, though it's slightly inferior to my previous train. Chen generously declared, this area is yours. Feel free to modify it as you wish. Thank you. Shall we establish a spiritual bond? No, I don't require that now. Do you wish for a prophecy? Not needed either. Focus on your recovery. Luo Yu's prophecies should not be squandered, reserved for crucial moments. Chen was astute enough for that. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed Luo Yu's body rapidly growing until it resembled a large tree, akin to a willow. Come, sit for a while. All right, let us chat. Meanwhile, the Shangyue Guild's spaceship departed the landing pad, embarking on a quest to locate warships yet to be subjected to large-scale landings in the cockpit. Ling Zhang perused the map and discovered a warship 30 kilometers away. This vessel had sustained severe damage, losing half its head and drifting aimlessly in space as debris. The ship's landing platform was also destroyed, and the train's robotic forces were currently invading. With no other guilds nearby, let us head there. Hopefully, the robots will move slowly. It seems there aren't many dog-headed beings. The data on the wristwatch indicated that dog-headed beings were superior to robots. And without our involvement, the robots would incur significant casualties to achieve extermination. The speaker was the vice president, Lu Yang, a comrade brought by Ling Zhang. Ling Zhang activated the wristwatch to retrieve relevant data. Feeling somewhat apprehensive, there must be second-tier beings among the dog-headed, armed with heavy weaponry, and we can only deploy 200 men, which may pose difficulties. Liu Yang often thought more clearly than Ling Zhang at times and chuckled. Our task isn't to eliminate all dog-headed beings. We're merely here to complete the mission. If we can kill a few, that's sufficient. Let the robots handle the rest. Ling Gu, are you on the verge of ascending to the second tier? Indeed, but I'm still a bit short. Let us select participants. Those willing to engage in the landing operation should sign up. The rewards are the same as other guilds, with a 50-50 split for enemies killed during the mission. This implies that if a dog-headed being is slain, both the individual and the guild will receive equal shares. The number of applicants quickly filled, composed almost entirely of Ling Jing's core subordinates, possessing commendable combat prowess. Minutes later, the spaceship landed on the warship's platform, and 200 individuals donned their spacesuits, fully armed, ready for battle, including Ling Zhang and Liu Yang. We'll each lead 100 men and engage separately. All right, Ling Gu, take care. Traversing the platform, they entered a lengthy corridor marked by numerous battle scars left by the robots, with plenty of discarded corpses. "Have they all learned to use weapons?" Ling Zheng inquired loudly. Those behind him echoed in agreement. "We've long mastered them. These weapons are formidable. A single shot can kill. Had we possessed such arms earlier, we would have overthrown the Sorcerer Empire's rule. Let bygones be bygones. Load the magazines, chamber the rounds, and let us annihilate any dog-headed being we encounter." "Understood." The team advanced rapidly, passing through the corridor and arriving at the armory. It had been thoroughly ravaged by explosions, and intense combat raged ahead. Ling Zheng led his men in swiftly, and upon nearing, they observed 3 dog-headed beings entrenched with armory equipment, mercilessly slaughtering robots. The robots were still too foolish, charging directly into the line of fire without adapting. In Ling Zheng's view, there were myriad methods to resolve the situation. A frontal assault was the least effective. He surveyed his surroundings, beckoning 2 subordinates skilled in marksmanship, pointing towards a beam on the left elevated platform. "Ascend from here and secure the high ground. Should the enemy attempt to flee through the side door, you are to shoot immediately." He personally guided 3 agile subordinates through the right side wreckage. Soon arriving at the enemy's flank, the dog-headed beings perhaps believed only robots were engaging in combat, unaware that real humans were infiltrating. They remained oblivious in their fervent battle, firing their laser weapons wildly ahead. "What weapon is that? It seems stronger than ours," one subordinate muttered. Ling Zheng replied, "Do not concern yourselves with that. Await my command." Chapter 52. Laser Weapons. Blue light finding the optimal angle, Ling Zheng commanded them to fire. The 3 rifles discharged in unison, a barrage of bullets riddling the nearest dog-headed being with wounds. Though the bullets lacked the power of the opposing laser weaponry, they were lethal enough. Enemies ahead. Counterattack. The other 2 dog-headed beings reacted swiftly, repositioning to the opposite side, one of them shooting in Ling Zheng's direction. However, their location was already exposed to the attack range of the left side beam. Following a series of gunshots, the 2 dog-headed beings fell one after another, dead beyond recovery. After a brief pause, seeing the robots withdrawing from the armory, Ling Zheng realized there were no more dog-headed beings present. He quickly led his men over, instructing, "Whoever lands the kill must take a photo. No fighting over it. If 2 collaborated to slay an enemy, the reward shall be split." There are 2 ways to submit tasks. Either bring the corpses back to the train or photograph them with the wristwatch. During wartime, photographing is undoubtedly more convenient. Whoosh! Nearby, someone swapped out an enemy weapon, clumsily firing a laser that created a hollow in the steel wall. What a powerful weapon! Seeing its efficacy, Ling Zheng called for his team to switch weapons entirely. Considering this was an armory, he even contemplated whether he could transport the weapons for his guild's use. However, just as he was about to proceed, the wristwatch issued a warning. All weaponry aboard the warships has been seized by the train. The passengers possess only the right to use them, not to own them. It is imperative that the passengers do not indiscriminately take the spoils of war. Their presence in the battle is intended for the enhancement of combat skills, not for the looting of weapons for personal gain. Otherwise, Chen would not have assigned them any tasks. Subsequently, Ling Zheng, accompanied by his men, continued to engage in combat, eliminating all encountered goblins. The interior of every warship mirrored this scene, with robots leading the charge while the passengers followed behind, claiming the fallen foes. In truth, it was not merely a collection of heads. Without their supplementary damage, the robots would have incurred far greater losses. 3 hours later, the battles aboard the various warships began to draw to a close. Fuyo conducted a comprehensive scan to confirm the absence of any remaining goblins before retracting all warships back to the train. The guilds followed suit, as they would be transported back to an orbit close to the star, only then commencing the war against the 2 planets. In the absence of new warship construction, 8 warships can be repaired daily. Not long ago, Chen and Luo Yu experienced a mental synchronization, and now he lay languidly on the sofa, disinclined to move. Repairs would commence with the destroyers, followed by the frigates. Once all were restored, both types of warships would be constructed simultaneously with a priority on the destroyers. An estimated 2 days are required to manufacture one destroyer. 2 days is merely 2 days. I have an abundance of time. Once the train returns to its orbit, a new war will commence. Is there an issue? Previous battles have revealed that goblins primarily utilize laser weapons, which the passengers are ill-equipped to counter. Chen expressed his dissatisfaction. Costa truly shows no regard for the future. It is no wonder I discovered the goblin's enhancements to be feeble. He never intended to cultivate the extraordinary, merely seeking to survive the early stages. The extraordinary is the future. Regardless of how powerful the weaponry, when confronted with a stellar crusher capable of obliterating planets with a single blow, both laser and particle weapons become utterly useless. Chen, I am well aware. It is akin to the monstrous entities that annihilate civilized worlds. Only an extraordinary orbital cannon could hope to destroy them. Nothing else stands a chance. However, the situation is peculiar. An announcement will be made. The market will introduce the blue light laser weapon, priced at 200 star coins. The goblins hold no training value, and the train shall initiate an offensive. 80 frigates and all combat robots will be dispatched to swiftly eradicate the goblins. In the market, the introduction of the blue light created a sensation. Major guilds quickly commenced procurement, expending star coins by the thousands. It is said that the train opted to launch this due to the goblins' use of laser weapons. Our laser weapons boast a more advanced energy module, capable of firing a total of 100 shots once fully charged. There is no need to worry about charging issues. Each vessel will have charging ports available. My goodness, purchasing a blue light means extended usage. What a bargain! The energy module has a charging limit. Should the number of shots decrease after each charge, it is advisable to replace it promptly. Relevant data is available on the wristwatch. Those diligent in reading would already be aware of this. Sharing it with others in the market and garnering considerable attention. Oh, is that a member of the Night Guild? Even President Xiao does not recognize them. They too are here to purchase weapons. Given the scale of the Night Guild, acquiring 500 blue lights should pose no challenge. Yet, to the surprise of many, Xiaozhen is not purchasing blue lights, but rather the K-28 sniper rifle, which has been available for several days with little interest. The sniper rifle costs only 20 star coins, but its ammunition is exorbitantly priced at 1 star coin per bullet. In the previous wars experienced, rifles proved more effective than sniper rifles due to the often complex terrain of the planets, which rarely provided suitable conditions for sniping. Someone could not help but inquire, "President Xiao, have you made a mistake?" Xiaozhen chuckled lightly. "My vision is perfectly fine. Allow me to remind you, the previous announcement from the train clearly stated that warships and robots would serve as the main forces in battle." He said nothing more, leaving those around him perplexed. Xiaozhen's actions spread. Many guild leaders suddenly awakened to the reality, promptly halting their blue light purchases in favor of bulk buying sniper rifles. In car number 10, Yang Yuan expressed confusion over Ji Shu's orders. "Sister Shu, that fellow Xiaozhen has never followed the usual path. We are different and should adopt a more cautious approach. Although sniper rifles are cheaper than blue lights, in terms of combat effectiveness and cost-effectiveness, blue lights are superior." Ji Shu, uninterested in explaining, snapped, "Enough chatter, just buy them. Each identification scan allows a purchase of only 10. The pace is too slow, so you all buy together. Accumulate 500 units, and tentatively arrange for 10,000 bullets." Aside from Ji Shu, Chen Guiyang from the Hope Guild and Xiaofeng from the Divine Dragon Guild are also urged to swiftly procure sniper rifles. They all tacitly refrained from making a fuss, allowing others to grasp the implications themselves. In car number 11, Ling Zhang was questioned by other guild leaders regarding his reasons for purchasing sniper rifles even more rapidly than Xiaozhen. However, due to his lesser fame, this remained largely unreported. Ling Zhang sheepishly scratched his head and explained, "There are 2 reasons. Firstly, our guild lacks funds and cannot afford blue lights. Secondly, I discovered during the previous battle that when the train engages in warfare, we have very few opportunities for close combat. At such times, possessing sniper rifles allows us to claim distant kills. I have tested it. Even if the enemy is battered by the robots, as long as I deliver the final shot, the kill is counted as mine." Others suddenly grasped the rationale. What use is purchasing a plethora of blue lights when such weapons have a shorter range and necessitate close combat? Even at close range, we cannot outpace the robots, making distant kills far more advantageous for maximizing benefits. As this notion circulated, the various guilds swiftly entered the market to procure their own supplies. Chapter 53. I realize my worldview is crumbling. Is the weight of the final kill's judgment too great? Should the rules be altered? Fuyo was acutely aware of the transformations occurring within the train compartment. Chen remarked, "There is no need for modifications. This is rather suitable, as long as it adheres to the rules. Now that the train has returned to its orbit, let the battles commence. They must conclude within 24 hours. Shortly thereafter, The compartments opened their hatches, with one vessel after another emerging. Ahead of them, the frigates led the way. Targeting life stars A and B, located 300 million kilometers away. In the lounge, Chen activated the frontline visuals, preparing to observe the proceedings in their entirety. By the way, summon Luo Yu. When Luo Yu joyfully arrived, Chen was taken aback to find her now stood only 1.5 meters tall, resembling a small sapling. You can alter your form? Indeed, as long as I have water and nutrients. I can control my height and physique. This is a unique ability of our kind. However, there are limits. I cannot shrink below 1 meter, nor exceed 10 meters. The height restriction increases with age. These details are of little consequence. Chen patted the space beside him, inviting her to sit. Are you adjusting well to life here? Quite well. It feels very safe. May I visit the compartments? Not just yet. Let us wait a bit longer. Currently, the train's passengers are all humanoid races, and the sudden appearance of a train would incite chaos. Troublesome. The two sat together watching the live broadcast from the front lines as the fleet approached the two planets. Chen suddenly felt a chill, realizing a small green hand was draped over his arm. Delicate and charming, it appeared rather endearing. Had someone told him before that he would be playfully engaging with a tree and even forming some peculiar bond, he would have found it unfathomable. Fuyo, I perceive my worldview is crumbling. Please assure me this is normal. Indeed, it is a normal occurrence. In the face of an ever-expanding universe, your worldview has become outdated. I suggest you dismantle and reconstruct it. He. Laughter erupted from Luo Yu, leaving Chen perplexed as to the source of amusement. Chen, I am feeling peckish. Photosynthesis does not provide sufficient nourishment, and the crystal can only offer me extraordinary energy. What do you consume? Fruits? Nutrient solutions? Luo Yu widened her eyes. Why would I eat fruits? I will bear fruit in the future. It is illogical to consume one's own offspring. This statement caused Chan's mind to short-circuit, inundated with numerous ethical dilemmas. He inquired. You will bear fruit? Luo Yu's face, woven from twigs, flushed slightly as she replied softly. I may have your children in the future. Naturally, I will bear fruit. I just do not know how many I will have. I adore children. Chen spewed the soda he had just consumed, some of which went down the wrong pipe, prompting a prolonged fit of coughing. There is no need for concern, master. She cannot bear fruit before the revival period concludes. I am aware. I was merely caught off guard. Reproductive isolation is no jest. One cannot easily yield offspring. Master should not say such things. If the genes are sufficiently robust, if there are no restrictions in place, and if you engage in physical connection, it is indeed possible for offspring to occur. Chen chuckled, asking Luo Yu, does this mean I can no longer consume fruits? Of course you can. It is not contradictory. Chen inexplicably recalled the gourd babies from Earth, his mind suddenly unfurling. Inundated with a plethora of chaotic thoughts, he shook his head, casting aside these peculiar notions. Thankfully, there are rules in place. Otherwise, who knows what might sprout? Do you consume meat? Luo Yu nodded. The flesh of star beasts is the most delectable. Chen instructed the robots to prepare a meal, only to discover that Luo Yu only consumes raw food and cannot tolerate cooked meat. Why do you humans eat cooked food? Raw food is delightful and nutritious. Cooked food becomes increasingly unpalatable during the preparation process. Chen realized that he and Luo Yu were not merely incompatible but rather at odds on nearly every front. Only their mental connection harmonized amidst the myriad of differences. Enough of this. Let us return to the live broadcast. In the scene, the warships have already penetrated the atmospheres of two planets, diligently searching for the location of the goblin-like creatures. The goblins are not fools. They had prepared for battle the moment their train was obliterated. With no avenue for retreat, they are resolved to fight to the bitter end. Boom, boom, boom. The fleet of warships unleashes a barrage of firepower, commencing an intensive bombardment on the areas where the goblins are congregated, creating a truly spectacular sight. Chen cautions, do not destroy the mineral resources, especially the energy crystals. Rest assured, Master, we have avoided most of the critical resources. Should we preserve the natural resources? No need, just proceed with carpet bombing. After the bombardment, let the robots and guild members land to eliminate the remaining foes. Following such orders, the ship, Fuyo, carries out indiscriminate attacks with maximum efficiency. In highly flammable areas, incendiary bombs are dropped in large quantities, iron flat meadows, laser beams sweep across, leaving no escape for the goblins' vessels. At the rear of the fleet, the guild ships remain momentarily still, stunned by the display. Once the goblins lose their fleet, we are merely delivering a crushing dimensional strike, terrifying. They cannot perceive the surface of the planets, but through their ships' reconnaissance systems, they observe relentless flames of war engulfing the landscape. Comparatively, a single warship can cover nearly half of a continent with its firepower, rendering any ground resistance futile. However, resistance is not entirely absent, as some large ships retaliate with their main cannons, inflicting minor damage upon the warships. Yet, the warships can effortlessly adjust their targets, obliterating them without a trace. Their combat prowess lies in an entirely different dimension. The guild leaders are profoundly shaken, especially Xiao Zhen, whose eyes redden, fingers cracking with tension. If I had such a fleet, I could conquer the heavens. President, we are already in the heavens. Silence, and no one will mistake you for mute. I find this journey increasingly intriguing. I must strive harder to acquire a warship. Those around him believe their leader has become delusional. After all, how could they afford a warship when they can scarcely purchase a spaceship? However, shortly after, someone exclaims while glancing at their wristwatch, "Look quickly." The crowd opens the market on their watches and discovers several new products have been listed. A106 transport ship, small 500,000 star coins. A106 transport ship, medium 1 million star coins. A106 transport ship, large 5,000,000 star coins. F399 multifunctional transport ship, small 800,000 star coins. F399 multifunctional transport ship, medium 2 million star coins. F399 multifunctional transport ship, large 8 million star coins. Dedicated escort ship for trains, standard 150,000 star coins. Dedicated destroyer for trains, standard 300 million star coins. Oh my heavens, 300 million star coins. Even if we sold ourselves, it wouldn't cover the cost. Unlike the despondence of others, Xiao Zhen chuckles gleefully. For he sees a glimmer of hope. As long as the train sells, he is confident he can profit and purchase one. Just 300 million. Surely he can manage to earn that. Chapter 54, Distress Signal from Beyond the Stars. Luo Yu's Prophecy Point 80 escort ships sweep across the two planets with overwhelming force. After a 2-hour ceasefire, the robots and passengers initiate landing operations. The train conducts a real-time count report. Remaining goblins, 270, 531. To survive such a fierce assault, over 200,000 goblins demonstrates their formidable resilience. However, as the landing troops advance, the goblins' living space is gradually constricted. Within the train, Chen is not entirely satisfied with the current situation. How many combat robots do we have? 74,286 units, including over 20,000 scrapped units in the recycling process. Continue production, maintaining the number of combat robots at around 200,000. Can they be upgraded? Isn't the version too low to even defeat the goblins? If the master wishes to upgrade the robots, further technological breakthroughs are required. Breakthroughs come in two forms: self-research or seizing others' achievements. I recommend opting for the latter. Chen, I would like that too, but if others can manufacture more advanced robots, do you think we stand a chance? How long will research and development take? With our train's current research capabilities, it will take at least 2.5 years. Don't you know everything? Why not just upgrade me directly? Fuyo also needs to learn. She has not yet encountered advanced robotic research materials. That makes sense. Although Fuyo is a super-intelligent brain, her knowledge primarily revolves around regulations, lacking comprehension of substantial content, necessitating continuous learning and upgrading. All right, I understand. Let us initiate the development of the next generation of robots. It's better than having none. Chen shifts his focus away from the battlefield, as he is more concerned about the future development of the train. Apart from resources and core components, what else can be salvaged from those two destroyed trains? The derelict trains can yield a considerable amount of quality materials, suitable for constructing patrol ships. Can I manufacture them now? The train will acquire a factory for manufacturing patrol ships upon upgrading to 2 stars. But production is not guaranteed. Further technological breakthroughs are required. Once we finish collecting resources, immediately dismantle the 2 trains and gather anything useful. An hour later, Fuyo reports on the resource collection status. The Goblin's train has been preliminarily searched, yielding over 50 million energy crystals. Chen beams with joy. That means I only spent over 40 million energy crystals. What a profit! Master, reconnaissance ships are transmitting information. For planets abundant in energy crystals have been discovered in this star system. The estimated total is around 70 million units. Chen smile widens uncontrollably as he promptly grabs a bottle of happy water and takes a hearty swig. The subsequent mission focuses on collecting energy crystals, with all other collections subordinate to this goal. Fuyo understands and has prioritized energy crystal collection as the highest priority. In addition to energy crystals, there are numerous other mineral resources available for constructing destroyers, which is also a key focus for Chen. And over the next few days, the train doubles its mining ships and mining robots, fervently gathering resources. Meanwhile, the goblins endure for merely 3 days before being completely eradicated, signifying the end of the war. All guilds reap substantial benefits. Firstly, there are task rewards, especially from the main quest's prize pool, which fills the coffers of major guilds. Secondly, the 2 planets boast vast resources. With diligent effort, every guild can thrive, and no longer do idle passengers roam the train. All are engaged in the struggle for survival. The Yuxing people fully adapt to their new life, becoming indistinguishable from the Zixing people. As for certain physical distinctions, they go unnoticed. After the train remains in this star system for 5 days, a sudden signal heightens Chen's alertness. Fuyo, has the signal been decrypted? Chen sits upright in the cockpit. As reconnaissance ships scattered throughout the star system relay a multitude of real-time images, revealing no irregularities. The information has been decrypted. It is an audio message. Shall I play it? Play it. The audio converts into the Zixing language. The tone urgent and the voice frantic. Help, such a powerful star beast. The train has been torn apart. It's over. This time it's truly over. Are there any other trains nearby? Come save us. The content is fragmented yet clear. Another train has encountered a star beast, likely the same one that previously obliterated the plant civilization. Fuyo, how far is that train from us? Based on the signal's decay, it may be over 10 billion kilometers away, likely ahead of our route. Chen swallows hard. I have an extraordinary orbital cannon. I should be able to take it down, right? I advise against attempting that. If the star beast possesses special abilities, it could evade the orbital cannon. So, encountering that creature means we can only jump through space to escape. After much contemplation, Chen calls upon Luoyu, requesting her to foresee what circumstances lie ahead for the train's route. If an Overlord-class star beast is imminent, we must steer clear. At worst, we can take a detour. Luoyu obediently follows Chen's instructions, her limbs resembling tendrils as they cling to the interior walls of the train, a green energy glowing upon her torso. Chen refrains from interrupting, keeping his distance. Fuyo, quickly prepare the energy crystals. This time she may consume a significant amount. Chen feels a pang of concern, knowing Luoyu's predictions could cost her much of her vitality. After approximately half an hour, Luoyu emits a piercing scream. Chen rushes over to find her entire form withered, her branches limp as if deprived of moisture, collapsed upon the floor like a puddle of muck. Quick, bring the energy crystals. Boxes upon boxes of energy crystals are piled beside her, and she rapidly absorbs them. Fuyo, why does she suffer such severe aftereffects? Perhaps it is because the master did not impose limits on her, allowing her to continue predicting until she is utterly exhausted. Chen slaps himself in the face. It's my fault. I forgot to restrict her predictions to just the days leading up to our departure. After waiting for about an hour, Luoyu finally revives, her body returning to a vibrant green. Chen, I have foreseen the encounters of the train over the next 6 months. Isn't it impressive? Chen praises, indeed. There is no one aboard this train more remarkable than you. Hee, my mind feels a bit muddled. Let me sort it out first. Moments later, Luoyu reveals her prophetic findings. We will depart in 12 days, and after 31 days of travel, we will reach a vast star region. Numerous stellar systems abound there, each housing life-bearing planets, requiring us to remain for an extended period. This is because it serves as a jump node, and we do not know when it will activate. Due to our tardiness, the advantageous stellar systems were swiftly claimed by other trains. After encountering numerous obstacles, we were compelled to retreat to remote areas, where we struggled to thrive in the relatively barren star systems. 2 months later, We found ourselves in conflict with the Triclops, who annihilated over a dozen of our frigates. Given the formidable strength of the Triclops, we had no choice but to vacate the system and shift to a more peripheral location. 3 months later, a confrontation arose with the lycanthropes, resulting in significant casualties among our passengers. In a fit of rage, you unleashed the extraordinary orbital cannon upon the lycanthropes, instilling fear in other trains. 6 months later, the star beasts approached, headed directly towards us, and you prepared to utilize spatial jumps could foresee this moment approaching. Chapter 55. The Useful and the Useless Photosynthesis After Hearing Luoyu's Prophecy. Chen felt a slight sense of frustration. How had I been cornered like this, despite being able to both attack and defend? It turned out that our delay had prevented us from securing a favorable position. Fuyo, issue an announcement at once. We shall depart tomorrow, and any uncollected resources will be forfeited. He resolved to move at full speed, aiming to reach the jump point before the other trains and seek the optimal position. The abruptness of the train's orders startled the passengers, yet they dared not voice their dissent and complied. Consequently, the guilds hurried to gather essential resources to ensure smooth sailing ahead. Chen also contemplated making some adjustments. Xiaoyu, how many times have we stopped on our way to the jump node? And how much time has been spent? Luoyu replied, after departure, we will discover the life star in 10 days, at which point we will dock for 5 days. Chen responded, good. We shall save those 5 days and remain uninterrupted. Fuyo, immediately lower the base food prices in the market. We must ensure all passengers can afford meals aboard the train. Only the guild leaders possess wealth. While the true underclass cannot endure more than a month, I must provide ample food supplies for them. Master, if we reduce prices further, there will be no profit margin left. It would be better to offer food for free. You fail to understand. Even if we reduce the price to 0.01 star coins, that is still preferable to offering it for free. Remember, we must never open the floodgates to free provisions. Except in extraordinary circumstances. Have we finished gathering crystals? We have collected 60 million units, but the remaining 10 million units are buried too deep and will require more time to extract. Then let it go. We shall dedicate the remainder of today to gathering food, scouring both planets as thoroughly as possible. After making these decisions, Chen returned to his quarters to lie down for a moment. He did not fall asleep but reflected on whether his choices were appropriate and if further refinement was necessary. Fuyo also provided counsel in his mind, leading to a modification. The timeline was extended by 1 day. With the train now set to depart the day after tomorrow, the additional day would have little impact on reaching the jump point, but it would affect the guilds and the train's resource collection. Chen realized many things. There was no need for the train to synchronize with the cosmic obliteration. If he had a better plan, they could easily navigate ahead, distancing themselves from the destruction. Moreover, it was unnecessary to collect every resource along the way. The universe is vast, and there are countless planets. It is acceptable to overlook some in favor of the greater good. Fuyo, prepare the ship. I shall take Luoyu to explore the planet. The plan was to be executed by Fuyo, who had nothing else to do at the moment. Hearing of an outing, Luoyu was filled with joy. Chen, thank you. It was I who wished to venture out, and I merely brought you along. Half an hour later, Chen's private ship landed on planet B. He had forgotten one thing. This planet had been ravaged by war, making it difficult to find a comfortable environment. Fortunately, the planet was vast, and there were bound to be remnants of pristine scenery. Luoyu gleefully entered the forest, frolicking amidst the lush greenery. Occasionally, she would root herself into the earth, growing exceptionally tall to savor the nutrients of the surrounding soil. Chen followed her, suddenly recalling that he could photosynthesize and decided to give it a try. Fuyo, how do I photosynthesize? Simply allow your body to freely absorb ultraviolet radiation. In plain terms, that meant sunbathing. Chen found a large stone slab to lie upon, envisioning himself as a tree. After waiting a while, he felt nothing. Where are the cells that enable my photosynthesis? Please explore that on your own. Undoubtedly, the cells capable of photosynthesis were likely concealed beneath his clothing. Thus, Chen removed his shirt, and the warmth immediately intensified, with energy surging within him. Was this photosynthesis? It felt quite marvelous. While pondering these thoughts, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. I feel that this way, you are closer to nature. Why did humanity invent clothing? How peculiar. Chen's lips twitched. As he found himself at a loss for words. Over there is a small lake. Would you like to catch some fish? Certainly. Fish meat is not rare. Nearly every life star has it. However, aquatic creatures exhibit far more variety than terrestrial ones, often providing new species to sample. Upon reaching the lakeside, Chen prepared to send a robot to fish. However, Luoyu was faster. Her legs rooted into the ground, and her arms transformed into long branches, effortlessly reeling in several fish from the lake. Chen gave a thumbs up. Whoever brings you along will never go hungry. Luoyu desired to eat raw fish, while Chen preferred grilled fish, and they mutually respected each other's choices. The day passed serenely, and Chen felt completely at ease. Upon returning to the train at night, he checked the progress of the resource collection point. 2 deceased trains had already been dismantled, with all useful materials retrieved. The food storage was filled to capacity, sufficient to meet the needs of everyone aboard for half a year. Important minerals were still being collected, with substantial quantities accumulated. Next, regarding the warships, over 20 frigates had been repaired, and both destroyers were fully restored, with new destroyers specifically designed for the train currently under construction. Overall, everything was progressing favorably, and they awaited departure on the final day. Chen transformed into a passenger, wandering through the carriages. As most individuals were outside gathering resources, very few remained aboard the train. He first visited the daycare, where the children were engaged in learning. The knowledge imparted was not limited to mere mathematics and science, but rather focused on recognizing celestial life forms. This approach was commendable. He aimed to cultivate loyal explorers rather than scientists. After perusing the daycare, Chen proceeded to the 11th carriage. Lingyue, I am back. Lingyue was playing with a robot and was overjoyed to see Chen and brethren. I missed you so much. You haven't visited in days. Chen handed her a handful of candies and asked her to fetch some hot water. Once the child was sent away, he inquired of the robot, what do you think of Lingyue's existence? All robots were aware of Chen's identity, and this one was no exception. Lingyue is the most adorable person. I wish to protect her. Chen instructed Fuyo to scan the robot's signal for any anomalies. There were none, and it was indeed speaking the truth. Very well, your next task is to protect Lingyue closely. Do you have a name? The robot shook its head. Please, train conductor, bestow a name. From this moment forth, you shall be called Yi Ding. A human-like glow appeared in the robot's eyes, and the name Yi was deeply inscribed in its core programming. Chapter 56. Spiritual Resonance and Spiritual Coupling. Master, Yi is evolving towards femininity. Chen understood that femininity referred to the female gender. Hadn't he previously been a female robot? That was merely a physical form and designation. Now it truly embodies femininity, capable of harmonizing yin and yang. Don't speak to me of harmonizing yin and yang. I have developed a spiritual response. Before long, Lingyue returned, handing Chen a cup of hot water. After he drank it and exchanged a few words with her, he departed. The final day passed swiftly, drawing close to its conclusion as the passengers intuitively returned to the train and refrained from venturing outside. Chen returned to the cockpit to ensure nothing was overlooked. The energy levels were full, and all necessary resources had been collected. Is there enough water on the train? The train's water storage has consistently maintained a 3-month supply. This meant that even if the passengers were to use it freely, there would still be enough for 3 months. Good. Then announced that the train will depart in 1 hour. After the announcement was made, the various carriages remained relatively calm, with no signs of unrest. Fuyo, issue another announcement stating that the train will accept second-hand weapons for recycling, with prices calculated according to their condition. It had recently come to light that some guilds had purchased large quantities of weapons that proved to be of little use, leaving them unable to repay their loans. In such cases, Chen felt the need to make appropriate adjustments to prevent these guilds from languishing. Following the announcement, not only the smaller guilds, but even the larger ones actively participated. The most frequently recycled weapons were blue lights, with the highest price calculation reaching only 70%. This revelation left Chen astonished. Is it possible that such a superb weapon as blue light is being discarded? Surely they wouldn't want to miss out on future opportunities to acquire them if I refrain from intervening. This is a form of herd mentality. When many individuals participate in an endeavor, others feel compelled to join in. In simpler terms, it all boiled down to a lack of funds. Large guilds like Dark Hope would buy weapons and simply store them, with no intention of recycling. Chen chose not to dwell on these issues. As long as their survival was not compromised, they could engage in whatever antics they pleased. An hour later, the train set off, soaring outwards into the star system. Initially, the speed was slow, But once they exited the inner orbit of the star, the train surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, piercing through the starry ocean at an exhilarating pace. Throughout the ensuing journey, the train would strive to avoid the stellar systems, maintaining a steady velocity. Half an hour later, the train has completely left the star system and has entered normal travel mode. It is advisable for the master to leave the cockpit and rest. Chen stood from the pilot's seat and stretched lazily. Lifting his gaze to the window, the resplendent starry sea appeared remarkably vast. In the infinite distance, scorching stars flickered incessantly, possibly harboring bizarre phenomena. Yet the train would not venture closer. Instead, it would maintain a safe distance. After a brief respite, Chen returned to the lounge, resuming his solitary lifestyle. However, with the addition of Luoyu, his days had improved significantly. Half a day after the train set off, Chen received a message from Zishu. "Are you busy?" Chen replied, "I'm currently asleep, with nothing to do." Zishu responded, "You're sleeping and not looking for me? Have you found another companion?" After a light-hearted exchange, they agreed to meet in their usual room in half an hour. "Fuyo, can I achieve a spiritual connection with her?" You can connect with any being, but the degree of connection cannot be guaranteed. "Can I also connect with young beings?" You cannot achieve a spiritual connection with young beings, but you can engage in spiritual coupling, which is influenced by the degree of coupling. Chen remarked, "Wait, let me shatter my worldview first." "All right, my worldview is now in pieces. Please continue." "What benefits can coupling provide?" Coupling between yang and yang, or yin and yin, does not yield any benefits in principle, only peculiar sensations, which are inferior to spiritual connection. Chen sighed in relief. "That's good. I was genuinely worried you might suggest something nonsensical." However, if the coupling degree reaches 100%, it can produce exceptionally strong effects, even surpassing spiritual connections. Stop right there. I have no interest in any effects, no matter how strong. Tell me how to proactively establish a spiritual connection. The previous connections were initiated by Luoyu, leaving Chen entirely passive and unaware of the method. Only extraordinary beings can establish a spiritual connection. You may try to disperse your consciousness to discover wondrous phenomena. At this moment, Chen was on the first basement level, taking a hovering platform to carriage number 10. He closed his eyes to sense, and upon dispersing his consciousness, he was astonished to see a marvelous world of colors. Are those light points extraordinary abilities? You can gather extraordinary energy into beams, referred to as spiritual strings. Spiritual strings can connect or couple with one another, allowing you to experience extraordinary sensations. If you are the passive party, your spiritual strings will be drawn out by others, and the choice to connect remains with you. I thought so. If one couldn't choose, wouldn't that mean anyone could connect with strangers in the street? Chen navigated confidently to the physiological area of carriage 10. Zishu had been waiting there for quite some time, and upon seeing Chen, she rushed over to give him a hearty embrace. After the hug, Zishu elongated her neck and sniffed Chen's body. "What are you doing?" "I was checking if you carry the scent of other girls, and surprisingly, you don't." Chen asked, "Why do you have such a look of astonishment on your face?" "Shouldn't I have one?" Zishu chuckled. "I just have the feeling you're not a docile person. Don't worry, we're merely companions, and you're not responsible for me. Besides, you can't afford to be." She smirked. "Look at your guild. It's already ranked 500th or lower. The Red Sun Guild is merely a name. I seldom pay attention." Chen replied, "My guild has few members. We're just scraping by." "Are you looking down on me?" Zishu wore a long purple dress today, her long hair cascading, presenting an image of elegance reminiscent of a refined lady, starkly different from before. "What nonsense! If I were to look down on you, would I actively seek you out? Hey, have you started to despise me for never having reached out first? You are the president. I wouldn't dare waste your time," Chen replied. Zishu clung to Chen's arm, disregarding anyone's gaze, and confidently proceeded to their designated room. Half an hour later, Zishu asked, "Aren't you afraid I might develop feelings for someone else? You seem rather unconcerned." Chen was well aware of Zishu's daily whereabouts. "Do you have such intentions?" He winced as Zishu bit his arm. If it were any other man, they would have panicked by now, yet you remain unfazed. "Humph, I have no interest in other men. But if the train conductor were to suddenly appear before me and declare his affection, I might just fall for him." "Chen, could you perhaps cultivate a sense of urgency? I'm the beautiful president now." Chen responded, "If the conductor dared to do so, I would surely knock him out cold. Zishu's expression changed dramatically, and she quickly covered Chen An's mouth. The conductor is the elder. Chen An is just a child who doesn't know any better. Please don't mind him. Chapter 57. Zishu's admirers. Chen An understood Zishu's emotions. The drastic changes around her made her fear losing herself. Thus, she sought closeness with her favored individuals as a means of anchoring herself. However, if this person were too weak to hold her, it could lead to dire consequences. Very well, for your sake, I might reluctantly develop the guild. Zishu sighed. If it weren't for me, would you have planned to remain stagnant? Not stagnant, just going with the flow now. Don't wear that expression. When my guild surpasses yours, don't come crying. Zishu laughed. You think you can surpass me? Are you still dreaming? Do you require assistance? I could easily let slip some benefits for you. Chen An commanded Fuyo in his mind. Open recruitment for the Red Sun Guild, only accepting experienced second-tier extraordinary beings. Master, should benefits be specified? The Red Sun offers no benefits. It's a matter of luck for those who come. Having the entire train as a backdrop is the greatest benefit. Since Zishu craved a sense of security, Chen An could provide her with some during his leisure time, as he often found himself rather bored. Subsequently, Zishu recounted her experiences and observations, speaking animatedly. Do you remember the singer Wen Jia? She is now with Yang Yuan. Liang Yu, who is usually rather eccentric, has surprisingly struck up a relationship with a girl from the Yu clan and is living it up every day. During the last campaign against the dog-headed men, Yu Guan nearly faced a disaster. Since then, he has been training diligently. She rambled on for over 10 minutes, while Chen An closed his eyes, focusing on crystallizing his spiritual strings. By merely controlling the strings to enter Zishu's mind, she would involuntarily form her own spiritual strings. Chen An's were red, while Zishu's were purple. Where am I? What is happening? Without explanation, Chen An controlled his proximity and established a connection. Boom! Chen An never anticipated that this session of spiritual connection would last a staggering 8 hours. Fuyo, what is going on? Your degree of connection with Zishu has reached 90%. Now I understand. I believe what you previously stated, that a higher degree of connection results in a milder after effect. What is my degree of connection with Luoyu? 86%. The primary reason is that you come from different cultures. With significant differences in perspectives. As time spent together increases, the degree of connection will gradually rise. Is there a possibility of achieving 100% connection? You must seek it out yourself. 100% connection, known as perfect connection, must exist in the universe, but whether you encounter it depends on your luck. Having grasped this information, Chen An inquired, what have I gained from Zishu? Since you are of the same lineage, you have not acquired any extraordinary abilities but have instead strengthened your spirit. You can now crystallize 2 spiritual strings. As consciousness returned, Chen An saw that Zishu had already fallen asleep. And he soon followed suit. 4 hours later, as they exited the physiological area, they encountered Yang Yuan at the entrance. This fellow was about to enter with Wen Jia, and upon seeing Chen An and Zishu, he was taken aback. Sister Shu, you said you hadn't been here before? Old Chen, it seems it's indeed you. I can only imagine how heartbroken those admirers will be. Chen An became intrigued, asking, how many admirers does my dear Zishu have? There are many. It would take a while to elaborate. Take your time, then. Come on, I'll treat you all to a grand feast. The 4 of them arrived at the dining area, and Chen An waved his hand generously, ordering the most extravagant dishes available. Just as he placed a few orders, Zishu halted him. Don't waste money. Just order what's necessary. Yang Yuan chuckled. Indeed, you're like family, always looking to save money for old Chen. Let us split the bill. I'll also call Yu Guan and Liang Yu over. Chen An didn't insist. Splitting the bill was fine. While they waited, Yang Yuan elaborated on Zishu's admirers. Zishu did not hinder him. Rather, she appeared eager, hoping for Chen An to react. Sister Shu's most formidable admirer is named Qin Mingguang, the president of the Mingyue Guild. Are you familiar with him? Chen An nodded. That lad is daring and tenacious. He has potential for growth, and I have faith in him. Yang Yuan continued. The Mingyue Guild is a massive guild with countless experts. He himself has already reached the 2nd tier and is likely close to the 3rd. Old Chen, be cautious. Are there others? Indeed, various guild presidents or vice presidents, such as... Yang Yuan spoke for about 10 minutes. Indeed, there were many, and quite a few were on Chen An's watch list. The so-called watch list referred to promising guild presidents that might receive special support in the future. the dishes soon arrived. Before long, Yu Guan and Liang Yu joined them. Liang Yu brought along his partner, named Zhu Xiaoyu, a commendable girl from the Yu clan, who was very polite. Old Chen, I heard from old Yang that you and Sister Shu have become an item? Yu Guan was all ears. Liang Yu remarked, I suspect it wasn't tea today. They had issues back on the Purple Star, so one should never hesitate. If you like someone, just go for it. Had we not been on the same train? You might have been separated forever. How regrettable. Yang Yuan kicked him, playfully scolding, Stop with the gloomy talk. The food is here, so hurry up and eat. The meal was joyous, and after finishing, they each parted ways. Chen and Zishu continued to explore, only returning after a long time. Half a day later, Fuyo informed Chen that someone wished to challenge him. What does that mean? Qin Mingguang is waiting for you in the entertainment area. Claiming he wants to duel you in an extraordinary battle, the loser must leave Zishu. Chen chuckled at a child throwing a tantrum. There's no need to pay heed. However, this matter has escalated, and the number of individuals daring to challenge Chen continues to grow. Many have even taken it upon themselves to seek him out in carriage number 1, causing quite a stir. It appears they are merely bored and have nothing better to do. Fuyao suggests researching some entertainment projects that everyone can participate in. After referencing the Zixing data, I recommend hosting a singer selection contest or train game events, which would effectively allow passengers to vent their emotions. Please prepare a comprehensive plan. For now, however, I must deal with these rascals to prevent them from continuing to provoke trouble. Chen was not angered. Rather, he found the situation amusing. He retrieved his helmet and entered the extraordinary combat game. Anyone who wishes to challenge me is welcome. I intend to sweep the entire train. Originally, he was merely being challenged by Zishu's admirers, but it has now transformed into him challenging the entire train. Each carriage was thrown into a frenzy, especially Zishu's suitors, who flocked to the entertainment area to confront Chen. No rush. Let them come one by one. Chapter 58. 100 consecutive victories. Soaring to first place. What is the current situation? In the entertainment area of carriage number 10, the crowd was so dense that it was nearly impassable. The extraordinary combat game featured live broadcasts, and the large screen displayed the combat action. That moment, 2 cartoon characters were engaged in a fluid battle, with the character on the right ultimately triumphing. Chen is truly formidable. He has achieved 15 consecutive victories, among which are numerous guild leaders. At first glance, his enhancement level appears to be at the pinnacle of the second tier. My goodness. 15 matches? Who would have thought that Chen, previously obscure, is actually a heavyweight? Has Qin Mingguang taken his turn yet? Not yet, but look over there. He seems ready to step up. Qin Mingguang donned the virtual helmet and, upon entering the game, challenged Chen and had been anticipating this and immediately accepted the challenge. With both entering the extraordinary battlefield, I am on the verge of reaching the third tier. Against the dog-headed man, I require no firearms, relying solely on melee combat. You may still concede while you have the chance. Qin Mingguang sought to establish his dominance. Chen chuckled lightly. I also do not require firearms to deal with the dog-headed man. For I solely utilize cannons. Since you refuse to concede, let us commence. A word of warning. I have previously trained in Sansho. Once the battle commenced, the two moved as if they were martial arts masters. Locked in an intense struggle, Chen quickly discerned that this fellow indeed possessed skill. No wonder he had trained in Sansho. Were it not for the overwhelming level difference, he might have truly found himself at a disadvantage. Fuyao, gather me some melee combat techniques. I wish to learn on the spot. As various combat techniques flooded Chan's mind, he took the opportunity to practice against Qin Mingguang, becoming increasingly proficient and methodical in his movements. Initially, the audience believed the two to be evenly matched and cheered fervently for Qin Mingguang. However, they soon realized something was amiss. Chen seemed to grow stronger, gradually overpowering Qin Mingguang, poised to defeat him yet withholding any lethal intent. Surely he does not wish to merely practice. It is evident that he does. One of the bystanders, Xiao Zhen, had just arrived and felt a surge of excitement. 5 minutes later, unable to bear the humiliation any longer. Qin Mingguang conceded and left, his face flushed with shame, pledging never to pursue Zishu again. With Qin Mingguang's defeat, lesser challengers hesitated to step forward and embarrass themselves, leading to Chen waiting for an extended period without opponents. Just as he prepared to declare complete victory, the game notified him of another challenge. Xiao Zhen. What does this have to do with him? Why is he joining the fray? The two were sent to the arena. And Xiao Zhen first clasped his fists in apology. I simply couldn't resist the urge to try my hand, Brother Chen. Please show mercy. Although they were acquainted, they were not particularly close. Presently, Xiaojun consistently ranked within the top 10 on the extraordinary leaderboard. Chen replied, "Come forth, let me see your skills." Once Xiaojun entered the challenge, it quickly stirred even greater excitement. The guild leaders who had initially been indifferent rushed to the entertainment area, seeking distraction from their boredom. However, they had barely arrived when news broke that Xiaojun had been defeated so soon. Given that Xiaojun was ranked top 10, how could he not best Chenin? It remains unclear. Chenin is astonishingly powerful. Initially, both seemed evenly matched, yet for some reason, Chenin always appeared to suddenly grow stronger. Look, someone else is stepping up. It seems to be Xiaofeng. I am Xiaofeng. I humbly seek your guidance, Brother Chen. Xiaofeng, a former special forces instructor, unleashed ruthless attacks. Initially, Chenin found himself at a disadvantage without employing his third-tier strength. Fortunately, he quickly adapted and learned Xiaofeng's military combat style, reversing the situation and defeating him. Following this, more challengers emerged, and Chenin welcomed them all. Han Dong lasted 3 minutes, Cheng Guoyang managed 5 minutes, and Lu Cheng held out for 7 minutes. Within a mere 2 hours, Chen had faced nearly all the experts. The last to step up was unexpectedly Zishu. He, I wish to challenge you as well. Chen triumphed over Zishu within 10 minutes. It was not an act of mercy. Rather, Zishu, ranked third, possessed greater combat prowess than Xiaojun. After this, none dared to challenge him further. Someone compiled the data, revealing that Chen had achieved an astounding 100 consecutive victories. From an initial obscurity, he astonishingly ascended to the top rank within a single day, a feat beyond belief. Which guild does he belong to? The Red Sun Guild, which ranks quite low. Ironically, his guild offers no benefits but maintains high-level requirements, thus deterring potential members. A guild requiring a second-tier entry? Have they lost their minds? This incident invigorated the carriage, albeit only for a day. The following day, the train issued a series of announcements. The train will host a singer contest, with the champion receiving a reward of 20,000 star coins and the title of Best Singer. The train will hold a talent show, with the champion also receiving 20,000 star coins and the title of Train Talent. The train will organize various game competitions, with winning teams receiving rewards ranging from 5,000 to 20,000 star coins. The train will conduct extraordinary combat competitions, with the champion earning 100,000 star coins, and the top 10 will receive corresponding rewards. A flurry of announcements created a sensation, making the carriage even more lively. Those fond of singing will participate in the singer contest, while individuals with special abilities will join the talent show. For gaming enthusiasts, they may form teams to register, as there are numerous game options available. However, the most attention is directed towards the extraordinary combat, both for its entertainment value and generous rewards. Is there really any need for competition? Chen is undoubtedly the first. Please, everyone, review the rules before merely critiquing them. The rules clearly state that the top 10 on the extraordinary leaderboard are not eligible to participate. Additionally, among the participants, there is a restriction on levels, limited to the second tier. Those exceeding this will be disqualified. What are we waiting for? Quickly sign up. The singer contest and talent show will be held in separate divisions, with 20 carriages constituting 20 competition zones. Initially, winners will be selected within each zone, followed by knockout rounds, culminating in semi-finals and finals, ensuring plenty of excitement. The games primarily consist of shooting and MOBA games. I suggest using virtual combat for the shooting games, as this can enhance the passengers' combat skills and attract more participants. The most popular extraordinary combat will also be divided into zones. Each zone will select over 10 individuals to enter the knockout rounds, providing them with ample opportunities to showcase their abilities. Master-related activities are underway, and according to the plan, the events will conclude just as the train reaches the jump point. Chen was quite satisfied. The reason he organized these activities was not a whim. Rather, it was to keep the passengers invigorated, as prolonged travel could lead to their weakening. Excellent. This approach can be adopted in the future. Are there any suitable projects for the guild? You could develop guild versus guild games, potentially making it even more engaging. Research is in progress, and we will have it ready soon. All right, take your time. There is no rush. Setting aside these trivial matters, Chen displayed the view outside the train, revealing the boundless starry sky. Have we confirmed that we have circumvented the area inhabited by the star beasts? Based on model estimates, The star beast is currently 2 billion kilometers away and continues to expand. There is an issue with Luo Yu's prophecy. She can only predict the original route and encounters. However, when Chen alters the course, the prior prophecies collapse entirely, leading to new situations thereafter. Thus, Chen is particularly concerned about the star beasts. As long as there is no danger, we shall remain cautious. The nebula sparkled, and the train sped through, leaving behind countless firework-like trails generated by friction. Chapter 59. Arriving at the jump point, docking at star system number 17 after 21 consecutive days of travel, on April 17, the train finally approached the designated area. Chen shook off his lethargy and assessed the situation ahead from the control panel. In truth, there was little to see. All he could discern was a vast, colorful nebula forming a gigantic ring. The jump node lies within this ring, which is the destination of their journey. How long until we reach the nebula ring? In 8 hours. Very well, no need to rush. During this time, the various competitions aboard the train have yielded results. Overall deemed quite successful. 8 hours later, the train plunged into the nebula, leaving behind a massive void. Yet, when one expands their view, such voids are inconsequential within the vast nebula. Fuyao, have you detected anything? A stellar system has been identified, located merely 1,800,000,000 kilometers away. Should we halt? 1,800,000,000 kilometers will require some time to traverse. Chen summoned Luo Yu to discuss the information. He learned that the train had arrived half a month ahead of the prophecy. Luo Yu, the second train may not arrive for another 10 days. Chen, are you certain? I cannot be entirely sure. But my prophecy contains similar information. In 1 month, a train will establish the star domain network, allowing us to access public information. Chen replied, please elaborate further on the situation across the various star systems. In this star domain, there are a total of 126 star systems, meaning it can only accommodate 126 trains. In principle, the closer a galaxy is to a jump point, the larger and more resource-rich it tends to be. The star domain network assigns numbers to galaxies, and if we wish to seize sufficient resources, it would be prudent to control one of the top 30 galaxies. The number of trains will exceed 126, inevitably leading to numerous conflicts. The closer a location is to the main route, the more susceptible it is to attacks. Therefore, I would not recommend selecting a galaxy on the periphery of the main route. Chen inquired, what does the main route signify? The entire star domain is encircled by nebulae, presenting a circular formation. At its center lies the jump point, which, prior to activation, is merely a dark expanse. Using this as a standard, for primary routes are drawn at 90-degree angles radiating outward, marking the 4 principal directions into the star domain. As Luo Yu spoke, she illustrated on the screen, providing a rough depiction of the star domain, clearly indicating the locations of Galaxy 1 and Galaxy 126. I understand. We are approaching Galaxy 94, Chen stated. Fuyao, navigate around it. We shall enter the main route. The next 10 days were critical, and Chen did not wish to squander time in a small galaxy. After 5 hours, the train finally entered the main route, which was exceptionally spacious and largely unobstructed. The train is approaching Galaxy 29. Should we halt to extract resources? Chen asked, if we fully exploit the energy crystals, how much can we yield daily at maximum capacity? In the preceding 20 days, Chen had been manufacturing mining vessels and robotic miners. Having reached their limits, if we collect energy crystals at 100% efficiency, we can obtain up to 20 million units per day. Chen asserted decisively, the train shall immediately dock in the galaxy and extract energy crystals at full power. With passengers remaining aboard throughout the process, we will change positions daily and make the most of our time. Galaxy 29 was vast, twice the size of the previous galaxy occupied by the Doghead tribe. Yet it was only considered above average in this region. As the train docked in the stellar orbit, the passengers anticipated disembarking, only to discover that a multitude of mining vessels was swiftly traversing outside. Showing no intention of letting them off, simultaneously, the train dispatched numerous reconnaissance spheres, a more convenient reconnaissance device than the scouting ships. Luo Yu's predictions were not necessarily infallible, and Chen needed to verify them. After 5 days, the reconnaissance spheres had spread across key positions in the star domain, confirming the accuracy of the predictions. 5 days had elapsed, and it was time to determine the final destination. The train had now arrived at Galaxy 1, which was fervently extracting energy crystals. Galaxy 1 was the wealthiest galaxy, with a total confirmed energy crystal reserve of 200 million units, though most were not easily extractable. The top 10 galaxies are all near the main route and relatively resource-rich, inevitably becoming the focal point of contention for the train. If we wish to develop steadily, it is best to avoid these galaxies. Chen nodded in agreement. I share the same sentiment. In truth, any galaxy among the top 30 is commendable, with foundational resources in abundance. As for the energy crystals, no amount will ever suffice for me. So there is no need to chase a little more or a little less. I wish to establish our foothold between Galaxy 10 and Galaxy 20. Please analyze the data and prioritize safety. Fuyo analyzed for 10 minutes and reached the optimal conclusion. I recommend the train dock in Galaxy 17. The rationale. This galaxy is resource-rich, providing sufficient resources for our normal use for nearly a decade. Galaxy 17 possesses approximately 150 million units of energy crystals, meeting our requirements. This galaxy is not on the main route, and its periphery is abundant with asteroid fields, which will hinder other trains from entering, while allowing us to establish defenses nearby. Lastly, due to its unique position, Galaxy 17 has a portion within the first galaxy ring, facilitating our journey to the jump point. As all galaxies orbit the jump point, they can be broadly divided into 6 galaxy rings, with conditions deteriorating the further one moves to the periphery. Chen concurred with Fuyo's analysis. By keeping Galaxy 17 unchanged, we can mine around it for the next 5 days, allowing for the quickest return to Galaxy 17. To streamline our efforts, Chen dispatched a fleet to enter Galaxy 17 first, establishing an initial defensive perimeter. In the subsequent 5 days, the train entered Galaxies 14, 15, 16, 18, and 19 in succession, extracting 20 million energy crystals from each, ensuring an equitable distribution without excessive strain. Should extraction be too aggressive in any galaxy, it might provoke the local trains into conflict, which would not necessarily be advantageous. As the 10th day drew to a close, the reconnaissance spheres relayed information to Chen and that another train had entered. Utilizing the main route. So be it, Fuyo. Instruct all mining vessels to return to the train. We are heading to Galaxy 17. The entire process took 6 hours, during which Chen continuously monitored the movements of the new train. It was a humanoid species resembling a rodent, even more grotesque than the Doghead tribe, which Chen referred to as the rodent people. The rodent people were initially preparing to enter the nearest Galaxy 108, but upon discovering potentially superior locations, they abandoned that plan and are now heading toward the center. As Chen's train docked in the stellar orbit, Fuyo provided new intelligence. The rodent people have entered Galaxy 1 and are currently searching for a route. Chen was taken aback. The rodent people are quite audacious. What capabilities do they possess to enter Galaxy 1? The rodent people are unaware of the overall structure of the star domain. They do not even know that other trains might come in. Thus, information is paramount. Without it, they are blind and susceptible to pitfalls. Regardless of their actions, we must expedite our development. Identify suitable locations outside the train to establish a warship factory to accelerate warship production. Assign daily tasks to passengers, urging them to explore the planet. This planet is vast, offering ample opportunities for exploration. Do not neglect to establish defenses. Deploy all warships. Lastly, maintain vigilant surveillance over other trains, collecting any and all information. Chapter 60. Numerous trains settle in and communicate with neighbors as the hatch opened. The passengers, confined for a month, surged onto their spacecraft, heading towards the life-sustaining planet 300 million kilometers away. The planet was expansive, populated predominantly by various star beasts. Before the passengers embarked on their exploration, Chen had already dispatched robots to ascertain the situation. This planet has been designated as Origin Star 4399, categorized into 3 zones based on danger levels: low, medium, and high. In the low-risk area, there is a maximum of 1 tier star beast, with a total of 172,509 independent low-risk zones worldwide. In the medium-risk area, there may be 2-tier star beasts, with a total of 83,051 independent medium-risk zones. In the high-risk area, there may be 3-tier star beasts, with a total of 480 independent high-risk zones. Various guilds will cautiously select their exploration zones according to their capabilities. The passengers were filled with enthusiasm, disembarking from various locations on Origin Star to commence their exploration journey. Chen, however, was uninterested in this planet. His focus remained on the movements of other trains. Ever since the rodent people's train had entered, New trains had been continuously arriving in the star domain. Some selected galaxies at random, while others navigated deeper into the domain, sequentially filling the higher-ranked vacant spots. Based on the remaining reconnaissance spheres, some superficial information could be gleaned, which Fuyo organized. In Galaxy 2, the settlement consists of life forms resembling mantises who are currently exploring the energy crystals of that galaxy, seemingly indifferent to mineral resource extraction. In Galaxy 3, the settlers are insect-like beings, small in size, resembling luminous crystal worms. The extent of their capabilities remains unknown. In Galaxy 4, a peculiar humanoid civilization has settled, equipped with numerous destroyers, currently the most powerful presence. In Galaxy 7, a mechanical civilization has settled, suspected to possess formidable mechanical beings capable of traversing space, potentially resembling mechas. In the span of a mere half-day, over 10 trains had settled in, scattered haphazardly across the region, with no mutual understanding among them. Many trains were entirely oblivious to the existence of others, engrossed in their own development upon entering the galaxy. Fuyo, what is our current energy crystal reserve? 300 million. Excellent. Mining in this galaxy will yield a total of 400 million in reserves, which will suffice. Master, we have received signals from extraterrestrial civilizations. Likely mass broadcasts. Do not accept them, but ensure they are aware of our presence. Some trains lacked martial ethics. After initially surveying the earliest galaxies, they deemed them unsatisfactory and would shift locations. Presently, relocation is feasible, as ample vacant spots remain in the following days. The number of trains surged exponentially, filling the previously unoccupied spaces in succession. Daily, various chaotic signals flooded in, yet Chen declined to accept any. Cultivating an aura of sufficient mystery, after 7 or 8 days, Chen finally acquired neighbors. Galaxy 16 was settled by a plant-based civilization, though they were not kin to Luoyu, hailing from another planet. Galaxy 18 was occupied by humanoids with triangular heads, whom Chen referred to as triangle people. These triangle people excelled in technology, possessing over 20 destroyers. Had they not been subjected to greater restrictions, their train might have achieved a 2-star rating. On May 10th, not long after their settlement, the triangle people transmitted a communication signal. The signal indicated it originated from the train's cockpit, implying an independent message sent by the triangle people's train captain. Chen instructed Fuyo to translate and respond. Greetings, I am Eclipse, the captain of the triangle people's train. The triangular-headed figure on the screen appeared quite captivating, with eyes slanted and long gray eyelashes. The triangle people's eyes were rather unappealing, reminiscent of serpentine creatures, lacking much color variation, imparting a chilling sense of rejection. Chen replied, Hello, I am Chen. And Eclipse spoke in a gentle tone, a stark contrast to his appearance. May I inquire how long you have been here? Chen responded, Fewer than 10 days. Is that so? May I ask about the current situation? Where is the jump point? The jump point has yet to be activated. No one knows when it will open. For now, let us wait here. Thank you for the reminder. Are you familiar with any other trains? I have had no prior contact and am unfamiliar with the situation. A few simple sentences were exchanged, but no core information was shared. I had intended to exchange some data with Chen regarding the lunar eclipse, but he did not provide any. Sufficient caution is required when dealing with any alien species. Given that a conversation had begun, Chen took the initiative to reach out to the neighboring plant-based civilization. Once connected, both parties introduced themselves. The train conductor of the plant civilization is named Mance, who possesses fewer humanoid traits and is more akin to a pure tree entity. May I inquire if you possess further information? Mance's demeanor is one of haughtiness, even when posing questions to Chen. She maintains a condescending tone, seemingly looking down upon him as a human being. Chen did not extend her much warmth, exchanging a few casual remarks before terminating the communication. Overall, it appears that engaging with the triangular beings is far more manageable. Chen did not keep this information to himself. Rather, he disseminated it throughout the train's network, allowing all passengers to be informed of the pertinent circumstances. Goodness, there are numerous trains outside. Are we on the brink of war again? Must we remain mere spectators? There has been no declaration of war. We are merely gathering information. Let us not concern ourselves with such matters and focus on our own endeavors, since we are not sufficiently strong. We must strive to become stronger. On Origin Star, all guilds are engaged in conquering the Star Beast Zone. The resources there are incredibly abundant. Even scavenging a small area can provide ample sustenance. As resources accumulate, passengers gradually detach from basic needs, gravitating towards enhancing their physical capabilities. Finally, half a month after arriving on the planet, the first triple has emerged among the passengers. This individual is not someone Chen is familiar with, but rather an obscure lone wanderer named Zhou Jiang, who has never joined a guild and instead rents a small spacecraft to roam, focusing primarily on self-enhancement. Chen is quite interested upon learning this. He instructs Fu Yao to conduct a thorough search, discovering that there are indeed many such lone wanderers. This is actually beneficial, as each individual has their own path of development, which cannot be imposed upon them. Fu Yao, how long until I reach the 4th level? Triple enhances muscles, 4th level enhances bones. The master may check whether his triple enhancement is complete. Almost there. Open the training room. I require a substantial period of cultivation. On Origin Star, with Zhou Jiang's appearance, others are also hastening to improve themselves, particularly the leaders of major guilds. The following day, Zishu breaks through to the triple level, closely followed by Xiaojian, Qingguoyang, Xiajiang, and others. As the number of triples increases, the advanced Star Beast Zone is gradually conquered, leading to a circulation of more rare resources within the train, fostering a positive cycle. On May 13th, Chen emerged from the training room and swiftly made his way to the cockpit. What is the situation? He had just been roused from his training state by Fu Yao. A special signal has arrived from outside the galaxy. Shall we respond? How special is it? The location may be over 20 billion kilometers away, originating from train number 4 in the 4th star system. Accept it. I fear no one now and see no need to remain overly cautious. After the signal was connected and deciphered, a colorful background appeared on the screen. Within the backdrop, a humanoid being radiating vibrant light greeted him with a friendly smile. No, it was not a humanoid being, but a pure human, perhaps even purer than the Zixing people. Yet the peculiar colors adorning their bodies shifted with the background. Greetings, Mr. Chen, in the language of the counterpart was easily decipherable, as it bore similarities to that of the Zixing people. Chapter 61. Establishing the Star Domain Network, meeting more train conductors. Hello, how do you know my name? Chen responded cautiously. The other party replied, it was mentioned by your neighboring triangular beings. They also stated that you are a friendly civilization. Easily approachable, I was delighted to learn that you are also human. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Luoda, hailing from the Ling Shua civilization. Luoda's name was a translation by Fu Yao. Chen had considered altering it to De, but after some thought, he deemed Luoda more memorable, and thus decided to keep it. Hello, I am indeed called Chen, from the Fu Yao civilization. Referring to himself as Zixing people felt inappropriate, and claiming to be from Yueshing people felt even less fitting, so Chen simply invented a civilization. Hee master, I am quite touched. You have no reason to be moved. It has nothing to do with you. I merely spoke out of convenience. After mentally scoffing, Chen inquired, what is the matter? It seems we are quite distant from one another. Luoda did not respond immediately, but instead began to introduce his own civilization. This approach astonished Chen, as most trains strive to conceal their identities, while the Ling Shua civilization openly divulges information, seemingly fearing that outsiders might not understand them. We were born on Ling Shua Star, naturally coexisting harmoniously with all living things. We excel at absorbing stellar energy to sustain ourselves, without the need to harm other life forms. In summary, this is a civilization so altruistic that it is almost unbelievable. Logically, such a civilization should have been completely consumed long ago. Yet, remarkably, they thrive and have developed quite advanced technology. After the apocalypse, the Ling Shua civilization was evacuated by hundreds of trains, one of which arrived here. Listening to him drone on, Chen felt an urge to terminate the communication. Finally, after providing various examples of their love for peace, Luoda revealed his purpose. We have established a star domain network and invite you to join. Creating a star domain network is not particularly challenging. Fu Yao could accomplish it as well, but it requires establishing bases across various star systems. The Ling Shua civilization managed to initiate a network without setting up bases, indicating their proficiency in networking. How do I join? According to Luo Yu's prophecy, all trains will eventually join their network, so entering early should pose no harm. Luoda joyfully stated, I will send you an invitation. You only need to accept it. Rest assured, this network is purely external and will not infringe upon your data. Furthermore, even if we wish to breach it, we would not surpass the intellect of your brain. After much delay, he finally sent Chen an invitation. The screen displayed an invitation letter, which, upon opening, was met with a dazzling array of colors, followed by a vibrant interface resembling a social media platform. Luoda from Ling Shua Civilization has sent a friend request. Killian from Blackwater Civilization has sent a friend request. Motherbug from Crystal Insect Civilization has sent a friend request. Yangding Tian from Three-Eyed Civilization has sent a friend request. Autu from Autu Civilization has sent a friend request. More than 10 civilizations have already joined, none of which are weak. Ranking within the top 20. Chen and accepted them all, and was added to a civilization chat group by Luo. To this novel method of communication opened Chen An's eyes. He had not expected that trains, which should be in opposition, could communicate in such a manner. Yangding Tian, I hear you are a brother of the humanoid civilization. Care to share a photo? Autu, Himph, yet another hideous carbon-based creature. Killian, did carbon-based creatures consume your food? What do a bunch of robots have to boast about, Motherbug? You carbon-based creatures are inherently weak. Isn't it hard to accept reality? What was supposed to be a welcome for newcomers turned into a quarrel. Chen had no intention of messaging, yet he received a private message from Yangding Tian. Brother, let's form an alliance quickly. Yangding Tian hails from the Three-Eyed Civilization, which Chen regards with utmost caution. As the prophecy of Luo Yu foretold that this civilization would lead to his downfall. However, the circumstances have changed. Chen now occupies the 17th star system, and at least on the surface. His strength is evident, earning the respect and caution of other civilizations. Chen inquired, how do we form an alliance? Yangding Tian replied, we mutually profit and share burdens in times of danger. Although we are somewhat distant, we should help each other when possible. What do you say? Forming an alliance is simple. It merely requires verbal agreement. Whether it can be executed is contingent upon specific circumstances. Chen is no fool. Very well, I am willing to ally. Yangding Tian rejoiced, in addition to you, I have also allied with the Tianlang civilization. We shall look after each other henceforth. Goodness, now there are two civilizations that either bully or are bullied by oneself. In the original timeline, Chen would ultimately obliterate the train of the Tianlang civilization. It remains uncertain whether this time will differ. After some casual conversation, Chen shifted his gaze to the group, seeking to learn more about the other trains. The Blackwater civilization is represented by the rat people of train number 1. Their strength remains indiscernible, but they appear quite formidable on the surface. Considering they occupy train number 1, the conductor of the Crystal Insect civilization is a motherbug, and all the passengers are its progeny. Fu Yao, didn't you mention that reproduction is impossible after the revival calendar begins? The motherbug of the Crystal Insect civilization does not reproduce. It clones instead. Are you implying that all the crystal insects are clones? That is one way to interpret it. As long as the mother bug possesses sufficient energy crystals, it can infinitely clone small crystal insects. These crystal insects will grow, either becoming warriors or new mother bugs. Goodness, isn't that akin to a Zerg? Infinite cloning, who could contend with that? The crystal insect civilization is severely restricted by energy crystals. If they lack them, they could even face self-extinction. All right, understood. What about the Autu civilization? The Autu civilization is similar to the crystal insect civilization. Autu is the absolute leader, having created the other mechanical life forms. Master, these two civilizations must be treated with utmost caution. Do not provoke them lightly. I am a benevolent person. I cannot possibly offend them. There are also mantis beings, skybird beings, and a multitude of others. As more civilizations joined, Chang'an's horizons expanded. There was even a civilization resembling stone giants, with the entire train housing only 10,000 stone giants, eschewing technological development in favor of being a purely extraordinary species. In the subsequent 2 days, the star domain network was abuzz with activity, and Chen made the acquaintance of numerous train conductors. Overall, Yangding Tian proved to be the most enthusiastic and aligned with his preferences. Chen found it perplexing how they would eventually turn against each other. This segment of information was unknown to Luo Yu, as she had merely traced the train's history and not Chen'an's. An incident occurred on May 15 in the vast expanse of the star domain. With ample vacancies still present, a newly arrived train recklessly plunged into the number 1 star system, completely disregarding the warnings from the ratfolk. Chang'an, having long since succumbed to boredom, hurried to enter the star domain network upon hearing that a thrilling spectacle was unfolding. The reconnaissance spheres he had previously deployed had been largely destroyed. rendering them incapable of capturing a complete image of the number one star system. The star domain network, however, was powerful enough to nearly encapsulate the entirety of the alien ring surrounding the No. 1 star system. The inner ring was a different matter. Should the Ling Shua civilization dare to act so boldly, they would face a united retaliation. Master, the attacking force has been identified as the dog-headed people from the Hound Star. Ah, now this becomes intriguing. Chapter 62. The clash of two great civilizations. Other train captains watched the show. The number 1 star system was vast, so much so that the ratfolk were unable to establish a perfect defense. Their primary defenses lay in the inner ring, while the outer ring merely housed a few ambushes in the form of escort ships. Yet, when faced with the onslaught of the dog-headed people's train, those few escort ships proved utterly insignificant, easily obliterated. Inside the ratfolk train, Client, a slender figure with a massive rat head, seethed with frustration. Why, with so many star systems left unclaimed, must they target us? Connect me to their communications. However, the dog-headed people refused to accept communications, even blocking all messages sent by the ratfolk train. Inside the dog-headed train, Captain Windstar glared with his cerulean dog eyes, issuing a series of commands. The escort and destroyer ships were all deployed, lined up on either side of the train. Should the opposing side dare to disperse their warships, we will concentrate our fire on the train. The train is our primary source of firepower. Do not conserve energy. If we can bring them down, we have ample energy. Do not receive any information, lest they employ special means to decipher our military arrangements. The intelligence corps provided a reminder. Some signals are coming from outside the system. Should we accept them? Windstar frowned and asked, are there many trains in this area? Intelligence Corps. We initiated combat too swiftly, unable to deploy reconnaissance ships in time. It is advisable to pause the conflict and retreat to seek other star systems. No, we've come this far. We must secure a victory first. Continue the advance and observe how they respond. Unbeknownst to him, the scene of battle was being live-streamed on the Star Domain Network. Attracting the attention of many train captains, Yang Dingtian remarked, it's always the same routine. Warships and trains exchanging blows. It all comes down to who can withstand the onslaught first, Vander added. The dog-headed people have adopted a standard offensive formation, while the ratfolk are also in an attacking stance, indicating they are not backing down and are prepared for a fierce confrontation. Yuechi said. To be honest, the dog-headed people are quite unwise at this juncture. Rather than seeking conflict, they should focus on finding a suitable place to develop. Even if they manage to defeat the ratfolk, what then? Otto interjected, the dog-headed people are not members of the Star Domain Network. If they conquer the ratfolk, is there something we can do? Yang Dingtian replied, I heard from Luoda that the dog-headed people have outright declined the Star Domain Network's invitation. Thus, I concur with your assessment. However, it seems the core of their train is insufficient. Windstar, believing himself to be assured of victory, was oblivious to the fact that he had already been placed on the table as a tempting morsel, awaiting to be devoured by others. Chen would undoubtedly seize the opportunity, striving to claim any benefits, lest he allow the other train captains to form a fixed mindset, perceiving him as weak. At that moment, within the number 1 star system, both the dog-headed people and the ratfolk arranged themselves in an offensive formation, unleashing thousands of beams of light, annihilating countless meteors that obstructed their path. The train boasted formidable defenses, yet the warships did not share the same advantage. As myriad laser cannons rained down, both sides' escort ships were swiftly destroyed, erupting into bursts of fireworks. The strongest firepower emanated from the train, with electromagnetic railguns and laser cannons firing at full power, serving as the principal force in dismantling the opposing warships. A few 100,000 kilometers to the side, their respective destroyers chanced upon one another. There was no need for words. They plunged directly into battle. Both sides' main cannons were plasma cannons, unleashing powerful particle beams that obliterated the shuttles and swarms released by the enemy destroyers. The destroyers possessed relatively robust defenses. A ground assault would be necessary for a decisive victory. The dog-headed people initiated the ground assault, but the ratfolk's firepower was too fierce, making it difficult even for the fastest drones to approach. Fuyo, if we encounter an attack from the dog-headed people, how should we respond? The quickest solution is to activate the extraordinary orbital cannon, which requires 2 billion mana crystals to annihilate the opposing fleet. If we wish to simultaneously destroy the train, we would need to increase that to 8 billion mana crystals. Chen and retorted, I am asking how we should proceed without resorting to the extraordinary orbital cannon. Absolutely do not engage in a head-on confrontation. Instead, scatter the escort ships for flexible combat. We can then use our train to pin down the opposing train, forcing them to dispatch escort ships to pursue ours. At which point we can intercept with our destroyers. Master, you may regard the train as the mightiest warship. When the time comes, do not hesitate. Chen inquired, how many destroyers do we currently possess? Exactly 10, which exceeds the majority of trains. Still insufficient, we must continue to expedite production. Escort ships hold no advantage against destroyers. As long as our destroyers outnumber those of other trains, we need not fear them. The current extraordinary capabilities are still too weak. Ultimately, it all hinges on the fleet. Chen continued to observe the battlefield, which remained brutal. Both sides were evenly matched, with neither possessing a clear upper hand. Given the present circumstances, it seemed they would ultimately lose all their warships, leaving only the trains to battle. Interestingly, in terms of defensive strength, the number 1-star train would require all of its laser cannons and electromagnetic railguns to unleash their full potential to breach the defenses of the opposing side. This implied that the likelihood of both the dog-headed people and the ratfolk facing utter annihilation was quite high. In the chat group, discussions were underway regarding how to capitalize on the situation. Yet Chen sensed something amiss. The number 1-star system was simply too distant for him to take advantage of. Presently, it appeared that the Mantis civilization in the number 2 system and the Crystal Bug civilization in the No. 3 system might each secure a core. Damn, the dog-headed people truly are fools. They are capable of mutual destruction. Thankfully, I did not pursue that path, for it might have adversely affected the intelligence of other passengers. Though he cursed them, Chen could only watch as other trains reaped the benefits. However, 2 hours into the war, a turn of events unfolded. The dog-headed people, realizing they could not achieve absolute victory, began to falter. The ratfolk would undoubtedly not pursue them, begrudgingly allowing the dog-headed people to retreat while hastily cleaning up the battlefield and re-establishing their defenses. With half of their warships lost, it remained uncertain how long it would take to replenish their forces. Meanwhile, Windstar, having narrowly escaped the number 1-star system, found himself engulfed in confusion. It seemed that the surrounding star systems were already claimed. We must not provoke any further conflict. The intelligence core chimed in. We have received an unfamiliar message. Should we accept it? Quickly accept it. The message was from the Ling Shua civilization, inviting the dog-headed people to join the Star Domain Network, offering information on available star systems. Without a moment's hesitation, Windstar agreed, hastily becoming a member of the Star Domain Network. This development prompted Yang Dingtian to launch into a tirade. What a sanctimonious race. Chen, how advanced is your technology? If possible, we might as well forge our own path and exit this wretched network. Yang Dingtian was a quintessential hot-headed individual. It was baffling how such a person could become a train captain. Chen queried, even if the dog-headed people were to be annihilated, would you be able to seize the core? After contemplating for a moment, the response came, most likely not. The mantis and those repugnant bugs take precedence. Exactly, since we cannot obtain the benefits, it is in our best interest to allow the dog-headed people to survive. Otherwise, do you wish for your neighbors to acquire the core? This statement awakened Yang Dingtian, who gave Chen a thumbs up, his third eye on his forehead blinking incessantly. Truly, Brother Chen possesses foresight. I am in awe. How old are you anyway? Calling you brother rolls off the tongue quite easily. Chen, uninterested in further engagement, ended the communication and returned to his own affairs. With the vacancies in the star systems dwindling, competition for positions would undoubtedly intensify. Chen needed to prevent any oblivious trains from encroaching upon his territory. Chapter 63. The first member of the Red Sun Guild on May 16th. Peace reigned within the star domain, with no conflicts erupting. The Red Sun Guild finally received a new application for membership, which took Chen by surprise. Who is applying? Zhou Jiang. What is the reason? As the challenges of exploring planets intensify, he wishes to join the guild for support. Surely there are no valid reasons to join the Red Sun Guild. There are numerous reputable guilds ahead. It is solely because you are ranked first on the extraordinary leaderboard. He aspires to join the mightiest extraordinary team rather than rely on conventional weaponry from other guilds. Among the 2 million passengers, individuals like Zhou Jiang, who are purely extraordinary, are quite rare. Chen held a vivid impression of him, as he was the first triple extraordinary among the passengers. a formidable figure capable of single-handedly cutting through hordes of star beasts with a blade. Very well, I shall meet him. I will send him a message to convene in the number 3 dining area. Half an hour later, Chen spotted Zhou Jiang in the dining area. This man had a square jaw and stood tall, likely having served in the military. Chen got straight to the point. The Red Sun Guild is quite weak, as you are aware. Zhou Jiang rose, extending his hand to Chen and replied, I do not care whether a guild is strong or weak. I simply seek allies upon whom I can rely. In fact, a weaker guild is preferable, as it affords me more opportunities. Greetings, brethren. I have closely followed your streak of 100 victories. Since you have been watching, why not take the stage? Chen sat down and signaled to the robotic server to bring 2 glasses of the finest fruit wine. Zhou Jiang's previously tense expression seemed to melt away like snow, and he chuckled. I knew you were a triple extraordinary. No one could defeat you, so I saw no need to seek punishment. They all claim I am the first triple extraordinary aboard the train, but I know you truly are. This was quite a novel assertion. Chen inquired, how did you discern that? The extraordinary combat game fully replicates one's physical attributes. Even if you attempt to conceal it, certain enhancement marks cannot be entirely masked. Point 1 enhancement heightens breathing, another enhances the skin, and the third fortifies the muscles. I have discerned that your muscular strength in combat far exceeds that of others, leading me to conclude that you are a triple extraordinary. Your keen powers of observation, fervent zeal for extraordinary cultivation, and physical prowess set you apart from the rest. This was Chen An's initial impression of him. In that moment of witnessing Zhou Jiang, Chen finally comprehended the direction in which Red Sun ought to develop. While other guilds are currently focused on establishing fleets, relying on trains for supply, and pursuing external conquests, Red Sun is different. Chen intends to cultivate the extraordinary specifically, for that is the true future of the train. Fleets have their limits, whereas the extraordinary do not. Very well. I consent to your joining Red Sunday. Zhou Jiang checked his wristwatch. He had officially become a member of Red Sunday Brotherhood. How many members does our guild have? I am preparing to conquer Area 72. Just 20 individuals to assist will suffice. Chen rose and beckoned him to follow. You can check the guild information yourself. We are headed to the market now. 5 seconds later, Zhou Jiang emitted a panicked howl. Just the 2 of us? Ignoring the disdain of those around them, Zhou Jiang hurried to catch up with Chen, asking, I heard that leaving a guild requires prior application. How much notice do we need to give? Red Sun cannot be exited. Don't even think about it. Zhou Jiang was left dumbfounded. At the market, Chen spent 2,000 guild star coins to acquire 4 3.0 version bronze battle knives. The term bronze does not refer to the material but merely denotes a level classification. All the battle knives are made of alloy, yet the quality varies across different versions. This weapon is essential for Zhou Jiang. And he was astounded. I thought the bronze battle knife only had a 2.0 version. Where did the 3.0 come from? It has just been released. Take it. 1 for use and another as a backup. The knife can be slung across the back. Chen tested it, appearing quite imposing. Brethren, what are your plans? Since there was no option to retreat for the time being, Zhou Jiang prepared to take it step by step. Didn't you want to go to Area 72? I'll take you there. Let us go. Just the 2 of us? Area 72 has numerous triple-star beasts. Are you afraid? Of course not. I worry for your safety. With the train as his guardian, he would not be in danger even if all the passengers perished. Seizing this opportunity, he sought to hone his combat abilities, which would facilitate his advancement to the 4th extraordinary. Half an hour later, Chen rented a small A-106 spaceship, taking Zhou Jiang to Origin Star. Upon reaching the atmosphere of Origin Star, numerous large ships could be seen suspended in orbit, most belonging to major guilds. As shuttles and various modes of transport were being launched on a large scale, it became increasingly advantageous for guilds to dock transport ships in planetary orbit as way stations, thereby accelerating their operations. Passing through the orbital path, they observed a multitude of shuttles traversing between the ground and the ships, laden with various resources. Quite clever, they understood the necessity of adaptation. Chen pulled out a map, densely annotated with numerous numerical codes, ranging from 1 to over 200,000, indicating various levels of danger. There are 480 high-level zones, occupying the first 480 codes. The position of Area 72, which Zhou Jiang valued, was near the front, situated in a forest in the northern hemisphere, with more than a dozen triple-star beasts. According to the mission released by the train, successfully exploring Area 72 would yield a reward of 100,000 star coins, along with a wealth of other resources. Chen summoned Zhou Jiang to the cockpit, inquiring, "Have you studied the information on Area 72? Zhou Jiang nodded. It is a primitive forest characterized by a warm, temperate climate. The star beasts are plentiful, predominantly serpentine. The train has specifically cautioned that toxic barriers exist in that area. It would be best for us to bring gas masks." "Oh, did we forget to buy them?" "It's fine. It's not crucial." The spaceship gradually decelerated, landing in a clearing at the southernmost edge of the primitive forest. As they disembarked, a wave of warmth enveloped them. And the fresh air invigorated Chen, and it is indeed beneficial to take a stroll, for remaining inside the train all day is not advisable. Raising his gaze to the front, he beheld towering ancient trees, reaching skyward, with birds flitting about, emitting crisp calls. "Brethren, aren't you bringing a gun?" Chen retorted. "Why aren't you?" Zhou Jiang replied, "I prefer close combat and do not like using firearms. However, given that Area 72 is extraordinary, we should remain cautious." Zhou Jiang's unease indicated the challenges that lay ahead. Chen remained unfazed, for none understood Area 72 better than he did. "Cease the chatter. Follow me swiftly. Our objective is to traverse this forest by today." Zhou Jiang felt a tightening in his chest. He had previously believed himself to be the most reckless, unaware that there were greater heights to scale. "Brother, wait for me. Be careful." He drew his battle knife. Remaining vigilant of their surroundings, Chen had initially considered keeping the guidance of the train throughout their journey, but ultimately deactivated it. "If I am to hone my skills, I cannot rely too heavily on the guidance. The senses also require strengthening." Thus, the two entered the forest with great flair. Zhou Jiang, influenced by the atmosphere, gradually became more at ease, engaging in light-hearted banter with Chen and Brother. "Why didn't you recruit anyone earlier?" "There was no one worthy of my consideration. Registering a guild without recruiting leads to daily losses of star coins. You are one of a kind. Establishing a guild requires daily payments to the train, which not everyone can afford." Shu quiet. Look above your head. Chapter 64. Completing Area 72 in 15 hours after Chen and S warning. Zhou Jiang glanced upward, instantly tensing, his heart nearly stopping. Above them, in the foliage, dozens of purple and red poisonous snakes were observing them, stretching their necks, poised to strike. "Damn, they're coming!" Zhou Jiang exclaimed. The venomous snakes shot forth like arrows, leaving afterimages in their wake. Chen remained still. For Zhou Jiang leapt high, drawing his battle knife and cleaving through the snakes with remarkable precision, dispatching them effortlessly. Upon landing, Zhou Jiang retrieved the most vividly red snake corpse, extracting its gallbladder to chew. This snake's venom could easily kill an ordinary person, yet posed no danger to them. Zhou Jiang remained unfazed. His earlier fright was merely due to the suddenness of the encounter, not fear. Chen, unconcerned, urged Zhou Jiang to continue forward. The path was rife with serpentine creatures, yet unlike those on Purple Star, these poisonous snakes possessed sharp fangs and even sprouted four short legs, enabling them to sprint swiftly. Chen gradually found his rhythm. Regardless of the creature encountered, he would slay it without mercy, no matter how aesthetically pleasing. Zhou Jiang, however, occasionally spared smaller animals. The crimson squirrel you just let go contains potent toxins capable of killing a double extraordinary. In the future, if you encounter one, it's best to eliminate it. Zhou Jiang was startled. Thereafter, he mirrored Chen and S approach, slaying any creature that obstructed their path, regardless of its strength. Half an hour later, they finally encountered a triple star beast. It was a massive black and red python, coiled upon a nearly withered ancient tree, sporting horns atop its head. "A dragon?" Zhou Jiang remarked in disbelief. Chen assumed a combat stance, stating, "It's merely a horned python. You take the left, I'll take the right." The length of the python was indeterminate, but it was clear that it could swallow a person whole. Zhou Jiang understood Chen and S tactics, which were often devoid of strategy. He quickly reacted, stealthily advancing towards the left thicket, seeking an opportunity for a surprise attack. The python possessed keen senses and detected Chen and S approach from the right. Swiftly sliding down from the ancient tree, its lengthy tail striking like a scorpion's stinger, revealing sharp tips at the end. After several evasive maneuvers, the python found itself thwarted. Chen relished facing opponents of this caliber, as it allowed him to truly engage his body, rather than merely slaughtering in one-sided encounters. "Is that all? Show me what you're capable of," Chen taunted. The python, unable to comprehend human speech, retracted its tail and, using its momentum, extended its head outward, opening its massive maw. The jagged teeth within were uneven, with the longest measuring up to 30 centimeters. Chen grew increasingly exhilarated, leveraging the power of his legs. He leapt high, seizing a vine to evade the python's strike. The python's size proved a disadvantage, rendering it sluggish. Zhou, what are you doing? Zhou was stealthily repositioning atop the treetops. Not responding to Chen and As, the python turned to attack Chen. Zhou suddenly plummeted, landing precisely upon a vital spot. Striking a snake at its 7-inch mark is critical, and this snake was no exception. Zhou landed upon the python's back, fervently stabbing with his bloodied knife, and in an instant, purple blood sprayed forth. Brother Yun, be careful. The python, in agony, attempted to dislodge Zhou, thrashing its body and demolishing numerous trees in the process. Chen, momentarily distracted, was struck by a falling tree upon his shoulder. It did not hurt. Rather, the tree, thick as a bowl, splintered upon impact. It seems I may be testing my physical strength incorrectly. Chen discarded his battle knife and resorted to striking the ancient tree with his fists. A resounding crack echoed as a massive gap appeared in the ancient tree. Indeed, my physical strength is not inferior to that of a knife. After all, the knife is merely an external object. After Zhou dispatched the python, he approached Chen, asking what he was doing. Zhou, punch me in the chest. Are you sure? Stop talking. Zhou complied without hesitation, delivering a punch with 70% of his strength. A dull thud resonated as Chen was propelled backward. The enhanced muscles did not harden into stone. Rather, they absorbed and then released energy. I suspect that the enhancement of the triple extraordinary focuses on the elasticity of muscle. Zhou could not offer any explanation. Chen activated the train's guidance and voiced his queries. The essence of muscle enhancement is to increase the muscle's capacity to absorb external energy. Those powerful enough to traverse the star seas can easily withstand energy attacks at the fusion level, precisely because their muscles possess a high energy absorption capacity. Do you not know this? If you do not tell me, how would I know? Provide a detailed explanation of the cultivation process from 1st to 9th extraordinary and post it online on the subsequent journey. Chen endeavored to minimize the use of weapons, opting instead to rely on his own physical prowess. Zhou followed suit, and the two of them traversed the dense forest, unrestrained and carefree. They encountered winged cheetahs, two-headed scorpions, and rabbit-like creatures as tall as small hills. Regardless of the formidable threefold extraordinary beings, they fell beneath the might of their fists. As they gradually discovered the strength of their own bodies, the knife became a cumbersome burden. After 15 hours, they had successfully penetrated Zone 72, completing their mission ahead of schedule. On the train, outside the guild's bulletin board, an unusual message suddenly caught someone's attention. Was the preliminary exploration mission of the high-level Zone 72 accomplished? Exploration tasks encompass numerous subtasks, with the preliminary mission merely requiring a traversal from start to finish. Yet, such a seemingly simple undertaking was beyond the capability of any guild until now up to this point. No one had dared to tackle the top 200 high-level zones, and the sudden emergence of Zone 72 drew significant attention. Who could have achieved this? It seemed utterly outrageous. Upon clicking the message, one could view the detailed content. It was the Red Sun Guild. The two individuals had spent 15 hours. Could they truly have traversed it without the aid of a spaceship? The wristwatch continuously monitored the task progress, necessitating that they travel on foot. Who was the Red Sun Guild affiliated with? The name seemed familiar. It belonged to Chen, while the other was Zhou. Goodness, they had allied themselves with the top two. That made sense. The news of Zone 72's exploration ignited a frenzy within the train network, capturing the attention of other major guilds. As they returned to the train, Chen received a private message from Zishu. Did the two of them dare to venture into Zone 72? Were they courting death? Chen chose not to reply immediately, parting ways with Zhou upon returning to the train, appointing him as the vice president of the guild. My time may not always be available. The guild will essentially be under your command. Zhou lamented, but are there others in the guild? Of course, Chen replied. At that moment, many were applying to join the guild. Primarily at the dual level, Chen dismissed them, instructing Fu Yao to amend the membership criteria to the triple level. Once the news spread, it caused quite a stir. Initially, a requirement for dual levels seemed absurd. Now, they were only accepting triple levels. It was said that the Red Sun Guild currently had only 2 members. Guilds are ultimately assessed by their numbers. Only with a larger membership can they generate revenue. Just wait, the Red Sun will inevitably go bankrupt. Leaving Zhoujiang, who was left in a state of bewilderment, Chen promptly returned to the exclusive area. He felt at ease, greeted Luo Yu, and proceeded to the cockpit to bring up the screen. 3 trains? The 3 newly arrived trains are currently unknown in strength and uncertain regarding whom they will attack. Chen invigorated himself, commanding, no matter who they choose, we must be prepared. The escort and destroyer ships were positioned strategically, concealed within the meteor zone. The train retracted its energy conduits, advancing 30 million kilometers outward to ensure the swiftest possible strike. Chapter 65. The Tri-Eyed Being's landing assault on mechanical civilization. Chen readied himself for battle. However, the 3 trains appeared timid, reluctant to provoke anyone, retreating to the periphery instead. Over the next few days, more and more trains emerged, some igniting warfare while others sought vacant spots, ultimately occupying all 126 star systems. On May 24, the Star Domain Network ranked the 126 trains. Those that had engaged in warfare were assessed based on their victories and defeats, while those that had remained peaceful were ranked according to their star domain numbers. Chen found himself in the 17th star system, ranked 16th. The first-ranked Ratmen had been placed 26th, a consequence of their significant losses in the previous conflict. The rankings were established in the morning, but by afternoon, 5 trains suddenly appeared from 4 directions, causing the Star Domain Network to buzz with activity. With no available slots, war was imminent. It was merely a matter of which target they would select. I actually hope a train chooses me. I'm quite idle at the moment. Though they spoke nonchalantly, basic defenses were imperative. All trains across the star systems mobilized to prepare for any potential crisis. 3 hours later, the 5 trains had chosen their targets, and the 17th star system remained unscathed due to the meteor zone's interception. In truth, those 5 trains had not ventured too deeply. 4 of them engaged in combat at the periphery, while the 5th, rather fortuitously, targeted Yangding Tian directly. The 5th train belongs to the mechanical civilization. The Tri-Eyed Beings were likely formidable opponents, prompting the activation of the Star Domain Network's real-time broadcast. Although Chen had formed an alliance with Yangding Tian, it was merely verbal, and he had no intention of providing genuine assistance. Within the outer circle of the 5th star system, the mechanical civilization's train advanced slowly, refraining from any reckless incursions. As it moved forward, various warships were deployed sequentially. Their vessels deviated from standard models, exhibiting a unique conical shape. In addition to warships, numerous shuttles and drones surrounded the fleet, poised to board enemy vessels for combat at any moment. The Star Domain Network could not probe the inner star circle, rendering the activities of the Tri-Eyed Beings invisible on the Tri-Eyed train. Yangding Tian did not display his usual recklessness. He appeared remarkably composed. You wish to send me the core of the train? Such a generous gift must be accepted. He transmitted orders for the various fleets to spread out immediately, instructing them not to converge until further notice. The train housed 2 million Tri-Eyed Beings, as Yangding Tian had previously assimilated a fellow train en route. Unlike Chen guild model, Yangding Tian wielded complete control, forming a fleet structure akin to that of the dog-headed people. As the commands were issued, fleets departed from the train, vanishing into the outer circle. Observing this scene, the train masters within the Star Domain Network were perplexed by Yangding Tian's intentions. Was he planning to confront the enemy head-on with the train? Did he wish to preserve his warships? That seemed implausible, as both sides operated single-star trains, and the opponent had warship protection in a direct confrontation. The Tri-Eyed train would find itself at a disadvantage. Look, the Tri-Eyed train has also ventured into the outer circle. Are they preparing to flee? Surely not. Would they abandon the 5th star system without firing a shot? The train masters were astounded, unable to believe that the boastful Yangding Tian would cower in such a manner. From the visuals, it was evident that the Tri-Eyed train had indeed yielded its position to the advancing mechanical civilization. Concerned about a potential trap, the mechanical civilization halted 2 billion kilometers from the star, pausing for 2 hours before daring to proceed. Once the mechanical civilization entered, Yangding Tian piloted his train to follow suit. With no visuals from the inner star circle, Chen could no longer observe the unfolding events. Were there reconnaissance orbs within? The reconnaissance orbs have long been destroyed. We are unable to acquire internal information. Never mind. Let us observe the other conflicts. The remaining 4 star systems were 85, 93, 101, and 112. The scenes appeared quite normal, with both sides engaging fervently, resulting in a cosmic melee that rendered the starry skies dim. And the star systems convulsed. There were no tactics employed, as the strengths were roughly equivalent. Ultimately, it was a single train against over 100 warships. The precision of the shots was controlled by intelligent systems, ensuring that even the weakest could accurately strike their targets. Thus, the war devolved into a mere exchange of blows, reliant on who would falter first. 6 hours later, the aggressors in the 112th star system were the first to concede, retreating after sustaining significant losses, with only a handful of warships remaining. The defenders similarly suffered heavy casualties and lacked the strength to pursue. This led to a new dilemma. Within the star domain, there were no new positions available, and the fleeing train could not exit the star domain. It must find a star system to dock in, lest its energy be depleted. Aside from the 112th star system, the aggressors in the other 3 star systems faced the same predicament. They could not afford to fight to the bitter end. Upon realizing they could not achieve a decisive victory over their adversaries, they rapidly piloted their trains to escape. The atmosphere within the star domain network grew palpably tense. Yet again, the information was insufficient. Had they been forewarned about the circumstances within the star domain, they would undoubtedly have fought to the death. Now, it remained to be seen where they would go. Luoda, do not indiscriminately provide information. Be wary of becoming a public enemy. Luoda replied, rest assured. There are currently no vacant star systems, and I certainly will not reach out voluntarily. Regardless of their destination, I hope everyone refrains from competing. The 4 trains were like soft persimmons, and everyone desired to squeeze them. Chen felt the same. Anyone daring to enter his star system would be swiftly crushed at Fuyao. Recall the warships from the outer circle. Withdraw all defenses. Master is indeed clever. This will attract the external trains to come in. Chen expressed concern that may not necessarily be the case. We have a meteor zone outside, and what if they choose not to enter? Initially, he had considered all possibilities, yet he had overlooked this scenario. But do not worry, Master. The more difficult it is to enter, the more they might wish to investigate, especially since the defenses in other star systems are stringent. Let us take a chance. The 4 train speed was insufficient, and they cautiously probed the surroundings. Upon detecting any signs of defense within a star system, they would hastily retreat, resembling startled birds. 5 hours later, the 5th star system stirred. Surprisingly, the mechanical civilization's train was in retreat. No one knew what transpired inside. The tri-eyed beings had achieved a resounding victory. Just when everyone thought the mechanical civilization would escape, the tri-eyed train suddenly emerged from the asteroid belt, cutting through obstacles. The 2 trains collided, akin to 2 celestial bodies colliding, creating waves that redirected surrounding meteors. What was Yang Ding Tian planning? With the train's outer shell for defense, even a collision would not breach its protection. Such an action seemed utterly pointless and could potentially jeopardize his own train. Look, is this a landing assault? They gasped in astonishment as they beheld all the hatches of the tri-eyed train flung open. What emerged was not warships, but a multitude of shuttles, charging toward the enemy train like a swarm of bees. Simultaneously, the railguns atop the tri-eyed train began to charge. While these railguns might not breach the train's defenses, their apparent target seemed to be the hatches. Chen was astonished. Could they actually destroy the hatches? The hatches are the most vulnerable points on the train. A brilliant beam of light shot forth, obliterating the hatches of the opposing train one by one. The shuttles surged forth, initiating their landing operations. The course of the battle was not particularly brutal, as the overall strength of the 3-eyed beings surpassed that of the mechanical life forms, resulting in a near one-sided massacre. 4 hours later, Yang Dingtian entered the enemy's cockpit, personally slaying the conductor of the mechanical civilization. Silence enveloped the star domain network. Chapter 66, Squeezing Soft Persimmons, the 4-armed beings. To be frank, the war commanded by Yang Dingtian was not breathtaking. However, it provided significant insights to other conductors, especially Chen, and he now realized that warfare between trains did not necessarily require destruction. It could also involve occupation. Fuyao, will the train retaliate once the 3-eyed beings board the mechanical civilization's train? The train's defensive capabilities are entirely external. How can we counteract from within? Is it possible to merely watch the enemy enter? Are there not passengers and conductors present? Chen and suddenly understood. It seemed that landing operations on the train were permissible as well. Yang Dingtian had evidently been aware of this all along. Deliberately feigning weakness previously, seeking an opportunity to annihilate the enemy's warships entirely, shortly thereafter, Yang Dingtian's three-eyed civilization was ranked first without any dissent, as it was evident that the three-eyed beings would undoubtedly secure a core and unlock the train's special abilities. As for the nature of these abilities, it remained a mystery. Half an hour after the battle, Yang Dingtian sent a message to Chen, appearing somewhat exhilarated. Chen, congratulations. Haha, this time I achieved victory by a stroke of luck. I nearly lost. Have any outside trains approached you? Not at the moment. It seems we won't have results until tomorrow. Yang Dingtian, aren't you curious about what ability I obtained? That's confidential. I certainly cannot inquire casually. The ability enhances the locomotive, granting it greater offensive capabilities. Next time I encounter another train, I shall ram it to oblivion. Chen was uncertain of Yang Dingtian's intentions and engaged in casual conversation with him. Before long, Chen suddenly received a reminder from Fuyao. A train may be approaching us. Chen immediately became alert, terminating the communication and instructing Fuyao to display the visuals. From the screen, it was apparent that the train was meandering outside the meteorite zone, dispatching numerous reconnaissance vessels. The 17th star system was vast, exceeding the reconnaissance range of a single train. Fuyao, instruct the warships in the inner star circle to position themselves on the opposite side of the star, and retract the train somewhat to lure it in. Fortunately, the origin star had currently traversed to the opposite side, rendering it undetectable by the external train. Given this situation, the external train ultimately decided to enter. Inside, the four-armed humanoids were exceptionally tense, fearing an unexpected situation in the star system. In the cockpit, the conductor furrowed his brows, hesitating to issue the final command. The intelligent brain alerted, the remaining energy of the train cannot sustain our journey to the next star system. Regardless of whether enemies are present here, we must confront the challenge head-on. Alas, had they known that these star systems were already occupied, they should have fought to the bitter end from the beginning. With no other options, they dispatched all warships to expand their control range. The train advanced steadily, with dozens of warships spreading out on either side. This was their last line of defense. The circumstances in the 17th star system drew the attention of the star domain network, prompting other conductors to lament Chan's fortuitous luck. The 17th star system was relatively remote, yet they could still grasp such a soft target. Humanity was indeed clever to deliberately withdraw their defenses. Upon learning of Chan's tactics, other star systems hastily followed suit, aiming to lure in the remaining 3 trains to devour them. On the other side, Chen discovered the identity of the invaders. 4-armed humanoids? Aside from having hands and feet, in what way were they humanoid? This creature had a round head, with facial features that were exceedingly peculiar, resembling the alien beings Chen had seen before. Master, we have been detected. Then prepare for battle. Do not deploy the warships just yet. We must be cautious not to scare them away. At this moment, within the 4-armed beings' train, the conductor was taken aback. Initially, they had merely entered on a whim, unaware that an actual train resided here. The intelligent brain stated, no traces of warships detected. They may be in a similar predicament to ours. A competent intelligent brain? It offered numerous hypotheses, yet the conductor prioritized this singular notion. Indeed, they must have engaged in battles with other trains, leaving them devoid of defensive capabilities. The train surged forward at full speed, poised to consume the adversary. As the 4-armed beings' train entered the inner star circle, the star domain network lost visual contact. Master, should we deploy the extraordinary orbital cannon to obliterate the enemy's train? Not necessary. The 4-armed beings seem to follow a fleet model, and there should not be many passengers aboard. We will seize the opportunity to attempt a landing operation. The extraordinary orbital cannon possessed its own flaws. After firing once, it would overheat and require a lengthy cooldown period. If the enemy fielded multiple trains, a landing operation would be inevitable. Seizing the current opportunity, Chen sought to conduct an experiment. The soldiers for this landing operation comprised 200,000 robots, swiftly assembling and preparing for combat. The surrounding warships could now emerge, encircling the train. Their objective was to annihilate the train's outer layer laser cannons and electromagnetic railguns. The number of conflicts increased. Insights regarding the advantages and shortcomings of trains were continually compiled. Trains had a fatal flaw. The external firepower systems lacked protection. The laser cannons were exposed, and so were the electromagnetic railguns. As long as the warships surrounded the train and unleashed a barrage upon its firepower systems, the train would have no recourse but to flee. At that moment, Chen merely needed to position his train to block the enemy, thereby initiating the landing operation. This was Yang Dingtian's combat style, the most standard approach. With the command issued, Chun'an's fleet displayed its prowess, encircling the enemy train from both flanks. The four-armed being's conductor noticed this, his face paling in fear as he ordered an immediate retreat. The intelligent brain warned, energy levels are insufficient. Retreat would be fatal. What should we do? The intelligent brain replied, charge the enemy train, fight to the death. Upon seeing the four-armed being's train charge toward him, Chen understood their intent, and no matter. Let them approach. The fleet quickly positioned itself, launching an assault on the train. The order of attack was crucial. Fu Yao accurately calculated the firing distance, immediately opening fire as the opposing train drew near. The railguns and laser cannons had long been charged, and at this moment, they all fired simultaneously, leaving thousands of traces across the starry sky. The enemy's intelligent brain was evidently lacking, as it was only halfway through charging at this juncture. Not good. The train is about to change positions. The train barely managed to shift, but the warships left behind were too slow, bursting forth a multitude of fireworks amidst the countless beams. Retaliate. I command you to retaliate. The four-armed beings, infuriated, flushed with anger, ordered all firepower to be unleashed, targeting Chang'an's train. Yet, Chang'an's train was no mere target. Under Fu Yao's control, it easily evaded the onslaught. The enemy train has reached firing range. Shall we attack? Fire! Eliminate their firepower completely. Though sound could not be heard, the sight of nearly 200 warships simultaneously opening fire was awe-inspiring, with various beams and particle streams directed at the four-armed being's train. The assault was not aimed at the train's body, but rather at the laser cannons and electromagnetic railguns. The scene was magnificent, with the laser cannons on the train's side exploding continuously, and the railguns atop being systematically annihilated, rendering them defenseless. In the cockpit of the four-armed beings, the conductor gaped in despair. The only remaining option is for the train to proceed at full speed, depleting the remaining energy to enter the star's core. This is the quickest way to replenish energy. However, just as the conductor prepared to take this desperate gamble, Chang'an's train collided head-on. The four-armed beings exclaimed, "What does the opposing train intend to do?" Chapter 67, New Ability. Extraordinary electromagnetic shield. Chen replicated Yang Dingtian's strategy, forcibly halting the four-armed being's train, which was nearly out of energy. The two trains collided without sustaining external damage. However, the four-armed being's train suffered damage to its propulsion layer from the intense impact, gradually losing power and struggling to restart without sufficient energy. The enemy train is about to lose all power. It will continue to orbit the star along our trajectory, allowing the master to initiate a landing operation at any moment. Good. Blast open their hatch. The laser cannons lacked sufficient firepower. The railguns atop the train quickly charged, systematically breaking open the train's hatches. In some instances, the angles were misaligned, prompting the surrounding warship clusters to launch attacks and obliterate the remaining hatches. They wished to board the train. The four-armed being's conductor deduced Chang'an's intentions and promptly issued a full mobilization order. Shortly thereafter, countless shuttles surged forth from the hatches. The shuttles did not dock on the landing pads but veered to the sides, releasing drones en route, which directly engaged and eliminated any enemies encountered. The four-armed beings still had numerous passengers remaining, who took refuge within the train's environment to defend themselves, successfully shooting down the drones in succession. There were no living quarters or markets here. The four-armed being's weaponry was relatively primitive, consisting solely of standard kinetic weaponry. Upon learning this, Chen inquired of Fu Yao regarding the reason. Previously, when facing the dog-headed beings, they could even deploy laser weaponry. Why could the four-armed beings not do the same? Not all conductors possess formidable control. They differ from you, the master. You are the natural choice, endowed with absolute authority. Other conductors are selected post facto and can be overthrown. It is entirely normal to impose certain restrictions on passengers to maintain control. Other conductors can be overthrown. Conductors selected post facto are not strictly bound to the train's identity. As long as the passengers possess sufficient strength, they can become new conductors, as permitted by the rules. Could someone potentially overthrow me? Your immunity to being overthrown is also part of the rules. Why do I have privileges? Who conferred them? Fuyao has no relevant information. Chen was perplexed but recognized it as a good sign. Deeming it unnecessary to delve further, he could assign some tasks to the passengers. The outcome of the war was already determined. Chen breathed a temporary sigh of relief and turned to exit the cockpit. In the living room, Luo Yu reclined elegantly on the sofa, her slender, dark green form leaning gracefully. To be honest, had Luo Yu been human, Chen would have undoubtedly been unable to contain his excitement. Alas, that I have come to realize that a mental connection is akin to online romance. One must never rush to meet in person. No one knows whether the person on the other side of the screen is a friend or a phantom. Luo Yu was engrossed in a film brought by Chen from Zixing, her branches adorned with verdant leaves swaying gently, transforming Chen's living room into something reminiscent of a woodland retreat. "What are you watching?" Upon hearing Chen's voice, Luo Yu immediately retracted her branches, forming them into two sleek, jade-like arms, smooth and luminous. If one were to close their eyes, Chen could play with those hands for a year. "I am watching a drama performed by you humans. It is quite fascinating. Would you like me to predict the outcome?" "No need. Please continue." Indeed, it was a drama that sent shivers down Chen's spine. He genuinely could not comprehend such artistic expression. Interestingly, Luo Yu resonated with the drama from Zixing, even able to hum a few lines softly, her vocalization remarkably similar. "Can you learn human languages?" Luo Yu replied joyfully. "I am currently studying. Once I master it, may I venture outside?" Chen nodded but refrained from providing a definitive answer. Meanwhile, in the rear compartment, passengers were abuzz with discussions triggered by the train's sudden announcement of a mission. Emergency mission. Board a complimentary shuttle to infiltrate the enemy train and engage in combat. Each four-armed foe slain counts as a completed task and can be accumulated infinitely. There were two caveats. First, this mission can only be undertaken solo, not within a guild framework. Second, it is exclusively available to those of triple extraordinary rank. The chatter regarding the mission grew fervent, yet only a handful of passengers were truly eligible to accept it. Many guild leaders were currently hunting on the Origin Star and found themselves in a dilemma upon learning of the task. The Origin Star was somewhat distant from the train, and should they return via spacecraft, it would take at least an hour. Consequently, several guild leaders communicated their feedback to Chen via their wrist devices. Chen remarked, "Those who cannot return should refrain for now. I do not require their presence. This is merely an opportunity for training." After dispatching this message, he set it aside and returned to the cockpit after a half-hour break to monitor the war's progress. As he anticipated, the four-armed foes were unable to mount a significant resistance. Under the relentless onslaught of the robots, they were perishing in droves. Fuyo, can the robots' manufacturing speed keep pace with their consumption rate? The four-armed beings lack strong resistance, and the robots can be replenished in a timely manner. Excellent, continue to escalate the offensive. After all, the robots can be produced at any time, and the cost is minimal. Additionally, increase the number of production lines. Currently, the passengers are of little use. For the time being, we will rely on the robots to sustain the war. New production lines have been added to the manufacturing queue. Chen felt a sense of satisfaction as he opened the screen to continue observing the battle. Watching the gruesome scenes within the train, he gradually cultivated a heart of iron and stone. It is merely death. As long as it is not our own people perishing, it is entirely inconsequential. Approximately 8 hours later, the resistance in each carriage weakened considerably, and Chen received the surrender message from the four-armed train captain. Chen pondered for a long while before ultimately sentencing the opposing captain to death. Throughout this journey, there had been many passengers. There was no necessity to harbor the four-armed beings who might harbor resentment towards him. It was far more fitting to eliminate them all, as cautious and prudent as possible. Survival is paramount. Considering these factors, Chen could not afford to grant the four-armed beings an opportunity for surrender. He then accessed the star domain network and learned that the other three trains had ventured towards the central star system. The train captains envied this development, as such soft targets were a rarity. 4 hours later, Chen received news of the four-armed train captain's execution. Interestingly, the captain was not slain by the robots but was personally dispatched by Zhou Jiang. Such a trophy could indeed be claimed. Fuyo, announce his achievements to the entire train and increase the reward by 100,000 star coins. Once it was confirmed that the four-armed train had been entirely subdued, Chen boarded his exclusive spacecraft to land and retrieve the core. Upon his return, he immediately consumed it, hoping to gain enhanced maneuverability. While spatial jumps were indeed commendable, their practicality was limited, only viable in critical moments. To Chen's anticipation, the train acquired a new capability. Extraordinary electromagnetic shield consumes energy crystals to create a temporary shield capable of withstanding attacks from extraordinary orbital cannons. The more energy crystals consumed, the stronger the shield. The shield did not materialize from thin air. The generator was situated beside the extraordinary orbital cannon, resembling a small-scale accelerator. It was yet another significant consumer of energy crystals. Fuyo, how much energy crystal is consumed each time the shield is activated? A minimum of 100 units, with a maximum of 100 million units. 100. The electromagnetic shield does not require full activation and can protect specific structures. 100 units of energy crystal suffice to shield a particular laser cannon. Chen immediately felt invigorated. The train's most significant flaw at present was its external firepower system, but with the targeted protection of the electromagnetic shield, there would be no concern about being compromised by enemies. Indeed, this ability was splendid. Chapter 68. The Tree People's Interception, Invasion of the Star Domain Network. As the four trains were sequentially resolved, the leaderboard was restructured. The Fuyo civilization ascended to the 10th position. Had the four-armed beings not suffered significant prior damage, resulting in a war of lesser value, their ranking could have risen further. In the following 3 days, new trains continuously infiltrated the star domain, with conflicts erupting incessantly. Some star systems successfully defended, while others fell to the newcomers. On May 28th, 10 trains entered the star domain in succession, causing a stir. This was the largest influx yet. It was uncertain where they were headed. Being selected is both an opportunity and a peril. I sincerely hope they engage the outer layer first, failing before advancing into the inner layer to deliver resources. Damn it, our outer layer has scarce resources, and you expect us to do your bidding for free? Calm down, brother. I was merely jesting. The previous rules remain. We shall not provide any information to those who come later, allowing them to choose freely. Many who fled after suffering severe losses became soft targets, and several of the earlier trains had reaped the benefits. However, as time progressed, the outer layer trains would not allow this situation to persist. Whenever they detected the withdrawal of the opposing side, they would fight fiercely. Thus, even if the outer layer trains achieved victory, they would find it arduous, facing the potential of being overwhelmed by more trains. Yet, half a day later, 5 new trains still became soft targets, meandering into the inner layer under the watchful eyes of countless hungry wolves. After more than 10 hours, Yang Ding Tian sent a congratulatory message to Chen and brother. What kind of luck is this? One particular train was once again drawn to the 17th star system, barreling heedlessly towards the meteor zone. Chen chuckled lightly. My position is quite advantageous, and luck is indeed on my side. He had been at leisure for quite some time, and finally, good news prompted him to take action. However, after completing all necessary preparations, Chen was astonished to discover that this train was retreating, heading towards the adjacent 16th star system. Fuyo, what does this mean? The outer layer reconnaissance vessels intercepted a signal from the 16th system. It is possible that the tree people are interfering. Bang! Chen slammed the table, causing the control panel to tremble. The tree people wish to intercept. Immediately connect me to Mansei's communication. Shortly thereafter, Mansei's dark green visage appeared on the screen. There's something you require. Will your actions violate the rules? What have I done? You cannot interfere with the navigation of interstellar trains. This is a rule upheld by all members of the Star Domain Network. Mansei shook her head, the branches atop her head appearing particularly comical. There is no such thing. I have never interfered. Oh, why has that train come here? I sincerely apologize. They might have thought your route was not conducive to attack and wished to try their luck here. I must prepare for battle. I shall speak with you later. After the communication ended, Chunan's face darkened with anger. Fuyo, how should we handle this? The signal has been decrypted. The tree people transmitted our information to the opposing party. Master, I suggest uploading the content to the Star Domain Network. Is it useful? The Star Domain Network is ultimately just an open communication platform, and its rules are rather weak. Just as he was articulating this, Fuyo reminded him that the train originally headed for the 16th star system had once again departed, redirecting towards deeper territories, offending others without gaining any benefits. Master, through my in-depth research, I have discovered that the tree people have formed an alliance with the Ling Shua civilization and 3 other trains. Man Sei's audacity to intercept may be a result of Ling Shua's interference, as they do not wish for us to acquire more cores. How did you obtain this information? I quietly accessed the back end of the star domain network and then discreetly exited. Her voice, which sounded distinctly mature, bore an unexpectedly adorable tone. Chen An's anger somewhat subsided as he inquired, "Can you infiltrate the star domain network? To what extent?" "I can assume control of the network at any time, but it may be reclaimed by the Ling Shua civilization. Should you require any operations, please do not hesitate to instruct me." Chen An indeed had ideas, but he chose not to rush. He would observe the situation before making a decision. Ultimately, the train that had lingered across multiple star systems was consumed by the Ota civilization of the 7th star system. "Brother, what happened? Did the train escape?" Chen An explained the situation, inciting Yangding Tian to erupt in a flurry of curses. "I knew the Ling Shua beings were no good, brother. What do you say we join forces to eliminate those damn tree people? You are in the 5th star system, and any movement could potentially draw Ling Shua's interference. Let us not be hasty. It is merely a core, and they will eventually have to return it. If you need anything, just let me know. I will assist as much as I can." After terminating the communication, the smile on Yangding Tian's face gradually faded. According to Teacher Li's prophecy, the 3-eyed civilization would ultimately face extinction. However, I am skeptical. The 3-eyed beings endure countless hardships and shall never yield. Chen An is a pivotal figure at this juncture, and aligning with him is undoubtedly a wise choice. After a few sighs, Yangding Tian returned to the rest area with hurried steps. In the resting quarters, an elderly man, as frail as decaying wood, lay upon the bed, seemingly on the brink of passing away. The bed was surrounded by an abundance of energy crystals. Yet the old man's frail body absorbed them at a painfully slow pace. Upon seeing Yangding Tian's arrival, the elder cautioned, "One must never force matters. Chen An is exceedingly cautious and will not readily accept assistance from outsiders. Master, you must cease your prophecies and take some rest. I shall continue to seek ways to prolong your life." The corners of the elder's mouth twitched slightly, revealing deep-set wrinkles akin to ravines. "I have at most 3 months left to live. I can only assist you with one more prophecy. There are seers aboard Chen An's train as well, and I cannot precisely predict their future movements. You must discern for yourself. The seers can interfere with one another, and the presence of Luo Yu only allows the elder to receive vague information." Yangding Tian replied sorrowfully, "Our safe arrival at the jump point from the Divine Eye Star is largely due to your guidance. Master, without you, alas. Each level attained augments life by a century. Master, you still have a chance. Please do not despair." Yangding Tian turned to depart. On Chen An's train, Luo Yu relayed anomalous information. "Did you mention that outsiders were predicting our train's fate not long ago?" Luo Yu lounged on the sofa, her emerald legs draped across Chen An's waist, her posture exceptionally alluring. "It seems to be the 3-eyed beings, but due to the interference among seers, I can only glean vague details." "Chen An, would you like me to counter-predict? Since interference is inevitable, it would be unwise to squander life. The other party appears quite weak. They likely won't survive much longer." She chuckled. "You humans are so fragile. After a few prophecies, your lifespan diminishes." Chen An cast her an exasperated glance. "You seem to have a long life ahead of you. Help me predict the situation of the train 5 days hence. I only need to know the basic circumstances, so no need for long-term forecasts. Just 5 days? What about the interim?" "Yes, only the 5th day." Luo Yu immediately extended numerous tendrils, adhering to the train. Before long, she had results. The train is quite secure. It has even added structures resembling balconies on both sides, though I am unsure of their purpose. Chen An's face lit up with a smile. "It appears I will acquire another core within 5 days." The following 4 days passed uneventfully, and 15 new trains hastily entered the star domain. The situation mirrored previous encounters. Most trains became easy prey, their fates sealed. Whether by chance or skillful positioning, another train arrived at number 17. This train bore significant damage, its laser cannons on both sides largely destroyed. Yet, This train ultimately did not enter the star system but diverted toward number 16. Upon receiving this news, Chen felt no anger. Rather, he smiled. Chapter 69. The weak have no right to speak, and the dead even less. Within the inner circle of the 16th star system, the Tree People's train engaged in a fierce exchange of fire with the enemy. Cannons fired in unison, and the warships from both sides exploded in succession, the scene devastating. Inside the cockpit, Mansei was exceedingly pleased with the situation. The adversary has chosen to fight to the end. This bodes well for me, as long as we secure the core. Our train will gain special abilities, and we shall fear no one. As for the criticisms from the Fu Yao people, they are of no concern. Rules? Power is the true rule. By the way, the star domain network is remarkably convenient, facilitating communication with other trains. Suddenly, a communication request came through the screen, originating from the Ling Shua civilization. Mansei opened the communication. Grinning widely, all is going smoothly. Chen said nothing. On the opposite side of the screen, Luo De smiled warmly, speaking gently. We must conclude the battle swiftly. Securing the core is of utmost importance. Rest assured. The enemy is no match for us. Once confirmed, the communication was terminated. In the fourth star system, a vibrant array of trains traversed the tracks, resembling a dazzling silk ribbon. Occasionally, Ling Shua individuals departed the train in spacecraft, swiftly heading toward the only habitable planet in the star system. For them, survival was no longer a pressing necessity. The paramount objective was to elevate their status within the train, as for the highest position. That belonged to their train captain, Luo De. In the cockpit, Luo De ended the communication with Mansei, her smile vanishing in an instant, replaced by a grim visage reminiscent of death. I have exerted considerable effort to ensure you obtain as few cores as possible. Mansei is also inept. The last core was seized by those mechanical wastes from AO Tuesday. Am I deemed a benevolent civilization? Do not be shocked when you witness the benevolent devouring others. He muttered to himself, exiting the cockpit and entering a spacious room in the rear. Within the room was a mound of flesh, topped by a smooth head adorned with numerous colorful lights shimmering vibrantly. Is it confirmed that we cannot access information from the inner layer of the 17th star system? The eyes atop the head opened, emitting two beams of red light, projecting the image of the 17th star system onto the wall 5 meters away. He spoke slowly. The intelligence brain of the Fu Yao civilization is quite unique. They have constructed a powerful intranet using the warships scattered throughout, which even I cannot breach. Luo De asked in disbelief. You are a telepath. You can invade other trains. Can you not breach Chen-An's intranet? I dare not employ overly forceful methods, fearing it may attract the attention of their intelligence brain. Your caution is warranted. At this stage, they must not learn that the Star Domain Network is, in truth, a surveillance network. By encompassing all trains within our watch, we shall be invincible. He subsequently inquired about the physical condition of the telepath before turning to leave. In truth, the telepath had just discovered an anomaly. Certain information within the Star Domain Network seemed irregular. However, due to the erratic activity of the stars in various star systems and previous occurrences of anomalies, the telepath had paid little heed. Telepath? Chen was unfamiliar with the term. Telepaths are a special class of superhumans who can transform a train into a network core, expanding outward to gather more information. Telepaths cannot move while using their abilities and must continuously consume energy crystals. If we possessed a telepath, our reconnaissance range would significantly increase. So that was it. No wonder Luo De was so eager. She aimed to have all trains join her Star Domain Network, effectively for real-time monitoring. Are you certain we have temporarily seized control? I have created an illusion for the telepath. He is currently of low rank and easily misled, but I can only deceive him for a maximum of 3 hours. 3 hours is sufficient. Swiftly remove the plant civilization from the Star Domain Network. Removal successful. The plant civilization is no longer a member of the Star Domain Network. Chen now completely shield the visuals from the 16th and 17th star systems. Shielding successful. With so many star systems and ongoing battles, abruptly closing the visuals of 2 star systems would hardly raise suspicion. Let the train set sail. Give Mansei a surprise. Since they disregard the rules, they should not blame me for being ruthless. The weak have no right to speak, and the dead even left. As the war in the 16th star system neared its conclusion, the Tree People held a decisive advantage. Mansei completely ignored the enemy's surrender request. I'm far more interested in your core. Once the remaining strongholds were dismantled, Mansei employed the tactics developed by the three-eyed beings, driving the train directly into the enemy to prevent any escape. Subsequently, the tree people boarded shuttles, surging into the enemy's train to commence the landing operation. The enemy, a humanoid species, appeared frail and were no match for the towering tree people. Thus, the war began as a crushing victory. The humanoids struggled to resist. Haha, eliminate them all. Leave not a single one. Mansei was exhilarated, eagerly preparing her spacecraft to collect cores. Once she obtained the core, she could stand tall without fear of being bullied by powerful neighbors. However, just as her spacecraft was about to depart, the intelligence brain issued an urgent alert. The Fuyao civilization's train has been detected, a mere 80 million kilometers away. Mansei felt as if she had been doused with cold water. Questioning anxiously, how was this not detected earlier? They navigated through the stellar surface and evaded all our reconnaissance vessels using unknown methods. Although the 16th and 17th star systems were adjacent, a lengthy vacant area existed between them, with reconnaissance vessels patrolling at all times. Logically, when Chonan's train departed the 17th star system, they should have been detected immediately. While Mansei pondered this, the intelligence brain identified the issue and explained. They have somehow infiltrated all our reconnaissance vessels. Mansei felt a chill run down her spine. If green bark could be considered a scalp, is it possible to regain control? Intelligence brain. Control over the reconnaissance vessels is not crucial. We need to ascertain their intentions. Mansei declared bitterly. Do we even need to ask? They must be desperate. With trains and warships turning to engage, we indeed hold the advantage of home turf. Perhaps we can secure 2 cores. The mere thought of the advantages 2 cores would bring made Mansei tremble with excitement. However, as Chenan's train approached a distance of 30 million kilometers, it unexpectedly halted. This range fell outside the normal attack parameters. Beep beep beep, Mansei received a communication request. Chen, my apologies. I merely wished to take a stroll and did not anticipate arriving at your location. A visitor is always welcome, is it not? Mansei. Of course, you are most welcome. However, I am more curious about how you managed to control my reconnaissance vessels. Chen, it is simple. First, seize control of the star domain network. Then manipulate the reconnaissance ship through the upload channels of the star domain network. And finally, command the reconnaissance ship to fall silent. This assertion was met with skepticism by Mance, as the star domain network was created by the Ling Shua civilization, making it implausible for Chen and to exert control over it. He intended to contact Luoda to inform him of the situation. However, Mance soon discovered that she was unable to log into the network. When 2 star systems are too distant, direct communication is impossible. One must utilize the star domain network. What could be happening? Intelligent brain. We have been expelled from the star domain network and have been deceived into believing we are still part of it. What? The adversary managed to outwit you. Mance had always considered the intelligent brains aboard various trains to be roughly equal in capability, with none surpassing the others. Only now did she realize that even intelligent brains could be deceived. Chanin, I shan't say much else. I merely wish to inquire if you have left behind any last words? Last words? Ha. What makes you think you can defeat me? Mance's voice abruptly ceased. Her limbs thrashing wildly. A chilling realization struck her. Chen had already acquired a core. Could it be that his train possessed unique abilities? Chapter 70. The train devours 2 cores simultaneously with a tinge of trepidation regarding the potential for extraordinary abilities. Mance softened her tone slightly. After all, we are neighbors. There is no need for enmity. Moreover, the star domain network has rules. Once joined, we cannot attack one another, or else face retribution from other trains. Chen sat comfortably in the pilot's seat, holding a goblet and swirling half a glass of cola. You may have your intelligent brain attempt to access the network, without needing any directive from Mance. Her intelligent brain was already making the attempt. To its shock, it discovered that the train could no longer connect to the star domain network. Master, Luoda has deceived you. The intelligent brain. Only the Ling Shua civilization possessed the capability to expel them from the network. Yet this left Mance bewildered. Luoda had only contacted him recently. How could he have changed his stance so swiftly? Chen, are you employing trickery? Chen took a hearty gulp of icy cola, the chill rushing to his head. He chuckled lightly. Are you foolish? I previously informed you that I had taken control of the star domain network. Whether you are aware of it or not is inconsequential. I am merely biding my time. Fuyo, is everything ready? The energy crystal supply has been fully provided, charging complete. Chen revealed a grin that was both menacing and affable to Mance on the screen. Fire! With a resounding boom, a colossal beam of light erupted from the front of the train, hurtling towards the plant-type train. In that moment, Mance stood frozen in shock. The intelligent brain incessantly emitted evasion alerts. Yet their train lacked sufficient speed to intercept the previous enemy, having allocated all power to their propulsion systems. Even with maximum output, escape was impossible. The beam of light resembled a rod, more radiant than the neighboring star. Piercing through the front of the plant-type train and continuing onwards, the momentum of the beam did not wane, as it penetrated another train midsection, instantaneously vaporizing numerous treants and humanoid beings engaged in battle. There were no cries of despair, nor sounds of death, merely an eerie calm. Chen finished his cola in one gulp, letting out a satisfied belch. It's no wonder when one seeks their own demise. Annihilating a train is as simple as that. Fuyo, what is the cooldown time for the railgun? If we actively assist in cooling, it can be reduced to 2 hours. Very well, initiate active cooling. In 2 hours, I will return control of the star domain network and broadcast the visuals. Should anyone object, they may come to meet their end. With the prospect of acquiring new train cores, too? No less, Chen confidence soared to the point of arrogance. Over the next 2 hours, he instructed the robots and passengers to engage in combat, resolving both dilapidated trains and claiming their cores. The humanoid beings aboard the other train were not truly human but merely possessed similar characteristics. The train conductor met his demise at the hands of Zhou Jiang once more, leading Chen to suspect he had grown accustomed to the task. As for Mance, she had long since perished along with the front of the train, leaving no trace behind. Fuyo, if my train consumes 2 cores simultaneously, will I acquire 1 ability or 2? Regardless of how many cores are consumed at once. Only 1 ability can be obtained at a time. However, the more cores, the stronger the ability. After much contemplation, Chen ultimately decided to relinquish both cores at once. With weapons like the extraordinary railgun, defenses such as the electromagnetic shield, and the ability to escape via spatial jumps, all of which heavily deplete energy crystals, I require the most practical option rather than the most expensive. Let us take a gamble. Master, is it possible that stronger abilities consume more energy crystals? Chen frowned. Let us hope not. Otherwise, I shall confine you for half an hour. Master cannot do without me. You certainly wouldn't confine me. Chen smirked, jesting with Fuyo could foster her growth. After approximately 10 minutes, the train finally completed the consumption of the 2 cores. Chen, filled with anticipation, stood rubbing his hands together, hoping for a delightful surprise. Half a minute later, he received a notification from Fuyo. The train has acquired the component, Observation Deck. Observation Deck. Platforms can extend from both sides of the train to allow passengers to enjoy the starry sky. Chen was momentarily taken aback, only responding after multiple reminders from Fuyo. Do not tell me this contraption is merely an entertainment facility. I sacrificed 2 cores for this. Chen felt a mix of excitement and regret. Had he known this would be the outcome, diversifying his investments would have been wiser. Master, do not be hasty. Let us first observe the effects of the observation deck. On screen, platforms resembling balconies gradually extended from the outer sides of the train's carriages. Approximately 100 meters wide, constructed of the same material as the train's walls and windows. Simultaneously, numerous double doors were opened between the observation deck and the carriages, allowing passengers to exit at any time. Provided they had the necessary permissions, upon witnessing this spectacle, Chen felt a surge of frustration. Was this merely an expansion of the carriages? What purpose does it serve? The carriages were already sufficiently spacious. Passengers did not require a more comfortable environment. Though he was not miserly, he understood that this was not a time for indulgence. There was no justification for offering such lavish service to the passengers. As he voiced his grievances, the remaining passengers within the carriage were left in awe. They stared in astonishment as balconies materialized on either side of the carriages, creating an expansive space. When someone approached the double doors of the carriage wall, the glass doors swung open, indicating that they could step outside. Would it be safe? Whoa, the floor outside is made of glass, revealing the starry sky beneath our feet. Who dares to test this? For a long while, no one dared to move until a brave soul boldly stepped outside. Since the carriage doors were operable, it implied that the external environment mirrored that of the interior. What is there to fear? With one person taking the lead, others followed suit, exclamations of wonder filling the air. They experienced standing beneath the stars for the first time, constantly fearing they might plummet into the abyss below. While some were consumed by mindless anxiety, others began to study the significance of their surroundings. Look over there. It's a hatched IT. Seems there are numerous hatches. Look below. There are many claw-like structures. Do you think that could be a docking area for spacecraft? In other words, we could exit directly from here without passing through a hangar in the future. As they uncovered these features, Chen also came to a realization. While the ability for passengers to exit more swiftly was advantageous, it was not particularly pronounced. Fuyo, since you possess greater knowledge, kindly elucidate. Both the extraordinary railgun and the electromagnetic shield are merely temporary abilities and will inevitably be supplanted by more powerful capabilities in the future. However, the observation deck will accompany the train indefinitely. Its functions are as follows. First, beneath the observation deck lie numerous docking points, allowing small spacecraft or shuttles to dock. If the train requires rapid external engagement, we will possess the fastest means of egress. Master, you are well aware that without this feature, it could take passengers half an hour or even an hour to exit from the hangar. Second, once all passengers upgrade to Star Steppers, they will no longer need to crowd towards the hangar. They can stream out from the observation deck. You can imagine that while other trains are still organizing their passengers, our people will have already boarded enemy vessels like a swarm of locusts, making the outcome clear. Third, the train can continue to expand outside the observation deck in the future, adding new carriages side by side. In this case, the observation deck will become a corridor connecting the new carriages. Without the observation deck, the train cannot expand laterally and can only increase in length. However, as the train's star level rises, the number of carriages will also increase, making excessive length susceptible to targeted attacks. Fourth, the observation deck consumes no energy crystals. After hearing all the advantages presented by Fuyo, Chen nodded repeatedly. You have opened my mind. With the observation deck, not only will it be more convenient for passengers, but it will also facilitate operations for the train. Indeed, a remarkable asset. The most crucial point is that this contraption does not consume energy crystals. Ha ha! Subsequently, Chen instructed Fuyo to issue an announcement to inform passengers of the usage and to grant everyone the liberty to utilize the observation deck. As the 2-hour mark approached, Fuyo restored control of the Star Domain Network. Chapter 71. If you do not mind, we may become brothers of different races. The train conductors were not idle. To solidify their positions, they needed to grow stronger and amass more loyal followers. They only ventured into the Star Domain Network during their leisure hours to check on developments and gather some additional information, which could also be assisted by the intelligent brains. Recently, a conductor finally noticed that the outer layers of star systems 16 and 17 had not displayed any visuals for quite some time. Previously, to ensure fairness, any conductor could freely view the outer layer visuals of other star systems. This was a default rule. What is happening? The two star systems have lost their visuals for far too long. Even with signal fluctuations, it should not last this long. Is Luoda present? Luoda did not respond, prompting discussions among the other conductors. System 16 is inhabited by Trance, while System 17 is home to the Fuyo people. How could both encounter issues simultaneously? Could it be that there have been unusual fluctuations in their vicinity? Unless a black hole has suddenly emerged to interfere with the signals, what other cause could there be for such disturbances? I have heard that a train, originally bound for the 17th galaxy, abruptly redirected to the 16th. What transpired? A similar incident occurred just a few days ago. These topics ignited Yang Ding Tian's fury as he erupted. The tree people have violated protocols by sending information to the extragalactic train, exposing Chen and secrets. If I were in his position, I would flee as well. Knowing the certainty of death, I would not venture in. The chat group erupted in chaos, with more train captains being drawn into the fray. Such treachery is appalling. It was agreed that mutual interference was forbidden. If I were Chen, I would undoubtedly seek vengeance against the tree people. Yang Ding Tian remarked, Chen is still too lenient. He said nothing when he was previously disturbed. Otto, the core you possess originally belonged to Chen, and after a prolonged silence, Otto finally replied, I did acquire the core, but I am not the instigator. It is unrelated to me. What you say is mere speculation unless you possess evidence. If you have proof, present it. Yang Ding Tian retorted, if I had evidence, would I allow that scoundrel man say to escape unscathed? If the tree people can violate the rules without consequence, I shall do the same. The next time an extragalactic train approaches your galaxy, I will divulge all your information to them and see who fares better. Faced with Yang Ding Tian's disruptive behavior, the other train captains felt helpless. Motherbug interjected, the tree people, being a base species, lack any sense of morality. I suggest we expunge them from the star domain network. Rotter, speak up. Cleon added, expulsion is unwarranted. After all, there is no concrete evidence. We must solidify the rules. Should anyone dare to repeat such actions, we shall unite against them and eliminate them. Each had their own opinions and stances, rendering consensus unattainable. Moments later, a train captain posed a critical question. Where is the captain of the Tree People's train? Why is he absent from the list? Could it be that he has truly been expelled? What authority does Rotter possess to do this? Meanwhile, Rotter, who had not yet spoken, was in the cockpit, overwhelmed. You say the Star Domain Network has lost control? The intelligence brain responded. A special entity has accessed the backend and temporarily seized control. It is highly likely to be another telepath. Rotter grimaced, if there are still telepaths in this star domain, that would be dire. Can we trace the origin of the train? Without control of the Star Domain Network, we are unable to probe further. However, rest assured, our telepath is attempting to reclaim control of the Star Domain Network. It should be swift. Rotter anxiously awaited, and 10 minutes later learned that the Star Domain Network had been restored. With no loss of information, though there were slight changes. The intelligence brain reported, Mansei from the 16th galaxy has been expelled and lost information connectivity. Immediately, the visuals of the 16th galaxy, including the inner star circle, were summoned. Currently, aside from a few powerful galaxies, the Star Domain Network can access the inner star circle visuals of most galaxies. Upon witnessing 2 damaged trains within the 16th galaxy, Rotter could hardly believe his eyes. Who could have done this? As the visuals shifted, Chun An's train appeared brazenly. It was indeed him. Beep, beep, beep. A communication came through. Rotter answered, unable to muster a smile for Chunin, his expression grave. Chunin, what do you mean by this? Leaning casually against the pilot's seat, Chunin replied nonchalantly, it means nothing, merely a gesture. I have backed up all information regarding the Star Domain Network, and I expect that in the future, regardless of what data is collected, I should have my share. Is that request unreasonable? On what grounds do you believe I would acquiesce? Chunin chuckled. I have just learned that the Star Domain Network possesses even more functions. For instance, it can arbitrarily access the inner star circles of certain galaxies and monitor the movements of trains. To be honest, I was indeed deceived by your previous demeanor. Should you refuse my terms, I will make all this information public. You will become a public enemy, with nowhere to hide. At that moment, Rotter felt a chilling dread. He had believed he could control everything and manipulate the train captains at will. Yet today, he realized that beyond the heavens, there were those who could see through his schemes. Rotter, being a train captain, composed himself and squinted, inquiring, what is the level of your telepath? Chunin paused for a moment before casually responding. Only at the 3rd level with a limited reconnaissance range. It can merely infiltrate the backend of the Star Domain Network. To be honest, the idea of merging telepathy with networks is truly ingenious. I might even consider developing one myself. Rotter pressed further. Did you annihilate Mansei? Not only did I annihilate her, but her core has also been consumed. Initially, I intended to expose your plans, but I changed my mind. I believe we can cooperate, don't you think? Half an hour prior, Chunin had firmly regarded Rotter as an adversary, given Rotter's collusion with Mansei against him. However, after spending considerable time in the position of train captain, Chen developed a perspective that transcended conventional thinking. There are neither friends nor foes, only what aligns with one's interests. Chunin possessed no telepathy, but he could feign having it, acquiring vast information while aligning with Rotter. How delightful. After a prolonged silence, Rotter suddenly smiled, reverting to his former amiable demeanor. Chunin remarked, yes, that smile is comforting. Rotter declared, I am willing to cooperate with you, even form an alliance. Together, we shall control the Star Domain Network and share the benefits. Chunin interrupted, I am not so greedy. You need only provide me with information. The Star Domain Network shall remain under your control. As for the benefits, Whoever obtains them shall keep them. No need to split. This statement relieved Rotter, and his smile grew ever more genial. In truth, rather than collaborating with foolish individuals like Man Say, I have greater faith in you, my dear brother, if you do not mind. Let us become brothers of different races. Chen was taken aback. Truly, Rotter had a remarkable capacity for acceptance and adaptability. Haha, I look forward to your continued guidance, Brother Rotter. By the way, how shall we resolve the issue with Man Say? Although she breached the rules first, I fear my own actions may lead to isolation from other trains. Rotter reassured him, do not worry, my brother. I possess ample experience in handling such matters. Leave it to me. The two exchanged knowing glances and shared a radiant smile. Chapter 72. We, the Fuyao civilization, cherish peace. Just as the train captains were astonished by Man Say's disappearance, two decoded signals appeared on the public screen, clearly visible in their contents. The messages served as a warning, indicating that Chen was formidable, detailing his strengths and advising others to keep their distance. Look at the sender of the information. It is the tree people. To whom was it sent? The recipients were two extragalactic trains, easily identifiable through the database comparison, both of which had been annihilated. The tree people sent information about Chen onto the incoming trains, which is quite thought-provoking. As discussions unfolded, the situation became exceedingly clear. The tree people had violated the rules of the Star Domain Network. If the information is genuine, their actions are utterly reckless. Could the announcement from the Star Domain Network be false? Rotter, too, should speak up, if only to contribute a comment, right? Rotter logged in, calmly explaining the background and consequences of the tree people's violations. Secretly sending messages to the incoming trains, undermining the interests of the in-system trains, is an exceedingly vile act. If such behavior were to become the norm, we would have no opportunity for peaceful development and might as well engage in a war of mutual annihilation. Yangding Tian, what is your opinion? Yangding Tian replied, if I were to encounter such a situation, I would declare war immediately. There is nothing to discuss. Otto, what do you say? Otto responded, though I benefited from this. I do not endorse such conduct. We must remain clear about our objectives. Traversing the jump point is paramount, and there is no need for reckless conflict. Those who violate the rules are merely causing chaos. It is reasonable to expunge such civilizations from the Star Domain Network. Rotter acted rightly. At this moment, no one dared to voice dissent, as personal interests were at stake. Earlier, Yangding Tian had already warned that should anyone disrupt the order, all trains would face interference, leading to significant losses. Therefore, the customary rules must be adhered to. Otherwise, one risks becoming a public enemy. After much discussion, Rotter inquired, what should be done about the tree people who have violated the rules? Mother Bug replied, since they have already been expelled from the Star Domain Network, they should be eliminated. I can take care of it. Cleon added, I will bear witness. Otto remarked, I previously received the core for nothing. This time, I shall forfeit it and suggest it be given to Chen as compensation. What say you, Chen? A notification appeared on the public screen indicating Chen was online. Chen responded, quite lively. What are you all discussing? Yangding Tian explained the situation, clearly aggrieved. In truth, Chen often found it difficult to discern what this individual intended. The prophecies had distinctly indicated a hostile relationship. Yet now he was being treated with excessive kindness. So you were discussing the tree people. There's no need for concern, for I have already dealt with them, Rotter. I have transmitted some visuals. You may open them to see. Unable to directly display the inner circle, as it was well known that the Star Domain Network lacked such authority, a multitude of images depicting the wreckage of the tree people's trains was showcased on the public screen. Prompting Chen to vent his frustrations, I have long suspected that these tree people were nefarious. They have always coveted my trifles. The last time they frightened away my guests, I endured it. After all, we, the Fuyao civilization, cherish peace. But when they dared to cause trouble again, how could I tolerate it? I pursued them relentlessly and ultimately, inexplicably, traced them back to their homeland. To be honest, I have no interest in attacking the tree people. Nor do I desire the train core. One is sufficient. The rest should be left for you. However, that scoundrel Man Say fired upon me, showing no reason. Thus, I conveniently exterminated her. Does anyone have any doubts? As he delivered this final line, Chen's tone shifted from playful to cold, carrying an air of chilling menace that sent shivers down the spine. After listening, the chat group fell into a prolonged silence. Chen and then spoke up. This matter is indeed my fault. After all, my methods were rather severe. Let us do this. The resources of the 16th galaxy shall be evenly divided among you. His words carried significant weight, prompting the mantis man, Vandel, to exclaim. The scene vanished for merely 3 hours. How could you have annihilated the tree people so swiftly? Thus far, even the most rapid of civil wars require no less than 10 hours. 3 hours is simply outrageous. Chen replied, perhaps the tree people were too weak. I merely launched an attack, and they collapsed on their OWNIT. Seems that the rest were somewhat incredulous. If that is the case, let those who doubt come to the 16th star region and experience the plight of the tree people firsthand. With the conversation having reached this point, understanding was inevitable. Yang Dingtian was the first to voice. The tree people deserve their fate. Chen acted appropriately. If one can eliminate them in 3 hours, there must be some unique weapon involved, or Oda added. Since Chen can resolve the issue himself, there is no need for us to intervene. As for the resources of the 16th galaxy, I shall refrain from sharing. Indeed, my 4th galaxy is already overflowing. Those who dared to vie for the resources quickly withdrew, allowing Chen to harvest them alone. However, several train conductors from the outer ring expressed their grievances, chastising Chen for not informing others before taking action. Chen pretended not to hear, exiting the Star Domain Network to attend to his own affairs. The 17th galaxy remained inactive while all efforts were directed towards harvesting from the 16th, prioritizing energy crystals and special minerals. Once the extraction was sufficiently advanced, they would vacate the area for other trains, as defending 2 galaxies was beyond their capacity. Fuyo, how much energy crystal did you extract from those 2 trains? A total of 50 million units. Chen remarked, such rubbish. I had expected over 100 million. The tree people consume energy crystals at an alarming rate. Of the 50 million, 30 million belonged to another train. Unfortunately, they lacked extraordinary weapons, possessing energy crystals yet unable to utilize them. So be it. For now, none shall dare to provoke me. Remain vigilant in collecting information from the Star Domain Network, particularly regarding the 3-eyed people. I wish to discern Yang Dingtian's true intentions. 3 days later, Chen withdrew from the 17th galaxy, while the newly arrived Bluebird people occupied the 16th. Upon witnessing the abundant traces of mining throughout the galaxy, the Bluebird people were left dumbfounded. It was only upon entering the Star Domain Network that they learned the reason. The train conductor of the Bluebird people dared not complain, hastily offering gifts to Chen to prevent meeting the same fate as the tree people. The ensuing 2 weeks were relatively uneventful for Chen, with the Star Domain remaining calm, and the influx of trains gradually diminishing, with some days passing without sight of a single one. On July 3 RD, a minor issue arose. The crystal insect civilization announced a shortage of energy crystals, facing a racial crisis, and sought to borrow 30 million energy crystals from the neighboring mantis civilization. Vandel, however, would not lend, and hostilities erupted immediately. At this juncture, the regulations of the Star Domain Network held little relevance. Survival was paramount. After both sides sustained losses, Vandel conceded, willing to provide 100 million energy crystals. The crystal insects, sensing a favorable outcome, accepted the 100 million and relinquished their 3rd galaxy, resorting to begging along the way. Whether it was the Ling Shua civilization or the 3-eyed civilization, the crystal insects cared little. If energy crystals were not forthcoming, they would wage war, even to the point of mutual destruction. Though displeased, there was no need to fight to the death with these insects, and they begrudgingly provided the energy crystals. Interestingly, the crystal insects deliberately avoided the 17th galaxy as they passed through. Chen initiated communication. Why did you not ask me for assistance? Am I to be ignored? The mother insect did not anticipate such a shameless human. Approaching her for robbery, I do not desire what is yours, unless you reveal to me the weapon used to exterminate the tree people. Chen chuckled lightly and terminated the communication. Even insects ultimately fear power. At that moment, Fuyo civilization occupied the top rank on the leaderboard. For half a month, the crystal insect civilization plundered every civilization except Fuyo, stockpiling energy crystals that even Chen found enviable. Finally, on July 15, a multitude of luminous points appeared in the dark region at the center of the Star Domain. Concurrently, a message appeared on every train. The jump point would open in 6 months, permitting only 50 trains to pass. Other trains would be obliterated along with the starry sky. Chapter 73. Fragments of Civilization, Exploration Mission. N01 knew the origin of this information, but its content set every train conductor on edge. None had anticipated that the jump point would impose a limit on the number of vessels allowed, and certainly not to such a degree. Chen remarked, based on the current rankings, we should be able to pass. However, rankings are merely illusions. Who knows what may transpire in the next 6 months? Fuyo, what do you think we should do? The final month will undoubtedly be chaotic, until only 50 trains remain. Therefore, we must strengthen ourselves by all means necessary. Our current situation provides us with a significant advantage. After all, any civilization with a modicum of intelligence would not attempt to seize our quota. In comparison to the anxiety of other conductors, Chen felt considerably more at ease. He promptly entered the star domain network to observe the reactions of other train conductors. As he had anticipated, the conductors were largely venting their frustrations or hurling insults, expressing their outrage at the newly established regulations. The stipulation of only 50 vessels allowed to pass implied that 76 trains would face annihilation. Given the current rankings and the order of the galaxies, it was clear who would be permitted to proceed. This statement bore an incitement to conflict, prompting the conductors in higher positions to hastily refute. Those in the lead are not guaranteed passage. Everyone has a chance. In my opinion, the top 10 should be fine, especially the leading Fuyo civilization. Chen encountered, rankings are illusory. It ultimately depends on overall strength. Oda, are you present? Might I inquire if there is any further information regarding the dark region at the center of the star domain? The reconnaissance range of the trains could not encompass the dark area, but the star domain network could. Chen was aware of what lay beyond, yet feigned ignorance. Shortly thereafter, the public screen displayed images from the dark region, showcasing a multitude of flickering lights. As the visuals unfolded, the points of light grew increasingly distinct, revealing their contents. There were cities, towering peaks, and even fragments of planets, not to mention the remains of colossal star beasts. Larger than cities themselves, Oda stated, preliminary scans indicate the presence of numerous fragments of civilization within the dark region, likely originating from civilizations that have perished. This information ignited fervent discussions among the train conductors. Even those typically reticent began to chime in. It appeared that the regulations hoped for us to utilize these resources for growth and subsequently vie for the jump point's quota. Since fragments of civilization had appeared near the jump point, they must possess some utility, not necessarily valuable. I suspect there may be considerable danger. The discussions on the star domain network yielded no definitive conclusions, and the participants dispersed quietly, an undercurrent of tension brewing. In reality, nearly all conductors were discreetly issuing commands, dispatching warships for reconnaissance. Chen dispatched 2 destroyers, racing towards the target area point. 10 hours later, the destroyers finally arrived at the nearest fragment. From the transmitted images, a remarkably futuristic city could be seen within a protective shield, yet the buildings were askew, indicative of a catastrophic earthquake. Let us send a warship to investigate. However, much to Chen surprise, the protective shield barred the warship's entry. The same scenario transpired elsewhere, causing a flurry of activity on the star domain network once more. Why can we not enter? Is there some requirement we are unaware of? I suspect the warships are too large and would shatter the protective shield, thus being repelled. This theory held merit, prompting Chen to promptly deploy a shuttle, which indeed managed to pass through the shield. Simultaneously, shuttles from other civilizations also arrived, refraining from interference as they conducted their own reconnaissance. As the shuttles meandered about, beams of light suddenly erupted from the ground, radiant and blinding, annihilating all shuttles in an instant. Chen lost the internal feed. Furrowing his brow, he accessed the star domain network, witnessing numerous conductors reporting issues. The location I visited was a barren grassland, devoid of resources. My shuttle was obliterated by an unknown force. My shuttle has also been destroyed. It appears to be some formidable, extraordinary entity. The level of that star beast's remains is extraordinary. As soon as the shuttle entered, the signal was lost, and it plummeted. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe I may have discerned a rule. When other shuttles were destroyed, mine remained unscathed because it was piloted by an extraordinary being. This revelation sparked widespread interest, prompting conductors to conduct tests. Chen, unable to test himself as his destroyers were manned entirely by robots, attempted to send a robot in for examination, only to meet the same fate of destruction. Fuyo, The Auto civilization and the crystal insect civilization are both mechanical life forms. Why can they enter? Robots and mechanical life forms are distinct. They have long since consumed energy crystals and ascended to extraordinary mechanical life. Very well, I shall observe a while longer. Other conductors had indeed gleaned more information, but were not necessarily inclined to share it on the Star Domain Network. No matter. Chen could leverage the Star Domain Network to infiltrate their vessels and pilfer the information. Fragments of extraordinary civilizations coexisted with fragments of technological civilizations. Some fragments were primitive, while others were highly advanced, indicating a disparity in civilizations with both good and bad elements. These fragments may have originated from obliterated planets. Could there be fragments from the purple star? Perhaps there exists a pivotal item to elevate the train's star level. As additional intriguing thoughts surfaced, Chen could no longer contain his excitement and immediately conferred with Fuyo regarding strategy. The train, stationed in the galaxy, could not move. It could only issue tasks for passengers to undertake. Those of lower rank would merely serve as cannon fodder, and thus could be limited by rank. They would not only confront passengers from various civilizations, but also unknown life forms, necessitating the unlocking of more weaponry. At this moment, there was no room for stinginess with star coins. They should be generously allocated. For wealth and power belong to the brave. Upon concluding the discussions, the train promptly issued an announcement, capturing the attention of all passengers. The exploration of the origin star is nearing its conclusion. A plethora of exploration missions will soon be released, with a restriction on series missions limited to Extraordinary Level 3. Currently, there were thousands of Extraordinary Level 3 individuals aboard the train. Upon hearing the announcement, both the passengers within the compartment and the triune extraordinary beings on the origin star hastily set aside their tasks to scrutinize the mission details. Embark on a dedicated exploration spacecraft to the Dark Zone. Engage in a quest for fragments of civilization, and upon arrival receive 30,000 star coins. Subsequent tasks will be released based on the exploration content. Given that exploration missions carry greater risks than standard exploratory tasks, passengers may choose to participate at their discretion. The message was succinct yet sufficiently provocative. 30,000 upon arrival. Goodness, what could the rewards for the subsequent tasks entail? The content clearly indicated that this mission was perilous. Suitable only for the triune extraordinary. But where exactly is the Dark Zone? The information has already been released. You need only look. Upon reviewing the details, many gasped in astonishment. The farthest they had ventured thus far was merely to the life star within the galaxy. And now they were expected to journey far beyond, into uncharted territories. Should anything go awry there, the train would be unable to provide timely assistance. They would be entirely on their own. The thought of unknown dangers left many in a state of hesitation. Yet, Xiao Zhan could not afford to hesitate. Rather, he felt a surge of excitement. Turning towards the members of the guild, who bore various expressions, Xiao Zhan strode towards the market and casually declared, "Those willing to join me? Come along. Those who are not, need not feel compelled." Ultimately, 10 triune extraordinary followed Xiao Zhan, comprising merely 1/3 of the guild's total. Xiao Zhan was unfazed. As long as there were some willing to join, that sufficed. Wherever Xiao Gu goes, I shall follow. It surely must yield benefits. At Zhu Daming's naive assertion, Xiao Zhan merely smirked, choosing not to respond. Chapter 74. T-228 Exploration Ship in the market. The extraordinary members of the Black Knight Guild were in an uproar, as if they had discovered a new continent. The 2.0 version of the blue light, equipped with a brand new energy module, could fire 500 times once charged. It could take down triune extraordinary beings, and even pose a significant threat to the quadruple extraordinary. The 2.0 version of the electromagnetic gun, aptly named Faith, was indeed impressive. It was an upgraded model right from the outset. This firearm could compensate for the limitations of the blue light in special environments, making them perfectly complementary. The 2.0 version of the deep purple armor could effectively resist various forms of damage. I am curious, if a 2.0 blue light were to strike a 2.0 armor, which would emerge victorious? Xiao Zhan slapped Zhu Daming on the forehead. Stop your shouting, hurry and procure supplies. Everyone must be fully equipped. However, during the procurement process, a notification indicated that one must accept the exploration mission to gain purchasing privileges. Ah, so there were restrictions. Xiao Zhan promptly activated his wristwatch to accept the mission, setting up his team. Once weapons were purchased, they would be bound by fingerprints, rendering them unusable by anyone else. Meanwhile, Other guilds began to mobilize as well. What if the exploration mission was perilous? In these times, who isn't dancing on the edge of a knife? The Black Knight guilds Changuiliang, the Scientific Guild Zishu, and the Divine Dragon guilds Shafeng, they were all assembling their teams. Accepting missions and acquiring weapons in the cockpit, Chen instructed Fu Yao to compile the roster of the exploration team, his brow furrowed in thought for quite some time. Is the master concerned about Zishu's safety? We share a unique bond. It is only natural to worry, isn't it? Exploration missions are fraught with peril, and I have tacitly accepted that there will be numerous sacrifices. Given Zishu's abilities, her safety cannot be guaranteed. Yet she has her own guild. I have never treated her like a caged bird. Fu Yao, you must offer me some advice. I am sorry. I cannot provide any suggestions. Suddenly, a notification chimed in. It was a message from Zishu. Chen, are you going? Chen replied, I am not going for the time being. Phew, then I can rest easy. Your guild is too small. It would be dangerous to go there. Chen asked, are you going? Of course I am. With such a large guild to support, how could I not take the risk? Chen replied, actually, you need not go. Perhaps I could support you. In that moment, Chen felt an impulse to reveal his identity. Bringing Zishu under his wing might make life more interesting. However, given Zishu's character, she would never agree to rely upon him. She yearned to carve out her own path. If he were to expose his identity, their relationship might instead become distant. Zishu responded to Chen An's remark with a hearty laugh. You are getting better at joking. Does the Red Sun Guild have enough funds? If not, I could lend you some. I currently have quite a bit of savings. Be careful. I might just drain you dry. Chen retorted playfully before abruptly ending the communication, his smile lingering long after. Allowing her to take control of her own life was the greatest support he could provide. Outside the landing pad, Yang Yuan was perplexed by Zishu's inexplicable laughter. Sister Shu, what has you so joyful? Zishu coughed twice, erasing the message on her wristwatch. Enough chatter. Let us rent a spaceship. I hear it's a new model. Upon reaching the rental point, a robot mechanically introduced them to the new spacecraft. The spacecraft model, T-228, was the first exploration vessel aboard the train. It boasted exceptional speed and immense energy reserves, even capable of self-replenishing energy in interstellar space without needing to return to the train. T-228 was equipped with standard laser cannons and electromagnetic artillery, fearless in the face of space combat. It also featured 4 shuttlecrafts for energy replenishment on board. T-228 had a cargo capacity of 200 tons. With a rental price of 5,000 star coins per day, starting from a minimum of 7 days. Should the team undertake exploration missions, the rental price could be reduced to 2,000 star coins per day. Upon hearing this, Zishu's eyes sparkled, and Yang Yuan and the others drooled in anticipation. Truly, this was an exploration vessel. They could finally navigate the starry skies freely. Sister Shu, quickly rent one. Zishu promptly verified her identity and secured the spacecraft. With weapons and the vessel ready, they awaited the departure time. Just as the question arose, a message appeared on their wristwatches. The spacecraft would depart in 2 hours, accompanied by a naval escort. With 2 hours to spare, Zishu took the initiative to meet with Chen. And if I do not return, will you be upset? Chen pinched her cheek, chuckling softly, if you don't return, I shall seek out another woman. Zishu pouted, her threatening words failing to materialize as she deflated, "Do as you wish. After all, there are no bindings between us." Chen reassured her, "Do not be so despondent. You will have naval escorts. Their numbers will surely be substantial, but the warships are not solely for me. What if the commander favors men? What if he wishes to protect Shaojian or Shafeng? I've heard there are too many women pursuing them, and even men are among their admirers." Chen tightened his grip, squeezing her cheek into a dumpling-like shape. "Ouch, that hurts." 10 minutes later, the two exited the physiological area, each returning to their former demeanor, either aloof or profound. Before departing, Chen provided Zishu with a code. If you find yourself in danger, input this into your wristwatch. It may yield unexpected surprises. While the warships could not enter, their laser fire could certainly reach her. Moreover, the warships would not only protect Zishu but also safeguard others. After all, given the few promising candidates Chen currently had, losing any would be a great pity. Finally, the time arrived, and the train issued an announcement. All exploration teams are to board the exploration ship and then proceed to the destroyer. 10 destroyers and 30 escort ships would lead 46 exploration teams into the dark zone. After a half hour of commotion, the fleet set forth, sailing into the vast expanse of the cosmos. Chen once again found himself at leisure, entering the bustling star domain network. He discovered that the arrangements of other trains were similar to his own, the only difference being in numbers. Some dispatched thousands of passengers, while others sent out nearly half their fleet. A greater number did not necessarily confer an advantage. To prevent exploration teams from encountering unforeseen dangers, Chen issued a statement: "I do not seek to compete with you. I have only dispatched a few hundred individuals. However, should anyone deliberately target my people, do not blame me for being impolite." After his declaration, the group fell silent for a moment, only to be met with a flurry of responses. "Kashira, Brother Chen, rest assured. I have already restrained my subordinates. Otto, but if it is your people who instigate an attack, my subordinates will undoubtedly retaliate. Chen, normal confrontations are unavoidable and entirely reasonable, but targeting without cause is unacceptable. Otherwise, I will personally take the train and deliver warmth to your doorstep. Loda, how about this? Let us all establish rules. We may compete for resources and engage in skirmishes, but large-scale conflicts must be avoided." Agreement followed. One voiced objections, especially the train masters ranked lower in the hierarchy. Chen sighed in relief. Given Xiao Zhan and his team's capabilities, they were now among the elite, capable of holding their own. 3 hours later, a plethora of live broadcasts streamed across the Star Domain network. Loda, everyone can witness the exploration in real time, serving as a form of supervision. Chapter 75. The Purple Second-Grade Energy Crystal. Invaluable. Watching the exploration livestream became an amusing pastime, and the train masters were thoroughly engaged. Chen watched for a while, noting that several fragments of civilization in the outer layer had already been visited by many trains, with passengers exploring inside, though no significant discoveries had been made thus far. "Fuyao, once we arrive, let the fleet disperse, sending the exploration teams to different regions. As for where they choose to explore, we shall not interfere. Should any resources come to light that are sought after by other trains, we can initiate targeted special missions. Through the Star Domain network, Fuyao could connect to the exploration team's wristwatches without any delay in information. In reality, the Star Domain network itself also provided remote communication services for the trains, though there might be some loss of information. 12 hours later, Chen's fleet reached the designated location. "Xiao Gu, we have arrived." Xiao Zhan, who had been dozing in the pilot's seat, was abruptly awakened by Zhu Daming's noise. The spacecraft was just departing the docking bay of the warship, heading towards the white expanse of space beyond. The manifestation of white is attributed to the luminous white halo surrounding the vessel, within which lies their destination. "Everyone, brace yourselves, we shall embark." Xiao Zhan activated the manual piloting feature of the spaceship, personally steering it away from the warship. Clang, clang, clang. The spacecraft awkwardly bumped against the hatch a few times. Xiao Zhan, feeling awkward, remarked, "I forgot this isn't the F-399. The control system is quite sensitive." Zhu Daming, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Brother, if you can't handle it, don't show off. Let the autopilot take over. Can you guarantee that the autopilot will always function flawlessly? Can you ensure that the ship's intelligence won't be compromised by external forces? Learning to pilot oneself is the right path. You all should take note." Upon exiting, Zhu Daming exclaimed, "Wait. How did the warship close its doors? I recall there were several guild exploration teams inside." Xiao Zhan meticulously maneuvered the spacecraft towards the halo and casually said, "Shall we let the other guilds come here and compete with us for tasks?" Indeed, the train was purposefully separated. As we venture in, could there be any perils? The spaceship traversed the halo without any disturbance, merely bathing the interior in a blinding white light, compelling the occupants to shut their eyes to avoid damaging them. Once the wristwatch emitted a completion notification, a satisfied smile graced Xiao Zhan's lips. 30,000 star coins deposited. This money is remarkably easy to earn. Xiao Gu, if we exit and re-enter, can we complete the task consecutively? Are you attempting to exploit a bug in the train system? Zhu Daming chuckled. Just a thought. Who would dare? As the spacecraft descended, the conditions on the ground gradually became visible. It was a town, with crumbling walls and fissured earth, bearing signs of numerous deceased flora and fauna. It appeared to be of ancient design. Much to Xiao Zhan's disdain, he turned to inquire, "Have you spotted any other ships in the vicinity?" Zhu Daming fiddled with the reconnaissance module, revealing numerous bright dots on the screen. "Quite a few. They are scouring the area. Shall we land?" Xiaojun continued observing the surface conditions for a while before shaking his head. No landing. Let's take a tour first. This place was not extensive, merely a small fragment. At the speed of the spacecraft, they completed a circuit in half an hour. Xiaogu, the other ships have already departed. It seems there is nothing of value here. Xiaojun cursed. What kind of luck is this? Let's get out of here. The spacecraft entered autopilot mode and swiftly departed from the area. Upon exiting the halo, Xiaojun accessed the star map, discovering that the next halo lay 300,000 kilometers away. 300,000 kilometers is not far. Full speed ahead. Not everyone was as unfortunate as Xiaojun. Chen was experiencing quite the stroke of luck. His ship arrived at a desolate world, initially believing there was nothing there, only to be confronted by a formidable star beast. The star beast, resembling a frog and standing 20 meters tall, leaped through the wasteland, searching for prey. Even as the world lay in ruin, this creature continued to thrive. As more and more ships arrived, the star beast became enraged, leaping into the air and smashing a shuttle-shaped vessel with a single powerful strike. The humanoid beings within scattered in panic, yet many were crushed in the process, with a flick of its tongue. The star beast devoured the delectable flesh and blood, savoring the meal. The live broadcast of the desolate world on the Star Domain Network garnered significant attention from numerous train captains. That frog was undoubtedly not a creature of the third tier. It was at least of the fourth tier. The enhancement methods of star beasts are akin to ours. Muscle enhancement at the third tier, skeletal enhancement at the fourth. Surviving in a world of destruction is no simple feat for a fourth-tier being. Let's retreat. It's difficult to kill, and the rewards are meager. Hold on, the frog has returned to its lair. Its lair lay within a chasm, a shimmering blue expanse that dazzled the captain's eyes. Could it be energy crystals? No wonder a fourth-tier star beast appeared. There must be an abundance of energy crystals, making it hard to resist upgrading. However, for such a trivial amount of energy crystals, it hardly seemed worth the time expenditure. Some train captains prepared to withdraw their passengers to explore other areas. Just then, one captain pointed out a crucial discovery, exclaiming, "The color of the energy crystals is off. Why are they purple?" On screen, the frog was seen swallowing several energy crystals, which were not blue but purely purple. No one had ever encountered purple energy crystals before. It was possible that environmental factors had caused a unique reaction. Indeed, these energy crystals might even surpass the value of blue ones. I am uninterested. You may conduct your research. AS commands were issued from various trains. The surrounding vessels began to depart in succession. However, some remained, such as Chen ship, as he had received a special mission and was in a state of bewilderment. Seize this energy crystal mine. Upon collecting the purple energy crystals and delivering them to the warship, a reward of 200,000 star coins will be granted, along with ownership of the exploration vessel. Chen inhaled sharply, while his teammates were ecstatic, struggling to find words in their excitement. "Brother Liang, how much is the exploration vessel worth?" Chen stammered. "I estimate it to be over 5 million star coins." "Goodness, in that case, 200,000 star coins is merely a drop in the bucket. What could those purple energy crystals be to warrant such significance? Regardless of what they are, we must acquire them. It's imperative we secure them." Faced with such astonishing incentives, no one could resist the allure. In the train's cockpit, Fu Yao was explaining the classification rules for energy crystals to Chen, and blue is merely the lowest tier. Above it are purple second-tier energy crystals, orange third tier, with the highest reaching 9 tiers. With each tier increase, the super energy contained within the crystal multiplies by 100. His. If we obtain a second-tier energy crystal mine, I would be set for life. In this calculation, what's an exploration vessel? Just giving it away. Originally, the mission only included a reward of 200,000 star coins, sufficient to motivate the guilds. However, Chen later reflected that the guild's growth rate was still too slow and needed acceleration. Starting with exploration vessels, by granting the guild ample authority and resources, they could achieve explosive growth. Chen eagerly anticipated the guild establishing its own fleet, as for the previously set pricing for warships. Chen could adjust it at will, whether to lower or raise it. It was not fixed. Chapter 76, The Tomb of the Starry Emperor. The Star Beast, dubbed Frog by Chen was a temporary codename. He cautiously piloted the spaceship around for quite some time but could not find a solution. Have the other ships departed? They have all left. We are the only ones remaining. It is both a blessing and a curse. Had the other vessels stayed, they might have helped divert the frog's attention. Let us first test the frog's strength. Elevate the ship to 1 kilometer and use the laser cannons for an attack. Unlike the previous cargo ship, T-228, this exploration vessel imposes no restrictions on firepower, as long as there is sufficient energy. The 2 laser cannons at the front of the ship extended. A fierce beam of light erupted. Striking the frog's head, it proved that even such a powerful star beast does not easily withstand laser attacks. A resounding boom echoed as the frog was knocked backward into the chasm, causing the exposed energy crystals to scatter. Brother Liang. This task seems far too easy. Unlike his teammates Elation, Chen Guiyang furrowed his brow, fixated on the fallen frog. For at the sight of the laser's impact, the frog had merely sustained a superficial scratch, with no sign of bleeding. It stood back up. Unbelievable, it suffered no harm. The frog rose and lifted its head, its bulging eyes fixated on the spaceship above. Then leaped into the air. However, its jump could only reach 500 meters, insufficient to reach the vessel. Chen Guiyang remained calm and collected, commanding all 4 laser cannons of the ship to fire simultaneously at the frog's eyes. It must possess some weakness. This area was akin to the planet's surface, and the laser cannons produced a considerable noise boom. The 4 resounding blasts struck the frog's eyes with remarkable precision. Truth be told, such energy beams could pierce the ship itself. Yet, the frog remained unscathed, leaping frantically in an attempt to gain altitude. Even with its tongue extended, its maximum height was limited to around 700 meters. Truly, it was a survivor of this wretched place, boasting absurd defensive capabilities. Brother Liang, we need to devise another plan. Chen Guiyang frowned. There are indeed alternatives, but they are perilous. We came here knowing the risks. There is nothing to fear. Accompanying him were Han Dong and Chu Du, both vice presidents of the guild. Chen Guiyang instructed, "You 3, pilot 4 shuttles to divert the frog's attention. Han Dong, you lower the ship into the chasm and excavate the energy crystals. Regardless of how much you can extract, let us attempt it first." Han Dong responded, "Brother Liang, allow me to handle it. You oversee the situation from here." Chen Guiyang retorted, "Stop dilly-dallying. Hurry up, soon." 4 small shuttle-shaped vessels departed from the spaceship, successfully provoking the enraged frog and leading it away. Meanwhile, Han Dong landed the ship on the ground, allowing everyone to disembark and commence excavating. Chen observed all these events clearly, feeling concerned about the excavation efficiency of the Hope Guild. "Fu Yao, can we equip them with mining robots?" Non-superior robots would be obliterated upon entry, but they can be outfitted with additional mining equipment. I never imagined we would turn them into miners. Are there any nearby warships? Every warship is equipped with all necessary tools to handle various special circumstances. All right, send a message to Chen Guiyang, no, to Han Dong, immediately, instructing him to return for supplies. The scene shifted back to Chen Guiyang. The first-person perspective transmitted from the wristwatch caused the screen to shake violently, obscuring many details, but the sounds of the frog's jumps were clearly audible. Chen displayed the images of all 4 shuttles, conducting a technical splicing to roughly reconstruct the overall scene. Before him, the shuttle sped ahead while a formidable frog pursued fiercely from behind. Each leap covering a distance of kilometers, capable of matching the shuttle's flight speed. This thing truly quadruple. Quadruple merely refers to enhanced content, yet it does not imply uniform strength. This frog, having reinforced its flesh and bones, is inherently stronger than a human. Should we not upgrade our weaponry's potency? The laser cannon is incapable of dispatching even a quadruple stellar beast. Master, you do not genuinely believe that the exploration ship's laser cannon is formidable. Do you? If you wish to eliminate it, I recommend employing the destroyer's main cannon. A single shot would suffice to obliterate it, although the circle of light may cause the destroyer's attack to be refracted. Chinan's expression darkened. If it can't hit, it's of no use. Forget it. I have already distributed the mission rewards. Let them complete it on their own. Switching the screen, he inquired if anyone had discovered anything of interest. All 46 exploration teams had entered the fragments of civilization, yet none had made any significant finds. The Scientific Guild's exploration team has unearthed a tomb. What is there to behold in a tomb? This tomb hovers in the air, with 9 colossal dragons tugging at it, and a gravestone inscribed with the tomb of the Starry Sky Emperor. Before Fu Yao could fully describe, Chen had already opened the display. The tomb itself was not unusual, but its peculiar design attracted numerous spaceships, including Zishu's vessel. The starry sky was dim, and the white light of the circle could not illuminate the tomb. Only the everlasting lamp before the gravestone seemed to never extinguish, its faint glow penetrating the surrounding airborne dragon elephants. Sister Shu, why has the scene suddenly taken on a fantastical quality? In the cockpit, a crowd gathered to observe, exclaiming in awe. Zishu remained silent, continuing to scrutinize the tomb's exterior. With a domed structure and stone masonry, its surface was remarkably smooth, evidently polished with care. Surrounding the main body of the tomb were 4 altars, which might once have housed divine statues, but now stood empty. Most striking were the 9 stone dragons, their tails connected to the tomb, their menacing heads raised skyward, once clutching something in their mouths, now empty. Sister Shu, look below. 1,000 meters beneath the tomb lay a fractured expanse of land, devoid of any complete remnants. This world had evidently experienced a calamity akin to the Purple Star disaster. The planet had crumbled, yet the tomb remained intact, quite miraculous. During their conversation, a spaceship approached and descended before the tomb. There aren't many spots left. We should hurry. Zishu reacted swiftly, securing a spacious position. She landed the ship, and everyone immediately armed themselves to venture out. More detailed information required their personal reconnaissance. There were triangular beings over there, and rodent-like creatures, as well as mantis beings. Numerous docked ships had explorers stepping out cautiously, exchanging wary glances, momentarily refraining from communication. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. Is this the civilization of Fuyao? Upon hearing the name Fuyao, explorers from various races turned their gazes, regarding Zishu and her companions with heightened caution. This was due to the train conductor's explicit instructions not to provoke civilizations like Fuyao and Ling Shuo. With Fuyao being a particular focus, Zishu turned to see a trio-eyed individual approaching. May I inquire who you are? A group of 3-eyed beings jogged over, the leader slender and somewhat handsome. He replied with a smile. My name is Li Feng. Upon our departure, the train conductor specifically mentioned the possibility of collaboration with you. Yang Yuan and the others greeted him warmly. Having allies in such a place certainly offered greater safety. Zishu remained vigilant, utilizing her wristwatch's feedback function to consult the train. The train soon responded, indicating that collaboration was feasible, but they must not compromise their own interests. Zishu breathed a sigh of relief. Lifting her gaze ahead, she noticed a few mantis beings scanning the inscription on the gravestone with devices. Chapter 77. I excel at listening to public opinion within the Star Domain Network. The inscriptions uploaded by explorers were translated into various languages. The emperor, born of humble beginnings, was raised by a butcher during his childhood and endured great suffering. In the 27th year of Fenghua, the emperor wielded a sword to open the heavens and ascended. Leaving behind countless legends, on the day of calamity, the emperor battled against the 10 greatest masters, ultimately perishing, his remains interred at the mountain of 10,000 calamities. The translations differed across languages, according to the Purple Star language. It was precisely as stated above. Chenan's lips twitched. Fuyao, are you certain there are no translation errors? Absolutely no omissions, 100% accurate. Change your manner of speaking back. Master, this way of speaking is quite entertaining. Simple and convenient, and does not consume much of my operational space. Chen replied. Indeed, it does not occupy your operational space, but it occupies my mind. I used to engage in physics research and detest archaic language. Explain the inscription to me in plain language. The inscription is a summary of the life of the Starry Sky Emperor. He was quite an impressive, formidable individual. Based on my estimates, he should be of Starwalker level. Why? The inscription states he ascended, which certainly means he left the planet. He'll fly off the planet. One must at least be a Starwalker. His level shouldn't be too high. He is likely a first-degree Starwalker. Otherwise, he wouldn't have perished on the planet's surface. What use is that? The remains of a Starwalker can be used to concoct special potions that allow temporary spacewalking. In specific scenarios, one can disregard the pressures of space. If we obtain the remains, we could even deduce the method of ascension. Do ascenders require a method to become Starwalkers? Isn't it simply enhancing with eyes closed? The ascenders can enhance with their eyes closed, but Starwalkers cannot. Without a method, they may never break through their limits. Is this not in your database? Fuyao is not omnipotent. While Chen was deriving this information, other train conductors were largely becoming aware of the situation. Consequently, various commands were dispatched, intensifying the atmosphere surrounding the tomb. Sister Shu, what troubles you? Zishu's previously tense expression softened, unable to conceal her smile. I just received a significant mission. All of you should take a look at the details. Special mission. Retrieve the remains of the tomb's master and bring them back to the train. Reward, 200,000 star coins, plus ownership of the exploration ship. Yang Yuan inhaled sharply, coughing for an extended period after inhaling dust. Has the train conductor gone mad? The reward is astoundingly generous. Our exploration ship is worth at least 5 million star coins. Zishu clenched her fists, gathering her team and whispering. We must secure the remains of the tomb's master, at all costs. If we acquire the exploration ship, the scientific guild's growth will surpass that of other guilds by leaps and bounds. Everyone felt invigorated, and Yang Yuan asked how they should proceed. Zishu replied, no need to rush. Let's follow them for now. We need to enter. The tomb had a stone door that had just been blasted open. Captain Ji, shall we go in together? Li Feng called out. Zishu replied, there likely isn't much of value inside the tomb. Are you certain you wish to enter? The train conductor had issued a command. So it was certain they would have to go in. Since you might not enter, we shall proceed first. In less than 10 minutes of cooperation, the alliance crumbled. Zishu speculated that the three-eyed beings were on a similar mission. They too sought the remains of the tomb's master. It appeared that today's contest would be quite fierce. Zishu felt a thrill, urging everyone to check their personal weapons, ensuring no mistakes were made. After watching Zishu's screen for an extended period, Chen, upon their entry into the tomb, switched to the footage of Xiao Jian at Fuyao's prompting. Xiao Jian had discovered a new fragment of civilization, revealing a futuristic city. This city may have once been beautiful, but now it lay in ruins. Severed segments of floating light rail lay scattered in a park among towering buildings. Numerous flying cars, resembling sesame seeds, were embedded in the various high-rises, shattered and fragmented. Xiao Jian was not among the first batch of explorers. Many had arrived prior. However, although no life remained in the city, numerous resilient robots were present. In the footage, explorers from various races were engaged in fierce battles with the robots, either in close combat or exchanging fire from a distance. Why the prompt? Chen inquired of Fuyao. These robots average a strength of 3. If we acquire their data and make slight modifications, we could upgrade our own robots. How strong can they be upgraded? Up to 4-fold. Chen nearly drooled at the prospect. Manufacturing robots was quite inexpensive. If they could produce ones of 4-fold strength, he would eagerly fill the train with them. Immediately, he issued a task to Xiao Jian, demanding the complete manufacturing data for the robots. Meanwhile, within the city, Xiao Jian and his companions had just hovered their ship, momentarily uncertain of their next course of action. From the reconnaissance data, it was clear that those robots were incredibly fierce, decimating the mechanical life of the oddest civilization. Are all robots this formidable? Zhu Daming faltered. Xiaozhen remained calm and collected. Whether we venture out depends on whether there are benefits. At present, we have no profit motives. In truth, he awaited a mission. Logically, the train would not issue only one task. As expected, the result soon arrived. Upon seeing the reward, even Xiao Jian was momentarily stunned, unable to believe it. Has the boss lost his mind? This is what he dares to offer? The others followed suit to check the details, their expressions becoming increasingly exaggerated. An exploration ship for free. This is truly not the boss I know. Normally, he should be quite stingy. Don't speak carelessly. Be cautious, he might hear you. Chen, of course, heard it all and cheerfully instructed Fuyao to remove the 200,000 star coin reward. If you find it excessive, just say so. I am adept at taking public opinion into account. Upon discovering the removal of the 200,000 star coins from the rewards, Xiao Jian was left dumbfounded. Upon noticing a line of small print at the bottom, his face turned green with anger. You talk too much, brothers. Strip him of everything. The lost star coins will be repaid in flesh. A rather handsome guild captain was captured, subsequently emitting a series of heart-wrenching cries. After a brief bout of playful banter, Xiaozhen disclosed his plan. The train sought the manufacturing data for robots, which undoubtedly resided somewhere within this city. We need to locate the factory that produces these machines. It is highly likely that we will unearth the necessary information. However, the predicament lies in the perilous nature of this forsaken place. Navigating the skies in our ship while searching would render us mere targets. Zhu Daming remarked. Xiao Gu, let us search on foot. Xiaozhen replied, your suggestion is commendable, but refrain from making such proposals in the future. Piloting the ship is far superior to trekking on foot. We shall first scan the city map and then seek out unique structures. The robot manufacturing facility will certainly not be simple to find, but it should be relatively straightforward. After toiling for 3 hours, Xiaozhen pinpointed the final location, a subterranean factory partially exposed above ground. The ship hastened towards it, only to discover that the Autis civilization also harbored an interest in the data, launching a frenzied assault. Xiao Gu, what should we do? Xiaozhen smiled, rising gracefully. We shall indulge in wine and feasting, and later enjoy a performance. Chapter 78. The Radical Red Sun Guild at present, aside from Xiaojian, Chen Guiyang, and Zishu, the others had made some progress, though it was not worthy of Chen and S excessive concern. After surveying the surroundings, he ultimately shifted his focus to Zishu, for the conflict within the tomb proved to be far more riveting. However, the quality of the images transmitted by his wristwatch was abysmal. Rife with tremors, though the audio remained quite clear. Yang Yuan, do not act impulsively. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The ultimate victor will undoubtedly be the one who remains the calmest. Let them vie for supremacy while we maintain our distance. I have scanned the area, and this tomb possesses but a single exit. They are bound to emerge from there. Sister Shu, what if they blast through a weaker section of the wall and escape? Chen retorted, do you suppose a tomb is constructed of flimsy materials? It would be rather bizarre if they could breach it. Little did Chen anticipate that Zishu and her companions had assumed the role of the cunning sixth player, lurking at the rear to seize the spoils. Other races charged in with fervor, and sporadic cries of agony could be heard, likely triggered by traps. This girl certainly had a sharp mind, far surpassing Yang Yuan. By the way, what are Yu Guan and Liang Yu up to? They are absent from the exploration team roster. Fuyo promptly provided the information. Yu Guan was diligently honing his skills on the origin star, while Yang Yu was leading a team to explore the remaining Star Beast territories. Both were gradually falling behind Zishu's pace, likely due to inadequate talent. Although talent does not ultimately dictate the outcome, it does influence the process. However, once the process is affected, the result will inevitably be compromised. Fuyo, lend them a hand occasionally. Why Yu Guan's training was indeed rigorous, yet he had yet to break through to the third tier. As for Liang Yu, it was best not to mention him. This fellow seemed to harbor little desire for advancement and was instead immersed in romance daily. Love, it seems, is indeed a poison, offering little utility. His relationship with Zishu could hardly be termed love. It was merely a mutual solace, or perhaps a spiritual comfort beyond his role as train conductor. Master, a new exploration team has formed, wishing to venture into the dark regions for exploration. Are there many in the team? Only 2. The other third-tier transcendents prefer hunting on the origin star. Chen would never coerce his passengers into action, for such force might incite a rebellious spirit. Ultimately yielding unsatisfactory results, he would entice them with wealth and power. Once a societal hierarchy formed within the train, his position at the pinnacle would enable him to exert control over others effortlessly, far more so than through coercive measures. This had been his strategy all along. Let them wait momentarily. Once Zishu or Xiaozhen yields results, many will eagerly embark on their own adventurous pursuits. Only when they perceive tangible benefits will they be willing to risk everything. Chen continued to observe for a while. Xia Feng's exploration team had entered a colossal relic of a transcendent civilization, where competition was most fierce. Ling Zheng's exploration team had discovered a technological civilization, but due to the utter destruction of the city, they were contemplating retreat. The exploration team from Lucheng had just emerged from a certain ruin, with no significant discoveries to report. Not every fragment of civilization contained valuable items. In fact, much of it was mere refuse, reliant on luck. By the way, where had Zhou Jiang gone? Fuyo promptly retrieved footage. And upon seeing Zhou Jiang's whereabouts, Chenan's expression twitched, leaving him speechless for a prolonged moment. Where did they intend to go? For this fellow had brought along 7 newcomers to the guild, hurtling towards the depths of the dark regions, seemingly oblivious to the myriad fragments of civilization along their path. They did scan briefly, but upon determining the absence of anything of interest, they moved on. Shall we inquire? Do so. 2 minutes later, the response arrived. They are searching for a battlefield. A battlefield? That wretched place is chock full of debris left in the wake of planetary destruction. Where could a battlefield possibly exist? Just as the thought crossed his mind, Chen observed Zhou Jiang's ship suddenly accelerate, charging towards a luminous portal ahead. They have discovered a fragment of civilization teeming with formidable star beasts, each possessing combat prowess nearing the peak of the 3rd tier, almost reaching the 4th tier. Are they courting death? The Red Sun Guild, alongside Chen, comprised 9 individuals, the other 8 being fervent enthusiasts of the transcendent arts, expending nearly all their earnings daily on energy crystals to enhance themselves frantically. Though their ranking on the transcendent leaderboard might not be lofty, their level of augmentation was undoubtedly impressive, even surpassing that of guild leaders like Xiao Zhan and Zishu. Chen initially felt a surge of anger, but upon reflecting on their personalities, it was indeed within the realm of possibility for them to undertake such reckless actions. He sent a warning to Zhou Jiang. Their positioning was too deep within, and the battleship would not venture in. Should they encounter danger, they would need to resolve it themselves. Zhou Jiang, upon receiving the warning, felt quite touched. We are being so well looked after by the train conductor. His face beamed with joy, and those behind him were equally exhilarated. It was merely unfortunate that Ngu was not present. It would have been splendid if he had led the team. A youth who had never encountered Chen inquired, "Didn't they say the guild leader was quite powerful? Why hasn't he come? Is he afraid?" Zhou Jiang smacked the lad on the forehead. "Do not speak ill of Ngu. He may very well be occupied with important matters. Besides, everyone has their moments of fear." Just as he was about to finish, the ship's alarm blared, indicating their proximity to the surface, where dangers lurked nearby. Peering down, they beheld a scattering of various monsters, their heads raised in curiosity at the approaching vessel. "Brother Jiang, should we descend?" No matter how eager they were for battle, such a scene was indeed daunting. Zhou Jiang replied, "Descend to seek death. Our strategy shall be to find an advantageous position and employ a luring tactic to eliminate them one by one." "Understood." The teammates nodded vigorously, in the train's cockpit. Chen instructed Fuyo to relay their tasks. Task 1. Slay a single star beast and return with it to earn 10,000 guild credits. Task 2. Exterminate all star beasts in the area and bring back their corpses to obtain ownership of the exploration vessel. "Master, they say you are quite cowardly. Will you truly let this slide?" Chen replied, "I am magnanimous and do not hold grudges. Let them say what they will." "So, Master, are you assigning all rewards as guild credits? No individual allocations?" "Rewards will be distributed, but the extent of each is determined by me, the guild leader." Thus, the screen shifted. The footage shifted repeatedly, revealing little of value. Time had elapsed significantly. Some exploration teams had temporarily rested after yielding no results, while others continued their fruitless endeavors. Chen accessed the Star Domain Network, where information was more abundant. Many exploration teams from various trains had clashed, resulting in numerous casualties, and the flames of conflict had spread to the network. There was little of interest. It was time to return and catch some sleep. "Notify me when there are results." After 5 hours of slumber, Fuyo roused Chen, informing him that Zishu had yielded results. Chen immediately awoke and activated the screen in the lounge, which displayed a murky scene rife with turmoil. "Chen, this appears to be quite thrilling." Luo Yu was also watching, her soft, tendril-like limbs quivering akin to a jellyfish. "You certainly cannot go. Do not dwell on it." "Fuyo, what were the results?" "Zishu's exploration team has acquired a head." Chapter 79. The tremors of task rewards throughout the train within the tomb. The Mantis people were engaged in a fierce exchange of fire with Zishu's team, while Yang Yuan cradled a colossal skull in his arms, appearing 2 sizes larger than that of a human. "Could someone assist me in holding this?" His teammates promptly dispersed, occasionally raising their blue lights to unleash laser fire towards the front. The Mantis people, chattering angrily, were incomprehensible to Zishu, as her translator was malfunctioning. Not long ago, various racial exploration teams had finally reached the depths of the tomb, having braved countless dangers to pry open the coffin. All explorers sought the corpse, and amidst the ensuing struggle, the bones were shattered, with Zishu managing to seize the head. The Mantis people, in their foolishness, suffered numerous losses along the way, and when they attempted to claim the corpse, they were thwarted by explosives set by Yang Yuan in advance, resulting in them obtaining nothing. Such indignation compelled them to turn and attack Zishu's group. "Sister Shu, their firepower is quite formidable. What shall we do? Zishu retrieved a piece of candy from her pocket, tossing it into her mouth to chew. You all continue to suppress their fire. I will go provide some warmth. Sister Shu, come back. What are you doing? The tomb was engulfed in darkness due to the skirmish, and Zishu crouched low, stealthily navigating a side stone bridge, her intentions clear. She sought to flank the Mantis people. Though the Mantis people's physique resembled that of a human, they were gaunt and lacked significant close combat capabilities. Seeing their captain venture forth, the team members unleashed all their weaponry, wielding blue lights, laser guns, in their left hands and faith, electromagnetic guns, in their right, effectively suppressing the Mantis people's fire. What they initially thought to be an ordinary electromagnetic gun proved to be far more potent than anticipated. Yang Yuan exclaimed in surprise, setting his head aside to join the fray. The blue light emits pure energy, while the faith projectiles are special rounds propelled at near-light speed, exploding amidst a swarm of mantises with devastating lethality. However, the ammunition for such weapons is prohibitively expensive, and they did not procure many on this journey. Yang Yuan gleefully remarked, next time we return, we must purchase more. Gradually, they lost sight of Zishu's situation, yet Chen observed it clearly. Most of the mantis beings were of the second rank, and given Zishu's level of enhancement, she should fare well. Only Chen had imposed a restriction on exploration levels to the third rank. The other train conductors did not share this constraint, for their priority was to reap benefits, regardless of how many passengers perished. Moments later, Zishu circled around to the coffin at the center of the tomb, suddenly leaping up and unleashing a frenzied barrage from her firearms. The mantis beings, engaged in a firefight ahead, had no capacity for retaliation and were swiftly routed. Subsequently, Zishu discarded her firearms and drew her blade, executing her foes with precision. Simultaneously, Yang Yuan and his companions, clad in armor, charged in, overwhelming hundreds of mantis beings. Master, Vander is attacking you on the Star Domain network. Just a clown. Ignore it. Zishu would likely only be able to retrieve the heads of the corpses. Is that even useful? We do not require entire corpses. A portion will suffice. The head is the most crucial part. That is satisfactory. Once Zishu and the others return to the ship, we shall announce the completion of their mission, ensuring that the entire carriage is informed, and the exploration team must not forget as well. Half an hour later, the announcement regarding the Scientific Guild's successful completion of the exploration mission caused a tremendous uproar, greatly impacting the passengers left behind. They had retrieved a shattered skull and were awarded 200,000 star coins, along with a 5 million value exploration ship. My heavens, is the train conductor preparing to engage in charity? Some people did not comprehend the value of the T-228. Let me clarify, with the T-228, we will no longer need to lease the A-106 and F-399. Moreover, the T-228 can recharge autonomously outside, eliminating the need to return to the train for replenishment. Furthermore, this exploration ship has weaponry that has been declassified. Just one is sufficient to handle a multitude of F-399. Can we also apply for an exploration team? This time, we must take a gamble. You may compete at the third rank, but we at the second rank can only watch. We must expedite our upgrades. The market for energy crystals was swiftly depleted, prompting Chen to order a rapid replenishment. Fuyo, is there enough exploration ships? The T-228 is merely a conventional long-range vessel. We can manufacture as many as we desire. Chen intended to accelerate the guild's development, deliberately providing them with this advantage. Exploration ships have been in production. There are currently over 1,000. Very well, open up the application slots for exploration teams. Allow as many as possible. Moreover, the same guild can acquire multiple exploration ships, as long as they can complete high-level missions. Not all missions offer exploration ship rewards. Currently, only Zishu and 2 other exploration teams possess them. Half an hour later, hundreds of exploration teams were poised for action. Chen dispatched warships to escort them to their destination. Master, Chen Guoyang has eliminated the frog. How did he accomplish that? Fuyo activated the stored footage, and after 2 minutes, Chen understood the outcome. It turned out that the frog had a fatal flaw, its rear entrance. Chen Guoyang and 3 others prepared to engage the frog, while a shuttle at the rear attracted its ire. Little did they know, a shell struck its rear, severely injuring the frog. Upon receiving this information, Chen Guoyang decisively instructed Han Dong to bring in the ship, effortlessly annihilating the frog. Such a formidable star beast possessing such an outrageous weakness truly exemplifies the balance of natural evolution. Fuyo, how many energy crystals did they collect? The first batch of energy crystals is about to be sent back to the train. Good. Inform Chen that once they excavate 90% of the purple energy crystals, they will have completed their mission. In truth, the purple energy crystals are not abundant. They can be extracted in 2 or 3 days. The scene shifted to Xiao Zhan, who was aimlessly flying his ship. Nowhere near the robot manufacturing factory. What is he up to? Unclear. After watching for a long time without results, Chen turned off the screen. 2 hours later, the escorting destroyers returned to the train. The robots immediately transported the energy crystals to the factory for processing, and Chen received the definitive results. A total of 5,000 units of second-tier energy crystals, which converts to 500,000 units of first-tier energy crystals. The strength of energy crystals is determined by their internal energy, not their size. Chen, filled with enthusiasm, inquired, how many second-tier energy crystals can we extract in total? It is estimated there are 200,000 units, which converts to 20 million units of first-tier energy crystals. Acquire 2 for me to sample. Master can absorb a maximum of 1 unit per day. Very well, let us also get a few for Luoyu. Luoyu's constitution is naturally stronger than that of humans, allowing her to absorb more. Before long, the energy crystals were in hand, shimmering with a dazzling brilliance. Chen held them in his palm, feeling the potent energy surge through his body, almost propelling him into the air. 2 days later, the Hope Guild announced the completion of their mission, broadcasting it throughout the train. The train issued a permanent task. During the exploration period, any crew member who retrieves over 200,000 units of second-tier energy crystals will directly receive an exploration ship, with the possibility of accumulation. Such a task sent everyone into a frenzy. The reason for issuing this task was that Fuyo had informed Chen that the upper limit of the extraordinary orbital cannon is to absorb 100 million units of energy crystals, with no restrictions on rank. This means that if he consumes a sufficient amount of second-tier energy crystals, its power will increase 100-fold compared to before. With augmented power and range, the extraordinary orbital cannon could strike other star systems, effectively becoming an interstellar missile, delivering goods right to the door. However, second-tier energy crystals are exceedingly rare and difficult to procure. On the other hand, Xiaozhen finally had results. Chapter 80. The 3 conditions for upgrading to a 2-star train on the Star Domain Network. Otto was seething with rage. It is quite normal to seize from one another during explorations. Wins and losses are inconsequential, reflecting each side's strength. My subordinates were inadequate and lost. I have no words to say. But you need not resort to such ruthless measures. Chen, you must provide me with an explanation. Chen had no response, as he was still watching the explosive footage on the screen. It was a scene depicting the destruction of an entire city, with even the outer white star ring fracturing. Not long ago, Otto's mechanical forces had stormed the robot manufacturing factory, preparing to enjoy the spoils when Xiao Zhan descended from above. Seizing all the data, before the ship departed, that fellow somehow acquired dozens of hydrogen bombs and detonated them all, utterly obliterating the already battered future city into stardust, along with Otto's thousands of warriors vanishing into thin air. Chen replied nonchalantly, I cannot control their thoughts. However, I will reprimand them severely and provide them with some lessons. With that, Chen logged off, leaving Otto seething with rage, unable to vent his frustration. After logging off, Chen instructed Fuyo to reach out to Xiao Zhan, inquiring about the reason for the city's destruction. Xiao Zhan's response was succinct: I am unsure if there are backups of this data. It is best to destroy it all. The train conductor surely desires this information to create more powerful robots, and the enemy must not obtain it. Subsequently, Chen delivered a stern critique to him. Well done. You have demonstrated ingenuity. Now, aside from the mission rewards, what else do you desire? Xiao Zhan, realizing he was speaking to the train conductor, excitedly replied, I want a warship, the fastest one available. Chen, no destroyers. Choose again. Is a slower one acceptable? Nor can you have a frigate. Continue to choose. Xiao Zhan, I want a robot army. Change that. I desire. Growing weary of his fanciful requests, Chen made the decision for him. I will grant you 100 units of second-tier energy crystals. Take them to absorb for yourself, and do not share with others. What are second-tier energy crystals? They are what will enhance your abilities more rapidly. Thank you, boss. After terminating the communication, Chen asked Fuyo, I wish to establish a train guard army. What do you think about appointing Xiao Zhan as the commander? Chen had assessed many individuals, eventually settling on two who were most suitable, Xiao Zhan and Xia Feng. Chen was actually more inclined towards Xia Feng, given his military background. However, Xiao Zhan's performance consistently caught Chen's eye, while Xia Feng appeared comparatively subdued. It is advisable to upgrade the train to 2 stars before establishing the guard army. It is currently premature. We can consider it in advance. It does not have to be established immediately. Xiao Zhan possesses courage but lacks experience. He requires further development. That is also true. Once things stabilize, we can establish a training structure within the train. What are the conditions for upgrading the train to 2 stars? First, all passengers must be extraordinary and possess 20,000 third-rank abilities. Second, engage in at least 5 civilization wars, including wars between trains. Third, the train's combat capability rating must be at least 2nd tier, demonstrated by having at least 200 frigates and 50 destroyers, and the train must have consumed at least 2 cores. The latter 2 conditions are easily achievable, but the first seems absurd. Never mind, let it take time. Perhaps we can seize this opportunity to elevate the passengers' ranks. In the days that followed, the situation simplified. The number of passengers upgrading to the 3rd rank steadily increased, as did those embarking on explorations. Exploration implies peril, and the numbers continued to rise. Chen remained steadfast in his resolve not to venture outside. Preserving his life remained paramount, even with the absolute protection of the train. Thus, over the next 2 months, Chen transformed into an observer, witnessing the explorers' encounters amidst various fragments of civilizations. During this period, the train consistently acquired valuable items, and the guilds amassed star coins and exploration ships, resulting in a resounding win-win scenario. Among the numerous events that particularly captured Chen's attention were notable occurrences: Xia Feng obtaining level 0.7 extraordinary civilization data, Lu Cheng acquiring mech manufacturing methods, and Ling Zhang securing a simplified full set of components for extraordinary rifles. Additionally, Zhou Jiang led a team to triumph over 2 civilization fragment star beasts, astonishing other train conductors and becoming a celebrity within the star domain network. All these gains steadily enhanced the overall strength of the train and its passengers. With no interruptions on this day, after 7 days of seclusion, Chen finally broke through to the 4th level. He adjusted the gravity in the training chamber to 50 times that of normal, yet he moved with remarkable agility. There was no further adjustment possible, lest it crush my bones. Next, he aimed to fortify his skeletal structure. Once completed, he would be capable of withstanding 100-fold gravity. Satisfied, Chen proceeded to the cockpit to inquire about the recent achievements of the train. The deep purple armor has been phased out, and the deep blue mecha has been manufactured and launched, categorized into 3 types: light, medium, and heavy. How have the sales performed? Excellently. Passengers are clamoring to purchase, with the light model being the most popular. The screen displayed an image of the light mecha, resembling exoskeletal armor, lightweight and user-friendly. The medium and heavy models were commendable as well, adaptable to a broader range of environments. Has there been any progress regarding the head of the Star Beast? We are studying the head alongside the data of a level 0.7 extraordinary civilization. Currently, there are no results, and further time is required. No need to rush. What else? The extraordinary rifle has been launched, but its performance is subpar. I am preparing to withdraw it from the market. Why is that? The extraordinary rifle consumes energy crystals and cannot utilize alternative energy sources. Additionally, its power is comparable to the 2.0 version of the blue light, rendering it of little practical use for passengers. Then let us withdraw it. Continue researching to enhance its performance. It will undoubtedly be of use in the future. How is the upgrade of the robots progressing? The 100,000 units of the 2nd-generation robots have been manufactured. With the current production capacity, we can increase this to 500,000 units in half a month. The 2nd-generation robots are more complex, and their manufacturing efficiency is lower than that of the 1st generation. Nonetheless, Chen was quite satisfied and summoned an image of the robots. Standing 3 meters tall, humanoid in shape, entirely black, equipped with built-in laser and electromagnetic weapons, and wielding 2 3.0 version alloy combat knives. The 1st-generation robots were integrated into the train, and he felt a tinge of nostalgia as they were phased out. Fuyo, let us retain some 1st-generation units for menial or security tasks within the train. The 2nd-generation robots were named Black Assassin, abbreviated as Black. The name has been archived. 100,000 black units are assembled and on standby. Chen inquired, "How many are at the third level?" "Currently, there are 30,000, experiencing a rapid growth phase, projected to exceed 100,000 in 10 days. Quite reasonable. The initial batch of second-level purple star beings indeed requires an upgrade." Before Chen could ask further, Fuyo issued a warning. "Master, please be advised that the star beast foretold by Luoyu is approaching." It had indeed been 6 months since entering the jump point. Marking the arrival of that star beast, Chen hastily summoned Luoyu to perform another prophecy. "I seek minimal information. I only wish to know the location of the star beast's impending attack." Shortly thereafter, Luoyu provided the results. The star beast will launch an assault on the 115th star system in 2 days. Chen commanded Fuyo to display the star map. The screen revealed that the 115th star system was quite distant from the 17th, separated by over 30 star systems. "Master, should we issue a warning to that star system?" Chen-An's mood eased. "No need for a warning. We shall proceed as usual, treating it as if nothing is amiss." Chapter 81. The powerful leader-class star beast on the three-eyed man's train. "Teacher, the star beast is approaching. Should we issue a warning?" His mentor, Li Si, once faced a dwindling lifespan due to repeated prophecies. But a forced breakthrough to the third level extended his life by a century, leaving him in excellent spirits. Lic stroked his beard and chuckled. "You have formulated your own thoughts. There is no need to consult me. With only 50 vessels remaining, it would be beneficial to lose some now." Yang Dingtian nodded, saying, "I fear my approach may not align with your views, teacher. In the vast cosmos, only the fittest survive. I was previously too naive. Believing that the myriad races of the starry sky could coexist peacefully, I was mistaken. Theo, protect my kin. We must engage in conflict and slaughter. Only the strong can endure as with previous strategies. We should align ourselves closely with the Fuyo civilization. Thank you for your guidance, teacher." I shall confer with Chen, and the two quickly reached a consensus regarding the star beast, choosing to act as if they were unaware. The following 2 days passed swiftly, and aside from Chen and Yang Dingtian, no one knew of the formidable star beast's imminent arrival. On October 3 RD, the starry sky darkened, as if a shadow had descended. This shadow was merely a figment of Chen-An's imagination. The cosmos appeared unchanged. The star beast has just reached the edge of the star field, displaying no discernible direction, yet it has already been detected by the star field network, causing a considerable stir. Upon entering the cockpit, Chen instructed Fuyo to display the visuals while he accessed the star field network for further details. The chat group was abuzz. "Otto, what on earth is that?" "It's enormous, Cleon. I've never seen such a powerful star beast. It can't possibly be heading for us, can it?" "Luada, I have a theory. Could this star beast also be a civilization attempting to leave via the jump point?" "Vander, who cares what it is? The critical question now is how it will act. It won't attack us, will it?" In the visuals, the star beast emerged from the nebula, towering thousands of meters high. Its form reminiscent of the classic Godzilla, it soared through the cosmos at astonishing speed. Chen even suspected it might have thrusters installed, as such velocity seemed implausible otherwise. "It's here. Should we intercept it?" "With what?" "The train. Given the train's strength, it should be capable of withstanding an encounter, right? There are limited slots available at the jump point. It makes no sense to allow this creature to occupy one." The star field network provided scan information, prompting Chen to withdraw and request further analysis from Fuyo. The star beast is classified as leader level and has likely just recently ascended. Its estimated height is 3,700 meters. And based on its claws displayed in front, it is indeed the same star beast that devastated the Luoyu train. Its speed can reach half that of the train, which likely explains its delayed arrival by 6 months. I have detected massive energy crystal fluctuations, indicating that this star beast feeds on energy crystals and may possess unique energy output channels. Fuyo continued to relay a multitude of information, much of which Chen struggled to comprehend. "I simply wish to know. If we encounter it, can we defeat it, or must we flee? After all, it is a leader-level beast. Leader is merely a title. It does not imply invincibility. An extraordinary orbital cannon, consuming 5,000 energy crystals, can destroy it." Chen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it could be killed, that was sufficient. At that moment, the star beast exhibited a clear trajectory, heading toward the 115th star system, home to the Serpent People civilization. Upon realizing the star beast was approaching, the train conductor hastily sought assistance through the star field network. While other conductors offered various strategies, just because it's large doesn't mean it's powerful. It might be all show. Blast it, do not falter. Quickly form an attack formation. I estimate this creature will be intimidated. Can we share some of the star beast's flesh? It must be delicious, do not underestimate it. A star beast capable of traversing the cosmos will not be weak. While some were cautious, the majority of the conductors adopted a spectator's mentality, viewing the approaching star beast as easy prey. Some even lamented their distant positions, wishing they were closer to partake in the spoils. Encouraged by these remarks, the conductor of the Serpent People civilization, brimming with confidence, immediately dispatched 200 various warships, arranging an attack formation in the outer star circle, ready to strike should the star beast dare approach. Chen observed with detached interest, even exchanging a few words with Yang Dingtian. According to the prophecies of the opposing seer, the star beast would ultimately be slain by an extraordinary orbital cannon, but not by Chun'an's hand. This statement raised Chun'an's vigilance. He initially considered having Luoyu prophesy once more, but ultimately decided against it, reasoning that the event would soon unfold regardless. The 2 hours passed swiftly, and the star beast finally reached the vicinity of the 115th star system. Upon witnessing the assembled forces, the conductor of the Serpent People issued a charging order. All warships began to charge, laser cannons poised for immediate firing. As the distance dwindled to a mere 100,000 kilometers, a barrage of fire erupted, creating a spectacular and awe-inspiring scene. Such firepower would be challenging for any other train to endure. The Star Field Network lauded the Serpent People civilization. This firepower is formidable. Even a foolish star beast would be hard-pressed to survive, let alone a group of them, in my opinion. Once the star beast is defeated, their rank could rise within the top 50. Indeed. And what is happening? As they beheld the astonished expressions, the star beast advanced steadily through the laser barrage, sustaining no damage whatsoever. Why heavens, what kind of defense is this? This is bad. The warship's firepower is insufficient to withstand it. Why isn't the train firing yet? The conductor of the Serpent People quickly realized the gravity of the situation, commanding the train to unleash its full firepower. While lasers proved ineffective, perhaps the electromagnetic orbital cannon could repel the star beast. However, despair washed over him as even the electromagnetic cannon failed to inflict any harm. Observing closely, he noticed a shimmering blue membrane enveloping the star beast's surface, which absorbed all damage. Turn around, retreat. The train had no time to recover its warships and hastily pivoted, propelling its engines to full speed. Yet, when the star beast was merely 20,000 kilometers away, it opened its mouth, unleashing a colossal blue beam that struck the side of the train. The train's propulsion was instantly disrupted, halting its previously accelerated speed and causing it to veer uncontrollably. Chapter 82. Ripping apart 3 trains, shocking the Star Field Network. What in the world is that? The Star Field Network fell eerily silent. They witnessed the star beast ferociously lunge forward, clawing at the train, ultimately tearing apart its exterior and extracting the Serpent People within as if they were mere snacks. Perhaps unsatisfied, it pressed its maw against the gaping hole, greedily sucking, clearing nearby compartments in an instant. Who can save me? I will offer all my resources. The conductor of the Serpent People pleaded for assistance on the Starfield network, yet no response came in the footage. The star beast continued its rampage, eventually tearing the train in half. It should possess considerable intellect, recognizing that the locomotive's vital components lie at the front, and thus commence a ferocious assault on the locomotive's head. However, the front is exceedingly sturdy, impervious even to the fiercest of bites. After approximately half an hour of struggle, the stellar beast unleashed a surge of energy from the severed area, blue rays erupting chaotically, creating a scene that was both violent and breathtakingly beautiful. The star domain network flickered with crimson light, signaling the Serpent People's disconnection, indicating that the train conductor had perished. It was only then that conversations began to proliferate. Witnessing the existence of a stellar beast capable of obliterating a locomotive was indeed an eye-opener. The creature's caliber was undoubtedly formidable, far surpassing our own. What should we do now? Enough with the idle chatter. We must swiftly unite and eradicate this menace. Such was the sentiment, yet aside from the few star systems nearest to number 115 that were taking action, The others merely shouted support without any tangible movement. The reasoning was simple. Eliminating a few locomotives would be entirely advantageous for them, reducing competitors and conserving energy, all benefits. However, such sentiments could not be openly voiced. At the very least, some superficial support was required. 2 hours later, 3 locomotives banded together to form a coalition outside the 114th star system, preparing to ambush the stellar beast. At this juncture, the beast was preoccupied within the 115th system, consuming energy crystals, showing no interest in them. Why weren't the other locomotives joining? One mechanical conductor fumed in the star domain network. Another conductor responded, "Are you considering the distance? It would take us at least 6 hours to arrive. Moreover, we can only dispatch warships for assistance. Locomotives cannot be moved." Having warships was better than having none, and the closer star systems promptly sent forth some escort vessels as a show of solidarity. As for Chen, his location was far too distant to be of any consequence. It seemed that everyone was more interested in the energy crystals. Would it remain in the 115th system? The energy crystals accumulated by the Serpent civilization are on the verge of being consumed. It should depart soon. The Master must understand that the more energy crystals the stellar beast devours, the more powerful it becomes. This posed a significant dilemma. If it continued its feast and made its way towards me, wouldn't it transform into a colossal behemoth? The situation suddenly became precarious. Yet it was not enough to sway Chen's strategy. He would persist in observing the spectacled eye in the unfolding scene. The stellar beast detected the energy signature from the adjacent system and swiftly departed the 115th star system, hurtling towards the 114th. The coalition was already prepared, deploying over 500 warships across the starry expanse to avoid being taken out in one fell swoop by the beast. For the locomotives, they endeavored to gather together and distance themselves from the battlefield. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, they could make a hasty retreat. With their speed, evading the stellar beast would pose no challenge. It approached, ready to fire. Countless lasers converged upon the beast, forming a three-dimensional light curtain that nearly enveloped it entirely. At that moment, the location of the beast resembled a small star on the verge of exploding. The terrifying energy sending chills down one's spine. Chen thought, were I within that vicinity, I would be instantaneously vaporized. The Master has the absolute protection provided by the locomotive. Is the absolute protection truly that formidable? This ability was acquired when the locomotive ascended to the next tier. Chen had yet to utilize it. As long as the locomotive remains intact, absolute protection persists. Chen remarked, "There must be a flaw. I find it hard to believe such an extraordinary ability exists. The flaw lies in the significant energy consumption that this ability entails. The farther you are from the locomotive, the quicker the energy depletes, resulting in a shorter duration." Chen inquired, "If I were at the center of the jump point and the locomotive's energy was at 100%, how long could it protect me? What level of attack are we discussing?" "The kind that the stellar beast encounters. Absolute protection will last for 10 minutes. Chen considered. Not too short, not too long, quite reasonable. However, if we truly faced an attack of such intensity, it could only guarantee survival for 10 minutes without ensuring a safe escape. This was the primary reason he refrained from recklessly wandering. His sense of security remained insufficient. As they spoke, the screen suddenly washed out in white, the visuals vanishing. What was happening? Fuyo is striving to retrieve the visuals. Shortly thereafter, the imagery reappeared, albeit from a higher vantage point. The energy fluctuations are too intense, affecting the stability of the star domain network. Chen had little interest in these technicalities, instead watching as the stellar beast wreaked havoc upon 3 locomotives. In a mere 10 seconds, the beast crossed over 1,000,000 kilometers to reach the locomotive's location. The trains had initially intended to accelerate their escape, yet the stellar beast, seasoned in its approach, unleashed energy attacks on the locomotive's power layers, simultaneously clawing at them, rendering the 2 nearest locomotives powerless. The third locomotive managed to flee, but before its conductor could celebrate, they were horrified to see a massive claw materialize on the screen. This claw seized the tail of the locomotive, its fingers penetrating the inner layer, forcibly pulling it back. The locomotive's traction was immensely powerful, and despite operating at full speed, it still managed to break free, though the last carriage was torn apart, sending passengers drifting into the void like dumplings. The stellar beast roared in fury, lifting its head, the blue light within its maw coalescing violently. Once the blue light enveloped its entire form, it lowered its head, aiming its mouth at the locomotive that had escaped over 100,000 miles. A brilliant blue beam erupted forth, even propelling the stellar beast backwards by several thousand meters. The star domain network failed to capture the sound, yet the conductors could vividly imagine the shockwave generated when the beam pierced the power layer. This creature was alarmingly astute. Targeting the carriages might allow the locomotive to escape, but striking the power layer would surely succeed. This approach opened new avenues for many conductors. Previously, they had favored attacking the carriages. Yet now it was evident that, in addition to external firepower, targeting the power layers could prevent rival locomotives from making their getaway. Chen shared this sentiment, yet Fuyo provided a counterargument. Ordinary energy weapons cannot penetrate the power layer, as its defenses are comparable to those of the carriage. If we wish to destroy the power layer of other locomotives, we must employ extraordinary orbital cannons. If that is the case, it would be wiser to target the locomotive's head. Chen replied. Thus, the strategy must be contingent upon the circumstances. Now that the stellar beast is rampaging, I wish to know their movements. He certainly would not act, for it was foretold that a locomotive would employ extraordinary orbital cannons to vanquish the stellar beast. This locomotive must be identified. Otherwise, he could not find peace. For an extended period thereafter, the star domain network remained eerily quiet. The live footage was compelling, with the stellar beast indulging in snacks, even accepting the robots as it feasted indiscriminately. Who would be the next star system? The 112th, inhabited by the Bifeng civilization. Chapter 83. A single shot pierces the stellar beast. The inner layer locomotives delighted in the spectacle, for the flames of war were unlikely to reach them. The outer layer locomotives were on high alert, yet they needed to strategize. The four main routes divided the star domain into four sectors, with only the sector invaded by the stellar beast being the most perilous. The conductors communicated with one another, preparing to gather more locomotives for mutual support, as they would not simply flee. Even the mightiest stellar beast must possess vulnerabilities. If they truly could not withstand it, they would retreat inward, drawing other locomotives into the fray and testing their resolve. Such were the words spoken, yet with so many locomotives scattered across various star systems, it would be challenging to devise a suitable strategy in a short time frame. Especially considering their individual self-interests, some conductors sought to delay and retreat, while others were already preparing to withdraw. The notion of uniting for warmth remained mere rhetoric. Chen was acutely aware of these dynamics. Trust among civilizations was scarcely abundant. All feared that others might betray them at any moment. Much like the three-eyed individuals who had been overly kind to him, Chen remained vigilant. Fuyo, what is their current status? Most are in the process of gathering passengers and warships, likely preparing to temporarily retreat into the inner layers, drawing more star systems into the conflict. I anticipated this. It matters not, for we are sufficiently distant. Intelligence indicates that the Bifeng civilization, currently closest to the stellar beast, has not taken any action, remaining as they always have. Chen was taken aback. I recall that the Bifeng civilization consists of amphibious beings, with their conductor named Shida, who rarely speaks in the star domain network. Have they truly given up? No, there must be some special means that allows them to remain so composed. Fuyo, focus on observing the Bifeng civilization. Within the locomotives of the 112th star system, conductor Shida was reveling in the attention of numerous beautiful compatriots, exuding an air of tranquility. Their faces bore features reminiscent of toads, their cheeks puffing as they spoke, as if filled with effervescent soda. Master, that stellar beast is terrifying. We must flee. Shida, relishing the gentle tones of the ample women surrounding him, embraced one and laughed heartily. Fear not, I shall handle it. Meanwhile, the stellar beast had just devoured the energy crystals of the 113th star system and, feeling unsatisfied, directed its course towards the 112th the star domain network. The conductors expressed astonishment at the Bifeng civilization's calmness. How could they remain unperturbed? The stellar beast had already breached the outer layers. Why not flee? Where was Shida? Why not come online to say a few words? After much clamoring, Shida finally logged on and uttered a single sentence. The 112th star system is offering supreme-level stellar beast meat for sale. Available exclusively for energy crystals, and pre-orders are accepted. This proclamation struck the other conductors as audacious, yet to Chen, It appeared quite earnest. He promptly instructed Fuyo to establish a communication link with Shida. Upon connection, the unsightly scene on the other end made Chen furrow his brow. How is it being sold? Initially, Shida intended to boast, yet unexpectedly, someone genuinely expressed interest in purchasing. He cheerfully replied, "You are the first customer. I can give you 10 tons free of charge." Chen shook his head. 10 tons will certainly not suffice. Please state the price. In truth, Shida had not considered a price, but since Chen was so earnest, he contemplated a response. 1 unit of energy crystals for 10 pounds of stellar beast meat. Would that be agreeable? Perfectly acceptable. It's quite inexpensive, Chen stated. I require 1,000 tons of stellar beast meat. If there are no issues, I shall dispatch warships immediately to collect it. After all, the journey will take some time, and it should align with the delivery. Sid was astonished. 1,000 tons of star beast meat is valued at 200,000 energy crystals. Are you certain I can defeat it? If you cannot, you should have fled earlier. Since you dare to remain, it indicates you possess a means of assured victory. Once the communication was severed, Chen promptly dispatched 2 destroyers, equipped with robots to collect the spoils. The commander-level star beast meat can be utilized for research or as food. This sustenance greatly benefits the enhancement of the body. Chen nodded. I actually desire more, but I fear Sid might reconsider if he comprehends the situation. In fact, Sid had already reconsidered the moment Chen ended the communication. He suddenly recalled that this star beast meat was not ordinary, but of commander level. In a wonder Chen was so eager. It was all part of his scheme. 1,000 tons. Although it pained him, having reached an agreement, he had no reason to retract his words. However, for the subsequent trains, Sid would undoubtedly raise the price, perhaps to 10 energy crystals per pound, given its commander-level quality, which was unique. While he muttered to himself, the train's intelligence reminded him that the star beast was merely 1 million kilometers from the inner star zone. Sid shook off his stupor and issued a command to prepare for attack. In the ensuing half-hour as they gradually approached, the 112th star system captured the attention of all the trains. Many train captains began to realize that Sid's willingness to confront the star beast implied he had some means at his disposal. They were eager to discern Sid's capabilities. The star beast had entered the inner star zone, now 500 million kilometers from the train. What? The train is actually moving closer. 300 million kilometers. Both sides were accelerating, potentially leading to a collision. The train was at high risk of being shattered. 100 million kilometers. The star beast unexpectedly surged forward, its immense impact capable of obliterating planets. 50 million kilometers, 20 million kilometers, 8 million kilometers. The star beast emitted a flickering blue light, preparing to unleash energy. Although silent, the blue beam pierced the cosmos, annihilating all meteors in its path. Even the most fleeting shooting stars were obliterated. This beam was extraordinarily powerful. No train dared to withstand it, however, when only 1 million kilometers remained. A brilliant beam of white light surged forth from the train's front. Its diameter was larger, its brilliance more dazzling, even causing the cosmos to tremble, disturbing nearby meteors. At a distance of 500,000 kilometers from the train, the 2 beams collided. There should have been a thunderous roar, but it could not propagate, only suppressing and releasing astonishing energy that engulfed everything around. The star domain network was in shock. What manner of weapon is this? Never seen before. Perhaps it is a unique ability gained from devouring the core. What terrifying power, but can the train withstand it? The star beast's energy beam is formidable as well. Look, the beam is being repelled. After a brief moment of stasis, the white beam surged brilliantly, then pressed forward, crushing the blue beam. When the distance shrank to 500,000 kilometers, the star beast halted its energy discharge, staring with its enormous eyes. Bewildered. Ultimately, the white beam struck the star beast, instantly piercing through it, maintaining its momentum as it penetrated several meteors. At this moment, the star domain network fell into complete silence. Only Chen remained composed. How many energy crystals did I expend? 50 million units. No wonder the power was somewhat diminished. This implies that the star beast's defenses are actually weaker than the train's. My extraordinary orbital cannon has not been revealed. While the White Wind civilization has. If war were to break out, I would hold an absolute advantage. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Chen recalled this adage from Earth. Chapter 84. The first taste of raw meat the Star Domain Network is quite pragmatic. When Sid showcased the extraordinary orbital cannon and obliterated the Star Beast, the ranking of the White Wind civilization immediately soared to the top, pushing the Fuyo civilization down. Chen was indifferent. Having the White Wind civilization at the forefront was advantageous, preventing others from fixating on him. 3 hours later, Sid brought the train near the Star Beast's carcass to commence the collection of its meat. The Star Domain Network buzzed with activity as train captains clamored to partake. Sid shouted, "Commander-level Star Beast meat, just 20 energy crystals per pound, first come, first served, arrive late, and you may miss out." Though expensive, the captains flocked eagerly, hastening to place orders. "I want 20 tons. I want 50 tons. I want 30 tons. Chen gasped in astonishment, grateful he had secured his share early. Otherwise, he would not have been able to afford it. It was not that he lacked energy crystals, but rather that he was reluctant to part with them. "Fuyo, have our warships arrived?" "They have arrived. The White Wind civilization is currently collecting Star Beast meat and is expected to take 2 days to fill 1,000 tons. "Good, let me know once it is filled. Also, who took the cores from those 4 trains earlier? Had the distance not been too great, Chen would have certainly seized them. After the Star Beast was slain, the 4 cores were collected by nearby trains and may have been devoured. As long as it was not the White Wind civilization that took them, that would suffice. They are already formidable enough." This incident also served as a reminder. Never underestimate any train, for one can never predict their hidden capabilities. Chen too was concealing his own, not in the guise of a pig eating a tiger, but with caution, rationally safeguarding himself. Had he been parading his train with the extraordinary orbital cannon, eager for the world to know, he would likely meet an untimely end without understanding how. Subsequently, the Star Domain returned to tranquility. Though the 112th star system remained bustling, with warships continuously arriving and departing, fostering a semblance of harmony within the Star Domain. 2 days later, the 2 destroyers laden with Star Beast meat returned to Chen's train. However, upon inspection, it was discovered that the majority of this Star Beast meat was of poor quality, primarily consisting of scraps, shattering Chen's good mood. While I still profited handsomely, it was less than I had previously gained. Thus a loss. Well, they dared to deceive me. Chen blacklisted Sid, his regard for him plummeting significantly. If he did not wish to provide, he could have simply stated so earlier. There was no need for such deception. Not merely scraps, there were even bones among them. 2 hours later, the results were compiled. The Star Beast meat essentially amounted to only 400 tons, with the remaining 600 tons being of low quality, including nearly 100 tons of bones. "Master, should we negotiate with Sid?" At that moment, Chen was in the kitchen frying meat, a rare occurrence for him to cook personally. "No need. Sid currently ranks first and is not at all intimidated by me. Preserve the 400 tons of good meat. The inferior quality can be placed on the market, but the price cannot be too low, as it should only be affordable for the higher-ups. 1. The meat is scarce. 2. The value of the upper-class passengers is greater, and Chen hopes they gain more enhancement." Sizzle, sizzle. The pan began to smoke. "Master, frying meat is quite simple. Do you require me to guide you step by step?" Chen's face turned slightly red. "I can manage on my own. No need for your assistance. If I fail this time, it will be your fault for distracting me, and you shall bear full responsibility, as long as you are happy." Minutes later, Chen emerged with slightly charred meat, requesting the robot to fetch a bottle of red wine. Luoyu was also consuming meat, but she was indulging in it raw. "Glowing green all over. Why do you appear so green?" Luoyu cheerfully replied. "This meat contains potent super energy. Just a little makes me feel wonderful and enhances me significantly. Chen, you should give it a try." Chen prepared to relish a splendid meal. However, the meat was too tough, and his cooking skills were lacking, rendering it tasteless as chewing wax. "Master, I suggest you consume it raw. You Purple Star people prioritize cooking food for improved taste. But the primary concern is eradicating parasites. Commander-level Star Beasts possess none, making them exceptionally clean." Chen swallowed hard, as Luoyu's meat emitted a rich aroma, distinctly different from the cooked variety. "Fine, I will give it a try. Little you, pass me some." Luoyu tore off a piece of lean meat with a twig and handed it over. Chen hesitated not at all, stuffing it into his mouth and chewing vigorously. His eyes sparkled as if he had discovered a new continent. "Fuyo, bring me more." The raw meat was indeed delectable, tender and delicate, juicy and flavorful, bursting with aroma. From this moment forth, Chen gradually shed his bad habit of consuming cooked meat. Yet, due to a moment of gluttony, he indulged excessively, causing the super energy within him to swell, compelling him to retreat to the training chamber for 2 days. Shortly after he commenced his retreat, the Ling Shua civilization issued an announcement. The Star Domain Network would host an online auction, allowing each train to auction off unnecessary items. The auction would officially commence in 3 days. The auction itself was not of great significance. It was merely a simple exchange among trains. Almost all trains actively participated, putting forth items acquired from fragments of civilizations, all of which were deemed useless. 2 days later, upon concluding his retreat, Chen checked the items that had been listed online at Fuyo's prompting. Luo De indeed knew how to play. He had organized an auction. Let me see if there are any valuable items. There were numerous assorted items. Unknown civilization biological brains, data on semi-mechanical civilizations with misaligned technological trees, remnants of patrol ship components, and peculiar objects that could only be numbered. Fuyo, how many of these do you recognize? I can only identify a few. Most items are not in my database. This is intriguing. What do we have to auction? The exploration team had been on their expedition for several months, bringing back both treasures and rubbish, with a plethora of unknown items. Tio enhanced their enthusiasm. Chen decided to accept anything that was not already aboard the train. Leaving no stone unturned, Fuyo displayed these items on the screen for Chen to select. There were broken weapons, strange biological bones. Just pick out 10 of the most peculiar and seemingly useless items to auction. Other train conductors seemed to share the same sentiment as the owner. This auction may not be entertaining. Suddenly, Chen gaze sharpened, and he chuckled. That may not be the case. He had just turned to a certain page, which clearly stated 77 ore. Someone is auctioning 500 tons of 77 ore. I recall that this type of ore can be utilized to manufacture starships. Am I correct? Starships have high requirements for metal resilience. 77 ore is the minimum standard. We have already collected 1,700 tons, and the more, the better. Starships are formidable vessels that can only be produced once the train has been upgraded to 2 stars. To possess an interstellar fleet that can venture far from the train, starships are crucial. Who is selling it? Oh, the crystal insect civilization. The crystal insect civilization's consumption of energy crystals is excessive. They must sell the 77 ore due to substantial shortages. Chen became intrigued. Perhaps he should pay closer attention to those insects at the auction. Chapter 85. The Catgirl at the auction. The auction commenced as scheduled. Since it was not held in person, the traditional procedures were absent. Each train conductor could access their exclusive auction page, but no items had appeared yet. The interface was rather low quality. If I were in charge, I would have created a virtual network world to make it more engaging. The auction site established by Luo De was quite rudimentary, something even the former Purple Star people could have produced. After a brief moment of criticism, he heard Luo De begin to explain the rules. The auction would last for 24 hours, allowing all train conductors to bid repeatedly, with the final price determined at the end of the auction period. Each item would have a detailed description, so please examine them carefully. Participants could communicate with one another and introduce their offerings on the public screen. This auction would use energy crystals as the basic currency, and once a transaction was successful, participants would need to retrieve their items themselves. The Star Domain Network bore no responsibility. The rules were simple. Evaluate the items and bid. The highest bid wins. Once Luo De finished speaking, the public screen was filled with the conductor's complaints. 24 hours? Is such a duration necessary? Just go back to sleep. Bidding at the last half hour is sufficient. I find the time frame quite reasonable. There are too many items, and we must examine them thoroughly. Amidst the clamor, Chen noticed numerous pages appearing on his screen, with the auction items from various trains haphazardly mixed together. Only by clicking could he discern the owner. The vibrant colors were quite dazzling. Fuyo, please randomly click on one. He squatted in the pilot seat, with robots on both sides holding snacks and drinks, occasionally taking a bite. It seemed he would have to observe for a while longer until he adjusted his position. Once settled, Chen was captivated by an image on the screen. It was a leg. Such an unusual taste right from the start. Chen felt disinterested in the detailed textual description, asking Fuyo to summarize it for him. This is a reproductive organ of a star beast. The introduction states that consuming it can enhance reproductive capabilities. Chen was astonished. I thought it was merely a leg. It truly is a leg. What need do I have for reproductive ability now? Let's find something else. The image switched to a dark and unclear picture. This item comes with a video introduction. Would the owner like to view it? Open it. The video was not very clear, likely originating from some fragmented civilization. IT displayed robots excavating. Eventually, the ground collapsed, revealing a large quantity of black substances. These black materials would spontaneously combust upon exposure to light, emitting brilliant colors that illuminated the night sky. The video concluded, leaving Chen perplexed. What use is this substance? It is a special material that ignites spontaneously after absorbing energy. It has no practical effect. However, if the owner desires, it can be purchased to create fireworks. Forget it. I am not interested. Let's see who is the clever one behind this. To his surprise, it was an item from the Autis civilization. With a total quantity of less than 1 ton, priced at 5,000 energy crystals. Just as you mentioned earlier, this auction may lack excitement. I will directly search for the crystal insect civilization and see what valuable items they have. After searching, he found 30 results. The first was a unique destroyer from the crystal insect civilization, with an elliptical structure in a way. Are they selling this? Upon clicking, he discovered several train conductors had already arrived. Although each train possessed similar warships, their functions and qualities varied. The crystal insect civilization was a mechanical civilization, naturally excelling in mechanical manufacturing. Their destroyers must be of high quality. I will take this warship. Bidding 500,000 energy crystals. 500,000 for a brand new destroyer? Are you out of your mind? I bid 800,000. Chen merely glanced and showed no interest in bidding. He directly sought out the 77 ore, a total of 500 tons, priced at 200,000 energy crystals. The description was quite straightforward. The crystal insect civilization was unaware of the ore's uses and had stored it after collection. Chen inquired of Fuyo. Other trains are unaware of the 77 ore's purpose. May I ask, owner, would you have known without my existence? Chen chuckled softly. You have a point. You have provided me with quite a bit of advanced information. However, I recall you mentioning that you also needed to learn and could not know too much. I possess some basic information regarding the train's development. Understood. When will the other trains become aware of the ore's effects? There are 2 scenarios. One is when the train upgrades to 2 stars and obtains the starship manufacturing facility. The other is acquiring knowledge from other sources about the 77 ore's function, such as discovering advanced civilization materials or receiving information from 2-star trains. Chen's thoughts began to race. Perhaps he could exploit the information gap to acquire these resources, but certainly not now. He observed for a while before exiting without placing a bid. My bid would influence the other conductors. For now, I will pretend I haven't seen it. Make a note and remind me in the last few minutes. Chen continued to browse the other items from the crystal insect civilization, most being essential items of that civilization, yet lacking value for him. Are they merely getting by? Energy crystals are the core of the crystal insect civilization. Everything else pales in comparison. No other items piqued Chen's interest. He continued to explore randomly. Star beast brains, databases from primitive civilizations, certain useless antiques. Overall, Chen was only interested in the 77 ore, and there were a few civilization materials he could bid on as collectibles. Just as he prepared to leave the cockpit to rest, a sudden image appeared on the screen, causing his heart to tremble. It was a pair of eyes, clear and bright. If one were to broaden their gaze, they would see a group of cat people. They had furry ears, their bodies disheveled, and their eyes vacant as they lay in confinement. Yet, among all the cat people, only the girl in the corner exhibited a glimmer of hope. She fixed her intense gaze on the screen, as if her sight transcended dozens of star systems and billions of kilometers, causing Chen's heart to race. Fuyo, what is happening? In terms of appearance, Zish was far more beautiful than the cat people. In terms of cuteness, Chen could easily find a plethora of adorably cute creatures aboard his train. Yet, he felt a profound spiritual connection, a desire to possess the cat person. The owner has just experienced a spiritual interaction with the cat person. Your spiritual resonance should be quite high. There is no need for concern. Many beings in the universe can resonate with your spirit, so it is not surprising. Chen frowned in silence. Pulling up the auction details, there were a total of 20,000 cat people, captives of the mantis people, with a starting bid of 10,000 energy crystals, sold in bundles. Quite a bargain. I will take them. Bidding at the last moment. Afterward, Chen continued to observe for a while, discovering numerous slave races, most of whom were captives or food for the various trains. Yet, the cat person's eyes haunted Chen and S mind, making it impossible to forget. I once had a tabby cat back on Earth. I adored her eyes, as if they contained the entire world. Later, that cat disappeared, and I was saddened for a long time. Kittens are quite adorable. The owner could keep one for companionship. Chen smiled lightly, casting aside past sorrows, and spent the remaining time exercising in the training room. Chapter 86. Catgirl Faye. The room was dimly lit, with a few old chandeliers flickering intermittently, threatening to extinguish at any moment due to short circuits. At the entrance, two mantis guards, munching on jerky, complained bitterly. The old cat person's meat is truly unpalatable. If only we could feast on star beast meat. Well, having something to eat is better than nothing. The train conductor only provides us with food when needed. Otherwise, we would have to toil like other mantis people outside, earning barely enough to survive. Speaking of which, the taste of those young cat people is rather good, quite tender. The mantis people twisted their bamboo-like bodies, squinting at the prison cells inside, their gaze lingering on a particular cat girl in the corner for quite some time. She must be delicious. Too bad the train conductor intends to sell them for energy crystals. I hope they don't get sold. My mouth is watering, feeling the scorching gaze from outside the door. Faye curled up tightly, her golden tail trembling behind her. Unlike the despair felt by the other cat people, she had sensed hope not long ago. It was a rather peculiar cat person, lacking a tail, with short, hairless ears. I even doubted whether he was truly a cat person. Faye opened her bright blue eyes wide, carefully recalling that face, which felt oddly familiar. He was truly handsome. I really like him. Yet, I know it is all just an illusion. Woe is me, those monsters will devour me. Muttering softly to herself, she closed her eyes once more, attempting to perceive some subconscious connection from the starry sky. However, this effort caused her head to throb painfully, forcing her to abandon the attempt. You want to keep a cat? Luo Yu was astonished. Chen was tidying up the cozy, warm little room downstairs. He smiled gently. Not a cat, but a cat person. I initially intended to take her to the pet area, but upon realizing it is your domain, I decided to set her down instead. What expression is that? The cat person has a face composed of intertwined branches and leaves, giving her a rather rough appearance. At that moment, her expression seemed to convey a sense of astonishment, exhibiting a remarkable degree of human-like qualities. The cat person replied, I have seen cats in your movies, and they appeared quite fierce. Will she climb on me? Will she tear at my branches? Are you afraid of cats? It's not fear, it's disdain. I've heard that cats shed fur. They are quite dirty. Cat people do not shed fur. You'll see for yourself. Moreover, I have no idea if I can even acquire one. He is currently feeling bored and wishes to prepare in advance. Suddenly, Fu Yao interjected with a reminder, Master, there is no need to worry. Those cat people have never used any energy crystals. They are quite ordinary. Other races would only consider them as food, not even worthy of being slaves. Chen expressed his astonishment, who would consider cat people as food. For the mantis people, even their own kind can be regarded as food. How much more so for cat people? Chen felt a wave of nausea, but soon found himself at ease. The universe is vast, teeming with bizarre races. To him, cat people resemble humans more, but for certain races, both humans and cat people are merely seen as sustenance. Regardless, he thought, I shall pursue what I desire. Fu Yao, how much time remains until the auction concludes? 4 hours. I shall take a look at the first basement level. The train currently comprises 4 levels, the passenger level, storage level, power level, and defense level. As the name suggests, the storage level is meant for storing items, and indeed, it fulfills this function. However, in the train's configuration, factories also count as storage, including the products produced by the factories. Thus, the current arrangement consists of factories situated apart, with items stored in the spaces between them, categorized and typically not chaotic. However, robots can sometimes make mistakes, necessitating frequent corrections. Fu Yao, can the factories and storage be separated in the future? Once Master constructs the second level of the train, the factories can be relocated there. What second level? The passenger level is the first level. The level above is the second. However, the bronze train cannot be built, so Master need not consider it for now. Our space is ample, Separation is unnecessary. I was merely speaking hypothetically. Now, I shall inspect the factory, starting with the robot manufacturing center. The factory is entirely managed by engineering robots, and there are currently over 1 million engineering robots in operation. The robot manufacturing center lies beneath the first carriage, occupying half the carriage's space, which is exceedingly vast. Chen boarded the shuttle, entering through the open iron door, revealing endless assembly lines as far as the eye could see. Some production lines manufactured energy modules, others crafted heads, and yet others produced limbs. The assembly lines were on the opposite side. And Chen meticulously examined the various machines, suddenly experiencing a nostalgic joy reminiscent of writing papers in the past. Fuyao, can humanoid robots be manufactured? Ones with human-like skin? Bionic robots hold no value. But if master desires, some can be customized. Create a batch for me, let them attend to my daily needs. Although I have grown accustomed to the previous robots, they lack the sensory perception of humans. If master requires servants, why resort to robots? One could purchase slaves or recruit within the train. Even slaves are not as obedient as robots. By the way, pull up the database from Zixing. The bionic robots should all have the faces of female celebrities. If they are unattractive, then that's that. After inspecting the robot center, Chen made another round at the meat processing factory. The food supply was abundant, capable of meeting all demands. It could use some variety to enhance the taste. Fuyao, can the seasonings from Zixing be synthesized? They can be chemically synthesized. Are they harmful to health? They are indistinguishable from natural ones. Then synthesize some. It's not like I will be consuming them. He still had plenty of resources from Zixing. And even if they ran out, he could extract more from the Life Star. So there was no need for chemical products. As the 4 hours drew to a close, Chen returned to the cockpit. How many minutes remain? 3 minutes. Have there been any bids on the items I reserved? Lot 77 has received 2 bids. The current price is 400,000 energy crystals. The cat person has been bid on 5 times. With the current price at 300,000 energy crystals, the data from the unknown technological civilization has been bid on 17 times, with the current price at 75,000 energy crystals. What is the status of our listed items? They are not all worthless. There are a few pieces of art that could be bought for collection. All have received bids, some even through several rounds of bidding. Certain train conductors may have a vested interest in currying favor with you and are deliberately bidding high. Let them be. After all, I did not force them. I will continue to await the time. As only 10 seconds remained, Chen instructed Fuyao to place the bids. Lot 77 was bid at 500,000 energy crystals, the cat person at 400,000 energy crystals, and the others increased by 3%. When Chen placed his bid, many train conductors quickly received the news, eager to know what he intended to purchase. However, upon seeing it was merely a collection of worthless items, they found it difficult to gauge Chen's intentions. Regardless, as long as it was something Chen desired, they would seize it. Shida was brimming with confidence. He was currently quite wealthy and was displeased with Chen's low-priced acquisition of a batch of star beast meat, seeking an opportunity for revenge. However, the intelligence system provided a reminder. The auction time had expired. We cannot place further bids. Damn, that kid is truly cunning. Chapter 87. Radha's ultimate plan. The auction concluded successfully, and all participants are reminded to adhere to the rules and complete their transactions independently. Chen acquired everything he needed, leaving him in good spirits. Fuyao promptly dispatched a warship for the transaction, primarily focusing on the ores and cat people. The ores originate from the crystalline insect civilization in the 3rd star system, while the cat people are from the mantis civilization in the 2nd star system, both being in close proximity. Approximately 5 hours later, 500 tons of Lot 77 ore will be transported back without incident. Fuyao, how much Lot 77 ore is required to manufacture a patrol ship? At least 5,000 tons are needed. We currently have a deficit of 3,000 tons. In that case, I shall consult with Radha. Master, the cat people have also arrived. Settle them as normal passengers. As for the cat woman, let her acclimate to the environment while I observe. Chen promptly contacted Radha. Radha was exceedingly cordial, the colorful lights in the background seemingly unchanging. Chen instructed Fuyao to activate the filter, eliminating that distraction. Brother, how is this harvest? Mediocre. Primarily, everyone is too conservative and unwilling to part with valuable items. I have an idea. Why not establish a temporary market where we can trade with each other? Radha nodded in agreement. I was just contemplating that. The auction was merely a preliminary test. Then it's settled. Let us quickly set up the market. I currently possess an excess of energy crystals and wish to spin some. Haha, brother, you are quite generous. Should you require anything, feel free to purchase from me as well. By the way, do not forget that there are only a little over 2 months until the jump point opens. Chen smile faded as he inquired, do you have a plan? Rada replied, with our capabilities, securing a spot through the jump point will be quite easy. But are you content to simply pass through? Do you mean? Chen smile re-emerged as he began to grasp Rada's intentions. Rada spoke ominously, since the jump point requires only 50 ships, the remaining can be destroyed. TSK. So many ship cores wasted. What a pity, brother. Over the next 2 months, we must select some trustworthy conductors to unite for a significant undertaking. After the communication ended, Chen accessed the Star Domain Network data, requesting Fuyao to conduct a detailed analysis. The energy wielders, in conjunction with the Star Domain Network, can invade any train's intelligence system at will. The Ling Shua people may intend to initiate war by incapacitating our train's power. Can they incapacitate our train? With me here, they absolutely cannot. Chen sighed in relief. That rascal Rada must have harbored such thoughts before, but after I intimidated him once, he altered his plans. Nevertheless, he must remain under constant vigilance. Complacency is not an option. I am monitoring the Star Domain Network around the clock, leaving no information unchecked. That is reassuring. Display the footage of the cat people. Let us see how they are faring. Wait, I forgot a question. Do pets count towards the passenger quota of the train? Pets are considered the owner's exclusive property and do not count as passengers. Is there a limit to the number of pets I can have? There is no limit whatsoever, but they will be specifically marked in terms of identity and cannot occupy passenger seats. Master need not worry. The train currently has nearly 100,000 vacant passenger spots, sufficient to accommodate 20,000 cat people. Although Chen has provided ample care for the passengers, they have still gradually suffered a loss of nearly 100,000, predominantly from the Yuezhu people. That is acceptable. Where have the cat people been sent? To carriage number 20. In the living area of carriage 20, 20,000 cat people disembarked from the spaceship, trembling in fear of their unfamiliar surroundings. The structure of the human biological train is generally similar, making this place no different from the hell they previously endured. The only distinction is the cleanliness of this environment, starkly contrasting the filth of their former train. As new passengers arrive, you will receive complimentary wristwatches from the train. The wristwatch serves as a symbol of passenger identity, which Chen had long ago provided free of charge, eliminating the need for purchase. The cat people, uncertain of their current situation, could only follow the robots ahead. Occasionally, they encountered humans resembling themselves, which offered a sense of familiarity. Excuse me, where are we headed? Fei mustered the courage to inquire of the service robot beside him. The robot spoke in a gentle tone, responding, "You will obtain passenger identities." Although somewhat perplexed, Fei sensed that this place was undeniably different from any she had encountered before. Particularly striking were the peculiar glances cast upon them by the humans around, reminiscent of faces she had previously envisioned in her imagination. Could he be here? Fei murmured, her expression distant as she indulged in her fantasies, taking quite some time to regain her composure. She retrieved her wristwatch, which, upon being donned, automatically translated the text into Purple Star script. Anyone boarding this train was required to utilize the Purple Star script, the Yuxing people included. Subsequently, under the robot's guidance, the 20,000 catfolk made their way to carriage number 20, where they received their designated seats. The passenger seats were linked to their wristwatches, with only Chen possessing the authority to make adjustments. The passengers themselves had no such privilege. Upon realizing they had secured seats, the catfolk were overwhelmed with joys. "Oh, we are not mere food." "Why is that? What are we required to do?" The robot replied, "Activate your wristwatch to acquire knowledge. Seek loans in the market to purchase energy crystals. And upon awakening, you may join or establish a guild, thus enabling you to earn a living." While the foolish continued to inquire, the astute had already begun to explore their wristwatches through the information gleaned. They understood that they now held legitimate passenger identities, possessing the right to exist, no longer relegated to the status of slaves or mere sustenance. Amidst the catfolk's jubilant revelry, the train announced, "Today, 20,000 catfolk have joined our train. We hope everyone will welcome them swiftly, and any acts of discrimination are strictly prohibited." This announcement caused quite a stir, as only the passengers of carriage 20 were privy to this information. What do catfolk look like? Could there be a cat girl, as in my dreams? Carriage 20 is so far away. Not at all. The scenic platform is connected by a complementary cable car, allowing for swift access. The scenic platform boasted numerous functionalities developed by Fuyo, such as cable cars linking the various carriages and shuttles that could land anywhere. Additionally, a mobile market was present, sparing passengers from having to frequent the market, enabling them to effortlessly procure food and daily necessities right from the scenic platform. In essence, the introduction of the scenic platform enriched the passengers' lives and strengthened the connections between the carriages. Thus, before long, a multitude of curious passengers flocked to the scenic platform of Carriage 20 to observe the catfolk. Chen was not particularly pleased with this situation and instructed Fuyo to temporarily close the cable car leading to Carriage 20. The catfolk needed to adapt swiftly and should not be disturbed. After a brief observation, Chen remarked, "Have the robots guide them directly to awakening. I sense that girl is extraordinary. Her mental fortitude is remarkably strong. It is not I who guide her, but rather she who guides me." Just moments ago, Chen had experienced a clearer spiritual connection with the cat girl than before, and as a result, he learned her name.